Chapter 1. The Primordial Era. On a nameless island in the eastern sea, unworthy of a name, a colossal python adorned with azure scales coiled majestically. Its length was estimated to be nearly 100 meters. Above its dual pupils, a flicker of fiery red glimmered. With each breath it took, innate spiritual energy was continuously absorbed. Time passed, though the duration was unknown. The azure giant python ceased its cultivation, opening its emerald snake eyes, which bore a hint of human-like resignation. Indeed, my foundation is woefully inadequate, it lamented. After a millennium of cultivation, I remain at the initial stage of celestial immortality. Lin Changsheng sighed deeply. He was a transmigrator, having inadvertently crossed over to this primordial world a century ago, all due to an all-nighter spent reading a novel titled Primordial, starting with 10 consecutive draws of talent. He had hoped to gain a beginning akin to other transmigrators, perhaps inheriting the blood of Pangu. After all, it was well known that the great Pangu had met his end at the hands of a blood extraction system. One would think that a mere crossing would grant him a few drops of Pangus essence. Alas, a millennium had elapsed. Not only did he lack Pangus blood, but he hadn't even received a golden finger. This left Lin Changsheng in despair, compelling him to dedicate himself to relentless training. After all, children without systems mature swiftly. For the time being, he found himself in an era of savage beasts and calamity. The primordial realm was rife with brutality and strife, where beings of his celestial stage were merely the lowest rung of the food chain. Furthermore, the heavens and earth were tainted, suffused with the oppressive aura of calamity. Should his soul be corroded by this malevolence, even the desire to cultivate in secrecy would be rendered impossible. Naturally, beings would seek him out to settle karmic debts. Thus, for the past 1,000 years, Lin Changsheng had dared not delay, devoting every moment to training. Unfortunately, his foundation was of the lowest quality. Consequently, after a millennium, he had achieved nothing. This underscored the significance of one's foundation in the primordial realm, as it determined one's comprehension, aptitude, cultivation speed, and fortune. Alas, in this valley there are two serpents. One is me, the other is also me. For I have split apart. I am but a wretched soul. My existence is akin to a grave misfortune. Lin Changsheng sighed once more, casting his gaze toward the distant, ink-black sea. Presently, his situation was quite dire. Within the depths of the ocean, tens of thousands of kilometers away, a being had once broken through a millennium ago. The oppressive aura it emitted suggested it was at least of the mid-celestial stage. Who could guarantee that once this being stabilized its cultivation, it wouldn't consider feasting upon a python? As Lin Changsheng found himself in a quandary, a voice from beyond the heavens resonated deep within his soul. Ding! A transmigrator detected talent system, binding host. Ding! Binding successful. Reward. Host is granted one opportunity for a 10 consecutive talent draw. Shall the drawing commence? A system? The despair in Lin Changsheng's emerald snake eyes dissipated instantly, replaced by overwhelming excitement. He has arrived, and he has come bearing a system. Quickly, Lin Changsheng quelled his exhilaration and began contemplating the system. The talent system should augment his inherent abilities, and with a 10 consecutive draw, he wondered what attributes he might acquire. If he could draw talents suited to himself, his cultivation would undoubtedly become exponentially more efficient, allowing him to firmly establish his footing in the primordial realm. He decided to wager the 30 years of his roommate Wang Ming's hair for this stroke of luck. Draw. Lin Changsheng took a deep breath. As his intent settled, 10 orbs of 9-colored brilliance surged into his being. The 9-colored hue signified the highest tier of talent. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 10 top-tier talents. First talent. Eye of Insight Celestial Stage unlocked. Second talent. Supreme Comprehension True Immortal Stage unlocked. Third talent. Flawless Body Mystical Immortal Stage unlocked. Fourth talent. Diligence Rewarded Golden Immortal Stage unlocked. Fifth talent. Boundless Merit Tai Golden Immortal unlocked. Sixth talent, pointing spirit technique, Deluo golden immortal unlocked. Seventh talent, establishing a sect, gathering fortune, Hunyuan golden immortal unlocked. Eighth talent, sovereign of worlds, Hunyuan Deluo golden immortal unlocked. Ninth talent, my fate is mine, not heaven's, Hunyuan Wajidian Deluo golden immortal unlocked. 10th talent, supreme primordial Hunyuan Wajidian Taishang Deluo golden immortal unlocked. Aha! My roommate may be bald, but I have grown stronger. Lin Changsheng gazed at the 10 talents, emitting an excited hiss. The surrounding waters surged, stirred by his burgeoning aura. He never anticipated that his 10 consecutive draws would yield all top-tier talents. While each talent required corresponding cultivation levels to unlock, at the very least, they would enable Lin Changsheng to surmount the immediate challenges he faced. I wonder what the specific abilities of this first talent are? After his excitement subsided, Lin Changsheng began to regain his composure. In tandem, the system's voice resounded once more. First talent, Eye of Insight Celestial Stage unlocked. Eye of Insight, capable of piercing through illusions and providing guidance. Friendly reminder, the range of insight for the Celestial Stage is 100,000 kilometers. Each elevation of major realm increases the range by 100,000 kilometers. Can it truly provide guidance? An initial range of 100,000 kilometers? This ability was no trifling matter. Lin Changsheng sought to test the Eye of Insight by gazing upon himself. Prompt. This is an azure fire python with an inferior foundation, and it is a short-lived serpent with a survival rate of less than 10%. It is advised that the host stew oneself in an iron pot and promptly conclude this sinful serpentine existence. Survival rate, so low does that not imply a death sentence? Lin Changsheng twisted his colossal serpentine form, no longer gripped by despair as before. Armed with these 10 top-tier talents, he could undoubtedly defy fate. It seemed he could no longer remain on this nameless island. Lin Changsheng turned his gaze toward the southeastern waters of the Eastern Sea. Prompt, 100,000 kilometers south of your location, a mid-celestial deep-sea whale awaits, and in 1,000 years, it will launch an attack on you. Fortunately, it is merely one small realm apart. It is advised that the host charge forward. Indeed, his prior intuition had been correct. He never expected that only 1,000 years remained. Were it not for the system binding and the talents acquired, he would likely still be waiting to meet his demise on this small island. As for the subsequent prompt content, Lin Changsheng disregarded it entirely. Only one small realm apart? Did it truly believe that having read too many fantasy novels would allow one to challenge realms at will? In the primordial realm, lacking spiritual treasures or divine abilities, attempting to battle across realms was nothing more than a whimsical fantasy. If he dared to charge at the mid-celestial deep-sea whale, it would be akin to courting death. Even the deep-sea whale would contemplate whether to consume him, worried that doing so might affect its own intelligence. Since the southern route was unfeasible, he would attempt the western waters of the Eastern Sea. Prompt. The western waters of the Eastern Sea are vast and relatively safe, however. 100,000 miles away, a dragon tribe lies in slumber. This direction is likely a dragon's habitat. The host may consider seeking their favor, for a serpent should not be underestimated. The West is indeed the domain of the dragon tribe. Lin Changsheng pondered deeply. Although the era of savage beasts was upon them, the might of the dragon tribe remained formidable. They were among the protagonists of the initial calamity following the savage beast tribulation. If he were to seek refuge with the dragon tribe now, he might indeed find protection. Yet, this thought was fleeting, swiftly dismissed by Lin Changsheng. Setting aside his foundation and strength, would he even garner attention upon reaching the dragon tribe? The fate of the dragon tribe foretold that he would never join their ranks. Continuing onward, with both directions proving unfeasible, he would explore the eastern waters of the Eastern Sea. Prompt. The eastern waters of the Eastern Sea, within 100,000 kilometers, are calm and serene, ideal for swimming and vacationing. Calm and serene? Lin Changsheng glanced at the sea, but did not make an immediate decision. Calm waters did not necessarily indicate safety. He decided to test another direction. Prompt. 70,000 kilometers north of the Eastern Sea, a golden-clawed crab guards a ripening, blood-red fruit. If the host wishes to launch a surprise attack, now is the opportune moment. Blood-red fruit. This is indeed a spirit fruit. Its exterior is a striking crimson, and upon consumption, one's blood seems to ignite with fervor. It possesses the ability to hasten the absorption of spiritual energy, thereby enabling a breakthrough through the barriers of cultivation realms. In the context of the celestial immortal realm, it is considered one of the most effective spirit fruits. Even if Lin Changsheng's foundation is lacking, consuming this blood fruit could grant him the opportunity to ascend to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. However, it is guarded by a golden-clawed crab. Although the prompt does not specify the crab's cultivation level, the current moment presents an opportune time for a stealth attack. His combat prowess should be comparable to that of the crab. After a brief contemplation, Lin Changsheng's massive serpentine form plunged into the ocean, swiftly propelling itself like a leviathan of the deep. The eastern seas are tranquil and serene, shrouded in mystery, while the northern expanse conceals the precious blood fruit. This is a fortuitous encounter. In the primordial wilderness, if one fails to seize opportunities for growth, even the possession of the 10 greatest talents will lead to limited future achievements. When the time to compete arises, one must exert every effort. Though engaging the golden-clawed crab is fraught with peril, the potential rewards render it worthwhile. 70,000 kilometers may seem distant, yet it is but a half-day's journey. From afar, Lin Changsheng could already detect an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. His blood surged with anticipation. The blood fruit was nearing maturity. Lin Changsheng's enormous serpentine head slowly emerged above the water surface. Within his view, on an island, a crab with formidable golden claws stood vigilant, scanning its surroundings. Those massive golden claws wielded terrifying power. Its shell was thick and impenetrable, boasting extraordinary defense. Should the battle prolong, Lin Changsheng could not guarantee he could slay the golden-clawed crab and claim the blood fruit without alarming other creatures. The prompt indicated that the shell on the crab's abdomen was softer compared to the rest, likely due to prior injuries that had since healed, suggesting that the host might boldly attempt an attack. Following the insights provided by the Eye of Insight, Lin Changsheng quickly scrutinized the crab. For a golden-clawed crab, the abdomen is typically the most fortified area, as peeling back the shell there reveals the coveted crab roe. Thus, the most vulnerable point is often the most fortified. Had it not been for the Eye of Insight's guidance, Lin Changsheng would never have focused on the crab's abdomen. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noted that the color of the abdominal shell was paler than the others. If this were the case, an unexpected strike could swiftly conclude the confrontation. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Changsheng's emerald serpent eyes. He endeavored to suppress his presence, gradually gliding toward the golden-clawed crab. As he drew nearer, the ever-vigilant crab seemed to sense Lin Changsheng's approach. With a powerful swipe, its enormous claws slashed towards the ocean's surface. Boom! The entire sea erupted into a column of water beneath its strike. Lin Changsheng's reaction was swift. His colossal serpentine tail lashed out toward the crab's abdomen. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the once impenetrable crab shell. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Lin Changsheng's eyes brightened, bolstering his confidence. What had begun as a tranquil island erupted into a fierce battle. Both Lin Changsheng and the crab were at the initial stage of the celestial immortal realm. Lacking any spiritual treasures, their combat abilities were relatively even. However, armed with the insights from the Eye of Insight, Lin Changsheng seized the initiative, gaining the upper hand from the outset. This advantage became increasingly pronounced as the battle intensified. The final exoskeleton of the golden-clawed crab was violently torn apart by Lin Changsheng's serpentine tail, leaving it motionless on the island. Lin Changsheng, too, was not in a better state. Numerous azure scales had shed from his body, and flesh was torn in many places, staining the surrounding seawater crimson. However, when Lin Changsheng beheld the blood fruit, all his suffering felt worthwhile. The fruit was now completely ripe. Ignoring his injuries, he swallowed the blood fruit whole. Yet he refrained from immediate refinement, for he needed a secure location first. He was unwilling to let his hard-earned gains fall into the hands of others. Fortunately, with the guidance of the Eye of Insight, he swiftly located a safe maritime region and descended into the depths of the ocean to begin the refinement of the blood fruit. The medicinal properties of the blood fruit melted within Lin Changsheng's body, causing his blood to surge rapidly. Soon, a vortex of spiritual energy was greedily absorbed by him. The scales that had fallen during the battle with the crab began to regenerate at an astonishing rate, and the torn flesh swiftly healed under the nurturing power of the medicine. His initial aura of an early celestial being was rapidly ascending. Time seemed to vanish as he practiced, and in the blink of an eye, several centuries had passed on that day. The once tranquil surface of the sea erupted into turmoil as the oppressive aura of a mid-celestial being flickered and vanished. Lin Changsheng finally awakened from his cultivation. Having successfully advanced to the mid-celestial stage, he opened his emerald serpent eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating them. Were it not for the prompt from the Eye of Insight, he could only wonder when he would have achieved such advancement. Simultaneously, he felt an increasing anticipation for his innate gift of supreme comprehension at the true immortal realm. Its very name suggested an enhancement of understanding, yet he was curious about just how supreme it truly was. If he could grasp certain divine abilities, battles would become considerably less arduous. Next, he sought to discern which direction might hold further opportunities. The prompt indicated that 20,000 kilometers to the west. A small innate restriction was about to manifest, but two late-stage celestial beings were already sensing it and lying in wait outside the restriction. Would the host be deterred by this? After centuries of searching, a new opportunity finally presented itself. Lin Changsheng's massive serpent head broke the surface of the ocean. The vastness of the primordial world stretched endlessly, the East Sea boundless and immeasurable. For centuries, apart from evading some formidable beings, as guided by the Eye of Insight, he had constantly shifted directions in search of prospects. Finally, the prompt indicated another opportunity, albeit it was but a small innate restriction. Such innate restrictions were always guarded by grand formations, concealed within the void. Unless one possessed extraordinary means, discovery was nearly impossible. Only when the energy of the grand formation waned would it emerge. Beings destined for fortune would subconsciously resonate with the treasures within the innate restriction, thereby obtaining their own opportunities. Clearly, the fortune within this innate restriction bore no relation to Lin Changsheng. It could be said that there was no connection whatsoever. The two late-stage celestial beings would inevitably clash due to the disappearance of the grand formation. Lin Changsheng mused to himself, wondering if he could play the role of the opportunistic fisherman once more. This fortune belonged to those two late-stage celestial beings, unnoticed by others, if he concealed himself in the shadows. Waiting for a fierce battle between the two to ensue, he might seize an opportunity. Yet, even if he could triumph over a wounded late-stage celestial being, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Fraught with peril, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Changsheng resolved to proceed. Without opportunities, he could only guess how long it might take to elevate himself to the true immortal realm. Risk and reward were intertwined. With this thought, Lin Changsheng began to swim toward the indicated direction. Time passed unmeasured, and Lin Changsheng soon sensed two auras belonging to late-stage celestial beings, warning others not to trespass into their territory. He refrained from acting recklessly, opting instead to commence his cultivation on the spot. Only when the two late-stage celestial beings engaged in battle would he find a chance to act. Approaching now would only invite their combined assault. In that moment, Lin Changsheng resembled a patient hunter, quietly waiting. The stillness was soon shattered by the chaotic fury of combat. A flicker of determination crossed Lin Changsheng's verdant serpent eyes as he slowly made his way toward the center of the fray. As he emerged, his serpent head broke the surface of the sea, taking in the entire scene before him. That moment, a colossal sea wolf, cloaked in blue fur, was locked in a fierce struggle with a sea lion sporting brown skin. Behind them lay a lush emerald expanse, rich in spiritual energy. Amongst it, a towering tree caught his attention, its canopy spread wide like an umbrella, its trunk twisting like a dragon. Hanging from the main trunk was a plump, Purple celestial fruit, an innate lower-grade spiritual fruit. Lin Changsheng's breath quickened. He had not anticipated such fortune for the sea wolf and sea lion, to have an innate lower-grade spiritual fruit manifest. Just this single fruit could undoubtedly elevate one to the true immortal realm. The innate treasures from the era of fierce beasts had yet to be extensively gathered, yet they remained exceedingly rare, especially in the barren East-S. encounter. Such an innate treasure was indeed a significant opportunity. Lin Changsheng gulped down several mouthfuls of seawater, perplexed as to why he was inferior to these two beings. Steadying his mind, he continued to observe the roots of the giant tree. A misty, umbrella-like spiritual treasure spun gracefully, with quintessence of the 5 elements cascading down, creating a mesmerizing spectacle as its radiance burst forth in innate spiritual treasure. In Lin Changsheng's emerald serpent-like eyes, a fierce glimmer of avarice flickered. This was indeed a primordial spiritual treasure, an entity nurtured by the very essence of heaven and earth. The IT contained the indestructible primordial spirit light, as long as it was not utterly obliterated. This inherent light could gradually restore it. This is precisely what renders primordial treasures superior to those acquired through postnatal means. For beings of equivalent realms, their combat prowess hinges upon the treasures they possess and their supernatural abilities. If one among the two celestial beings in their later stages had a primordial treasure of the lower grade, the battle would have concluded with overwhelming dominance long ago. Thus, not only are primordial objects formidable, but they are also exceedingly rare. It was utterly unexpected to encounter a primordial treasure of such caliber here. Regardless of the circumstances, this opportunity must not be squandered, but a frenzied glint danced in Lin Changsheng's pupils. The primordial spiritual fruit and the primordial treasure, either would warrant his intervention. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly calmed his tumultuous emotions. Lin Changsheng turned his gaze to the fierce struggle between the sea wolf and the sea lion. Despite their deadly clash, both creatures were instinctively distancing themselves from his location. Simultaneously, a fragment of their spiritual awareness remained vigilant over the nascent primordial restriction. Should the sixth elder dare to act stealthily, they would immediately cease their combat and unleash a devastating counterattack. The current course of action was clear. Wait. The moment the victor emerged would present the optimal opportunity to strike, guided by the hints of the Eye of Insight. Lin Changsheng concealed himself in the weak spots of the spiritual awareness enveloping the two beings. This strategy not only allowed him to evade detection, but also positioned him for a swift dash to seize the primordial treasures. As time progressed, the two celestial beings in their later stages unleashed their full might amidst the chaotic battle. Tempted by the allure of the primordial spiritual fruit and treasure, both yearned to claim them for themselves. The longer the fight dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for them. The cacophony of combat resonated through the air, painting the waters crimson with blood. The overwhelming might of the two celestial beings reached its zenith. If this trend continued, victory would soon be determined. Lin Changsheng cast a glance, his mind beginning to devise an escape route, for he was likely to face the wrath of a celestial being in the later stage. At that moment, he surveyed other directions, each offering distinct hints. Hint: the eastern sea within 100,000 miles is calm and serene. Consider a thrilling escape. Hint: to the south, 6,000 kilometers away, 2 mid-stage celestial sea centipedes are engaged in shameless acts. It is strongly recommended that the host intervene. Hint: to the west, a more formidable being appears to be resting. Unless one wishes for demise, it is best to avoid this direction. Hint: to the north lies a dense fog, shrouded in mystery. Within this fog, no spiritual energy exists, obscuring all senses and making it easy to become lost. Each direction held its own revelations. The east, tranquil and still, indeed seemed suitable for a swift escape. However, as a mid-stage celestial being, he would struggle to evade a pursuer of the later stage in such an environment, even if that celestial being bore injuries. Thus, this direction was ill-advised as for the south. It was best to forego that option as well. Should he interrupt the 2 sea centipedes, he would likely find himself pursued. The west, cautioned against even by the Eye of Insight, was even more perilous. This left only the north. A dense fog, and the loss of all senses. Could it be the Sea of Lost Souls? The Sea of Lost Souls was somewhat known among beings dwelling in the Eastern Sea. It is a mysterious expanse, appearing and disappearing at will, with locations that change randomly. Its most notable feature is the pervasive fog. Within this fog, spiritual awareness is rendered ineffective, and in areas of thick cover, no spiritual energy can be felt. Beings who mistakenly wander into the fog might find their fortunes favorable enough to escape, while others may languish in the fog, awaiting its eventual dissipation, with no fixed timeline for when that might occur. Just as Lin Changsheng was lost in thought, the uproar of battle reached its climax, then gradually subsided. One celestial being's oppressive aura waned rapidly as the victor emerged. Lin Changsheng hastily turned his gaze. He beheld the sea wolf of the later celestial stage sinking its teeth into the sea lion's fatal spot. And no matter how the sea lion struggled, it was futile. Yet, the sea wolf was not unscathed. Wounds marred its body, including a gaping gash in its abdomen. Despite this, the excitement in the sea wolf's eyes was unmistakable. The primordial spiritual fruit and treasure were within its grasp. I could see that moment. A colossal azure serpent emerged from the depths of the sea. Lin Changsheng, who had awaited this opportunity. Damn it, there is a sixth elder. This chance belongs to me. No one shall take it. The sea wolf began to gather its magical energy to strike down the serpent. Just then, the sea lion, on the brink of death, unleashed its final surge of power. Even in death, it could not allow the sea wolf to prevail unscathed. The sea wolf, though reluctant, could not afford to be careless and resolved to eliminate the sea lion first. Lin Changsheng dared not look back. He seized the primordial spiritual fruit and treasure, dashing towards the north. The Sea of Lost Souls, while a perilous domain for others, posed no threat to him with the eye of insight guiding his way. After a prolonged flight, Lin Changsheng suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent behind him. The sea wolf was in pursuit. Even injured, a celestial being in the later stage was not to be underestimated. Without a doubt, Lin Changsheng could discern the sea wolf's frenzied intent, laced with contempt. The sea wolf, aware that prolonging the chase was disadvantageous, disregarded its wounds and unleashed its magical energy towards Lin Changsheng. Feeling the terrifying force, Lin Changsheng concentrated all his magical energy to shield himself, and a thunderous explosion erupted, sending towering columns of water hundreds of feet into the air. Lin Changsheng felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, nearly shattering his serpent heart. Were it not for the sea wolf's injuries, that strike could have reduced him to mere shreds. Even so, Lin Changsheng sustained considerable damage. However, he dared not pause. He harnessed the residual force to hasten his escape. After an indeterminate time, a faint mist began to rise from the seemingly endless sea. The surroundings grew hazy and indistinct, and the once abundant primordial spiritual energy thinned. The Sea of Lost Souls was drawing near. Lin Changsheng's expression brightened, and without hesitation, he plunged into the mist. Though the fog was light, his spiritual awareness was far less effective than in the external world. The pursuing sea wolf, realizing this, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed him in. He could not relinquish the primordial treasures so easily. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the fog thickened, rendering his spiritual awareness utterly ineffective. At last, he felt a temporary sense of safety, upon sensing that the divine consciousness behind him had vanished. Lin Changsheng finally let out a sigh of relief. He tested his talent, the Eye of Insight, and found that it remained fully operational. Not only that, but under the Eye of Insight, his vision was unobstructed. Glancing at the gathered spiritual fruits and treasures, Lin Changsheng chose not to refine them immediately, as he had not yet completely extricated himself from danger. He had seized the opportunity from the sea wolf, creating a causal link. Coupled with the ominous aura of calamity, an unseen connection still bound them, and he would inevitably confront this fate. Lin Changsheng wished to avoid being ambushed during his seclusion. With the assistance of the dense fog and the absence of innate spiritual energy to absorb, and considering the sea wolf's significant injuries, he felt quite confident. With the aid of the Eye of Insight, Lin Changsheng began to launch a series of ambushes against the incoming sea wolf. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, He struck swiftly and retreated, refusing to engage in prolonged combat. The late-stage Celestial Sea Wolf was incited into a frenzy by Lin Changsheng's cunning tactics. Yet this rage proved futile. Ultimately, under Lin Changsheng's relentless assaults, it was reduced to a rain of blood within the Lost Sea. Although Lin Changsheng sustained some injuries, he possessed innate spiritual fruits that not only healed his wounds, but also enabled him to break through to a higher realm. He delved deeper into the Lost Sea, and after confirming that all four directions were free of danger with the Eye of Insight, he swallowed the innate spiritual fruit in one gulp. The surging medicinal power transformed into torrents of innate spiritual energy that coursed through Lin Changsheng's body. He promptly began to refine this energy in the timeless expanse of the primal world, where cultivation knows no years. A blink of an eye saw a millennium pass. On this day, a pressure reminiscent of the early true immortal stage erupted within the Lost Sea. Truly, this was the low-grade innate spiritual fruit, propelling my cultivation to the early true immortal realm. Lin Changsheng exclaimed in delight. His serpentine form, once several meters long, now surged to nearly 1,000 meters. The azure scales became even denser and more resilient. The pressure of the early true immortal stage far surpassed that of the celestial realm. While the elevation in his cultivation brought Lin Changsheng great joy, he was even more exhilarated by the potential of the innate talents that came with the true immortal realm. The Eye of Insight in the celestial realm had granted him warnings to avoid danger and acquire numerous resources. What monumental assistance could the innate talents of the true immortal realm bestow upon him? Just as Lin Changsheng was filled with anticipation, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Second talent. Supreme Comprehension. Unlocked. Supreme Comprehension. Your understanding has reached the pinnacle, allowing you to see through appearances and grasp the essence. With the potential to enter a state of enlightenment at any moment, enabling the comprehension of various divine abilities and laws. Friendly reminder. Supreme Comprehension not only aids the host in grasping divine abilities, but also enhances the foundation. Truly, a top-tier talent among the 10 supreme gifts. Merely the enhancement of my foundation is enough to defy the heavens. As Supreme Comprehension was unlocked, a surge of energy from the void poured into Lin Changsheng's body. Instantly, he felt his mind clear and his thoughts broaden. Once obscure and perplexing cultivation issues became crystal clear in the depths of his being. Lin Changsheng sensed a shift in his fortune. This feeling was profoundly mysterious. Accompanying the infusion of this energy, Lin Changsheng's foundation underwent a continuous transformation, from innate upper grade to innate top grade. This was far from the end. Chaotic Demon God Foundation continued evolving until it reached the apex of the Chaotic Demon God Foundation. The power of this supreme comprehension talent was truly overwhelming, and my current foundation has surpassed that of the 3 pure ones, and Hong Jun, even the chaotic demon god from the Primordial Era, pales in comparison to me. Lin Changsheng exclaimed with excitement. Initially troubled by his foundation, he had not anticipated that a single talent from the true immortal realm would elevate it to the level of the top-tier chaotic demon god. Truly, this is a remarkable talent. Furthermore, this talent not only enhances his foundation, but also allows him to enter enlightenment at will, grasping divine abilities and laws. What an extraordinary boon! However, he needed to find an opportunity to test it out. After his joy, Lin Changsheng turned his attention to the low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It was time to refine this innate treasure. With the presence of a spiritual treasure, his combat power would increase significantly. He was curious about how many innate prohibitions this low-grade treasure contained. Both innate and acquired treasures harbor prohibitions within them. The number of prohibitions determines the power of treasures of the same grade. Moreover, only by completely refining the prohibitions within the treasure can one use it freely and unleash its true potential. The low-grade innate spiritual treasure contains between 1 to 12 prohibitions. Exceeding 12 innate prohibitions would classify it as an innate middle-grade treasure. Lin Changsheng enveloped the umbrella-shaped low-grade, innate spiritual treasure with his divine consciousness. The capabilities of this treasure unfolded in his mind. The 5 elements azure fall umbrella. Once summoned, it can descend with the energies of the 5 elements, green, yellow, red, black, and white, defending the wielder. The ceaseless flow of five-element energy renders the defenses unbreakable. It astonishingly possesses 12 innate prohibitions. Lin Changsheng exclaimed with excitement. 12 innate prohibitions are considered top tier among low-grade innate treasures. This harvest is truly monumental. Without any hesitation, Lin Changsheng began to refine this low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Using his own magical power and divine consciousness, he commenced the analysis of the innate prohibitions. With the foundation of a top-tier chaotic demon god, Lin Changsheng effortlessly refined the initial prohibitions. In the blink of an eye, over 600 years had passed. The five elements azure fall umbrella, which once radiated with the ethereal energies of the five elements, now became more subdued. At a glance, it appeared unremarkable. Simultaneously, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. Yet his realm was still too low. He had only refined 8 layers of innate prohibitions. The refinement of treasures is closely tied to one's realm. With only the magical power of the early true immortal stage, it was impossible for Lin Changsheng to refine the low-grade innate spiritual treasure in one go. However, even with just 8 layers of innate prohibitions refined, he could utilize most of the treasure's functionalities. Lin Changsheng was keen to test the capabilities of this low-grade innate spiritual treasure. With a thought, he infused it with magical power. The subdued five elements azure fall umbrella began to spin rapidly. The once palm-sized umbrella expanded in the wind, overshadowing the sky and blocking the sun. Resting above Lin Changsheng's head, an endless stream of five-element energy cascaded down, illuminating the void with hues of green, yellow, red, black, and white. Not bad. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction as he observed the five-element energy from the low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Insights began to dawn upon him, leading him into a state of enlightenment. Initially aiming to test the power of the five elements azure fall umbrella, he unexpectedly found himself engulfed in enlightenment. Bolstered by the supreme comprehension, he comprehended the divine ability of the five elements escape technique from the five-element energy. Time passed, though Lin Changsheng could not tell how long it had been before he emerged from his epiphany. The five elements azure fall umbrella, lacking magical support, returned to his body. Truly, the supreme comprehension is incredibly powerful. It directly enabled me to grasp a divine ability. Lin Changsheng's expression brightened. This was an escape-type divine ability. Once unleashed, he could transform into five-element energy, becoming elusive and intangible. With this ability, even facing beings of the mid-true immortal stage, he now felt confident in his ability to escape. With this divine ability, Lin Changsheng was eager to try it out, freely traversing the lost in the blink of an eye. His massive serpentine form could glide over tens of thousands of miles. However, the consumption of magical power was rapid. After merely a few uses, Lin Changsheng decided to pause. It was time to prepare to leave the lost sea. This recent harvest has left Lin Changsheng immensely satisfied with the heavenly treasures and the five elements escape technique at his disposal. As long as he refrains from courting death and avoids provoking beings of the late true immortal stage, concerns for his safety should be negligible. With this thought in mind, Lin Changsheng activated his insightful eye to survey his surroundings. Indeed, there were no formidable beings within the sea of lost souls. However, when he turned his gaze eastward, the prompt from his insightful eye left Lin Changsheng momentarily stunned. Prompt: at a distance of 200,000 kilometers, there lies a concealed, large-scale, innate array. The mist here appears to be emanating from this innate array, and it is advised that the host refrain from approaching, as witnessing the host gain benefits is quite unbearable. A concealed, large-scale, innate array. Lin Changsheng could not help but feel his heart race. His spiritual fruits and treasures have been seized from a small innate array. If he could enter this innate array, the potential rewards were beyond imagination. In the past, he would not have dared to even contemplate such a notion. However, circumstances had changed. With his peak comprehension, anything seemed possible. With this thought, Lin Changsheng immediately employed the five elements escape technique to hasten his journey towards the 200,000 kilometers distant location. Moments later, the mist grew denser, rendering any innate spiritual energy imperceptible. According to the prompt, this should be the place. Lin Changsheng scanned the area, finding no trace of the innate array. It was no surprise. As if the innate array had not exhausted its energy and had not yet revealed itself, it would remain undetectable. Lin Changsheng remained unperturbed and directly activated his insightful eye ability to pierce through illusions. In the previously empty void, a resplendent innate array materialized before Lin Changsheng's eyes, resembling an inverted giant bowl. It was boundless, with no end in sight. Such a vast, innate array. Lin Changsheng was taken aback. It must be at least several million kilometers in size, truly terrifying. This was the epitome of great fortune. One could only say that fate had not favored him, and everything relied on the system. You have observed the innate array and are beginning to comprehend its operational principles. His exceptional comprehension once again plunged Lin Changsheng into a state of enlightenment. A mysterious aura emanated from him. Although he was seated above the sea, he appeared as a mere phantom, flickering in and out of existence. After an indeterminate amount of time, he became radiant and subsequently vanished from his original location. You have grasped the principles of the array. 1. To his astonishment, he had actually comprehended the principles of the array. Lin Changsheng awakened from his state of enlightenment. This was a principle, something only cultivators of the golden immortal level and above could perceive and cultivate. He never expected that a mere true immortal like himself would begin to understand the power of principles. Truly, I am remarkable. The abilities conferred by my peak comprehension are extraordinarily formidable. However, after the initial excitement, Lin Changsheng quickly regained his composure. Although he had comprehended the first principle of the array, his cultivation base was still too low. It would be impossible to leverage or utilize the power of the principles at this stage. The principles of the array resembled a seed of knowledge, awaiting Lin Changsheng's ascension to the golden immortal realm for rapid understanding. Nevertheless, even this was sufficiently extraordinary. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Changsheng realized he had entered an unfamiliar space. His sudden enlightenment had not only allowed him to grasp the principles of the array, but had also assimilated him into the innate array, granting him access to its internal space. The innate spiritual energy here was at least hundreds of times denser than that of the outside world, nearly reaching a liquid state. Merely taking a few breaths made it feel as though the barriers of his cultivation realm were loosening. Various innate spiritual plants and divine minerals were scattered about, marking this as a top-tier paradise. When Lin Changsheng beheld the inscriptions on a stone tablet, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "I cannot believe I have found this place." When Pangu, the great god, split the heavens and the earth, countless shards of chaos scattered across the Honghuang continent. These chaos fragments, large and small, transformed into innate spiritual energy upon landing in Honghuang. Most becoming exceptional paradises. Among these, the 3 immortal islands were particularly renowned: Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fengsuan, each a top-tier paradise. Think that I have stumbled upon Penglai Island. Lin Changsheng exclaimed in shock, that if memory serves, Penglai Island was not to appear until after Hong Jun achieved sainthood. That time, it would be granted to the southern immortal, Dong Wang Gong, who would establish the Zifu prefecture there. Unfortunately, due to Dong Wang Gong's excessive pride, he disregarded even the demon race and ultimately met his demise at the hands of Dijuan. Subsequently, Penglai Island gradually faded from the eyes of Honghuang. Lin Changsheng had inadvertently discovered Penglai Island. It turned out that the Sea of Lost Souls lacked innate spiritual energy because the innate array of Penglai Island was continuously absorbing it, accelerating the transformation of chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy. Lin Changsheng gazed upon the innate array, inhaling and exhaling, as an immensely rich innate spiritual energy surged forth from Penglai Island. With each transformation, the innate array seemed to manifest intricate array patterns. If this absorption speed could be converted into a cultivation technique, a gleam of enlightenment flickered in Lin Changsheng's eyes. You have observed the process of the innate array absorbing innate spiritual energy, leading to profound insights, and have entered a state of enlightenment. His peak comprehension was indeed astounding. Everything around him seemed to unravel its mysteries before Lin Changsheng's discerning gaze. 500 years passed. and Lin Changsheng remained in a state of enlightenment. He seemed to have transformed into a minuscule vortex, voraciously absorbing innate spiritual energy. Compared to his previous self-cultivation, this speed was at least several dozen times faster. However, this speed fluctuated between rapid and slow, proving to be quite unstable. 2,000 years elapsed. Lin Changsheng continued in his state of enlightenment. Yet compared to before, his absorption of innate spiritual energy had stabilized, increasing to several hundred times the previous rate. Simultaneously, his cultivation levels steadily progressed unbeknownst to him. 5,000 years passed. Lin Changsheng had now transformed into a storm of spiritual energy. The surrounding innate spiritual energy surged into his body at an alarming rate, now elevated to a terrifying several thousand times. You have comprehended the technique of spiritual energy transformation from the enlightenment gained through absorbing innate spiritual energy from the innate array. Think this moment of enlightenment would consume 5,000 years. Lin Changsheng emerged from his state of enlightenment. The saying in the vastness of Honghuang, time is irrelevant. Cultivation knows no age, was indeed not an exaggeration. The higher one's cultivation, the more common it was to spend several yuan meetings in secluded comprehension. Yet this harvest was monumental. With the cultivation technique now in his possession, his cultivation speed would experience a tremendous boost. The only drawback was that this technique could only be cultivated to the Great Luo level for now. This was not due to the limitations of his peak comprehension, but rather his low cultivation base. Have comprehended the Great Luo level was already an impressive feat once his cultivation base increased. This technique could be further developed and enhanced. His cultivation level had unexpectedly reached the late Xian immortal stage. Lin Changsheng cast a glance at his cultivation realm, but soon felt at ease. After all, his foundation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the chaos demonic god level. So even without deliberate cultivation, progress was inevitable. However, the rich innate spiritual energy of Penglai Immortal Island, combined with the profound techniques acquired during moments of enlightenment, allows for an elevation of cultivation to the late stage of Xianxian, which is quite reasonable. In contrast, under previous circumstances, it would have been utterly impossible to reach the late stage of Jinxian even after 50,000 years. The sensation of rapid cultivation is undeniably exquisite, enabling spontaneous insights into the laws of divine powers at any moment. The enhancement of one's cultivation flows effortlessly. This silky sensation is truly irresistible. Thus, he continues his training, striving to ascend to the golden immortal realm in one breath. With the Lingqi transformation technique at his disposal, he possesses complete confidence in this endeavor. Upon reaching the golden immortal realm, he will be able to transform into a human form, at which point he can begin to comprehend the laws of the universe. His combat prowess will also see a significant increase. In the context of the primordial world, he will no longer be considered at the bottom of the hierarchy. After all, we are currently in the era of the Beast Calamity, where Deluo Golden Immortal is regarded as a top-tier powerhouse. At this moment, Lin Changsheng can hardly contain his excitement and wishes to exclaim, "I adore cultivation." Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Third talent. Flawless body, unlocked. Flawless body, pure and unblemished. A crystal-like form, untouched by the web of causality, free from the taint of slaughter, impervious to the calculations of sages. That a friendly reminder. It is uncertain whether the flawless state must be maintained in a serpentine form. The host is encouraged to explore boldly. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Changsheng's serpentine eyes, as he almost forgot about this talent. It turns out that the system had withheld the unlocking of talents to avoid disrupting Lin Changsheng's path to enlightenment. Now that he has completed his enlightenment, the talent is naturally unlocked. A wondrous energy began to cleanse Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. He could even perceive several strands of causal lines attached to him. These causal lines were directly erased, resulting in a complete severance from causality. Simultaneously, a mass of calamity energy was purified. Indeed, under the calamity, the lower beings like them would inevitably face reckoning. With the eradication of the calamity energy and causal lines, Lin Changsheng felt an unprecedented lightness in his primordial spirit. The burdensome sensation had entirely vanished. His primordial spirit was clear, and his thoughts were unimpeded. Truly, the flawless body is remarkable, Lin Changsheng marveled. With this talent, he need not fear falling into a killing calamity even if he departs from Penglai Immortal Island. Moreover, even sages cannot deduce his fate by a fraction. The significance of this talent is equally substantial. The flawless body renders Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit lucid, making it the perfect time for cultivation. Lin Changsheng activated his techniques, transforming into a tempest of spiritual power, voraciously absorbing the innate spiritual energy into his being. With the metamorphosis of his foundation, augmented by the support of his techniques, Lin Changsheng's cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of Xianxian. Within a millennium, that a further step would lead him to attain the golden immortal realm and take on human form. 3,000 years swiftly passed. The previously tranquil Lin Changsheng erupted with an overwhelming aura of power. An essence of immortality surged forth, scattering the spiritual tempest momentarily. S brilliance surged. His massive, serpentine body began to shrink rapidly. This was a sign of his impending transformation into a golden immortal. The golden immortal represents immortality, transcending the six paths. When beings of the primordial world cultivate to the golden immortal realm, they generally opt to transform into a human form for continued training. However, this transformation differs significantly from the postnatal human race. This brings to mind the Great Pangu. The Great Pangu was inherently human-shaped, having carved out the primordial world from chaos. His human form resonated profoundly with the operations of the primordial realm, thus accelerating his cultivation speed after transformation. This is why beings choose to comprehend the will of heaven and transform upon reaching the golden immortal realm. At this moment, Lin Changsheng, having cultivated to the golden immortal realm, was on the brink of transformation. Under the radiant light, his colossal serpentine form gradually diminished. His once azure scales morphed into a cerulean robe, and his long red hair cascaded down his back. His visage became handsome and enchanting, with a striking red serpentine pattern adorning his forehead. Finally, he had reached the golden immortal realm. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, and an infinite brilliance of spiritual laws flickered and vanished. In the depths of his being, it seemed as if he resonated with the laws of the heavenly path. In the golden immortal realm, he could commence his comprehension of these laws and wield their power. Compared to the Xianxian realm, it was a world apart. Furthermore, the golden immortal realm serves as a significant dividing line. Countless beings of the primordial world spend their entire lives striving yet fail to reach the golden immortal realm. In a mere few tens of thousands of years, Lin Changsheng leapt from the bottom of the food chain, the celestial immortal, to become a formidable golden immortal, a feat attributable to the talent system. At that moment, a talent belonging to the golden immortal realm was unlocked. Fourth talent. The way rewards diligence. Unlocked. The way rewards diligence. Your hard work and comprehension have captured the attention of the Great Way, granting you some seeds of its laws, which shall remain vigilant over you. A friendly reminder. Whether the host is diligent or not is known solely to them. Do not neglect cultivation simply because of the Great Way's attention. As for the number of law seeds received, it depends on the host's fortune. Have attracted the attention of the Great Way is truly remarkable. Lin Changsheng was astonished by this newfound talent. After the Great Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the Great Way receded, and the heavenly path commenced its operations. This made the cultivation of the Great Way exceedingly arduous. However, the might of the Great Way is undeniable. If one can cultivate the Great Way, their future power and achievements will be limitless. Yet he wondered how many seeds of the Great Way he would receive this time. In that moment, Lin Changsheng felt as though a gaze of ancient desolation from the outer cosmos fell upon him. It then transformed into countless stars that merged into his primordial spirit, the Tao of pills, the Tao of yin and yang, the Tao of causality, the Tao of artifacts, the Tao of swords. A total of 5 seeds of the Great Way appeared deep within Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit, awaiting his cultivation and comprehension to allow these 5 seeds to sprout and grow. Not bad. Lin Changsheng was exceedingly pleased to have 5 types of the Great Way. The Tao of pills would enable him to concoct various elixirs, reaching the pinnacle of mastery, using the heavens and earth as his furnace, directly refining his enemies. The Tao of yin and yang is said to rank among the top 10 of the 3,000 great ways. Once deployed, it disrupts the balance of yin and yang, exhibiting overwhelming power. The Tao of Causality is also a highly ranked path, with its lethal force being no less formidable. The Tao of Artifacts pertains to the crafting of spiritual treasures, promising vast potential. Just imagine confronting an enemy equipped with innate spiritual artifacts. How despairing that must be for them. The Tao of Swords, a weapon of slaughter since ancient times, promises to be yet another ace up Lin Changsheng's sleeve, provided he dedicates himself to its cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to first cultivate the laws of formations before delving into these great ways. Lin Changsheng thoroughly enjoyed the process of cultivation. With a top-tier chaotic demon as his foundation and exceptional insight, each session of training brought about monumental transformations. The laws of formations were insights he had previously gleaned from observing the innate great formations. However, at the time, he was merely at the true immortal realm and had not grasped them profoundly. Now, having ascended to the golden immortal realm, it was the perfect moment for him to re-immerse himself in this understanding. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Changsheng swiftly entered a state of enlightenment. His comprehension of the laws of formations deepened in the blink of an eye. A decade passed. Lin Changsheng, originally seated on the ground, seemed to have vanished entirely. Though he remained in place, it was as if he had become part of the innate great formation. It was neither a formation nor complete understanding. It was the very essence of the laws. One could only marvel at the profundity of the laws. After a decade of comprehension, he had barely reached a mere 20 of its depth. However, the unexpected resonance with this innate great formation was indeed a delightful surprise. Lin Changsheng once again opened his eyes, although his comprehension of the laws of formations had only risen to 20. This modest increment was sufficient to significantly enhance his utilization of formation techniques. Every gesture and movement subtly contained the principles of formations, enabling him to set up attacks and concealment formations at any moment. Moreover, he could swiftly comprehend and dismantle certain formations. This retreat yielded more than just this single gain. Another monumental achievement was that Lin Changsheng had resonated with the innate formation of Penglai Island. This meant that even if he were to leave Penglai Island, he could still sense its location and enter without obstruction. It was as if, before the emergence of Penglai Island, it had already become Lin Changsheng's personal sanctuary. After reawakening his understanding of the laws of formations, Lin Changsheng began to grasp the great Tao, starting with the Tao of alchemy. The ethereal image of the heavenly furnace appeared in the void, and the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Soon, 30,000 years passed, and his comprehension of the Tao of alchemy ascended to 8. Indeed, understanding the great Tao proved far more challenging than mastering the laws. The mysteries of the golden elixir were profound and lingering. With his eyes now open, Lin Changsheng marveled at the great Tao, as he simultaneously comprehended the formula for the 9 transformations golden elixir. He was now fully capable of refining elixirs to enhance his cultivation. It was only through the continuous refinement of elixirs that he could deepen his understanding of the Tao of alchemy. Continuing onward, Lin Changsheng pursued the second great Tao, the Tao of yin and yang. In no time, the essence of the Tao of yin and yang radiated around him in a dance of black and white light. The yin-yang fish spun slowly, with the dual energies circulating, embodying the cycle of life and death. After another 30,000 years, Lin Changsheng's comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang also reached 8. Simultaneously, he derived a formidable combat technique from the Tao of yin and yang, the yin-yang grinding disc. This technique, once unleashed, dictated the fate of life and death beneath the grinding disc, a true trump card in his arsenal. Elated by this unexpected gain, Lin Changsheng continued to delve into the remaining 3 great Taos. The time spent on each was comparable, and the depths of understanding were similarly profound. The Tao of cause and effect also revealed to him the technique of cause and effect transplantation. This allowed him to transfer his own causes and effects to his enemies or vice versa. It is known that every living being, upon its birth, is intertwined with numerous threads of cause and effect, which chart their destinies. To transplant, these causes equated to intertwining with the life trajectories of those beings. While not an offensive technique, its implications were undeniably extraordinary. However, there were limitations. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they could not bear the weight of cause and effect and would face backlash. Yet for Lin Changsheng, such concerns were non-existent. An immaculate body. Even if he were to transplant causes, he would remain unbound by them. He could extricate himself from these entanglements at will. The Tao of artifacts enabled Lin Changsheng to master the art of crafting magical tools. As long as he possessed adequate materials, he could forge potent spiritual treasures. This skill alone would make him highly sought after in the vast expanse of the primal world. If only he could acquire the Qian Kuan cauldron, he would then be able to ceaselessly refine innate spiritual treasures. The Qian Kuan cauldron, a treasure of defense, could also elevate postnatal treasures to innate status when placed within it. According to the conventional narrative, the Qian Kuan cauldron was obtained by Hong Jun. However, given the timeline, Hong Jun should not have acquired it at this moment, leaving Lin Changsheng with a glimmer of opportunity. Lastly, the Tao of Sword, that a single sword's gleam could chill 19 continents, its aura spanning myriad miles. Lin Changsheng's swordplay was born from the great Tao, culminating in the sword technique White Rainbow, piercing the yang. Should he wield an innate sword-type treasure, its might would be greatly amplified. The 5 great Taos and 1 law of power consumed over 100,000 years of Lin Changsheng's time. To a cultivator, this duration was insignificant, which is why the primal world does not keep track of time. Having spent considerable time on Penglai Island, it was now time for him to explore further, as there might be other opportunities awaiting him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Changsheng activated his 5 elements escape technique, leaping through the air for thousands of kilometers upon reaching the golden immortal realm. His 5 elements escape technique significantly increased in potency. Nevertheless, even with the speed, it took him quite a while to thoroughly explore the entirety of Penglai Island. As a premier blessed land, its resources were unimaginably abundant. Firstly, the innate spiritual energy was so concentrated that it had begun to liquefy. Lin Changsheng observed multiple pools of spiritual liquid and even found numerous instances of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk, even with his prior cultivation base. Consuming this 10,000-year-old spiritual milk could potentially elevate him to the golden immortal realm. Beyond the innate spiritual energy, although the duration of Penglai Island's existence remained a mystery, various herbs, aged over millions of years, were plentiful. Lin Changsheng noted dozens of the medicinal ingredients listed in the formula for the 9 transformations golden elixir and promptly collected them. However, he exercised restraint, as long as the roots were not damaged. These herbs could regenerate. This place might very well become his future sanctuary, and thus, it must remain unspoiled. In addition to the innate spiritual roots, there were numerous veins of celestial gold. Once revealed, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the primal world. Lin Changsheng suddenly halted on a primordial spiritual root. A fragment no larger than a fingernail radiated with primordial spiritual light. The surface of the fragment bore incomplete patterns of the great Tao. Lin Changsheng conjured a colossal hand of magic to grasp the fragment. As his consciousness invaded, he instantly received information about the fragment. It was indeed a shard of the creation jade tablet. What a treasure! Lin Changsheng exclaimed joyously that a complete shard of the creation jade tablet is a chaos-grade treasure. When Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he wielded the creation jade tablet above his head, stood upon the chaos Qinglian, and wielded the heaven-opening divine axe. What grandeur! Unfortunately, the creation jade tablet could not withstand the force of creation and shattered into numerous fragments scattered throughout the primal world. Even in its fragmented state, it contained the essence of 3,000 great Taos and various divine abilities. Before Hong Jun achieved sainthood, he obtained a large piece of the creation jade tablet shard and comprehended its profound mysteries. It was uncertain what secrets this particular shard held. Lin Changsheng began the process of refining it. Although it was merely a fragment the size of a fingernail, with his exceptional comprehension and background, it took him several thousand years to fully refine it. Oh, his astonishment! He discovered a great Tao within it, alongside the 36 heavenly dipper techniques. Not BAD, in this minuscule fragment lies the essence of the dream path. Dreamlike and ethereal. Life is but a dream, and dreams mirror life. By harnessing this singular path to its utmost potential, one could indeed substitute dreams for reality. As for the 36 heavenly gang methods, they represent 36 forms of divine abilities. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng entered a state of closed meditation to comprehend these teachings. Fragments of the creation jade tablet hovered above his head, scattering the luminescence of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, over 30,000 years passed. The profound rhythms of the great Tao within Lin Changsheng expanded to encompass the dream path. Before him, an illusory space seemed to materialize, continuously radiating outward. Any living being nearby would inevitably be drawn into this dreamscape. Within this dream, Lin Changsheng was an absolute deity, exerting dominion over all existence. However, his current level of comprehension remained insufficient. Should his understanding of the laws deepen, he could create within the dream, blurring the lines between the real and the imagined, allowing everything around to be replaced by dreams. Creatures dwelling within might never realize they were merely ensnared in a grand illusion. Next, Lin Changsheng began to fathom the 36 heavenly gang methods. These methods include the manipulation of creation, the inversion of yin and yang, the shifting of stars, the return of the sun, summoning rain and wind, shaking mountains, riding clouds, transforming rivers into land, commanding golden light from the earth, stirring oceans, solidifying the ground, the great escape of the 5 elements, the peculiar gates of the 6, foreseeing the future, moving mountains and stones, resurrecting the dead, soaring through the air, calming breaths, extracting the primordial yang, subduing dragons and tigers, mending the heavens and bathing the sun, pushing mountains and filling seas, turning stone to gold, standing without shadow, altering forms and sizes, blossoms blooming in an instant, guiding spirits and commanding chi, perceiving beyond barriers, reversing winds and fire, mastering the 5 thunders, contracting the abyss and shrinking the earth, flying sand and moving stones, surmounting mountains and seas, transforming beings into soldiers and the 7 arrows of the nailhead. Each of the 36 divine abilities, when wielded appropriately, is immensely formidable. Following the calamity of the witch and the demon, both the 36 heavenly gang methods and the 72 earthly fiend methods have become quite prevalent. Any disciple of a sage can cultivate these powers. However, one must not forget that we are currently in an era of monstrous calamities. Without foundational techniques, the path of cultivation is shrouded in ignorance, relying solely on exploration. Thus, the value of these 36 divine abilities is monumental, especially for beings of lesser rank who lack even companion spirit treasures. They are truly treasures. Consequently, Lin Changsheng resolved to perfect these 36 divine abilities before emerging from seclusion. The manipulation of creation, to navigate the mysteries of heaven and earth, to conjure existence from non-existence, to transform death into life. Soon, an enigmatic sensation enveloped Lin Changsheng, akin to that of a creator. His level of comprehension advanced from minor to major, ultimately reaching perfection. The subsequent inversion of yin and yang allowed him to turn night into day and day into night. Before long, the space surrounding Lin Changsheng was engulfed in darkness, only to be illuminated as bright as day. Thus, one after another, the divine abilities fell under his mastery. In a short span, tens of thousands of years elapsed. The 36 abilities coalesced into symbols, penetrating Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. At this point, the 36 heavenly gang methods were entirely perfected. That I have attained the golden immortal realm. Relying solely on the innate spiritual energy here to break through is rather sluggish. Instead, I might venture into the primordial chaos to seek rare, celestial materials and treasures. Forging elixirs. Alchemy not only expedites the elevation of his cultivation, but also enhances his understanding of the Tao of elixirs. It is indeed a dual benefit. Moreover, during this era of monstrous calamities, many renowned, innate spiritual treasures remain unclaimed. These are fortuitous opportunities. Now that he has mastered the 36 heavenly gang methods, along with various great Tao techniques, traversing the primordial chaos should pose minimal risk. Provided he remains cautious, Lin Changsheng glanced at himself, and instantly, all his information became apparent. Name: Lin Changsheng. Footing: Supreme Chaos Demon God. Cultivation: Early Golden Immortal. Unlocked talents: Eye of Insight, Supreme Comprehension, Flawless Body, Diligence in the Tao. Great Taos: Tao of Elixirs 8, Tao of Yin and Yang 7, Tao of Cause and Effect 7, Tao of Swords 8, Tao of Artifacts 8, Tao of Dreams 8. Laws: Law of Arrays 20, Divine Abilities, 5 Elements Escape Technique. Yin-Yang Grinding Wheel, Cause and Effect Silence. White Rainbow Piercing the Sun, 36 Heavenly Gang Methods, Spiritual Treasures. Superior Innate Spiritual Treasure, 5 Elements Azure Umbrella. Techniques: Great Luo Level Spiritual Energy Creation Method, with his current cultivation and mastery of divine abilities. He is indeed qualified to explore the primordial chaos. Lin Changsheng contemplated for a moment and set up a minor array on Penglai, Immortal Island. This array holds minimal power. It will alert him as soon as any living being steps foot here. Though such a possibility was inconceivable before the emergence of Penglai, Immortal Island, who can guarantee that the primordial chaos 1T undergo some changes due to Lin Changsheng's arrival? Having completed these arrangements, Lin Changsheng stepped out of the innate grand array. Just as he exited, he found himself face to face with a pair of eyes as large as copper bells, staring intently at him. Prompt: Before you stands a black dragon of early golden immortal rank. Its eyes akin to those of a Kizilin, filled with profound confusion. Yet it also harbors murderous intent, for you have intruded upon its territory. Indeed, upon stepping out of the innate grand array of Penglai, Immortal Island, Lin Changsheng found himself gazing into the eyes of a black dragon filled with bewilderment. How could a living being suddenly appear before it without any perception? Lin Changsheng chuckled wryly, realizing that Penglai, Immortal Island was not static, but rather mobile. By sheer happenstance, he had intruded upon this black dragon's domain. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Who are you?" the dragon demanded, astonished that one would dare encroach upon the realm of its kind, seeking death. It growled. The black dragon, thousands of zhang long, soared into the air, a terrifying pressure causing the sea to churn violently. As the sovereign of the East Sea, the dragon's bloodline inherently suppresses other beings. The black dragon's gaze conveyed arrogance and disdain. The pressure of a pure blood dragon was palpable, casting a shadow over the surrounding sea for tens of thousands of kilometers. Nearby creatures trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. Lin Changsheng's expression darkened. The words he had intended to explain were swallowed back. Such a domineering dragon clan. Merely by inadvertently trespassing, it sought to condemn him to death. Indeed, the primordial chaos is a realm devoid of order and rules. The weak are forever guilty, yet the dragon clan is undeniably arrogant, foolishly believing that pressure alone could compel submission. Under the infusion of the great Tao's rhythms, Lin Changsheng's corporeal form flickered momentarily. The dragon's oppressive aura melted away like snow, leaving no trace of pressure. It can actually withstand my pressure? The black dragon paused briefly, but soon erupted in fury. Its colossal tail swung toward him. The sound of its passage through the air causing the sea to explode into dozens of water columns. This was a lethal strike, showing no mercy. 5 Elements Escape Technique, Lin Changsheng shouted. The 5 Elements Escape Technique was a divine ability he had gleaned from the 5 Elements Azure Umbrella. Bearing similarities to the 5 Elements Great Escape within the 36 Heavenly Gang Methods, the technique had been enhanced and refined. Upon its invocation, he vanished across tens of thousands of kilometers, effortlessly evading the attack. You sought your own demise. Inversion of Yin and Yang. Lin Changsheng unleashed the inversion technique from the 36 Heavenly Gang Methods. Instantly, the once clear sky turned pitch black. Even a black dragon of the golden immortal realm found itself unprepared. Shaking mountains and quaking earth. A power akin to an earthquake struck the black dragon's body, its inky black, resilient scales shattered, flesh and blood scattering. The black dragon let out a wretched roar. But this was not the end. Turning rivers and stirring seas, the eastern sea has descended into a tempestuous fury. Countless torrents of water, sharp as blades, have coalesced into towering columns, enveloping the black dragon entirely. A rain of blood cascades down, staining the sea crimson. Harness the five thunders, the five elemental thunders of gold. Wood, water, fire, and earth converge. The resounding booms echo relentlessly, followed by five bolts of lightning striking directly at the heart of the water column, where the black dragon resides. Even though the dragonkin are renowned for their formidable physical prowess, they cannot withstand such relentless assaults. Pained roars resonate, its breath faltering. Truly, it is the dragon lineage, possessing an immensely resilient corporeal form. Despite the numerous divine techniques unleashed, it remains unvanquished. It seems that the invocation of supreme divine powers is inevitable. It is not that the 36 celestial generals are lacking in strength. Rather, this black dragon, at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, is undoubtedly a pure blood of the dragon race. Its bloodline power is profound, and its physical defenses formidable. Inflict significant harm upon it, even amongst beings of the same realm, is a daunting challenge. Lin Changsheng has already achieved remarkable feats by incapacitating this black dragon with merely a few divine techniques. Cursed be this fate, cease your actions at once. I am a supreme being of the dragon race. My grandfather is an elder of the dragon clan, a formidable great Luo, golden immortal. Should you dare to kill me, you shall never escape the eastern sea. The black dragon bellows in a mixture of fury and agony. A great Luo, golden immortal? Truly, the dragon race is formidable. In the era of calamity among fierce beasts, the great Luo, golden immortal represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. Had it not been for the innate gift of the flawless body, Lin Changsheng would have needed to exercise greater caution prior to engaging. However, in this moment, he finds himself untouched by karma, beyond even the calculations of saints. What harm could a great Luo golden immortal possibly inflict upon him? Seeing Lin Changsheng silent, the black dragon musters its strength and charges forth, though it appears utterly wretched. Its aura is disordered and feeble, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Its scales lie shattered, flesh torn asunder. Devoid of the once mighty presence of a dragon lord, such a powerful being as yourself, even if you were to join the dragon race, will be granted significant favor if you cease your attack. I can promise to lead you to the ancestral grounds of my clan, where your body may be fortified with dragon blood. Although the black dragon pleads for mercy, it remains prideful and unyielding. Deep within its gaze lies a profound desire for vengeance. This injury will cost it millions of years to heal. How could it possibly let this grudge go unavenged? Ding! You have witnessed the formidable might of the dragon race and are inspired to begin comprehending the techniques of the corporeal form. This is not good. It seems I must begin the path of enlightenment once more. That I must first deal with this black dragon. That I apologize, but I have my own means of acquiring dragon blood. Therefore you shall perish first. The Yin-Yang Dao reveals its Yin-Yang millstone. Lin Changsheng bellows. The essence of the Yin-Yang Dao erupts. The black and white energies intertwine in the void, transforming into a colossal millstone that obscures the heavens, ensnaring the black dragon within. The dual energies relentlessly slice through the black dragon's body. The once mighty physique of the dragon race proves utterly inadequate before the Yin-Yang Dao. No. The black dragon emits a heart-wrenching cry of despair. It can scarcely believe that it would meet its end here in the Eastern Sea. You think you can acquire dragon blood for yourself? Did you truly believe you could slay a descendant of the dragon race and live to tell the tale? The black dragon will never grasp the gravity of this question. Its primordial spirit is completely annihilated by the Yin-Yang millstone. With the death of the black dragon, deep within the distant dragon palace, a great Luo, golden, immortal elder of the dragon race opens his eyes. The karmic thread belonging to Ao Rue has vanished. Has he fallen? Cursed be the audacity to slay my dragon kin in the Eastern Sea. The elder of the great Luo, golden immortal, in a fit of rage, causes the heavens to tremble. The entire dragon palace is thrown into turmoil. What has transpired? Other elders of the dragon race demand to know. My bloodline descendant has been slain. That black dragon's bloodline is still commendable, though it falls short of the ancestral return. If it can enter the dragon transformation pool, it shall undoubtedly be further strengthened. With diligent cultivation, it may yet achieve great Luo status at that time. Our Black Dragon clan standing within the Dragon Palace will only rise. To dare slay a descendant of the dragon race upon our territory is an act of suicide. No matter who it is, they must perish. Shui. Pursue vengeance boldly. Our dragon race's dignity must not be insulted. The dragon elders, filled with righteous indignation, roar in unison. Shui nods, hastening toward the sense location. The site of the Black Dragon's demise lies tens of millions of kilometers from the Dragon Palace. Yet, with the full might of a great Luo golden immortal, it is but a fleeting moment. Lin Changsheng, gazing at the lifeless body of the Black Dragon, falls into contemplation. He could easily seize this opportunity to flee. Even if a great Luo golden immortal were to pursue him, they would be powerless to deduce his whereabouts. However, given the dragon race's domineering nature, it is highly likely that a bloodbath will ensue in the Eastern Sea. He now requires a place of absolute safety to meditate and comprehend his techniques. Why not shift the karmic burden? If he could disguise himself as this black dragon, he could not only evade this calamity, but might even gain considerable benefits from the identity of the dragon race. Furthermore, with his myriad divine techniques and innate gifts, the likelihood of success is substantial. With this thought, Lin Changsheng's heart races that it is an audacious scheme. He shall act. Shui, who is en route, suddenly halts. What is happening? Just moments ago, he sensed the presence and karmic thread of his descendant Rui once more, had it not just vanished. Why has it reemerged? Such an uncanny occurrence is truly unprecedented. Regardless, he must investigate. With the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, he swiftly arrives at the location of the Black Dragon Shui. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding waters are stained a vivid red, and the air is thick with the scent of blood. A fierce battle has indeed taken place here. At the center of his vision lies a massive black dragon coiled in a spiral. It is evident that many of its scales have fallen away, and blood continues to flow from numerous wounds that in this moment. Its eyes are tightly shut. An aura of profound enlightenment emanates from its being. This is it in the midst of enlightenment. Shui's eyes widen. One must recognize that enlightenment is a rare opportunity, a tremendous fortuity to attain enlightenment. One must possess chance, insight, and fortune in equal measure, but he never anticipated that his descendant would possess such fortune, commencing the path of enlightenment amidst battle. Nevertheless, Shui's frown remains furrowed. There are still many perplexities surrounding this situation. All must await Rui's awakening to be unraveled. With Shui, a great Luo golden immortal, present, the surrounding sea is as calm as a placid lake. No creature would dare enter this domain in the blink of an eye. Thousands of years have passed. Shui suddenly opens his eyes. He awakening. Shui gazes at the black dragon in the sky. His expression flickering, the previously tranquil state of enlightenment recedes like the ebbing tide. The black dragon also opens its eyes. Grandfather, why have you come? The eyes of the black dragon, as large as bronze bells, reflect a mix of astonishment and confusion that I felt the karmic thread belonging to you vanish within the Dragon Palace, which compelled me to come and investigate. What has transpired here? As Shui's words fall, the pressure befitting a great Luo golden immortal descends upon them like the crushing weight of a million-meter-deep ocean. It is cold, suffocating, and despairing. The black dragon's wounds, which have begun to heal, rupture anew under this immense pressure. Grandfather, what does this mean? The black dragon, though weakened, proudly raised its massive head. Even in the face of the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Luo Jinxian, it displayed its own formidable dominance. Shui observed the black dragon in silence, his aura surging like a volcano on the verge of eruption. How dare mere Jinxian speak to him in such a manner? This was a provocation against the dignity of the Luo Jinxian. An oppressive atmosphere lingered for an indeterminate time until Shui suddenly reigned in his imposing presence and revealed a smile. Truly, he was a fine offspring of our dragon clan. My grandfather, upon witnessing your enlightenment, could not help but feel a surge of joy, which led to a lapse in controlling his own aura. Aofe, pray tell, what transpired here? A formidable Deluo Jinxian could not maintain composure. Though it was a flimsy excuse, the Black Dragon chose not to press the matter further, in response to my grandfather. I was initially in seclusion for cultivation that a serpent with a trace of dragon blood had the audacity to challenge me, thinking it could devour my lineage simply by wielding an inferior spiritual treasure. In the end, I vanquished it and claimed the treasure for myself. Upon finishing, the Black Dragon produced a lesser spiritual treasure, shaped like an umbrella, its 5 colors continuously shifting and buzzing in its claws. Ao Shui glanced at it and confirmed it was indeed a lesser spiritual treasure. Simultaneously, he sensed other beings' auras emanating from it, causing him to believe it for the most part, though a lingering doubt remained. If you had slain this green serpent, why then did the causal line suddenly vanish? This was the riddle that perplexed Ao Shui. The disappearance of the causal line, though brief, could herald significant changes. It appeared that my grandfather was concerned about this matter, that my grandson was about to share this good news with him. After battling the serpent, I entered a peculiar state and comprehended the principles of formations. The disappearance of the causal line is likely related to this enlightenment, the Black Dragon stated calmly. Upon finishing, the Black Dragon seemed to demonstrate its assertion. The runes of the formation principles glowed, and the power of the laws rippled outward in that moment. Even the connection between the Black Dragon and the causal line weakened slightly in the presence of AOXU. So it is. Ao Shui realized with sudden clarity. Although he did not understand why the comprehension of the law's power would temporarily obscure one's own aura, the appearance of the formation principles had indeed provided a fleeting moment of proof. Furthermore, Ao Shui carefully sensed the causal line and the aura of Ao Rui before him. Indeed, he was his descendant. With that, all doubts dissipated. Unexpectedly, this time, you have turned misfortune into fortune, grasping the principles of formations. This further affirms your innate talent. My grandfather, in his haste, prepared no congratulatory gifts. Consider what you desire, and I shall bestow it upon you next time. Having confirmed that Ao Rui posed no issues, Ao Shui's demeanor grew more cheerful. Few last. I have deceived this old fellow. The Black Dragon sighed in relief. This Black Dragon was, of course, the transformation of Lin Changsheng. It was not a simple illusion based merely on magical power, but rather the result of the 36 heavenly gangs method of transformation, capable of taking on any form, be it male, female, old, young, divine bird, or exotic beast that IT could adapt to any aspect of the heavens and earth. A true marvel of change. It was with this divine ability that Lin Changsheng was able to mask his appearance and aura so effectively, while simultaneously erasing all traces of his presence, leaving Ao Shui none the wiser. Even if the scent of dragon blood lingered, it was merely from his own injuries sustained in battle. Additionally, Ao Shui's probing of the Deluo Jinxian's pressure was a psychological game. Should Lin Changsheng falter or reveal a flaw, the outcome would be predictable. Though not well-versed in dragon lore, a few brief exchanges with the Black Dragon illuminated the dragon clan's proud and unyielding nature. Thus, one must never show weakness at such a time. Lin Changsheng's gamble paid off. Next came the connection of causality. Fortunately, Lin Changsheng had mastered the Tao of causality and comprehended the divine ability of causal grafting. This ability not only allowed him to intertwine causality, but also to understand the connections between them, minimizing the likelihood of any significant flaws. Otherwise, even with the ability of transformation, he would not dare to disguise himself in front of a Deluo Jinxian. Moreover, the most critical factor was his flawless body, an unparalleled innate talent. This was the foundation of Lin Changsheng's audacity in confronting a being of Deluo Jinxian caliber. Ultimately, the sudden disappearance of the causal line could be attributed to the principles of formations. During the demonstration, he deliberately moderated his flawless body talent, dispelling Ao Shui's final doubt. Of course, what he comprehended was not the principles of formations, but rather a body refinement technique. Now was not the time for scrutiny. He needed to outwit this old fellow first. After calling him ancestor repeatedly, it was only fitting to collect some interest. Ancestor, if possible, I would like 10 or 8 lesser spiritual treasures. Point 10 or 8 lesser spiritual treasures. Even with Ao Shuez de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, he could not help but twitch his lips. Good heavens, is this truly my descendant? Such a bold request. The Dragon Clan is not yet the sovereign of the primordial world. Though there are some lesser spiritual treasures, the Dragon Clan's inherent nature leads to an abundance of offspring that a modest reward hardly suffices. Ao Rui's previous talent barely caught Ao Shue's attention. However, upon witnessing his newfound understanding of a principle, expectations soared, yet they had not reached the point of sparing no effort in nurturing him. Ao Rui, my Dragon Clan is fiercely competitive. The number of spiritual treasures you desire must correlate with the strength you exhibit. This time, my grandfather can only reward you with 1 lesser spiritual treasure. If you manage to secure a spot in the upcoming Dragon Transformation Pool contest, I can bestow upon you another lesser spiritual treasure. What do you think? A single lesser spiritual treasure as a reward, with another contingent upon his own efforts. If he could earn entry into the Dragon Transformation Pool, it would be well worth the endeavor. The Dragon Transformation Pool, Grandfather, is the contest for the Dragon Transformation Pool about to commence. The Black Dragon, transformed into Lin Changsheng, initially paused, then inquired with burning curiosity. The Dragon Transformation Pool, Lin Changsheng had heard of it. It was the absolute core of the Dragon Clan, containing the blood of ancestral dragon powerhouses who had perished throughout the ages. Through the elevation provided by the Dragon Transformation Pool, the bloodlines of the Dragon Clan could become pure, leading to even greater potential in the future. Thus, many dragon descendants, upon reaching the Jinxian realm, would delay their transformation, because undergoing the Dragon Transformation Pool's baptism before transforming would accelerate their cultivation speed. And this Black Dragon, Ao Rui, had yet to choose transformation. Indeed, the ancestral dragon sensed that the calamity of ferocious beasts would soon come to an end at we, the Dragon Clan, aspire to dominate the vast primordial realms, and thus must commence our preparations forthwith. However, this contest for supremacy is exceptionally fierce this time that if you wish to contend for this coveted position, your current strength may prove insufficient, Ao Shue remarked with profound insight. Rest assured, Grandfather. I am determined to gain entry into the transformation pool. Lin Changsheng responded with conviction. By the way, Grandfather, I seek a sword-class artifact of the lowest celestial grade. The prospect of the transformation pool stirred his heart. Although he had comprehended a certain technique, the infusion of dragon blood would significantly enhance his physical prowess. It even held the potential for him to gain further enlightenment and refine his body-tempering techniques. Therefore, he was resolute in vying for a chance to enter the transformation pool. As for the risk of exposure, Lin Changsheng harbored no concerns. If even a great Luo golden immortal could not discern any hints, then the other Dragon Clan powerhouses would be even less likely to uncover the truth. Very well. Upon my return, I shall send it forth to you. In 3,000 years, the Dragon Palace will commence the contest. Do not forget the appointed time, Ao Shue instructed. Yes, Grandfather, I shall remember. Will the Ancestor Dragon participate? Lin Changsheng inquired, a note of apprehension in his voice. The Ancestor Dragon, being the most formidable among the Dragon Clan, stirred a sense of worry within him. The Ancestor Dragon is currently in seclusion. Ao Shue replied with a shake of his head. He has long sought to take that crucial step, yet remains an arduous endeavor. That is reassuring. Lin Changsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without further delay, Ao Shue departed, leaving Lin Changsheng with a precious span of time to himself. However, he chose not to dissolve the transformation spell, uncertain whether Ao Shue might keep a vigilant watch over him. For the time being, he would continue living under the guise of the Black Dragon Ao Rui. Fortunately, the intertwining of karmic threads allowed him to comprehend the intricate relationships of each connection. Soon enough, Lin Changsheng discovered the lair of the Black Dragon. Within, he found several spiritual herbs and materials, all of which he collected, amassing enough ingredients for a 4th-tier golden elixir. Unfortunately, he lacked a quality alchemical furnace and would have to wait until he secured a spot in the transformation pool before requesting one from Ao Shue. After another thorough search, he found no innate spiritual treasures and thus began his cultivation in earnest. Following his defeat of the Black Dragon Arue, Lin Changsheng had gained profound insights into the dragon body dominance technique. Regrettably, this technique could only be cultivated to the golden immortal level. However, he firmly believed that entry into the transformation pool would enable him to perfect this body tempering method, which was another compelling reason for his desire to compete for a spot. As this technique was derived from his own unique experiences, he found its practice exceptionally smooth in the blink of an eye. 2 millennia had passed. One day, Lin Changsheng emerged from his meditative state. A spectral azure serpent coiled in the air, shrouding the sky and obscuring the sun. The crimson scales in the center of his forehead seemed poised to transform into a long, red horn before swiftly burrowing into his body. In that instant, his blood, muscles, and bones underwent an extraordinary metamorphosis. Was this the elation of harmonizing the physical and spiritual? As he reveled in the newfound strength of his corporeal form, Lin Changsheng felt immense satisfaction. Currently, both his physical body and primordial spirit were at the initial stage of the golden immortal level, and with the aid of spiritual treasures and divine abilities, he felt confident against mid-level golden immortals. Moreover, the enhancement of his physical form would facilitate his forthcoming endeavors within the Dragon Clan. After this wave of joy, Lin Changsheng noticed a dazzling spectrum of colors outside the lair. With a mere thought, he stepped outside to behold a pitch-black longsword. The radiance of the spiritual treasure sliced through the surrounding waters, causing them to part, but a moment's contemplation revealed to Lin Changsheng that this was indeed the celestial-grade spiritual treasure azure had promised him. However, he refrained from seizing it immediately, his expression contemplative. The old fellow was exceedingly cautious, still harboring doubts even at this juncture. It appeared that while the disappearance of Arue's karmic thread had alleviated Aoshue's suspicions for the time being, he still sought to test Lin Changsheng. Indeed, this innate spiritual treasure bore Aoshue's unique restrictions. To refine this longsword, he first had to subdue it. Furthermore, he could not employ any magical powers. Only the sheer strength of his physical form would suffice. It was important to note that the transformation spell merely altered his appearance and aura. It could not augment his physical prowess. Nevertheless, Lin Changsheng merely smiled, extending his dragon claw to grasp the sword. Instantly, the previously calm spiritual treasure erupted with a resonant hum, quaking violently before it began to levitate on its evolved into a magnificent longsword, hundreds of meters in length on its blade. Countless black droplets appeared to split apart. Primordial heavy water. Lin Changsheng recognized the origin of these dark droplets at a glance. Primordial heavy water was an exceedingly rare material for crafting artifacts found in the Eastern Sea. Just a single droplet could yield countless others. Despite its seemingly inconsequential form, its weight was akin to that of ancient celestial bodies. With a single strike, even a primordial divine mountain would be cleaved in twain. Lin Changsheng let out a hearty laugh, undaunted. His physical strength was more than sufficient to subdue this celestial-grade spiritual treasure. The dragon body dominance technique endowed him with a physique rivaling that of the Dragon Clan itself. In a mere moment, he successfully subdued the sword, a result well within his expectations. Aoshue simply sought to verify whether he truly possessed the formidable physique of the Dragon Clan. Having achieved that goal, there was no further need for concern. With a millennium remaining, he set about refining this celestial-grade spiritual treasure before embarking for the Dragon Palace. 1,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Xian Yuan sword had been successfully refined, and it was time to make his way to the Dragon Palace. The exquisite treasure, a top-tier spiritual artifact of the first rank bestowed by Ao Shui, possesses commendable qualities that is imbued with 12 formidable restrictions and stands at the pinnacle among the first-rank spiritual treasures, safeguarding the artifact. Lin Changsheng cast a glance in the direction of the Dragon Palace and set forth on his journey. Although the Dragon Clan subtly hinted at becoming the sovereign of the Eastern Sea, the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea harbors innumerable formidable beings. Thus, Lin Changsheng refrained from recklessly asserting dominance, instead relying on the insights provided by his Eye of Insight to navigate steadily toward the Dragon Palace. As he drew nearer, the oppressive and terrifying aura became increasingly palpable. The presence of dragon kin along his path grew more frequent. Yet these dragons were primarily preoccupied with their own journeys, not seeking to instigate trouble. After all, the pressing matter at hand was to reach the Dragon Palace for the contest at the Dragon Transformation Pool. Upon Lin Changsheng's arrival, an immense palace unfolded before him, stretching endlessly into the horizon, its limits obscured from view. That a formidable and elusive aura lurked within the Dragon Palace, particularly emanating from its center, a place undoubtedly reserved for the ancestral dragon seclusion. Retracting his gaze, Lin Changsheng observed that a multitude of dragon kin had already congregated at the entrance of the palace, the numbers rapidly escalating. The boundless expanse of the primordial continent teems with life beyond measure. Hence, it is only natural for the dragon clan to boast such a large lineage. However, the descendants of the dragon kin did not engage in idle chatter or provocations. Instead, they sought corners to meditate in silence. This behavior is understandable, for with so many descendants and limited resources, each dragon finds itself in a competitive relationship, especially with the impending trials to come. That a cursory glance revealed that those who could arrive were at least at the early stages of the golden immortal realm, with many being descendants of the later stages. Truly, the dragon clan's prowess is remarkable, which explains their prominence as a key player in the aftermath of the beastly tribulation. Such an inherent depth of power is indeed formidable. With his gaze averted, Lin Changsheng chose a spot to continue refining the Xian Yuan sword. Time became an abstraction until, as more dragonkin gathered, a resonant dragon's roar echoed throughout the Dragon Palace. At that moment, all the descendants of the dragons opened their eyes in unison. The Dragon Transformation Pool was about to be unveiled. All dragonkin only needed to pass through the Dragon Tomb to gain access to the Dragon Transformation Pool. The voice of the powerful resonated throughout the palace, and as it faded, the grand doors of the Dragon Palace swung open, unleashing a chilling and desolate atmosphere. The Dragon Tomb, a final resting place for dragons of yore. House beings as weak as the celestial realm infant dragons and as powerful as the great Luo golden immortals. The remains of the deceased dragons would find their way into the Dragon Tomb. Though merely corpses, the lingering resentment and pressure from the deceased imbued the tomb with an aura of peril. Only by successfully traversing the Dragon Tomb could one validate their qualifications and ultimately enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Failing to withstand the oppressive aura or latent dangers would result in becoming part of the Dragon Tomb, entombed within. Hence, those aspiring to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool must be prepared for death. Nevertheless, at the moment the grand doors opened, the dragon kin charged in without hesitation. The allure of the Dragon Transformation Pool eclipsed their fears. Countless dragons surged forward, and Lin Changsheng, not to be outdone, followed suit. Upon crossing the threshold, the scenery transformed dramatically, as if he had stepped into another celestial realm, boundless and directionless. Before Lin Changsheng could take in the surroundings, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, nearly causing him to lose his footing. He quickly steadied himself. Such immense pressure, but it was not merely pressure. Although the ethereal weight of the great Luo golden immortal's aura instilled fear, it did not physically oppress them. It was gravity. Lin Changsheng cast his gaze upon the other members of the dragon clan, only to find that their circumstances were not vastly different from his OW. It appeared that merely passing through the Dragon Tomb would grant one passage to the Dragon Transformation Pool. Yet, this trial concealed profound intricacies. The foremost challenge was the unrelenting gravity that perpetually weighed down upon the physical form. It was evident that the deeper one ventured, the more oppressive the gravitational force became, thus intensifying the trial of physical endurance. Simultaneously, there loomed the residual pressure of the powerful dragons who had met their demise, instilling a sense of dread and subjecting their souls to unimaginable strain. At this moment, the entrance was merely the threshold, and the buried dragons were not particularly formidable. However, as one delved deeper, the deceased dragons grew increasingly powerful. Despite their eternal slumber, the lingering pressure they exuded remained formidable. Successfully navigating the Dragon Tomb would serve as a testament to one's qualifications. Should one lack sufficient strength, retreat would be the only option. To force one's way deeper would likely lead to being crushed underfoot. Understanding the trial of the Dragon Tomb, Lin Changsheng felt a sense of clarity within that moment. Many late-stage golden immortal dragons braved the gravitational forces, gradually vanishing from sight. The remaining mid- and early-stage golden immortal dragons also began their descent. As the pressure at the entrance was still bearable for them, Lin Changsheng glanced around and decided to venture forth as well. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the deeper he went, the more terrifying the dual pressures of gravity and aura became. Along the path, he encountered numerous dragon skeletons, the lingering essence of which was not particularly potent. Only at the celestial immortal realm, as he pressed on, he came across the remains of true immortal and profound immortal dragons, eventually reaching the skeletons of golden immortal dragons. The pressure here had become exceedingly formidable, causing many dragons to slow their pace, with some struggling to endure any longer. It was here that the disparity in qualifications became apparent. Lin Changsheng assessed the pressure and found it still within his capacity to bear. However, should he continue deeper, he would likely need to employ magical treasures. Indeed, after traversing tens of thousands of kilometers, the gravity had reached an unbearable threshold, as if ancient divine mountains were pressing down upon his body, threatening to shatter him. Particularly, the aura of pressure intensified with each passing moment, his soul enduring a relentless agony akin to being torn apart. Suddenly, Lin Changsheng heard a pained roar, followed by the scent of blood wafting through the air. It was evident that a descendant of the dragon clan had succumbed to the overwhelming force. Even the late-stage golden immortal dragons were now moving at a sluggish pace. Under the weight of this dual pressure, they were nearing the level of Tai golden immortal. Many descendants had resorted to using innate magical treasures. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng's heavenly dragon body refining technique had reached its zenith, yet he still struggled against the gravitational oppression. It was clear that the inadequacy of his cultivation level and body refinement strength was a significant hindrance. Nevertheless, this situation provided an excellent opportunity for honing his body refinement techniques. Through his comprehension of this gravitational pressure, he began to refine his body cultivation method further. With his exceptional insight, Lin Changsheng resumed his pursuit of enlightenment. Beneath the relentless weight, his scales began to shatter. Dragons passing by observed this scene with disdainful laughter, deeming him foolish for attempting to seek enlightenment in such dire conditions. They feared that before he could finish his meditation, he would be utterly crushed. However, Lin Changsheng remained unfazed, wholly absorbed in enhancing his heavenly dragon body refining technique. Simultaneously, this spectacle caught the attention of the elder dragons observing from the outside in the dragon palace. Aside from the dragon descendants permitted to enter the dragon tomb for trials, no other dragons were allowed to enter. Thus, these elder dragons could only witness the events within the tomb through the ethereal mirror of the water-moon illusion, allowing them to monitor the dynamics of the dragon tomb and assess the qualifications of the younger dragons. The drawbacks of prematurely activating the dragon transformation pool had become apparent. The foundations of these descendants were still insufficient. It was likely that few would successfully traverse the dragon tomb to reach the dragon transformation pool. An elder from the Red Dragon clan side, having just witnessed a fledgling golden immortal red dragon being crushed. Yet, he felt no emotional disturbance. With countless offspring, the demise of one merely indicated a lack of talent. Indeed, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks compared to previous times, another elder remarked, as the number of dragon descendants reaching the dragon transformation pool dwindles. The opportunity to absorb the blood energy from within increases. Suddenly, an elder dragon recalled, "By the way, Aoshua, did that black dragon you mentioned come this time?" Upon hearing this, Aoshua explained the disappearance of the causal lines after his return, confirming there were no issues. To achieve enlightenment during battle at the golden immortal level demonstrated considerable talent, prompting inquiries from other dragons. Naturally, Aoshua replied, gesturing towards the location of Ao Rue within the mirror of illusions. To withstand pressures akin to those of a Tai golden immortal at the early golden immortal stage speaks to his commendable qualifications. An elder dragon praised. But what of it? If he lacks innate magical treasures or other means for the journey ahead, he is destined to be crushed, scoffed Ao Song, a powerful elder of the Azure Dragon clan, who had little fondness for the Black Dragon clan. With this time, You ought to worry more about your own descendants. I've already seen dozens of yours perish. Ao Shue retorted defiantly. He knew Ao Rui's potential was nearing its limit. Yet after their previous battle, he had acquired a low-grade innate magical treasure. With this treasure, he could continue onward, coupled with the Xian Yuan sword he had gifted, theoretically affording him a slim chance of success. As it appeared that these two elder dragons were on the verge of a verbal duel. The elder of the Red Dragon clan suddenly exclaimed, "Look, he had begun to seek enlightenment." What? He is seeking enlightenment. This revelation instantly captured the attention of all the elder dragons. Even for them, the pursuit of enlightenment was a formidable challenge. For a junior who had previously attained enlightenment during battle, to now embark on a journey through the Dragon Tomb and commence enlightenment once more was unprecedented. Ao Shue quickly turned his gaze. Through the water moon illusion, he beheld Ao Wei standing still, seemingly engrossed in the pursuit of enlightenment. Though the aura of enlightenment was imperceptible, the it was astonishing. Barely a few thousand years had passed, and he was already seeking enlightenment again. Ao Shue, your descendant's talent is truly extraordinary, they marveled. His innate roots must have reached the high-grade level. Merely venturing into the Dragon Tomb had granted him the opportunity for enlightenment. They could only speculate what insights he might be grasping. The elders expressed their astonishment, reiterating, enlightenment is distinct from seclusion. Even if one were to seclude themselves for millions of years, the fruits of a single moment of enlightenment would far surpass it. Ao Shue's eyes widened in realization that high-grade, innate roots, that was indicative of a Dragon Sun level of potential. Did I, Ao Shue, truly bear a remarkable descendant? Indeed, with such roots and insight, he was destined to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Undoubtedly a Dragon Sun level talent. Congratulations in advance to the Black Dragon clan, quipped an elder from the Red Dragon clan with a smile. Dragon Sons are the most gifted of the dragon descendants. And once one ascends to this status, they are afforded boundless resources for cultivation, along with the honor of meeting and receiving teachings from the Ancestor Dragon, as they embody the future of the Dragon Clan. A Dragon Son? Scoffed the elder, whose bloodline was not so easily attained to become a Dragon Son. Let us first see if he can survive this ordeal. The Qinglong clan's Ao Song doused cold water on the situation. Although competition exists among dragon clans, sanctioned by the Ancestral Dragon, once one becomes a Dragon Son, they represent the hope of the entire clan. Anyone daring to lay a hand on the Dragon Son would incur the wrath of the Ancestral Dragon. Thus, Ao Song undoubtedly does not wish for Ao Rui to ascend to that status. Even the slightest glimmer of hope incites discontent within him. Old fool, perhaps you should focus more on your own descendants. Ao Shue retorted, fixing his steely gaze on Ao. Despite the harshness of Ao Song's words, they were grounded in reality. Ao delved into enlightenment. His scales began to shatter, blood gushing forth like a fountain, revealing the sinews beneath, that if he could not complete his enlightenment before his body was crushed, no amount of talent would avail him. In that moment, Ao Shue even contemplated seeking the Ancestral Dragon's aid. Unfortunately, the Ancestral Dragon was in seclusion, and awakening him would be no easy feat. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed, Ao Rui's life force had diminished to a mere whisper, though still engaged in enlightenment. Not a single part of his body remained unscathed. Alas, what a pity, the other dragons lamented, shaking their heads in resignation. That it was all too predictable. Ao Song sneered. Silence. Utter another word, and we shall settle this. Ao Shue roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ao Rui had brought him immense hope as a potential Dragon Son, a treasure beyond measure. Yet, if enlightenment did not conclude soon, it seemed he might truly perish. This thought filled Ao Shue with an urgent anxiety that overshadowed his earlier excitement. Provoked by Ao Song, he fell on the verge of losing control. Ao Song snorted dismissively, choosing silence, not out of fear of Ao Shue, but because it was unnecessary. Disturbing the Ancestral Dragon would only invite further reprimand. That moment, the other Elder Dragons sensed something amiss. Ao Rui, who was on the brink of bodily destruction, was astonishingly beginning to reconstitute himself. First his bones, then his flesh, and finally his scales, all occurring in synchrony that he was grasping the body-forging technique, and it was evident he was nearing success. The powerful Deluo Jinxian elders exchanged astonished glances. To comprehend the body-forging technique in such a short span of time and concurrently practice it. What extraordinary talent this was. Could this truly be merely a descendant of the early-stage Jinxian? Excellent, excellent. Ao Shue's face glowed with excitement. Dispelling his previous impatience, he secretly regretted not providing Ao Rue with a high-grade innate spirit treasure prior to entering the Dragon Tomb. Nevertheless, he hoped for his safe return. Even if he did not enter the Dragon Transformation Pond, Ao Shue would still prioritize his cultivation. Lin Changsheng, oblivious to all of this, was on the verge of awakening. You have perfected the heavenly dragon body forging technique, elevating it to the Tai Jinxian level at last. He had advanced this body forging technique to the Tai Jinxian level. Lin Changsheng emerged from his state of enlightenment, realizing the substantial gains he had made. Not only had he elevated the technique's rank, but his own physical form had also undergone a rebirth through gravitational compression, reaching the peak of the Jinxian stage. Achieving this within a millennium was no small feat, thanks to the exceptional comprehension that expedited his progress. The supreme chaos demon god had significantly reduced his enlightenment time. Otherwise, it was quite possible his body would have been crushed before completing his enlightenment. With his physical strength now at the peak of the Jinxian stage, the oppressive gravitational force felt considerably diminished, allowing him to advance further. Even without utilizing innate spirit treasures, Lin Changsheng could continue his journey, utilizing this gravitational force to hone his physique. Though he had spent a millennium, he still encountered numerous dragons along the way. They either struggled against the oppressive gravity or engaged in their own cultivation. The number of corpses lining the path had also increased. It was that black dragon who had been enlightened. He had succeeded, and his physical strength had even grown stronger. The descendants of the dragons who had seen Lin Changsheng gasped in astonishment. They could hardly believe that the black dragon, who had been on the verge of annihilation, not only survived, but had also significantly increased in power. This was truly unimaginable. Lin Changsheng paid no heed to their thoughts and pressed onward. As he delved deeper, he meticulously absorbed the pressures of gravity, continuously digesting them as part of his strength-building regimen. I can't hold on any longer. Although his physical strength had reached the peak of the Jinxian stage, his primordial spirit remained too feeble, still at the early Jinxian level. While he could manage the gravitational pressure, the intensity of the atmospheric pressure was becoming increasingly formidable. Lin Changsheng came to a halt. The pressure here was perilously close to that of the Tai Jinxian. Although he could barely endure it, further descent would likely prove unbearable. It was time to employ a spirit treasure. With a thought, the innate low-grade 5 elements by Luo Umbrella sprang forth, spinning gracefully. The colors of the 5 elements intertwined, aiding him in resisting this overwhelming pressure. This made his journey considerably easier as he continued to advance. Warning: 3,000 kilometers to your west lies the skeletal remains of a Deluo Jinxian-level dragon. The gravity within the Dragon Tomb appears to emanate from that direction, but a Deluo Jinxian-level skeleton. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled. Such a level had reached the point of being impervious to decay. Though deceased, its value remained immeasurable, and the gravity here was clearly a remnant of the rules it once commanded. If he could approach and comprehend it, he would surely grasp the principles of gravitational law. With this thought in mind, Lin Changsheng chose to alter his course. His actions naturally drew the attention of nearby dragons. That place was the burial ground of their ancestors, the source of gravity, and a mere Jinxian dared to venture there. Truly ignorant, did he honestly believe that his brief enlightenment had bestowed upon him extraordinary talent? Let him seek his own demise. Our priority remains to enter the Dragon Transformation Pond. Lin Changsheng's boldness elicited scornful laughter from the dragons. Simultaneously, the elder dragons observing through the mirror flower water moon frowned. That direction pointed to Ao Zhong's remains, a formidable Deluo Jinxian of the Earth Dragon clan, renowned for his overwhelming gravitational laws. Even as a skeleton, the remnants of such laws would still pose a challenge. A Jinxian approaching it indeed seemed reckless. Perhaps he intended to leverage this gravity to refine his physique, given that he had recently comprehended the body-forging technique. This possibility was indeed substantial. They could only hope he recognized the danger and retreated. Otherwise, it would be a pity for the Dragon Clan to lose a promising talent. A.O. Shui was equally troubled by this moment. Lin Changsheng pressed onward, braving the terrifying gravity that bolstered his physical strength while causing his primordial spirit to tremble. The Five Elements by Luo Umbrella spun furiously, continuously releasing the essence of the five elements to shield him from the oppressive pressure. Finally, when Lin Changsheng beheld a colossal skeleton akin to a mountain, he came to a halt. Though it was but a skeleton, its malevolence lingered. The laws and rhythms of its principles flowed ceaselessly around it, warping the very fabric of space beneath its influence. From a distance, he beheld the Luo Jinxian dragon's remains and experienced a moment of sudden enlightenment. Beginning to comprehend the law of gravity, a year passed. He had grasped the law of gravity, just a single aspect of it. Yet Lin Changsheng felt the crushing weight upon him begin to wane. As time elapsed, his understanding of gravitational laws deepened. At this juncture, the observing elder dragons were utterly astonished. He was undergoing enlightenment once more. Merely gazing upon the remains of A.O. Zhong, one can comprehend the formidable essence of the laws. It is indeed terrifying. A.O. Shui, truly a scion of your bloodline. A.O. Rui, such prodigious talent is beyond extraordinary, undoubtedly surpassing the innate qualities of the highest order. Once A.O. Rui emerges from the dragon transformation pool, he will undoubtedly be the progeny of our dragon clan, and the most gifted one at that. The elders of the dragon clan gazed upon A.O. Rui with exhilaration at a rare moment of enlightenment. Occurring once in 10,000 years, seems almost effortless in the presence of this junior. This marks his third instance of enlightenment that they are aware of. Such innate talent is remarkable. He is undeniably the strongest offspring of their dragon lineage. Perhaps his current realm does not yet match that of the strongest, but his potential is certainly worthy of this moment. Even A.O. Tsong, the elder of the Azure Dragon clan, refrained from further mockery. A dragon of such caliber embodies the future hope of their lineage. A.O. Shui radiated with exuberance. Their Black Dragon clan is on the rise. It is imperative that upon A.O. Rui's emergence, a worthy spiritual treasure be bestowed upon him. He is unequivocally a genius of our dragon lineage. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have elapsed. During this time, Lin Changsheng has been immersed in the path of enlightenment. Through his continual understanding of the gravitational laws, he has developed a new divine ability, the gravity domain. With the system's announcement, Lin Changsheng concluded this phase of enlightenment. Although the gravitational pressure persisted, it was now entirely bearable for him. Furthermore, this period of enlightenment has significantly enhanced the strength of his physical form, culminating in the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, that a further advancement would see him break through to the Tai golden immortal level. As for his primordial spirit's magical power, despite not having deliberately cultivated it, the immense pressure endured over these 3,000 years has allowed him to smoothly ascend to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Is this the caliber of a top-tier chaos demon god? It is truly astounding. Lin Changsheng himself could not help but exclaim in wonder. The gains from these 3,000 years are monumental. He has comprehended the gravitational laws to a degree of 20%, manifesting as a rhythmic aura enveloping his being. Simultaneously, he has grasped the divine ability of the gravity domain, employing gravitational magnetic fields to exert pressure upon his adversaries. A highly effective skill indeed. After such a long period of enlightenment, it is time to proceed to the dragon transformation pool. Lin Changsheng cast a glance around before departing from the location, having comprehended the gravitational laws. Lin Changsheng felt remarkably unencumbered. The sensation of his physical form being crushed had vanished entirely. He ambled leisurely, employing the five elements escape technique towards the dragon transformation pool. Along the way, he encountered numerous dragon corpses, predominantly those of descendants who had perished in their attempts to reach the dragon transformation pool. However, none of this concerned him, but he is merely the impersonated Black Dragon, A.O. Rui. Once he reaps the benefits of the dragon lineage, he shall depart, embarking towards the unyielding mountain in search of new opportunities. After all, the ramifications of the Dragon Clan are vast, and he has no desire to become embroiled in them, worst. When his power is sufficiently formidable, he might contemplate lending a hand to the Dragon Clan. Such swiftness, under the dual pressure, each step requires ample preparation. Yet he continues to advance at such a rapid pace. Who is this dragon? Those who have persevered thus far are the elite among the dragon descendants. However, upon witnessing this dragon, they were all taken aback. With each distance traversed, they had to pause and readjust. This dragon, on the other hand, effortlessly employed escape techniques to forge ahead. Did the disparity truly this great? Suddenly, one dragon recalled, "Isn't he the black dragon who previously attained enlightenment?" Another dragon chimed in, "I remember now. Did he not venture towards the source of gravity, to the remains of that grand Luo golden immortal? After such a long absence, I presumed he had perished. My astonishment. Not only has he returned alive, but his strength has also significantly increased." The dragons lingering here, reluctant to retreat, instantly recognized him. It is he. "I apologize. My previous mockery was too loud. That I express my regrets." Instantly, those who had previously ridiculed him cursed themselves as fools. Who would have thought my reputation would spread so far? Lin Changsheng absorbed all this information with a faint smile, showing no concern. Time passed unmeasured. The dual pressures reached their zenith. However, for Lin Changsheng, it was merely a slight burden. With the gravitational laws and his perfected golden immortal physique, coupled with the protection of the 5 elements green canopy, he burst forth from the dragon tomb. Although the dragon tomb was imbued with the pressure of a grand Luo golden immortal, it was merely a test, not an annihilation of the dragon descendants. Thus, the pressure from the grand Luo golden immortal was significantly weaker than usual. Emerging from the dragon tomb, Lin Changsheng found himself before an immense blood pool, sculpted from a colossal dragon head. Within the blood pool, he observed hundreds of dragon descendants absorbing energy. Indeed, although his innate talent is commendable, he has nevertheless squandered considerable time. Given the Dragon Clan's profound heritage, it is only natural that so many descendants have reached the blood pool that I believe even more will arrive shortly. Thus, the advantages of early absorption are self-evident. Lin Changsheng surveyed the surroundings and chose a position at the edge of the blood pool. The pool was vast, and even with their dragon bodies within, it felt far from cramped. Lin Changsheng promptly began his cultivation. He felt the energy within the dragon's blood incessantly refining his physique. He commenced attempting to cultivate his primordial spirit. I wonder if the spiritual energy transformation technique can be utilized here. It is worth a try. With this thought, Lin Changsheng activated his cultivation technique. The once tranquil blood pool suddenly erupted into a massive blood-red vortex, with Lin Changsheng at its epicenter. Countless streams of dragon blood were absorbed by him with fervor. The speed of this absorption was nothing short of terrifying. As he felt the strength of his physical form soaring, Lin Changsheng was exceedingly pleased. This would greatly accelerate the pace of his physical cultivation, allowing him to cultivate with confidence and boldness. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the dragon tomb seemed to be drawn towards him, forming a vortex that he absorbed. Such a remarkable scene undoubtedly astonished the elders of the Dragon Clan. Ever since Lin Changsheng displayed his prodigious talent, their gaze had rarely strayed. Now, witnessing such a stunning phenomenon, they were once again taken aback at a dual cultivation of body and law. This is not particularly rare among the Dragon Clan. Their inherent physical strength leads them to focus primarily on their physique. Yet many opt for dual cultivation of body and law. This path yields formidable combat prowess within the same realm. However, it bears a significant drawback. The cultivation speed is exceedingly slowed. It is known that each realm difference results in a stark disparity in combat power. No matter how strong one is through dual cultivation, if another being surpasses you by a whole realm, a single blow could easily dispatch you. It is utterly futile, without a robust cultivation technique or a wealth of resources. Achieving success in dual cultivation is immensely challenging. Yet the current cultivation of Ao Rue has once again subverted their understanding. Such a domineering technique. With a method of this caliber, the speed of cultivation is truly unimaginable. Elder Hong Long sighed. This technique is likely something he comprehended on his own. What a prodigy he is! He undoubtedly deserves the title of our clan's genius. An elder echoed in agreement. Once Aorue emerges from his seclusion, I believe it is imperative to report to Lord Ancestor Dragon. It is also time to select an heir for our dragon clan. The remaining elders of the dragon clan exchanged glances. The talent exhibited by Aorue was indeed terrifying, suggesting at the very least a superior innate background, coupled with extraordinary comprehension and aptitude. They could hardly conceive of any reason not to regard him with utmost importance. While the dragon offspring represented the hopes of a younger generation, the heir of the dragon clan was to be the leader of their lineage. Even they, the elders, were obliged to pay their respects upon encountering the heir. Although Aorue's cultivation was presently somewhat lacking, the profound heritage of the dragon clan would mitigate any concerns. Lin Changsheng could never have imagined that as an imposter dragon, merely seeking to gain some advantages within the dragon clan, these elders would aspire to cultivate him as their heir. It was utterly absurd, of course. Lin Changsheng was blissfully unaware of all this at that moment. He was wholly engrossed in his training that in the blink of an eye. Centuries passed one by one. Descendants of the dragon clan managed to traverse the dragon tomb. However, their joy was short-lived as they beheld Lin Changsheng, who had transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing dragon blood. Was this truly the act of a dragon? The very essence of dragon blood had been nearly depleted by him. What were they to absorb now? As the color of the dragon blood began to fade, they dared not delay any longer and could only hastily seek out a place to cultivate as for those already within the dragon transformation pool. They remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside. They sensed a slowing in their cultivation pace, as if the energy of the dragon blood had diminished. Could it be that too many dragons had entered? No, they must accelerate their absorption. Yet, no matter how swiftly they tried, they could not match Lin Changsheng's pace in the blink of an eye. Over 4 millennia had passed. The dragon blood within the dragon transformation pool had turned transparent. Those dragons cultivating inside, deprived of energy, were compelled to emerge from their seclusion. What on earth was happening? The number of dragons entering the dragon transformation pool had not been particularly high. Why had the energy dissipated so rapidly? Upon catching sight of Lin Changsheng in the distance, they suddenly understood everything. Damn it, the opportunity for their advancement had been seized by this black dragon. Infuriated, some dragons could not restrain themselves from launching an attack toward Lin Changsheng at the center of the vortex. If he had interrupted their chance for elevation, he should not expect to fare any better than that moment. An inexplicable surge of energy enveloped Lin Changsheng, shielding him from harm. Not act recklessly. Aorue is to be the future heir of our dragon clan. What? The heir of the dragon clan? At this revelation, all the dragons in the dragon transformation pool became agitated. They were well aware of the significance and status of the heir. The dragon clan had many dragon offspring, each possessing formidable strength, with some rumored to be in seclusion, preparing to break through to the great Luo Jinxian realm. Yet, even so, there had been no prior announcement regarding the establishment of an heir. Now, this black dragon, who appeared to be at the Golden Immortal realm, was being considered for that role. No, wait, was he not at the Golden Immortal level? He seemed on the verge of a breakthrough. Indeed, after so long in cultivation, Lin Changsheng was indeed poised for a significant advancement. Firstly, his primordial spirit had grown considerably after over 4 millennia, enhancing his cultivation from the mid-golden immortal stage to the late stage. The surging magical energy coursed through his limbs and veins, filling him with an indescribable sense of elation. It appeared that his earlier decision had been correct. Merely traversing the dragon clan had allowed him to reach the late golden immortal stage. While this was undoubtedly linked to his innate background, the benefits derived from the dragon transformation pool had been substantial. However, the greatest joy lay in the enhancement of his physical form, through the training of the heavenly dragon body technique and the frenzied absorption of dragon blood. He had successfully broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. This newfound strength provided him with a degree of self-preservation capabilities. Equipped with two innate spiritual treasures and various techniques, he now felt confident in contending even with mid-Tai golden immortal experts. Furthermore, he could finally take on a corporeal form. Yet Lin Changsheng was not foolish enough to revert to his original appearance. Instead, he utilized the method of transformation to assume the form of a sharply defined youth. And there was the matter of his talents. Now that he had reached the Tai golden immortal realm, he could unlock a new talent. Just as he was about to examine his new abilities, a wave of murderous intent emanated from nearby. Lin Changsheng raised his gaze. He beheld a young man clad in a golden robe, his face twisted with resentment, emanating an aura of hostility. "Do you wish to kill me?" Lin Changsheng inquired, somewhat taken aback. Surely, he had only absorbed a bit more dragon blood. It could not warrant such animosity. Jin could no longer contain himself. Naturally, as a descendant of the pure-blooded ancestor dragon lineage, his talents were extraordinary, and he had long been designated as a dragon offspring. However, it seemed Jin was not satisfied with merely being a dragon offspring. He had long aspired to follow the path of the ancestor dragon and become the heir of the dragon clan. Now that the identity of the heir had been preordained by the elders, it was no wonder he felt compelled to act. Who was this black dragon, daring to claim the title of heir? The other descendants of the dragon clan, observing Jin's outburst, began to murmur among themselves. The heir of the dragon clan? At that moment, Lin Changsheng felt as though his mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. He had merely sought to gain some benefits from the dragon clan. How had he suddenly acquired such an identity? Surely his prior conduct had not gone unnoticed by the elders. Yes, that must be it. But was it truly polite of them to act without consulting him? Just as Lin Changsheng was lost in thought, Jin roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I refuse to accept this. The audacity of a mere black dragon seeking to become the heir of the dragon clan was utterly ludicrous. I will challenge him. As a descendant of the ancestor dragon lineage, Jin's pure bloodline instilled in him a sense of superiority. The position of heir could only be inherited by the golden dragon clan. With his exceptional aptitude, he would surely break through to the mid-Tai golden immortal stage during this session in the dragon transformation pool. The black dragon's reckless absorption had left him only at the early Tai golden immortal stage. A slight he could not bear. Agreed. The voice of the dragon clan elder echoed in response. That moment. Jin, also at the early Tai golden immortal stage, saw this as an opportunity to establish his authority. Should he succeed, Rue's position as heir would become even more secured out of course. If Rue were to falter, they would have to set this matter aside for the time being, receiving the elder's consent. Jin rushed forward with unbridled enthusiasm. The terrifying power of his physical form struck like an ancient divine mountain, delivering a punch toward Lin Changsheng with the force of 1,000 tons. The onlooking dragons retreated in alarm. Such a confrontation was beyond their capacity to endure. Lin Changsheng felt no fear, opting instead for a head-on clash. Both were at the Tai golden immortal level in terms of physical prowess, and he had no reason to be intimidated. Boom! The collision was akin to two ancient mountains colliding, sending tremors through the entirety of the dragon transformation pool. The devastating shockwave sent the sparse dragon blood within the pool swirling in chaotic torrents. The impact resulted in a stalemate between Lin Changsheng and Jin. However, this only served to further inflame Jin's rage. As a proud member of the Golden Dragon lineage, his bloodline was inherently superior to that of the Black Dragon. Now, to face an equal opponent and gain no advantage was a blow to his pride. With a furious roar, he charged forward once more. Lin Changsheng sneered inwardly. What of the Golden Dragon? Armed with the insights from the heavenly dragon body technique, which he had refined, his physical strength was now on par with that of the Golden Dragon. The reason he chose to engage Jin head-on was to gauge the extent of his own physical prowess. However, the time for such games had passed. Since Jin had harbored murderous intent, he should prepare himself for the consequences. Even a member of the Golden Dragon lineage, a descendant of the ancestor dragon, would face death. Gravitational field. With a thunderous roar, Lin Changsheng unleashed a surge of earthy magnetic energy that rapidly expanded outward. The principles of gravitational laws flickered incessantly AO Gene was instantly enveloped within this gravitational domain. The sudden onset of gravity caused his forward momentum to plummet sharply. This is bad. Though AO Gene was proud, his combat experience was formidable that he hastily crossed his arms over his chest in defense. However, it was too late. Lin Changsheng's fist had already barreled towards him. With a resounding crash, AO Gene was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the dragon transformation pool. Before he could regain his footing, Lin Changsheng's relentless barrage of strikes descended upon him. Each punch bore tremendous weight and was delivered without restraint. Coupled with the gravitational field's augmentation, AO Gene found his movements severely hampered. In no time, he was at a disadvantage, completely unable to retaliate. If this continued, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. Damn it! How dare he? AO Gene felt a deep sense of humiliation, as if his pride was being trampled upon. In a fit of madness, he summoned forth his spiritual treasure, a golden rui adorned with the faint engravings of a dragon and tiger. The moment the golden rui emerged, Lin Changsheng ceased his assault. For a cascade of golden light emanated from it, encasing AO Gene within its protective embrace that it was indeed the dragon tiger rui. This was a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure, capable of both offense and defense. Truly, AO Gene was impressive to possess such a treasure of this caliber. Yet it also indicated that AO Gene had been driven to the brink. What of it? This mid-grade innate spiritual treasure was sufficient to turn the tide of battle and determine victory. The other descendants of the Dragon Clan gazed upon this innate treasure with awe. "I will kill you!" AO Gene bellowed in fury, directing the Dragon Tiger Rui towards Lin Changsheng. Well done. AOJINIT is merely a contest. Yet he resorts to using a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Does he truly wish to obliterate the future of my Dragon Clan? At that moment, AO Shui, watching through the mirror, felt immense regret. Why had he not provided AO Rui with a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure back then? No, if AO Rui falters, he must intervene, regardless of the consequences. AO Shui, your reasoning is flawed that a spiritual treasure is part of one's combat prowess. If it is a battle, one must give their all. Should there be any misstep, it would only reflect their own inadequacy. Furthermore, if one aspires to be the heir of the Dragon Clan, failing to handle such a challenge would be difficult to justify. The elder of the Golden Dragon Clan chuckled. The ancestor dragon is the progenitor of their lineage. Naturally, these descendants yearn to carry on the glory of the ancestor dragon. Hence, they had long coveted the title of Dragon Clan heir. Now, to have it snatched away by an inconspicuous black dragon was intolerable. Thus, when they saw AO Gene summoned the Dragon Tiger Rui, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Both AO Gene and the Black Dragon were at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The reason AO Gene was at a disadvantage was merely due to the Black Dragon's enlightenment of the gravitational laws and mastery of gravitational divine powers. Now, with the support of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the gravitational divine powers were no longer sufficient. Although they had previously seen the Black Dragon wielding a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was impossible for it to withstand the might of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The outcome of this battle was already decided. What are treasures to me? In terms of talent and heritage, AO Gene is utterly unworthy to be compared with AO Rui, if the status of the Dragon Clan heir is to be determined by spiritual treasures. What is the point of cultivating it all? AO Shui retorted sharply. Enough of your bickering. The identity of the Dragon Clan heir was the result of our deliberations. The final verdict must be delivered by Lord Ancestor Dragon himself. An elder of the Dragon Clan stepped forward to mediate. AO Shui and the elder of the Golden Dragon Clan exchanged glances, both recognizing the mockery in each other's eyes. The battle commenced. The Dragon Clan elders hastily called out warnings. This moment, all the Dragon Clan elders fixated their gazes on the mirror. Empowered by AO Jin's mana, the Dragon Tiger Rui spun wildly. The dragon and tiger engravings upon it came to life, transforming into colossal beasts of ferocity, surrounding the Dragon Tiger Rui. With a sound that split the air, they charged toward Lin Changsheng. The terrifying might was approaching the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The onlooking Dragon Clan members recoiled in fear. Die. Ao Jin shouted with frenzied excitement. Lin Changsheng frowned slightly. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. You say, if I unleash all my capabilities, I would not fear Ao Jin in the slightest. However, with so many great Luo golden immortals observing, he was reluctant to reveal too much of his trump cards. Very well. I shall employ another force of law. With a thought, the Xian Yuan sword materialized before him. Under the enhancement of the laws, the Xian Yuan sword underwent a frenzied transformation, swiftly growing into a massive blade several hundred zhang long. Countless droplets of primordial heavy water surged forth, each drop bearing the weight of an ancient divine mountain. An innate low-grade spiritual treasure dares to contend with my dragon tiger Rui. Such audacity is laughable. After you perish, I shall graciously accept your low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ao Jin scoffed dismissively. Is that so? Those spiritual treasures are indeed valuable. Their efficacy largely depends on the wielder. Clearly, you have not fully refined this mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, thus unable to unleash its full potential. Lin Changsheng smiled lightly, commanding the Xian Yuan sword to slash at the dragon tiger Rui. So what? It is not something a low-grade innate spiritual treasure can withstand. Ao Jin stubbornly retorted. As they spoke, the two treasures finally clashed. The Xian Yuan sword struck the dragon tiger Rui. The primordial heavy water and the dragon tiger phantoms engaged in a fierce struggle, mutually eroding each other's power. However, the dragon tiger phantom appeared to hold the upper hand, as the primordial heavy water was continuously shattered. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, it seemed the mid-grade innate dragon tiger Rui was indeed superior. As expected, the results unfolded as such. Indeed, the might of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure should not be underestimated. Ao Rui's ability to contend to this extent was already commendable. The observing Dragon Clan members murmured among themselves. There was no denying it. Spiritual treasures were indeed a crucial aspect of combat power. One could only lament that Ao Rui had fallen victim to misfortune. Had he showcased his talents earlier, garnering the clan's attention, he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of treasures. Meanwhile, the elder of the Golden Dragon clan displayed a relieved smile, though he quietly prepared to intervene, having sensed Ao Shue's mounting impatience. Look, the tide of battle is shifting. Is that the Sword Dao laws? Ao Rui has also mastered the Sword Dao laws. The words of the Dragon Clan elder caught Ao Shue's attention, prompting him to gaze intently at the mirror. He beheld the Xian Yuan sword, which was on the verge of being extinguished, suddenly radiating with brilliant light. Sword energy surged forth, and combined with the primordial heavy water, it pierced through the dragon tiger phantom. Ultimately, the Xian Yuan sword struck fiercely against the dragon tiger Rui. Buzz! The dragon tiger Rui trembled incessantly, emitting a mournful cry as it was sent flying back. Before Ao Jin could react, a streak of lightning-like brilliance sliced through the sky, resplendent like a rainbow, and this radiant arc was aimed directly at him. The Sword Dao laws combined with the Sword Dao divine power, white rainbow, piercing the sun. Elder, save me! In that moment, Ao Jin felt the chilling grip of death, and he could not fathom why, despite holding the advantage. The situation had suddenly reversed. Stop! The elder of the Golden Dragon clan roared, ready to intervene, but was halted by Ao Aog. This is a battle between them. Ao Shue stood resolutely in his path, a cold smile adorning his face. Ao Shue, step aside. If Ao Jin were to fall here, my Golden Dragon clan and your Black Dragon clan would be irreconcilable foes. Ao G roared, his heart ablaze with urgency. Your words are misguided. When it comes to battle, one must naturally exert every effort. Should any misstep occur, it is merely a reflection of one's inadequate strength. It is fitting that Ao Jin meets such a calamity. Ao Shui retorted with a cold laugh, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction within. While the two dragons continued their quarrel, the battle had already concluded, despite the intervention of a great Luo golden immortal elder from the Dragon clan urging him to cease. Lin Changsheng resolutely struck down Aoj. This moment. Ao Jin was pierced by the Xian Yuan sword, his primordial spirit utterly obliterated, beyond the realm of death. Having completed this deed, Lin Changsheng conjured a massive hand with his magical power. Seizing the dragon tiger Rui, this innate spiritual treasure buzzed incessantly in his grasp, yearning for escape. However, bereft of Ao Jin's magical infusion, it could not elude Lin Changsheng's hold. Without concern for anything else, he began to refine the dragon tiger Rui on the spot. He harbored no fear of a dragon launching a sneak attack. Having revealed his talents, the elder dragons would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. What audacity from Aog, an elder of the Golden Dragon clan. Seethed with fury upon witnessing this that moment, a terrifying and ancient aura suddenly descended. In that instant, every dragon felt a tremor of dread. Was the ancestor dragon awakening? The ancestor dragon, the absolute powerhouse of the dragon clan, who typically shunned trivial matters, singularly focused on breaking through realms. Who could have anticipated that now he would awaken? Could it be that Ao Rui's reckless slaughter of Ao Jin had roused him? If that were the case, the Black Dragon clan would surely face dire consequences. Regardless, at this moment, all the elder dragons stood respectfully to the side. 3,000 years hence, I shall designate Ao Rui as the heir of the Dragon clan. I will personally confer enlightenment upon him within the Dragon Palace. This simple proclamation sent ripples of shock through the Dragon clan, akin to a depth charge stirring tumultuous waves. The ancestor dragon, awakening for but a fragment of thought, was solely to announce this news. Moreover, he was willing to expend his own power to enlighten Ao Rui. Such enlightenment was an immensely draining endeavor, yet it could swiftly elevate the recipient's strength. The ancestor dragon's willingness to go to such lengths for a descendant spoke volumes of Ao Rui's innate talent. Very well. Even though Aog was reluctant, he could only bow his head in acquiescence. When the ancestor dragon spoke, they dared not resist, nor could they covertly contrive against him. For the wrath of the ancestor dragon was something they could not withstand. After delivering this news, the ancestor dragon's consciousness receded like the tide. Ao Shui, congratulations. The Black Dragon clan has produced an extraordinary genius. The other great Luo Golden Immortal elders echoed their congratulations. Even Ao Tsong, an elder of the Azure Dragon clan, who was at odds with Ao Shui, managed to muster a smile. Though Ao Jin was dead, the dragon tiger Rui was a treasure of my clan. I must reclaim Aog, seething with unexpressed rage, could only seek to take back the spiritual treasure. Do as you wish. However, I must caution you that Ao Rui is currently focused on refining the spiritual treasure. Should you disturb him and incur his displeasure, it shall not concern me. After all, in 3,000 years he will become the heir of the Dragon clan, and even I must pay my respects to him. This time, Shui did not hinder him, but rather stepped aside. Aog glared furiously, rendered speechless by the rebuke. Indeed, in 3,000 years, Ao Rui would ascend to become the heir. To provoke him now would only invite disaster upon the Golden Dragon clan. Very well. Aog sighed in resignation. Leaving with a heavy heart, the other elder dragons began to withdraw as well. Ao Shui assumed the role of protector, ever vigilant against any dragon that might dare to attack Ao Rui. At this moment, the entire Dragon Palace was abuzz with excitement. Who is Ao Rui? Why would the ancestor dragon personally designate him as the heir and bestow enlightenment upon him? I do not know. Could Ao Rui be the ancestor dragon's illegitimate offspring? In that instant, the entirety of the Dragon Palace sought to unearth information regarding Ao Rui. Fortunately, it was soon revealed that Ao Rui was the descendant of that rascal Ao Shui. Having achieved 2 epiphanies within the Dragon Tomb and comprehended body tempering techniques and laws, he had grasped at least 3 or more laws. The more they learned, the more astonished they became. A descendant of the Dragon clan, who seemingly did not deserve to dwell within the Dragon Palace, had turned the tables in such a fantastical manner. Truly, he was a remarkable black dragon. Yet, no matter their astonishment, such extraordinary talent was indeed worthy of the title of heir. This moment, Lin Changsheng remained oblivious to the matter of the heir. He was fully engrossed in refining the dragon tiger Rui. The innate middle-grade spiritual treasure possessed between 13 to 24 prohibitions, and this particular treasure held 20. Its quality was commendable. After spending several hundred years erasing Ao Jin's magical power, the dragon tiger Rui finally ceased its buzzing resistance. An additional 2,000 years were spent refining down to 17 prohibitions. Only 3 more remained for complete refinement of this innate middle-grade spiritual treasure. However, the 17 prohibitions were already sufficient for him to unleash the power of this innate treasure. Finished refining so quickly, Ao Shui kept a vigilant watch over Ao Rui. By his estimation, it would take at least 5,000 years to preliminarily refine this innate spiritual treasure. He was taken aback to find the time had been halved. This talent was indeed astonishing. Ao Rui, I await you in the Dragon Palace. Were it not for the inability to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, Ao Shui would have certainly sought out Ao Rui himself. Lin Changsheng was unaware of Ao Shui's intentions. However, considering he was in the heart of the Dragon Clan stronghold, he deemed it prudent to remain cautious. Exiting the Dragon Transformation Pool led directly to the Dragon Palace. Upon seeing Ao Rui emerge, Ao Shui hurriedly approached with palpable excitement. Good. At last you have emerged. Lin Changsheng was taken aback by Ao Shui's fervent demeanor. Grandfather, what is this all about? He inquired tentatively. Ao Rui. You are remarkable. You are a pride of our Black Dragon Clan. No, rather, you are a pride of the entire Dragon Clan. In just a millennium, you shall be the heir of the Dragon Clan. After speaking, Ao Shui relayed the Ancestor Dragon's will. What? The Ancestor Dragon wishes to personally confer upon me the title of heir and provide enlightenment. Lin Changsheng was astounded that is this serious? I am merely an imposter dragon. How have I managed to ascend to the status of heir? Does this not mean I hold dominion over the entire Dragon Clan? Should I truly become the heir, would I not be able to enjoy the resources of the Dragon Clan? Furthermore, with the Ancestor Dragon's enlightenment, my cultivation could ascend to Great Luo Golden Immortal at an unprecedented pace. This would solidify my standing in the primordial realm. This thought merely flickered in his mind before Lin Changsheng swiftly extinguished it. Though he possessed a flawless body, becoming the heir of the Dragon Clan entailed immense karmic repercussions. When the calamity of Hong Han ensues, should the heavenly Tao take notice, it could very well expose his true identity, leading to a dismal fate. Moreover, the most critical point was that the Ancestor Dragon was unfathomable. What if he discovered something amiss during the Enlightenment? Although Lin Changsheng was confident in his talent, he did not dare to take such a risk. No, I must make a hasty retreat. The faster, the better. I must abscond with the Dragon Palace if necessary. Otherwise, should the Ancestor Dragon awaken and fix his gaze upon me, escape would be impossible. However, before fleeing, he could not forego the benefits that belonged to him. Grandfather, rest assured, should I become the heir of the Dragon Clan, I will undoubtedly prioritize the welfare of our Black Dragon Clan. Lin Changsheng assured with a facade of calm. Excellent. A living dragon indeed. Ao Shui said with satisfaction. Grandfather, I still require a primordial treasure in the form of an alchemical furnace. Lin Changsheng stated directly, nearly forgetting this matter. A primordial treasure in the form of an alchemical furnace? Ao Rui, have you mastered the alchemical principles? Ao Shui inquired hastily. Indeed, Lin Changsheng replied, that I wish to attempt alchemy, but still lack a suitable furnace and some spiritual materials. He smiled, having resolved that once he acquired a furnace, he would depart from the Dragon Clan. Waiting for the ancestral dragon to emerge would not be so simple. Excellent. Truly, you are a prodigy of our clan. However, alchemy is an immensely time-consuming endeavor. Merely grasping the principles of alchemy provides the foundation, yet success hinges on relentless experimentation. Therefore, do not squander excessive time on it, Ao Shui cautioned. His words held truth, despite Lin Changsheng having comprehended the path of alchemy. This was merely a prerequisite. Achieving success in concocting elixirs necessitated continuous trial and error, which indeed consumed considerable spiritual materials and time. Yet, once one became adept in alchemy, alchemists were highly sought after. Having already displayed his talent, Ao Shui felt it unnecessary to say much more and merely offered a gentle reminder. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand. Lin Changsheng nodded. That is good, Ao Shui continued. However, There are no alchemical furnaces here. We must apply to the treasury. By the way, what other spiritual materials do you require? Inform me at once. Alchemical furnaces were rather scarce, and Aoshue had no intention of casually presenting a low-grade treasure to appease Aoru. The principle remained, demonstrate your worth, and you shall receive commensurate resources. Very well. Lin Changsheng was unreserved, promptly listing all the materials needed for the 4th-grade elixirs for the Golden Immortal stage. He also mentioned the materials required for the 5th-grade Golden Elixir. The Dragon Clan was extensive and prosperous, so one might as well take advantage of it. Aoshue was taken aback upon hearing the list. Aoru, the materials you seek are of exceedingly high age and rarity. I cannot guarantee that I can gather them all. After all, you have yet to truly become the heir of the Dragon Clan. The allocation of resources is not arbitrary. Even I, as a great Luo Golden Immortal, cannot freely claim resources. Lin Changsheng acknowledged this. Aoshue hastily departed, only to return shortly thereafter. Aoru, this is a superior-grade primordial alchemical furnace. The purple furnace.it is the finest furnace I can provide. That a violet alchemical furnace appeared in Aoshue's hands. A superior-grade primordial treasure. Lin Changsheng's eyes brightened. It would suffice for a considerable duration. Thank you, grandfather. Lin Changsheng accepted the furnace without hesitation. These are the spiritual materials you requested. I have procured thousands of common ones, while the rare ones total only a few hundred, and some are still missing. Aoshue handed over a substantial amount of spiritual materials. Lin Changsheng scanned them with his consciousness. All materials for the 4th-grade Golden Elixir were gathered. This would allow him to concoct dozens of elixirs. Ample supply. However, he still lacked many of the materials for the 5th-grade Golden Elixir. Yet this was understandable. Such resources were granted in consideration of his impending status as the heir of the Dragon Clan. Aoru, a millennium remains until the ancestral dragon emerges from its retreat. During this time, you should remain in the Dragon Palace, Aoshue said with a smile. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I stay here, how can I possibly escape? Lin Changsheng countered. Enough of this, grandfather. For the remaining millennium, I intend to return to my cave and enter seclusion. That I will come to the Dragon Palace once the ancestral dragon has emerged, Lin Changsheng insisted. Return to your own cave. Aoru, your current status is vastly different from before. Remaining in the Dragon Palace will not draw any scrutiny. Moreover, it ensures your safety. Aoshue could not comprehend why Aoru wished to return to his cave. Staying here would be much safer. Grandfather, there is no need for such concern, since I am acknowledged as the heir by the ancestral dragon. The other dragons would not dare to act against me in secret. Furthermore, the East Sea is our clan's territory, utterly secure. Only in my cave can I focus on refining elixirs. Lin Changsheng maintained his position. Aoshue fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. If you're so determined, then let it be. I will clear all sea tribes within 1,000,000 kilometers for you. And do not forget to return to the Dragon Palace in a millennium. Aoshue could not help but remind him he had many matters to attend to in that millennium and might not have time to look after Lin Changsheng. Returning to his cave was indeed a good idea. Very well, Lin Changsheng nodded and then departed from the Dragon Palace. Upon finally returning to his cave, Lin Changsheng began to contemplate his next steps. Currently, he could not remain in the East Sea, so he would journey to the eastern continent. It was said that Mount Bujo was rich in resources, making it an excellent place for exploration. However, as he was now the focus of the Dragon Clan, while no dragon would dare to act against him, he could not rule out the possibility of being watched. For the time being, it was best to stay quietly in his cave, with a plan forming in his mind. Lin Changsheng felt a sense of relief. Finally, he could review the talents he had unlocked. 5th talent. Boundless Virtue unlocked. Boundless Virtue. As long as you engage in actions beneficial to the operation of the heavenly Tao and the development of the primordial world, you may gain virtue. Friendly reminder. The act of acquiring virtue can attract significant attention. Be cautious not to be discovered. Boundless Virtue. This is indeed a commendable talent. In the primordial world, virtue is akin to a universal remedy, comparable to the essence of existence itself. Figures such as Niwa and the 3 Pure Ones achieved enlightenment through virtue. If Lin Changsheng could acquire virtue in advance, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for his cultivation and future. However, he would need to explore what actions would truly benefit the operation of the primordial world. After gaining a general understanding of this talent, Lin Changsheng began to refine the purple furnace. As a superior grade primordial treasure, it possessed between 25 and 36 prohibitions, and this purple furnace boasted 35 prohibitions. Its quality was exceptionally high among superior grade primordial treasures, given Lin Changsheng his current cultivation level. He could only perform a simple refinement, especially as time was limited in the blink of an eye. 600 years passed. Lin Changsheng had remained secluded in his cave, causing the other dragons who had been observing him to lose interest and shift their focus to the dragon palace. After all, the ancestral dragon was soon to emerge from its retreat, a significant event for the dragon clan. On this day, Lin Changsheng awoke from his seclusion, having refined 15 primordial prohibitions, enough for limited use. It was time to depart. With a thought, Lin Changsheng reabsorbed the purple furnace into his body. Aiming in the right direction, he employed the 5 elements escape technique to swiftly distance himself from the East Sea. After several decades, he finally reached the shores of the East as it was nearly time to sever the causal ties. However, he needed a plausible reason. Otherwise, it might raise the ancestral dragon's suspicions. With this thought in mind, Lin Changsheng activated his insightful eye to survey his surroundings. Hint: a mid-stage Tai golden immortal ferocious beast, the golden-winged three-eyed eagle, is resting 31,000 kilometers from your location. A mid-stage Tai golden immortal ferocious beast. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Lin Changsheng proclaimed, "It is you." Nestled by the eastern sea, within a secluded valley, a colossal and formidable beast lay at rest. Is this truly the fearsome creature? A realization dawned upon him, elucidating the rationale behind the surge of such monstrous beings. At this moment, Lin Changsheng had arrived at the lair of this beast, and through the guidance of his insightful eye, he discerned that this creature was a mid-stage Tai golden immortal. His intentions were straightforward: to leverage the power of this beast to eliminate himself. By doing so, he could sever the causal link with Ao Rue. Though there remained many enigmas to unravel, the Dragon Clan had no choice but to accept the grim reality of Ao being devoured by this beast. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Lin Changsheng from scrutinizing the beast before him. From a majestic, golden-winged, three-eyed eagle, he understood the reasons for the impending reckoning against these monstrous entities. Under the scrutiny of his insightful eye, he observed that the creature exuded a sinister aura of black malevolence, an intangible essence that tainted the surrounding primordial spiritual energy. The longer this contamination persisted, the more difficult it would be to restore the purity of the primordial energy. This alone was sufficient for the heavenly Tao to pursue retribution against these beasts. Moreover, the origins of these creatures were of paramount importance. It is widely known that when the Panga deity split the heavens and the earth, he was met with resistance from 3,000 demonic deities, ultimately vanquished by the divine axe in his grasp. The remains of these divine beings fell into the primordial chaos, transforming into ferocious beasts that wreaked havoc upon the land, tormenting innocent life. Having discerned the true nature of the beast, Lin Changsheng wasted no time. With his mind focused, the Xian Yuan sword morphed into a colossal blade, enveloped in the chaotic waters of primal energy. He then struck toward the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle. With a piercing cry, the resting eagle sensed the imminent danger and let out a thunderous roar, shielding itself with its wings. The Xian Yuan sword, infused with the chaotic waters, relentlessly battered against its wings, causing feathers to rain down and blood to flow freely. Yet, it inflicted no substantial harm. After all, this was a beast of mid-stage, Tai golden immortal caliber. Renowned for its physical resilience, with a fierce cry, the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle unleashed a powerful gust, dissipating the chaotic waters from the Xian Yuan sword, which then returned to Lin Changsheng with a resounding hum. Gravity domain, Lin Changsheng commanded, unleashing a gravitational field that bore down upon the eagle's mighty form. As the eagle attempted to ascend, it emitted a mournful cry and tumbled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Changsheng activated his sword technique, White Rainbow, piercing the sun. The Xian Yuan sword transformed into a radiant white arc, piercing through one of the eagle's wings with the swiftness of lightning, causing blood to cascade like rain. This act, however, provoked the beast's ferocity. Its wings flapped vigorously, summoning a tempestuous wind. Dragon and Tiger's Will, Lin Changsheng continued his onslaught. The innate mid-grade spiritual treasure, Dragon and Tiger's Will, imbued with the might of the dragon and tiger, struck the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle. The ethereal forms of the dragon and tiger lunged at the beast, piercing through its abdomen, unleashing a torrent of blood. With a piercing and anguished roar, the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle was grievously wounded. Recognizing the opportunity, Lin Changsheng swiftly severed the causal link with Ao Rui, reverting to his original form. Without hesitation, he activated the five-element escape technique and fled frantically toward the eastern continent. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace, Ao Shui congratulated, "Ah, your Black Dragon clan shall rise from this. Indeed, you old rascal have truly struck gold with such a talented descendant." Another elder remarked, "In contrast, my Water Dragon clan's offspring are rather lackluster. I must return and discipline them accordingly." Amidst the envy of the elders, Ao Shui beamed with pride. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. "What has happened to the causal link?" "What's wrong, Ao Shui?" an elder inquired, sensing the tension. "The causal link with Ao Rui has vanished," Ao Shui replied, astonished. "What? It has disappeared. Could it be that he is once again immersed in comprehending the laws?" An elder suggested cautiously that no, this is different, that it is completely gone. "What in the world has transpired?" Ao Shui exclaimed, hastily departing the Dragon Palace, racing towards Ao Rui's abode. "What could have happened? Everything was perfectly fine before, and I had cleared the surrounding sea creatures within 100,000 kilometers. It is impossible for Ao Rui to encounter danger within his cave. How could the causal link simply vanish?" "Ao Rui, Ao, you must not come a harm." Ao Shui hurried toward Ao Rui's dwelling, while the other dragon elders exchanged worried glances and followed suit. Regardless of their envy or jealousy, since Ao Rui was acknowledged by the ancestral dragon as the designated heir, he was the heart of the dragon clan. His safety was paramount. The assembly of great Luo golden immortals unleashed their overwhelming aura over the eastern sea, causing it to tremble in fear. Upon reaching Ao Rui's cave, Ao Shui had already arrived ahead of them. "What news, Ao Shui? Where is Ao Rui?" Ao Shui's countenance darkened ominously. He slowly regarded the dragon elders before shaking his head. "Not within the cave, and there are no signs of battle. It is as if he has vanished into thin air." "Vanished into thin air? How can that be? Even if they attacked, it would be impossible to do so without leaving a trace." Ao Shui, "This is of utmost importance that we must return to the Dragon Palace immediately and summon the ancestral dragon," one elder declared decisively. Upon hearing this, Ao Shui nodded in agreement. Thus, the assembly of great Luo golden immortals returned to the Dragon Palace without delay, hastening to the ancestral dragon's seclusion. Before they could speak, the voice of the ancestral dragon resonated. "I'm already aware of your intentions. The last place Ao Rui was seen was by the Eastern Sea. Hurry and investigate by the Eastern Sea. Wasn't Ao Rui in his cave meditating? How did he end up there?" However, there was no time to ponder the reasons. They needed to uncover the cause of the disappearance of the causal link. Ao Shui and the dragon elders swiftly made their way toward the Eastern Sea. Regardless of who dared to harm their clan's heir, they would pay the ultimate price. At this moment, Lin Changsheng felt a twinge of anxiety. He had fled hundreds of thousands of kilometers, yet the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle bore a grudge, relentlessly pursuing him. Even after sustaining severe injuries, it appeared to become even more ferocious. This situation was untenable. Ao Shui and the others would surely trace the beast's whereabouts. It seemed the only option left was to eliminate it. "Yin and Yang reversal," Lin Changsheng shouted. The once bright daylight was abruptly enveloped in darkness. The golden-winged, three-eyed eagle, caught off guard, momentarily faltered in confusion, whipped the mountains, and moved the stones. Lin Changsheng summoned his fingers like whips, commanding the very mountains to crash down upon the eagle. With a powerful cry, the golden-winged three-eyed eagle was struck downwards by the immense force. Yin and Yang grindstone. Lin Changsheng unleashed a devastating strike. The principles of yin and yang coalesced into a dual-sided grindstone, ensnaring the golden-winged three-eyed eagle within. The black and white energies mercilessly twisted and shredded the beast, siphoning away its life essence. Before long, the golden-winged three-eyed eagle emitted a heart-wrenching wail, transforming into a rain of blood that fell to the earth. The mid-stage Tai golden immortal had perished, just as Lin Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. His expression suddenly shifted. What is this? Lin Changsheng initially devised a plan to severely wound the golden-winged three-eyed eagle and subsequently employ the five elements escape technique to flee. Thus, even if Ao Shui and the others arrived, they would merely assume that he had fallen victim to the beast, directing their wrath solely towards his utter astonishment. The creature exhibited no intelligence whatsoever. Despite being gravely injured, it relentlessly pursued him. With no other recourse, Lin Changsheng was compelled to unleash a series of divine abilities to slay it. This unforeseen turn of events rendered his plan far from flawless. Nevertheless, fortified by his flawless physique, he harbored no concerns that the Dragon Clan would be able to track him down. However, after vanquishing the golden-winged three-eyed eagle, he suddenly perceived a tremor in the Tao of heaven that a wisp of merit, manifested as golden clouds, descended before him, illuminating a vast expanse of Buzhou Mountain. Countless powerful beings were stirred, each employing their unique means to investigate the phenomenon Yujing Mountain. The realization that it was indeed the merit of the Tao of heaven dawned upon Hongjun, who was left astounded and hurriedly began to deduce the circumstances. Yet he found himself devoid of any clues. The Honghuang continent undoubtedly harbored innumerable hidden powers. With a furrowed brow, Hongjun, despite being unable to glean any information, made his way towards the source of the merit. Not only Hongjun, but other formidable beings also hastened their steps in that direction. Did I merely slay a fierce beast to warrant the descent of merit? Lin Changsheng swiftly gathered the merit before him and accelerated his escape from the area. He understood that such a commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful beings. Simultaneously, his mind raced with thoughts, and he quickly grasped the situation. Infinite merit. It was the effect of this innate talent. As previously stated, fierce beasts taint the innate spiritual energy, thus hampering the operation of the Honghuang. Conversely, infinite merit can be acquired by performing actions that align with the Tao of heaven's operations. The slaying of a fierce beast is beneficial to the Honghuang, resulting in the descent of merit. Although the amount was modest, it undeniably validated the efficacy of this talent. Without it, obtaining merit from slaying fierce beasts would have been impossible. If that were the case, could he replicate this during other calamities? This thought momentarily emerged before Lin Changsheng promptly dismissed it. The subsequent calamity of Longhan was driven by the machinations of Hongjun and Luo. Serving as a reckoning by the Tao of heaven, he had not inflicted any damage upon the operation of the Honghuang. Thus, even if he were to annihilate the dragon and phoenix Qilin, there would be no merit awarded. With the key points elucidated, Lin Changsheng quickened his departure from the location to be why the shores of the East Sea, Ao Shui, and the other elders, after several days of travel, finally arrived at the location indicated by the ancestor dragon. The presence of a fierce beast was palpable, and traces of Ao Rui's confrontation lingered in the air that he truly vanished from here. Ao Shui remarked darkly. Could it be that Ao Rui encountered the beast, engaged in battle, and was ultimately slain? An elder of the Dragon Clan mused in disbelief, judging by the bloodstains left behind. The fierce beast cultivation level appeared to be at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Impossible, Ao Shui retorted. Ao Rui possesses numerous spiritual treasures and divine abilities. There is no way he could fall to a mere beast. The aura of the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle had also dissipated, but it was not present here that we must continue our search, Ao Shui insisted. Unwilling to concede, Ao Rui was the hope of their Black Dragon Clan, and indeed of the entire Dragon Clan. They were resolute in their pursuit of the truth. The elders of the Dragon Clan diligently followed the trail of the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle, yet ultimately lost all traces within a secluded valley. At this juncture, Hong Jun and several other powerful beings also arrived at the same location. Strange, it appears a fierce beast has been slain, but why has merit descended? Regardless of how these beings attempted to deduce the matter, they could glean no useful information. Even their divine consciousness, when extended, revealed nothing suspicious. Dragon friends, do you know what transpired here? Hong Jun inquired, observing Ao Shui and the others seemingly searching for something. Unknown, Ao Shui replied. His mood exceedingly tumultuous. The trail had gone cold here. The aura of the fierce beast had vanished, and the causal threads connecting to Ao Rui had been irrevocably severed. It made no sense at all. Why would Ao Rui venture to the shores of the East Sea? Why provoke a fierce beast? Even if he did, with his strength, it was implausible that he would fall. It was all too bizarre, utterly inexplicable. Yet the reality remained that Ao Rui had indeed perished. A shadow flickered in Hong Jun's eyes. How audacious the Dragon Clan is. Just wait. Your misfortune shall come. Eventually, these powerful beings dispersed one by one, concluding that the depths of the Hong Wang were unfathomable, still harboring powers beyond their comprehension. Aside from venting their fury on a few fierce beasts, Ao Shui and the others returned to the East Sea. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Changsheng, had discovered a small innate restriction. Utilizing his understanding of formation laws, he effortlessly entered this concealed innate grand formation. In that moment, Lin Changsheng truly relaxed. He had finally evaded the Dragon Clan. His entanglement with them had reached a temporary conclusion. Although he had gained numerous advantages from the Dragon Clan, Lin Changsheng felt no remorse. This was merely a matter of causal connection. Had Ao Rui not sought to kill him, he would not have retaliated and infiltrated the Dragon Clan. Setting aside matters concerning the Dragon Clan, Lin Changsheng produced the small wisp of merit and began to study. It was indeed a remarkably pure essence. In refining, it would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Regrettably, the amount was too scant. Moreover, Lin Changsheng did not intend to utilize this merit immediately, as he wished to wait until he ascended to the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal before refining it. At the Tai Golden Immortal stage, the 5 energies circulate within the body, corresponding to the 5 organs: heart, liver, kidneys, spleen, and lungs. This is known as the 5 energies returning to origin. Only by perfecting the cultivation of these 5 organ energies could one gather the 3 flowers atop the head and advance to the great Luo Golden Immortal. The 3 flowers pertain to the foundational essence of future cultivation. Refining merit could elevate the grade of the 3 flowers. Yet, all of this was still quite distant, and the merit at hand was minimal. First, he would examine the treasures within this small innate restriction before attempting alchemy, striving to elevate his magical power to the Tai Golden Immortal level. With plans forming in his mind, Lin Changsheng began to search within this small innate restriction. It must be said, the Eastern continent truly abounds with resources. It was remarkably simple to find a small innate restriction, and within it lay a plethora of rare spiritual materials, including a low-grade innate spiritual root. To his astonishment, there was even an innate spiritual treasure, seemingly a heavenly Tao extraordinary treasure. It is well known that Ling Bao can be categorized into various types: the chaotic supreme treasures, the primal supreme treasures, the primal spiritual treasures, the treasures of merit, the post-terrestrial supreme treasures, and the post-terrestrial treasures. However, among the primal spiritual treasures, there exists a further classification known as the heavenly Tao rare treasures. The most renowned among them is undoubtedly the God-slaying spear, which is forged from the stem of the chaotic blue lotus, infused with the malevolent energies of the universe. Its ferocity is unparalleled, and its murderous intent soars to the heavens. In the hands of Luo Ho, it has carved out a formidable reputation, boasting a rank comparable to that of the primal supreme treasures. Even a strike from it would leave a saint wounded. Other notable heavenly Tao rare treasures include the auspicious clouds of the heavens, each possessing unique characteristics. Lin Changsheng never anticipated that within a modest primal restriction he casually discovered, there lay a heavenly Tao rare treasure. Indeed, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle level of the chaotic demon gods, and the fortune surrounding him underwent a profound transformation. With a gentle smile, Lin Changsheng conjured a massive hand of magical power to seize this heavenly Tao rare treasure. It appeared neither as a book nor a painting, adorned with engravings of spiritual flora. Within it seemed to lie a world of its own. As Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit and magical power penetrated it, he instantaneously grasped the origins of this heavenly Tao rare treasure, the 100 Herbs diagram. This treasure possesses the potential for growth and records various spiritual herbs and materials of the Primordial Era. Inside, there exists a realm suitable for cultivating spiritual roots and herbs. The more spiritual roots and herbs cultivated, the greater the potential of the 100 Herbs diagram. It was indeed exceptionally suited for his use. Lin Changsheng felt immense joy. He had intended to gather countless spiritual roots and herbs for alchemical purposes. And with the 100 Herbs diagram, he essentially acquired a mobile herbal garden. The process of refining elixirs would become significantly more convenient henceforth. With that thought, Lin Changsheng commenced the refinement of this heavenly Tao rare treasure. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. Once the 100 Herbs diagram was completely refined, Lin Changsheng no longer had any concerns and began to harvest the spiritual materials within this primal restriction. Regardless of their maturity, he transplanted them all into the inner realm of the 100 Herbs diagram. After completing a thorough sweep, Lin Changsheng prepared to concoct the 4-transformation golden elixir, although he had already comprehended the way of elixirs to level 8. The art of alchemy still required practical application. To further enhance his understanding, he retrieved the purple furnace, which expanded to a size of 2 zhang upon the infusion of magical power. With a mere thought, all the spiritual materials that Ao Shui had previously prepared for him materialized before his eyes. Flames erupted within the purple furnace. Under Lin Changsheng's control, spiritual materials soared into the cauldron like rainbows. As he continued to add materials, a peculiar fragrance of elixir wafted through the air. However, just as the elixir was about to take shape, a faint explosion erupted from within the purple furnace. Followed by a charred scent. It was a failure. To high-quality elixirs require not only exceptional materials, but also a meticulous refinement process that a moment's negligence could lead to failure. Lin Changsheng, having anticipated such an outcome, remained undeterred and continued to refine anew. Failure, failure, failure. The string of failures unexpectedly plunged Lin Changsheng into a state of enlightenment. The profound rhythms of the way of elixirs flashed continuously in his mind, as if a temporal river of elixir formation was emerging. The rich aroma of elixirs permeated the surroundings. In this moment, Lin Changsheng's understanding of the way of elixirs deepened once more, and his hands did not falter in their actions. This was an extraordinary state of being. It was unclear how much time passed, but Lin Changsheng eventually awakened from a state of enlightenment, and he marveled at how consecutive failures had led him to a moment of profound insight. Reflecting on everything that transpired, Lin Changsheng found it truly remarkable. Be it in cultivation or enlightenment, no challenge seemed insurmountable, but if there were difficulties, one simply needed to achieve enlightenment. The sensation of his cultivation was so smooth and seamless that he couldn't help but express his admiration. This latest moment of enlightenment elevated his understanding of the way of elixirs to level 10, though it was merely a 2-point increase. In terms of the Tao, each increment of comprehension was worlds apart. Excellent. The 4-transformation golden elixir had been successfully refined. Gazing at the 4-transformation golden elixir within the purple furnace, Lin Changsheng grasped it directly. The fragrance was rich, and the elixir bore 4 golden stripes. The 4-transformation golden elixir was indeed commendable. However, Lin Changsheng did not hasten to consume it. Now at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, a single golden elixir would not suffice for him to reach a higher level. He resolved to continue refining. With the experience of his recent success, Lin Changsheng encountered no further failures in his subsequent refinements. Soon, numerous 4-transformation golden elixirs accumulated beside him. Only after depleting all the spiritual materials for the 4-transformation golden elixirs did he cease his efforts. At this point, he had amassed dozens of golden elixirs. It was time to enhance his cultivation. Lin Changsheng began to refine the elixirs. The pure medicinal power transformed within him into the most refined magical power. Coursing through his limbs and meridians, His primordial spirit also grew stronger with each passing moment. However, a single golden elixir could not support his breakthrough. The remaining dozens of elixirs flowed into his body like a rainbow. Beginning their refinement, the elixirs were continuously refined. A faint apparition of the 5 chi emerged in his chest, gradually solidifying. Simultaneously, the spiritual chi transformation technique manifested as a small-scale spiritual storm, aiding Lin Changsheng in his cultivation. Time in the primordial realm flowed without measure in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of years had passed on this day. Lin Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes. The 5 chi churned within him. With the innate chi of the Azure Emperor reaching full solidity, above his head, auspicious clouds gathered, showering him with profound Tao rhythms. He had attained the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. At last, he proclaimed, the Tai, Golden Immortal, represents the accumulation of energy. Once the 5 chi within his chest reaches perfection, the auspicious clouds will bloom into the 3 flowers. That will be the moment I achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Lin Changsheng expressed his satisfaction. Put it simply, the Tai Golden Immortal is a quantitative transformation. As long as the quantity is sufficient, one can break through that a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, which is the essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Only then would he truly possess the foundation to stand firm in the primordial realm. Having ascended, Lin Changsheng wasted no time. He initiated a reinvigoration of the spiritual treasures he had yet to fully refine. The Dragon Tiger Rui and the Purple Furnace were completely refined by him. As a result, his combat prowess saw another enhancement. Subsequently, he resumed his comprehension of the Tao's principles. With the elevation of his strength, his understanding of the Tao deepened again. Although the progress was modest, it was a gradual and methodical process. In the blink of an eye, several 100,000 years had gone by. It was time to venture forth. A prompt indicated, 45,000 kilometers to your right, there lies a 10-million-year-old undying grass, guarded by a ferocious beast of Tai Golden Immortal caliber. Truly, the eastern continent boasts resources vastly superior to those of the eastern sea. Without delay, Lin Changsheng changed direction and soared toward the location of the undying grass. Upon exiting the primal restriction, he began to seek various resources, reaping substantial rewards. That moment, the Eye of Insight indicated yet another 10-million-year-old spiritual material. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Before long, Lin Changsheng arrived at the indicated location. Indeed, he found a grayish-brown, undying grass. However, resting beside it was a ferocious beast the size of a mountain peak. Given the ferocity emanating from it, it likely belonged to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The malevolent aura of the beast polluted the innate spiritual energy. If only this malevolence could be eradicated. Lin Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. This was also a splendid method to accrue merit. After all, relying solely on the natural order of the heavens would consume a considerable amount of time. If he could devise a solution, the merit gained would undoubtedly rival that obtained from slaying fierce beasts. He could attempt to explore the path of formations. An idea sparked within Lin Changsheng's mind. However, this was not the moment for enlightenment. He must first deal with the ferocious beast. With this thought, Lin Changsheng took immediate action. Gravity domain. White rainbow piercing the sun without hesitation, he unleashed 2 profound techniques. The ferocious beast had no time to react before being pierced through by the Xianyuan sword, suffering a devastating blow. With a thunderous roar, the beast attempted to burrow into the ground to escape. Thinking to flee, turning earth to steel point won the 36 heavenly stalwarts. The technique of turning earth to steel could transform soft earth into solid rock, preventing the use of earth-escaping illusions. Seeing its escape thwarted, the beast roared in fury and lunged at Lin Changsheng. Dragon and tiger as one under Lin Changsheng's infusion of power, the fully refined innate mid-grade spiritual treasure erupted with its full might. The phantom of the dragon and tiger roared towards the heavens, transforming into a colossal beast that crashed down upon the ferocious creature. With a resounding boom, the beast, as large as a mountain, was struck down, blood raining down as it fell lifelessly. With the beast's demise, a golden aura of merit descended from the heavens once more. Similarly, countless powerful beings witnessed this astonishing phenomenon. Another instance of merit? What on earth transpired? In that moment, all the mighty beings were roused again, hastening towards the source of this occurrence. Lin Changsheng was aware of the commotion caused by the merit. He collected the undying grass and the beast's corpse before departing the scene. By the time these powerful beings arrived, they found nothing but emptiness. Unable to glean any information, it seemed that both occurrences were linked to the beast's death. Could it be that slaying the beast granted merit? This question arose in the minds of the mighty beings. Yet, it was inconceivable. They had slain countless ferocious beasts without any merit. Was it possible that the manner of slaying mattered, despite their exhaustive pondering? They could not fathom that Lin Changsheng possessed an innate talent for boundless merit. With his primordial spirit's power advancing to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, coupled with the complete refinement of his spiritual treasure. Vanquishing a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal beast became significantly easier. This moment, Lin Changsheng had already found a secure location. He planted the undying grass within the 100 herbs diagram. Now, he examined the corpse of the ferocious beast. Although deceased, its malevolent aura had not entirely dissipated, still tainting the innate spiritual energy. However, the malevolent aura was gradually weakening. Lin Changsheng estimated that should any corpse naturally decompose, it would require at least a decade for the malevolent aura to vanish completely. The essence of the malevolent aura stemmed from the lingering resentment of the divine and demonic remnants, that if he could purify this resentment, the threat posed by the ferocious beast to the primordial world would diminish. Lin Changsheng contemplated how to purify this malevolent aura. His initial idea was to utilize the principles of formations, setting up an array capable of purifying the malevolent aura. However, upon observing the beast, Lin Changsheng reconsidered. Firstly, setting up a formation was quite cumbersome, requiring numerous materials. Additionally, transporting them could be quite troublesome. Perhaps he could explore the path of alchemy, by preemptively refining pills capable of absorbing or purifying the malevolent aura. It would undoubtedly prove much more convenient. Moreover, he currently possessed a wealth of spiritual materials, ready for immediate refinement. After a brief contemplation, Lin Changsheng deemed this approach feasible. With that resolved, he set to work. Without delay, Lin Changsheng produced the purple furnace. This time, the alchemical process lacked an established formula. He would need to experiment and discover it himself. The frost ice herb could absorb spiritual energy. Could it also absorb malevolent energy? The black blood fruit possessed potent toxicity. Could it counteract the malevolent aura? At this moment, Lin Changsheng began an incessant series of experiments. Creating a new formula was no simple task. It required continuous experimentation and extraordinary insights. Fortuitously, Lin Changsheng's insights were indeed remarkable. With each failure, the resonance of the path of alchemy emerged, transforming into a fragrant river of elixirs, assisting Lin Changsheng in his research. His exceptional comprehension once again plunged him into a state of enlightenment. The unparalleled footwork of the chaotic demon god enabled him to continuously decipher each new formula in the timeless expanse of the primordial world. Unknowingly, hundreds of thousands of years slipped by. Lin Changsheng remained in an unconscious state of enlightenment. At his feet lay mountains of failed pills, and within the purple furnace, a singular pill was on the verge of taking shape. This pill appeared rather unremarkable, yet it was precisely this pill that caused Lin Changsheng to open his eyes. After experimenting with over 100,000 formulas, he had finally succeeded. He would name this pill the Purging Malevolence Pill. Lin Changsheng retrieved the pill, a culmination of his insights over the past 100,000 years. Not only had the path of alchemy deepened, but he had also successfully refined a pill that this moment, the heavens trembled. What is happening? What new development had occurred? In an instant, countless mighty beings were awakened. Soon, they beheld a massive golden aura of merit descending from the heavens. Lin Changsheng likewise witnessed this spectacle, and to his astonishment, the grand aura of merit was heading towards him. Could it be due to his pill? Lin Changsheng quickly grasped the situation. It must be the success of his formula and pill that had invoked this heavenly gift. After all, with this pill, the pollution of the primordial spiritual energy by the ferocious beasts could be significantly reduced. greatly benefiting the development of the primordial world. However, the commotion was undeniably monumental. This immense merit was at least several tens of thousands of times that of his previous slayings of ferocious beasts. Surely, it would cause a stir throughout the entire primordial realm. He must leave this place swiftly. Lin Changsheng gathered the merit and employed the 5 elements escape technique to depart. Yet the heavenly order remained unsettled. As if it were brewing something, countless mighty beings, awakened by the tremors of the heavenly order and the subsequent deluge of merit, rushed towards the location from which the merit had vanished. Upon their arrival, they discovered a ground littered with failed pills. It appeared that a master alchemist had been refining pills here, yet why had they produced so many failures? Although these pills had not formed, their attributes seemed remarkably similar. Were they perhaps in the process of researching a new formula? Indeed, the tremors of the heavenly order and the descent of merit originated from this location. Could it be that this mighty being had successfully developed a formula? One powerful figure picked up a failed pill, meticulously examining it. These pills appeared somewhat peculiar, lacking any discernible magical power. Their specific effects remained unknown at this juncture. The heavenly order sensed the situation. The divine wheel of the heavenly order flickered in and out of existence, seemingly imbued with an intent to descend. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng, having escaped at least several 100,000 kilometers away, suddenly halted. The heavenly order had just imparted its will upon him. The heavens wished to reveal the formula and refining methods for the purging malevolence pill. Should Lin Changsheng consent, upon the conclusion of the ferocious beast calamity, the heavens would bestow a substantial amount of merit as a reward. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Changsheng readily agreed. Alone, his efforts in slaying ferocious beasts accrued meager merit. However, the merit granted for ending the calamity would surely be far more substantial. It was a lucrative bargain. Moreover, the purging malevolence pill specifically targeted the malevolent aura of the ferocious beasts, regardless of his agreement. The calamity of the ferocious beasts shall come to an end by that time. The value of this alchemical formula will diminish significantly. Therefore, it is only logical to disclose the formula. After consenting to the heavenly Tao, Lin Changsheng directly transmitted the entire alchemical formula and the method of its refinement to the heavenly Tao. Upon receiving Lin Changsheng's approval, the heavenly Tao promptly announced the formula for the exorcism pill to all beings of the primordial world, along with the method of its preparation. The heavenly Tao, of course, aimed to swiftly conclude the calamity of the ferocious beasts and thoroughly purify the malevolent energies, facilitating a smoother operation of the heavenly Tao. Little did they expect that this senior had actually developed a formula for purifying malevolent energies. Truly, the primordial world is filled with hidden talents. Indeed, I long to meet this esteemed elder. Oh, you suppose the previous influx of merit was also related to this elder? No wonder even the heavenly Tao was stirred. With the exorcism pill at hand, these ferocious beasts pose no threat, and we can confidently hunt them down. The formidable, ferocious beasts can influence the minds of living beings, and even spiritual treasures with their malevolent energies. Thus, even if they are aware of the ferocious beast devastation of the primordial world, it remains a daunting challenge to eradicate this hidden danger. Now, however, as long as we refine the exorcism pill, we can significantly weaken the ferocious beast's power. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao will bestow merits as a reward. How could these great powers remain idle? You speak wisely, but may I inquire which fellow cultivator excels in alchemy? We could embark on this journey together. Let us go. With the merits, perhaps my stagnant cultivation can make a breakthrough. Countless powerful beings set forth, preparing to hunt the ferocious beasts. Soon, a wave of beast hunting surged across the entire primordial continent. Merits began to rain down continuously, driving the beings of the primordial world into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the beast Emperor Shani was seething with rage. Damn it, who is targeting my ferocious beast clan? Do not let me discover your identity. Otherwise, I shall make you wish you were never born. Previously, the ferocious beast could roam freely in the primordial world. However, with the advent of the exorcism pill and the collective effort of the beings of the primordial world, The number of ferocious beasts was diminishing at a terrifying rate each day. This not only infuriated the Beast Emperor Shani, but also prompted him to rally the ferocious beasts for a counterattack. At this moment, the instigator Lin Changsheng continued his quest for various spiritual materials within the primordial world. The calamity of the ferocious beasts was accelerating. It is likely that the calamity will soon be brought to an end. Lin Changsheng mused. The conclusion of the calamity was a foregone conclusion. The exorcism pill he had devised merely expedited this process. A warning. 47,000 kilometers ahead lies the territory of Buzhou Mountain, where the might of Pangu resides. Host, be cautious not to be crushed by its pressure. Has he finally arrived at Buzhou Mountain? Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Buzhou Mountain, formed from the spine of the great Pangu, serves as the pillar of the primordial world, vast and boundless. It is rich in countless resources. Moreover, it bears the oppressive aura of the great Pangu. Those lacking sufficient strength cannot hope to ascend. However, for Lin Changsheng, it presents an excellent opportunity for tempering his physique. As he approached the foot of Buzhou Mountain, he could feel a subtle yet palpable pressure. Truly, the great Pangu is formidable. Even after all these years posthumously, such pressure still emanates. Lin Changsheng exclaimed in admiration before commencing his ascent. The pressure at the mountain's base was akin to that of the true immortal realm. Insufficient to deter Lin Changsheng, he collected various spiritual materials and roots as he climbed. A decade later, Lin Changsheng sensed that the pressure had reached the golden immortal level. Yet it remained unable to impede him. A century later, the pressure where Lin Changsheng stood had escalated to that of the Tai golden immortal level. This posed a challenge, yet it also initiated his process of physique tempering. His body grew increasingly stronger, albeit at a slow pace. This won't do. My tempering method is inadequate against such pressure. Lin Changsheng's physique tempering technique was derived from observing the Dragon Clan's physical prowess, having been refined once during his time in the Dragon Tomb. However, compared to the pressure emanating from the great Pangu's spine, the Dragon Clan's techniques pale in comparison. Thus, the method he had developed now seemed insufficient. At this moment, Lin Changsheng ceased his ascent, fully perceiving the terrifying essence of Pangu's physique, entering a state of enlightenment. As Lin Changsheng attained this enlightenment, his originally Tai golden immortal physique rapidly declined. Soon, it fell to the completion stage of the golden immortal realm, then to the late stage, and finally halted at the true immortal realm. Although his physical realm had regressed, the intensity of his flesh felt scarcely diminished. This was the fruit of his renewed enlightenment that a millennium later, through the pressure of Pangu's physique, he tempered his body anew and improved the Heavenly Dragon Dominance technique, comprehending a new method known as the Heavenly Dragon 9 turns. At the moment of grasping this new technique, Lin Changsheng transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This energy surged into his flesh, veins, and cells, exponentially enhancing his physical strength. After 10 millennia, Lin Changsheng finally reopened his eyes. At this moment, his body brimmed with power, as if a single punch could shatter space itself. The pressure of Pangu no longer oppressed him. Instead, it felt invigorating. Truly, the great Pangu is remarkable. Though my physique has only ascended to the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, it has surpassed my previous physical strength by countless levels, against a physique of the same realm. A single punch from me could obliterate thousands of my past selves. Lin Changsheng flexed his muscles, thoroughly satisfied with this bout of cultivation. Not only had his physical strength undergone a transformative rebirth, but the Heavenly Dragon 9 turns technique was also sufficient to support his cultivation to the Hunyuan realm. Continue, Lin Changsheng resolved to ascend Buzhou Mountain once more, vowing not to halt until his physique reached the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. With the emergence of the exorcism pill, the ferocious beasts continued to retreat. After all, there were merits to be gained. How could these powerful beings refrain from exerting themselves? However, as the number of ferocious beasts dwindled, the pace of merit acquisition began to slow. This situation sparked numerous conflicts among fellow cultivators. Lo, what is your intention? At this moment, a powerful being from the primordial world seeking to hunt ferocious beasts was slain by Lu. With his long black hair and eyes, clad in a black robe, Luhu merely cast a cold glance at them. Merit is not something for weaklings like you to claim. Those who wish to live. Step aside. Luhu's audacious words incited fury among the powerful beings. Yet none dared to take action. Luhu's strength was too overwhelming, especially with a congenital treasure in hand. They were no match for him. Luhu, if you desire merit, simply slay the Beast Emperor. There is no need to turn against fellow cultivators, Hong Jun interjected. Humph, I will eventually slay the Beast Emperor, but you, Hong Jun, are you preparing to confront me? Hong Jun and Luhu appeared as destined adversaries. Luhu, there will come a day when we clash, but not now. Slaying the Beast Emperor and ending the calamity will determine our victor, Hong Jun replied calmly. Ha, I look forward to seeing if you can withstand my god-slaying spear after the calamity. Luhu laughed arrogantly before departing. Hong Jun, this Luhu is far too arrogant, remarked Shinken Laozu, frowning beside Hong Jun. Indeed, I propose that while we are together, we join forces to slay him. The ancestor of Yin and Yang interjected with a voice alongside. Hong Jun felt a flicker of temptation. Yet ultimately, he shook his head. There existed a profound karmic bond between him and Luo Ho. He sensed that Luo Ho was the most formidable adversary on his path to enlightenment. It was not yet time for such an opponent to confront him. Fellow Taoists, do not concern yourselves with him. Let us continue our hunt for ferocious beasts and strive to conclude this calamity at the earliest opportunity. In due time, the heavenly Tao will bestow upon us greater merits, Hong Jun proclaimed with a smile. What Hong Jun Taoist says is indeed true. Let us proceed and not allow a madman to impede our chances of accumulating merits. With that, Hong Jun and the assembly of mighty beings departed. Meanwhile, Luo Ho, having left, bore a glimmer of inscrutable light in his eyes. His sentiments mirrored those of Hong Jun. The karmic ties between them were exceedingly deep, marking them as the strongest rivals on the path to enlightenment. Unlike Hong Jun, who reveled in forming alliances, Luo Ho preferred solitude. The Beast Emperor would ultimately fall, and it would be then that the time for his confrontation with Hong Jun would arrive. He must prepare adequately in advance. Though Luo Ho was arrogant, he was not deluded. He recognized the necessity of thorough preparation to attain enlightenment. Wuxin, emerge, he commanded, summoning his most capable subordinate. The heavenly demon Wuxin answered the call of the great demon ancestor. A swirling mass of pitch-black, demonic energy morphed into form before Luo Ho. I command you to commence plotting within the Qilin clan. When the time is ripe, I shall notify you, Luo Ho said, gazing at the towering Mount Buzhou. Understood, Wuxin replied before vanishing from sight. Having completed this task, Luo Ho resumed his pursuit of ferocious beasts. Mount Buzhou. Lin Changsheng remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. He tirelessly refined his body on Mount Buzhou. At this point, tens of thousands of years had passed, and his physical prowess had finally reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. I can go no further. The pressure beyond this point was beyond what he could currently bear. His body refinement had reached its limit. Any further attempt would likely result in immediate destruction. As he could no longer refine his body, he resolved to seek treasures instead. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng began to transplant the spiritual roots and materials he had observed that a prompt appeared, 37,000 kilometers away. A black Qilin and a heavenly demon are engaged in battle, seemingly over a congenital supreme spiritual treasure. The glimmer of excitement ignited in Lin Changsheng's eyes. A congenital supreme spiritual treasure possessed between 37 to 48 prohibitions. Its power magnitudes greater than that of a congenital superior treasure. Moreover, such treasures were exceedingly rare. He never anticipated encountering one. However, a black Qilin and a heavenly demon were fighting over it. Could it be due to this congenital supreme treasure? Regardless, Lin Changsheng decided to investigate. His insightful eye indicated no immediate danger, suggesting that his cultivation level should suffice. Within mere moments, he traversed the distance of several 100,000 kilometers. Lin Changsheng concealed his presence and extended his divine consciousness towards the site of the conflict. Before him, a swirling mass of black, demonic energy was engaged in combat with the black Qilin. The Qilin roared in agony, having sustained numerous wounds. Not far from them, an apricot-yellow small flag emanated a misty radiance. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be adorned with countless golden lotuses, an extraordinary phenomenon that is the central Wuji Wang flag from the congenital Five Directions flag. Lin Changsheng mused, astonished. The reputation of the congenital Five Directions flag was formidable. Once deployed, it conjured myriad golden lotuses, rendering all attacks futile and warding off all evils, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. Lin Changsheng gazed longingly, but dared not make any rash movements. Both the Black Qilin and the Heavenly Demon were at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Should he recklessly charge and to seize the spiritual treasure, he would undoubtedly become their target. In the midst of Lin Changsheng's contemplation, the Black Qilin let out a furious and agonized roar. Lin Changsheng turned to see that a massive gash had been inflicted upon the Qilin's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The Qilin's vigor rapidly waned due to this grievous wound. Despicable demon clan, to lure me with a congenital supreme treasure, the Black Qilin bellowed. This is the territory of my Qilin clan. Dare to kill me, and you shall never leave this place. The Qilin continued to roar. Attempting to intimidate the heavenly demon before him, I have been sent by my master to seek out your Qilin clan. Rest assured, when you perish, the Qilin clan will remain oblivious, as I shall live on in your stead. The heavenly demon Wuxin replied with a cold smile. Before the Black Qilin could comprehend the implications of this statement, Wuxin unleashed a surge of demonic energy. Employing a secret technique, the energy transformed into an intangible, formless mist that penetrated the Qilin's mouth and nostrils. The Qilin struggled in agony, but having already been gravely injured, it lacked the strength to resist. Its primordial spirit and consciousness would soon be consumed by the heavenly demon Wuxin. Understanding dawned upon Lin Changsheng. This heavenly demon was indeed dispatched by Luo Ho, intending to plant a pawn within the Qilin clan. It was well known that Luo Ho had been the mastermind behind the instigation of the calamity at the dawn of the Dragon Han. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon this scheme. However, the Dragon Han calamity was also a trial imposed by the heavenly Tao, and he had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. His goal had always been that congenital supreme spiritual treasure, now presented with the opportune moment to act. Mount Buzhou. Upon uncovering Luo Ho's conspiracy, Lin Changsheng had no intention of intervening. His focus remained solely on the congenital supreme spiritual treasure, the central Wuji Huang flag. Observing that the heavenly demon Wuxin had begun to exert control over the Black Qilin, Lin Changsheng recognized that the ideal moment to strike had arrived. Without hesitation, he executed the 5 elements escape technique to its utmost limit, swiftly arriving before the central Wuji Huang flag. Just as he reached out to seize the congenital supreme spiritual treasure, a wave of pitch-black demonic energy erupted from it, transforming into a colossal hand of demonic flames. Cursed be this turn of events. Lin Changsheng had not anticipated that the heavenly demon would be so cautious as to conceal a backup plan. Master the 5 Thunder. Lin Changsheng unleashed the 36 Heavenly Gangs technique. The 5 thunders of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged forth, instantly crashing into the assembled demonic hand. A cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air as the demonic hand was ultimately shattered. After all, it was merely a contingency plan of the heavenly demon Wuxin and lacked considerable offensive power. Yet, it was precisely due to this demonic hand that Lin Changsheng was delayed in claiming the spiritual treasure. This moment, the Black Qilin had locked onto him. Damn it. Who are you? The Qilin rasped, its voice filled with pain. The heavenly demon Wuxin had not yet fully subdued the Qilin. Now, witnessing someone daring to intervene, he had no choice but to force the Qilin into action against Lin Changsheng. I merely desire this spiritual treasure. As for your schemes, I can turn a blind eye. Lin Changsheng replied coolly. He was no savior. The near extinction of the Qilin clan was of no concern to him. The Black Qilin's eyes sparkled with dangerous light, and it finally uttered a few words. I hope you will keep your promise. Lin Changsheng nodded slightly, turning to seize the central Wuji Huang flag that moment. A sound slicing through the air, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, surged towards the back of his head. It is often said that the celestial demon clan is cunning and treacherous. And indeed, this holds true. Had I truly believed his words, I would have met my end here. A thought flickered in Lin Changsheng's mind. The five elements by Luo umbrella erupted from within him. Spinning rapidly under the infusion of his magical energy, it transformed into a colossal umbrella, shielding Lin Changsheng from above. An endless stream of five elements' energy cascaded downwards, illuminating the void with hues of blue, yellow, red, black, and white. With a resounding crash, the attack from the Ink Qilin struck the five elements' energy, relentlessly shattering it, yet failing to breach the defenses of this spiritual treasure. This outcome was well within Lin Changsheng's expectations. The celestial demon had yet to fully control the Ink Qilin, and its potential was limited. Seeking death, Lin Changsheng muttered, initially reluctant to stir trouble, yet this celestial demon was intent on taking his life. There would be no mercy then. The dragon tiger Rui sprang forth, golden rays glimmering as the illusory forms of the dragon and tiger roared skyward, crashing down upon the Ink Qilin. Sensing the impending strike, the Ink Qilin attempted to evade. Gravity domain. The divine ability under the gravity principle enveloped the Ink Qilin in an instant. The Qilin, poised to teleport, stumbled awkwardly. Unable to dodge, it exhaled a dense cloud of demonic energy, which coalesced into a dark mist, shielding its front. The golden rays of the dragon tiger Rui clashed violently with the demonic mist, tearing and shattering it. Seizing the moment, the Ink Qilin hastily retreated. Simultaneously, Lin Changsheng moved. He appeared behind the Ink Qilin, delivering a powerful punch. The sheer force of the blow compressed even the innate spiritual energy into a vacuum, causing the injuries on the Ink Qilin's body to split open anew from the sonic explosion. This was dire. Under the control of the celestial demon, the Ink Qilin had not anticipated Lin Changsheng's formidable strength. The sheer resilience of his physical body was astonishing and utterly unyielding. Quickly, it summoned a majority of its demonic energy, coalescing it around itself. With a resounding thud, the demonic energy was dispersed, solidly crashing into the Ink Qilin. The naked eye, the area struck by the blow was visibly caved in. The massive form was sent hurtling away like a cannonball. With that single strike, the Ink Qilin was thoroughly wounded. This exemplified the terrifying power of dual cultivation of law and body. To withstand Lin Changsheng's assault, the celestial demon had divided most of its power, allowing the Ink Qilin to regain control of its physical form. "Get away from me!" a pained voice cried out, followed by a resurgence of thick demonic energy pouring forth from the Ink Qilin's mouth and nose, ultimately transforming into a figure resembling the demon race, hovering in the void. However, compared to before, the demonic energy now appeared thin and dim. "Fellow Taoist, slay this celestial demon, that I can offer you this innate supreme spiritual treasure in return." The Ink Qilin, whether accustomed to tyranny or weakened by having its spirit half devoured by the celestial demon, seemed somewhat dazed. Did this innate supreme spiritual treasure truly require his permission to take? It did not even belong to the Qilin clan. "Esteemed one, this matter does not concern you. As long as you are willing to withdraw, I shall gladly bestow this innate supreme spiritual treasure upon you. What do you think?" At this moment, the celestial demon realized that the individual before him was formidable. Not particularly impressive, Lin Changsheng scoffed coldly. Now that the confrontation had begun, he intended to eradicate all threats to avoid any further complications. The celestial demon was about to respond, but Lin Changsheng's attack came crashing down once more. A powerful punch, unmatched in might, struck again. The celestial demon attempted to flee, yet the gravity domain significantly hampered his speed, resulting in a direct hit. When he reappeared, the demonic energy had dimmed once more. "Let us see how many punches you can endure." Lin Changsheng sneered coldly, relentlessly bombarding the celestial demon. The celestial demon felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As one of the four great generals under Luo Ho, he had never been so constrained. Yet, Lin Changsheng's dual cultivation of law and body, combined with his previous depletion of energy, left him with no means of resistance. As he neared annihilation, he hastily invoked the name of Luo Ho. "Stop! I am a servant of the demon ancestor. If you kill me, You will disrupt the demon ancestors' plans. Neither heaven nor earth will spare you." The celestial demon roared in fury. Lin Changsheng remained silent, responding only with his fists. "Luo Ho, you say? I'm afraid he poses no threat to me whatsoever. Moreover, after the Dragon Han calamity, Luo Ho's fate is but death and destruction. To threaten me with a dying man is rather tedious." Ultimately, the celestial demon was obliterated by Lin Changsheng's punch. After this was done, Lin Changsheng sighed in relief that he stowed away the central Wujiwang flag and was about to depart when the Ink Qilin spoke up. "I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. If you could escort me back to the Qilin clan, I assure you that my kin will reward you handsomely." Lin Changsheng glanced at the Ink Qilin, his eyes narrowing slightly, before breaking into a smile. "Oh, is that so?" He had not intended to stir trouble. Yet it seemed this creature was just as presumptuous as the celestial demon, believing that its backing deterred him from taking action. The Ink Qilin was momentarily taken aback, quickly forcing a smile onto its face. "What do you mean, esteemed one? I merely extend a sincere invitation for you to visit the Qilin clan if you have other matters to attend to." "I shall not insist." Lin Changsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Did it think I would fail to sense that fleeting intent to kill? It was understandable. After all, an innate supreme spiritual treasure was invaluable. The Qilin clan, like the Dragon clan, were pivotal figures in the Dragon Han's initial calamity, and their numbers were significant. There simply weren't enough spiritual treasures to go around. Thus, this Ink Qilin could hardly bear to see me take an innate supreme spiritual treasure before it. This was merely an attempt to lure me into the Qilin clan. Although I had no ties of causality, I detest when others harbor ill intentions towards me, for it compels me to act lethally. Lin Changsheng slowly approached the Ink Qilin, which was severely weakened and unable to muster even a fraction of its combat strength. "You should consider this carefully. My Qilin clan boasts numerous great Luo golden immortals. I am a genius of the Ink Qilin clan, soon to be wed to the heir of the Fire Qilin clan's leader. Should you insist on killing me, you will invite a tremendous calamity upon yourself." The Ink Qilin began to relent. Lin Changsheng gazed down upon it, his mind racing. This Ink Qilin status was far from simple. The Buzhou Mountain was the territory of the Qilin clan, and while I was not concerned about exposing myself by killing him, it would undoubtedly impact my resource search in Buzhou Mountain. Perhaps it was better to leverage its name and utilize the Qilin clan to gather resources. Surely that would be far more expedient than scavenging myself. Reflecting on this, Lin Changsheng could only remark on the whimsical nature of fate. Originally, it was the celestial demon sent by Luo Ho to seize control of the Ink Qilin's body and infiltrate the Qilin clan. Yet now it seemed I would assume that role instead. The intricacies of causality are indeed profound, and oh need for that. I do not trust you today, yes, for compensation. I shall procure it myself from the Qilin clan. Procure it yourself? What do you mean? Mo Qilin felt that his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly astonished. Before him, the bizarre young man had transformed into his own likeness. It was not an exact replica, but rather an impeccable imitation, with every aspect and aura indistinguishable. You believe, sir, that this charade can deceive the formidable members of my clan?" Mo Qilin advised with a tremor in his heart. "I urge you to depart at once." That it was evident that he could no longer deceive the Qilin clan. Yet, killing you could achieve that. With that, Lin Changsheng unleashed a powerful punch towards Mo Qilin. Severely injured, Mo Qilin could not evade the attack and was instantly obliterated in that fleeting moment of his demise. Lin Changsheng executed the causal grafting technique in an instant. All the causal threads belonging to Mo Qilin were seamlessly integrated into Lin Changsheng's being. His flawless body allowed him to remain unperturbed by any disruption in the causal lines. Simultaneously, all information contained within those threads was infused into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. This moment, he was Mo Qilin, and Mo Qilin was he. Having accomplished this, Lin Changsheng promptly obliterated all traces of the body, casting a glance at himself. There remained a slight flaw: the injuries. Lin Changsheng swiftly reversed the operation of the spiritual qi transformation technique, causing the magical energy within him to become chaotic. Before long, he was spitting blood, his aura in disarray. Meanwhile, far away, the patriarch of the Mo Qilin clan furrowed his brow. Had the causal line of Qi Mo just vanished in an instant? Summon the others, he commanded. Quickly find Qi Mo, following the patriarch's order. Numerous powerful members of the Mo Qilin clan set out and soon located the gravely injured Qi Mo. What transpired? They inquired urgently. I will explain upon our return, Qi Mo replied coldly. The members of the Mo Qilin clan nodded and escorted him back to their stronghold. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, Luo Ho thrust his spear through the ferocious beast before him. Subsequently, using a killing dan to absorb all its malevolent energy, as the heavenly Tao bestowed some merit upon him, he furrowed his brow. Wu Xin has perished. This fool could not even handle such a trivial matter. Luo Ho was unaware of the specifics, only that he had arranged for Wu Xin to infiltrate the Qilin clan. Now that he had fallen, it was presumed he had been discovered. Nonetheless, this did not disrupt his plans. He had already embedded his agents within the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Even without his people, the Qilin clan would not evade his scheming to the dwelling place of the Mo Qilin clan. Lin Changsheng, disguised as Qi Mo, had returned to his territory under the protection of the clan's powerful members. What transpired? Why does your aura seem so depleted? Even the causal line appears to have nearly vanished. The Mo Qilin clan inquired gravely. Patriarch, I was ensnared by the demon clan, Qi Mo disclosed, revealing the ordeal he had faced. The heavenly demon Wu Xin had employed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure as bait, luring Qi Mo out, and then attempted to seize his body. This heavenly demon had come prepared, and in a moment of carelessness, I fell into the disadvantage that I nearly had my primordial essence devoured and my body taken over. In the final moment, I forcefully ignited my own essence, which enabled me to slay him. This explanation had long been devised by Lin Changsheng and was entirely plausible. Burning one's essence could indeed unleash greater combat power. However, such an action would weaken one's foundation, and more severely, it could impair one's Tao foundation, making future cultivation exceedingly difficult, for essence is notoriously challenging to replenish, unless through merit. Although hunting ferocious beasts could yield merit, the quantity was insufficient, and the clan could not afford to use merit for Qi Mo's benefit. This realization implied that the clan's prodigy had been rendered ineffective. A flicker of anguish crossed the patriarch's eyes. This was the clan's prodigy, destined to forge an alliance with the Fire Qilin clan. Sigh. Lin Changsheng discerned the disappointment reflected in the eyes of the other elders. What of the supreme, innate spiritual treasure? The patriarch inquired, momentarily forgetting the matter of the demon clan. This demonstrated the immense value of the supreme, innate treasure. It is with me. Qi Mo replied expressionlessly, producing the supreme Five Directions flag before swiftly retracting it. The disappointment in the eyes of the other elders was instantly replaced with fervor. The supreme, innate spiritual treasure was invaluable. Possessing it would significantly enhance their combat prowess. The Qi Mo, your essence has been wounded, and your cultivation has fallen to the initial stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. This supreme, innate treasure cannot be wielded to its full potential in your hands. That it would be best to surrender it to the clan, which will safeguard you throughout your life. An elder immediately set his sights on the supreme, innate treasure. Even the patriarch of the Mo Qilin clan subtly nodded in agreement. Losing one prodigy would not grieve them for long, for the Qilin clan had an abundance of talent. Losing one would soon be followed by the emergence of another. Yet, the value of a supreme, innate treasure was a different matter altogether. What are your thoughts, patriarch? Qi Mo inquired calmly. I and the Mo Qilin clan, Lin Changsheng, as Qi Mo, received the proposal to surrender the supreme, innate treasure without a hint of anger, instead seeking the patriarch Qi Hua's opinion. Humph, do you believe you are still the prodigy you once were? At this moment, the patriarch is in no position to protect you. The other elders of the Qilin clan sneered internally, as expected. Qi Hua spoke. Qi Mo, by rights, this supreme innate treasure was obtained through the sacrifice of your own essence, and thus belongs to you. However, you must understand that in our Qilin clan, strength is paramount. The value of the supreme innate treasure needs no elaboration. Yet, without the corresponding strength to safeguard it, you will only invite calamity upon yourself. As the patriarch, Hua could not directly command Mo to relinquish the treasure. But his meaning was unmistakable. Mo should surrender the treasure. In simpler terms, a commoner has no sin, but a jewel brings misfortune. Lin Changsheng chuckled coldly to himself. This outcome had long been anticipated. Yet he could not feign the burning of his essence, as the disparity in cultivation could not be easily explained. However, this supreme innate treasure was his. How could he possibly part with it? Patriarch, this treasure was seized by my life. I trust the clan would not resort to coercion. Mo retorted angrily, his expression vividly portraying the frustration and rage he felt. Even Lin Changsheng thought he deserved an award for his performance. Mo, you should not be focused solely on yourself at this moment. With your current cultivation, how much power can you truly wield with this supreme, innate treasure? It would be more beneficial to entrust it to those talented members of the clan. The elder who had previously spoken, Chi Tong, interjected once more. Did the elder intend for it to be given to that waste? Qilon? Mo gazed at the elder with disdain. Qilon was the clan's second-best prodigy, perpetually overshadowed by Mo, and was the descendant of this elder. Enough! The elder of the Qilin tribe, Chi Tong, erupted in fury, the oppressive aura belonging to the great Luo golden immortal bore down upon Mo. Lin Changsheng, already exceedingly weakened, grew even paler, as if a terrifying ancient star from beyond the realms was pressing upon him, rendering him breathless. Yet despite this, his eyes still shone with an indomitable will. Enough, at last. The tribe leader, Hua, spoke that, as he did, the overwhelming pressure dissipated like melting snow, allowing Lin Changsheng to gasp for breath. This old fellow. Just wait, the grievances of today will have their reckoning in the future. The innate supreme spiritual treasure was rightfully Mo's, obtained through his desperate struggle as the leader of the tribe. Hua wished for Mo to surrender the treasure, but he could not forcibly seize it. After all, as he stated, should he resort to such tactics, who would dare to serve the tribe in the future? The other elders exchanged glances, clearly unwilling to relent. However, with the leader's word, they had no choice but to temporarily withdraw. Yet, whether they could retain this treasure depended entirely on his capabilities. That it was inappropriate for us to intervene. The younger generation should handle this matter without our interference. Leader, it is not impossible for me to relinquish the innate spiritual treasure, but I require a condition to be met. A cold smile crept across Mo's heart. You intend to lay your plans upon me, yet I have my own designs. Upon hearing Mo's willingness to surrender the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the eyes of the other elders brightened with interest. Even Hua could not help but commend Mo for his profound sense of righteousness. Speak, Mo, Hua said with a smile. Firstly, I require a substantial amount of spiritual materials and roots. I will provide a list shortly. Although I have already burned a portion of my essence, I refuse to give up that I wish to give it a try. Mo stated resolutely, his determination evident. The many elders exchanged knowing glances, their hearts filled with derision, desire to replenish what was lost after burning one's essence. How difficult could it be to admit that one has become a waste? The brilliance of the once great talent no longer belonged to him. However, while this condition was laughable, it was also reasonable. After all, anyone else would feel the same unwillingness to yield. Very well, I agree, Hua nodded. Awaiting Mo's next condition, that I wish to enter seclusion for 100,000 years. Upon my emergence, I am willing to accept challenges from the younger generation of the tribe. Whoever can defeat me shall claim the innate supreme spiritual treasure. Mo declared confidently. Hua considered this for a moment before agreeing that it was merely a matter of temporarily storing the innate supreme spiritual treasure with him for 100,000 years. Should Mo manage to restore his cultivation, retaining the treasure would be ideal. That if he failed to recover, it would inevitably pass to another. Thus, the tribe would have no objections. With this, Lin Changsheng, as Mo, firmly established himself within the Mo Qilin tribe. The subsequent matters became considerably simpler. Lin Changsheng compiled a list of the spiritual materials and roots required for the 5-turn golden pill, not neglecting those needed for the 6-turn golden pill either. Moreover, the quantities requested were immense. Upon receiving the list, Even Chi Hua felt a twinge of heartache. Nevertheless, in comparison to the value of the innate supreme spiritual treasure, there was no doubt about its necessity. Lin Changsheng obtained what he desired and returned to the cave dwelling belonging to Chi Mo after some contemplation. He set up a formation to shield against divine sense probing. He then arranged a rudimentary innate formation. Consequently, all activity within the cave would remain concealed. With that, he finally felt at ease. Truly, the Qilin tribe residing in the Buzhou Mountain possessed even resources that I had not managed to uncover. Now, all the materials for the 5-turn golden pill were complete, sufficient to forge hundreds of golden pills. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the resources held by these major powers are unparalleled. 100,000 years' time would be ample for me to refine golden pills and elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. With this thought, Lin Changsheng began the refinement of the 5-turn golden pill. Initially, he experienced dozens of failures. However, drawing from his experience in crafting the 4-turn golden pill, he swiftly found his rhythm. The 5-turn golden pill gradually took shape within the purple furnace. Thus, Lin Changsheng entered a focused state of alchemical creation. Meanwhile, Qi Tong of the Mo Qilin tribe returned to his own cave dwelling at Qilan. Your opportunity has arrived. Qi Tong promptly relayed the events that had transpired to his descendant. Upon hearing this, Qilan's expression transformed with excitement. He had long been overshadowed by Qi Mo, with no opportunity to rise. Who would have thought that this Qi Mo had burned his essence? Was he not now a veritable waste? I, Qilan, shall rise. Rest assured, grandfather, that innate supreme spiritual treasure shall be mine without fail. Moreover, that waste Qi Mo was no longer worthy of an alliance with the Fire Qilin tribe. Qilan had long coveted an alliance with the Fire Qilin tribe. Once he managed to ally with them, his status would surely soar. There was even the possibility of becoming the leader of the Mo Qilin tribe in the future. I share your sentiment. In due course, I will disseminate this news to the Fire Qilin tribe. They will undoubtedly refuse to ally with a waste. During this time, Qilan, you must diligently cultivate, striving to advance within 100,000 years. I shall impart my teachings to you. You must endeavor to defeat Qi Mo after 100,000 years and claim the innate supreme spiritual treasure in order for Qilan to rise. Qi Tong exerted considerable effort. Excellent. Then let us await 100,000 years hence to vanquish Qi Mo and reclaim the innate supreme spiritual treasure in the primordial chaos. Time is unrecorded, and cultivation knows no age. In the blink of an eye, Lin Changsheng, in the guise of Qi Mo, had spent 70,000 years within the Mo Qilin tribe. While 70,000 years seemed lengthy, it was merely an opportunity for seclusion. During this time, however, the Mo Qilin tribe had become rather lively. Each elder was diligently nurturing their descendants, even expending millions of years of effort to impart their wisdom. All of this was in anticipation of the forthcoming 10-year agreement. An innate supreme spiritual treasure was sufficient for them to pay any price. Furthermore, the Fire Qilin tribe, having learned from unknown sources of Qi Mo's damaged essence and his plummeting cultivation to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, was preparing to approach the Mo Qilin tribe to discuss the dissolution of the engagement. It could be said that due to Qi Mo, the relationship between the two tribes had become somewhat precarious. As for the very person in question, Qi Mo had just awakened from his alchemical endeavors. The spiritual materials provided by the Mo Qilin tribe had all been refined, yielding a total of 137 pills. Lin Changsheng stored the purple furnace away, his face displaying a hint of fatigue, yet unable to mask the joy within his heart. This was the culmination of his relentless efforts over 70,000 years. During this time, there had indeed been divine senses attempting to pry into his affairs, but upon discovering the formation, they retreated. After all, they were not keen to escalate matters prematurely. The next step was to present these old codgers with a surprise. I am quite curious to see their expressions upon witnessing my enhanced cultivation. Lin Changsheng scoffed. You wish to seize my innate supreme spiritual treasure. Let us see how many of your descendants are capable of being my adversaries. Once this matter concludes, it shall be time for me to depart from the Qilin tribe. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Changsheng commenced the refinement of the 5-turn golden pill. Over 100 pills were swallowed into his mouth like a flowing river. The spiritual energy amplification technique multiplied thousands of times, transforming into a vortex of energy to assist Lin Changsheng in refining the medicinal properties. The innate spiritual energy of the Mo Chilan tribe was being absorbed in large quantities, immediately alerting the elders. What is happening? Could it be that this is Chi Mo's seclusion? Impossible. His essence is damaged. The restoration process is exceedingly arduous. How could he be wildly absorbing innate spiritual energy now? Having demanded so many spiritual materials and roots, how could he expect a simple reversal? Indeed, the essence is damaged. And even we find it difficult to restore it. It is merely a desperate struggle, a final display of stubbornness. Although the phenomenon is astonishing, it merely involves the absorption of innate spiritual energy. The elders do not believe that Chi Mo can stir any significant waves. Unfortunately, what they are oblivious to is that the damage to the essence is merely a facade put on by Chi Mo. Presently, he is preparing for a breakthrough. Initially, they did not take it seriously, even continuing to mock him. Yet, a millennium has passed, and this whirlpool of spiritual energy has not only persisted, but has become increasingly voracious in its absorption of innate spiritual energy. This has inevitably caused some unease among the elders. Could it be that Chi Mo truly has a way to restore his essence? After 2 millennia, the whirlpool of spiritual energy finally vanished. This prompted a collective sigh of relief from the elders. However, a profound doubt arose in their hearts. With such a significant disturbance, could he have succeeded? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet the truth is that Lin Changsheng has indeed succeeded in his advancement. At this moment, the 5 energies within him have reached perfection, radiating the mysterious resonance of Tao in red, white, black, green, and yellow. Above his head, the auspicious clouds have fully condensed and blossomed, revealing the ethereal shadows of the 3 flowers. If Lin Changsheng can fully manifest the 3 flowers, he shall become a formidable Deluo golden immortal. Only then will the true transformation occur. Finally, with the 5 energies complete, he has attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Lin Changsheng smiled as he opened his eyes. The next step is to unleash the 3 flowers. However, he is in no hurry. This is a process of accumulation. The 3 flowers represent the heaven, earth, and humanity. Each flower can achieve a level of the 9th grade. The number 9 is the ultimate, and to reach a grade beyond the 8th with the 3 flowers signifies the potential for sanctification. As for the 9th grade 3 flowers, Lin Changsheng surmises it may only be Hongjun. However, the 9th grade 3 flowers are not his pursuit. While 9 is indeed the ultimate number in the grand scheme of the primordial chaos, the Tao of heaven dictates that 12 is the completion. With 10 top-tier talents in play, the 3 flowers he aims to manifest must naturally be the 12th grade complete 3 flowers. Yet, to achieve the 12th grade 3 flowers, an immense amount of merit is required to transcend the 9th limit. Thus, Lin Changsheng's subsequent task is to accumulate more merit. With 10,000 years remaining, he can first refine this innate supreme spiritual treasure. Lin Changsheng retrieved the innate 5 directions banner. His consciousness enveloped the banner, revealing an astonishing 48 prohibitions. It is indeed a pinnacle existence among innate supreme spiritual treasures, as expected of the renowned 5 directions banner. The effort he expended was not in vain. Furthermore, it is said that gathering 5 directions banners can form the 5 elements great array. The exact power remains unknown, as no singular being has ever possessed all 5 banners. Collecting the remaining 4 banners has become another objective for Lin Changsheng. With distractions set aside, he began the refinement of the 5 directions banner. While refining the central Wu Ji Xing Huang banner, he achieved an epiphany regarding the Tao of gold. Lin Changsheng did not anticipate that simply refining an innate supreme spiritual treasure would lead to such profound insights. This casual cultivation and comprehension of the Tao seemed excessively fortuitous. Even if Hongjun were present, he would have to kneel before Lin Changsheng, begging him to be a little more human. Gaining enlightenment in the Tao is a rare occurrence. Yet here he was, refining an innate supreme spiritual treasure and beginning to grasp the Tao once again. Could he not be a little more restrained? Yet, This is the overpowering effect brought about by possessing one of the top 10 talents. There is no remedy. Their disparity lies in the system. While refining the Five Directions banner, Lin Changsheng simultaneously comprehended the Tao of Gold, in this mutually beneficial process, the speed of refining the innate Five Directions banner increased significantly. And the number of prohibitions being refined also grew in the blink of an eye. A millennium had passed. He comprehended the Tao of Gold and gleaned the divine ability of the Gung Gold Long River. A delightful surprise to his astonishment. The epiphany in the Tao of Gold not only led to the understanding of divine ability, but also allowed him to refine several more prohibitions. The voice of the system roused Lin Changsheng from his state of enlightenment. Originally, based on Lin Changsheng's estimations, he could refine at most 20 prohibitions. After all, as an innate supreme spiritual treasure, the internal prohibitions are exceedingly complex. However, with the Tao of Gold, he directly refined 30 prohibitions, exceeding his expectations by not underestimate the significance of this additional 10. It enables him to unleash several more layers of the innate supreme spiritual treasure's power. At this moment, the central Wuji Xing Huang banner has already absorbed its spiritual light. With a mere thought, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure flew into his body. Next comes the Tao of Gold. After such a lengthy period, Lin Changsheng has only managed to comprehend this Tao to a level of 12. This is already quite remarkable. The Tao had retreated, making comprehension exceedingly challenging. For Lin Changsheng to grasp so many aspects of the Tao, the Tai Golden Immortal level, is no small feat. Once he attains the status of the Luo Golden Immortal and transcends the river of time and space, this speed of comprehension will only increase. He has already mastered 7 paths of the Tao. However, in matters of the Tao, the more the better that he is more than capable of comprehending the Tao, given his foundation and strength. The Tao of Gold transformed into its resonant essence and entered Lin Changsheng's body. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to experiment with this newly comprehended divine ability, the formation outside his cave was violently breached. Simultaneously, a brazen voice echoed from outside. "Chiemo, you worthless fool. After hiding for 100,000 years, why don't you hurry up and come out?" The territory of the Mo Qilin clan. The clan members who were originally in seclusion began to emerge one by one. It was a rare sight for them to gather together. Such a scene was nothing short of spectacular. It is worth noting that unless there is a life-and-death matter concerning the Qilin clan, these members usually remain in seclusion. How could they possibly congregate like this? The clan leader, Qi Hua, stood amidst the void, flanked by 2 figures. One was clad in a red Taoist robe, exuding an air of authority. He was none other than Qi Ho, the leader of the Fire Qilin clan. The other figure, a female immortal, was his descendant, originally intended to marry Qi Mo. Qi Hua. Qi Mo's essence is damaged, and our Fire Qilin clan will absolutely not accept a worthless being. The leader of the Fire Qilin clan, Qi Ho, stated impassively. Qi Hua's countenance darkened slightly, yet he felt powerless. How could a worthless individual possibly catch the eye of the Fire Qilin clan? Even if Qi Mo has stirred some commotion in these last 2 millennia, Qi Hua does not believe he can restore his essence, let alone advance further. How can my Tao partner from the Qi Hua clan be a worthless fool? Qi Hua scoffed disdainfully, just as they were speaking. Below, a descendant of the Qilin clan violently breached Qi Mo's cave. Their surprise. Qi Ming had actually progressed to the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage within these 100,000 years. It seems you old fellow have not skimped on resources. One of the elders recognized Qi Ming's identity. An elder from the Qi Ming lineage chuckled. "He cannot compare to your descendants. This little guy, Qi Ming, is still too impatient. Even if he wants to prove himself, he should not be so reckless." "Old fox," some murmured, it is impatience, or your secret instigation. As long as we defeat Qi Mo, we can obtain the innate 5 Directions banner. It seems your desire for that spiritual treasure is indeed genuine. Nonetheless, this is acceptable. Let Qi Ming probe Qi Mo's strength first. If he has not recovered, their descendants will naturally intervene at a critical moment. That if he has recovered, with Qi Ming's intervention, they may glean some insights. Although this possibility is nearly non-existent, Qi Ming, now the focus of many elders' gazes, felt an overwhelming pride swell within him. He finally experienced the sensation of being regarded as a genius. All he wanted was to drag Chimo out and give him a thorough beating. Perhaps this would draw the clan leader's attention and pique Chiho's interest. "You are courting death." The icy voice of Chimo resonated from within the cave. "Intruding upon another sanctum is an egregious transgression. You are but a waste. Do you truly consider yourself a genius of your clan?" Chiming burst into laughter. Yet, what met him was a colossal fist conjured by magical prowess. "How dare you underestimate me?" Chiming's fury ignited instantly, and he unleashed his divine power in retaliation. Generally, one would resort to the simplest form of magic only when they either possessed a significant advantage in cultivation or deemed their opponent unworthy. Chimo's actions undoubtedly stoked the flames of Chiming's wrath. "When my divine power shatters your last vestige of pride, it will be the moment you find yourself beneath my heel." However, the reality was harsh. While divine power may be formidable, its efficacy hinges upon the wielder. The mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal's abilities are insufficient against a perfected Tai Golden Immortal. Chimo's divine power was swiftly obliterated by the magical fist. And in the gaze of a horrified Chiming, it collided with his chest. Bang! Chiming felt as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. The terrifying force sent him hurtling through the air. Blood painting the sky, as he finally landed. The sole thought echoing in his mind was disbelief. How could he have grown so powerful? Chiming fell. Following the obliteration of Chiming, a figure emerged slowly. It was Chimo. Yet now, the visage of Chimo bore no resemblance to the so-called waste they spoke of. His energy was reined in, exuding an unmatched majesty. With calm eyes surveying the surroundings, he emanated an aura of invincibility. "Who else dares to test my strength?" At this moment, the entire Kirin clan was thrown into disarray. How is this possible? He has truly restored his lost essence. Not only that, but he has even advanced further. How did he accomplish this? Could it be that he has hidden talents? Recalling the vast resources he demanded before his seclusion, could he be an alchemist? Even if he were an alchemist, such mastery would be unexpected. Are we truly witnessing the return of a prodigy? Just as the crowd pondered, a piercing voice rang out. Chiming. It was the elder of the Kirin clan who had previously mocked him. Chiming was his most gifted descendant, and he had invested considerable effort into nurturing him over the past 100,000 years. To see him slain so abruptly filled the elder with rage. "You wish to strike at me? My cultivation has fully recovered, and I remain a genius of the clan. Have you considered the consequences of your actions?" Chimo felt no fear. With a supreme innate spiritual treasure at his side, even if this old man attacked, he could withstand a blow. Moreover, the clan leader was present and would not allow him to act recklessly. Consequences? The elder hesitated. If Chimo had indeed transformed back into the prodigy he once was, he could not act against him. As the foremost genius of the clan, his status was on par with the elders. Should he forcefully intervene, not only would he incur the clan leader's ire, but his own lineage would face repercussions. Although Chiming had perished, he was merely one among many descendants and not worth such risk. Yet you must demonstrate your genius-level prowess. Ultimately, the elder snorted coldly. "Whether true or not, I shall prove it myself. Chilon, you should step forward. Your elder, Chitong, is convinced you can defeat me. Today, let the clan leader witness whether you are truly the perennial second." Chimo turned his gaze toward a young man clad in a blue robe. "Chilon, do not be so arrogant." Unable to tolerate the public humiliation, Chilon stepped forward. He had intended to crush Chimo before everyone and claim the title of the clan's greatest talent. Although Chimo seemed to have indeed recovered. What of it? Over the past 100,000 years, the elders had spared no effort in training him. The outcome remained uncertain. Arrogance. My essence was damaged, and you all derided me as a waste, even attempting to seize my spiritual treasure. Now that my essence is restored and my power greatly enhanced, it is only fitting that you pay the price, Chimo stated coldly. Allow me to see how far your strength has come. Chilon unleashed his full power at once. A circular spiritual treasure emerged, swelling in size as Chilon infused it with his magical energy, transforming into a massive golden ring of hundreds of feet. Is it merely a postnatal superior grade spiritual treasure? Qima was momentarily taken aback. This was somewhat perplexing. Since binding to the system, he had never encountered a postnatal spiritual treasure. To think the second talent of the Mo Kirin clan would wield only a postnatal superior grade treasure. How disheartening. Lin Changsheng had clearly overestimated the situation. There were indeed plenty of innate spiritual treasures, but the primordial beings far outnumbered them. How could one casually encounter a being possessing an innate spiritual treasure? Only he alone had 5 innate spiritual treasures. Even these elder-level beings of the Kirin clan, at the Daluo Golden Immortal level, paled in comparison to him. With such meager abilities, how dare they covet my treasures? Who granted you the audacity? And as for the Fire Kirin clan, do they wish to take advantage of my wounded essence? Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to be a genius, and how foolish your decisions truly are. You shall regret your choices today. Qima laughed heartily, and his innate supreme spiritual treasure soared into the air. Countless golden lotuses, impervious to destruction, formed a canopy that shielded Qima that moment. An ancient presence seemed to awaken from the primordial void. Casting a fleeting glance within the territory of the Mo Kirin clan, the previously underestimated Qima had utterly overturned their expectations. Not only had he fully healed, but he had also decisively slain Qiming. Now, he openly challenged the clan's second talent, Qilan. Over the course of these 100,000 years, Qilan had attained the perfected stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Had Qima not recovered, he would have indeed deserved the title of the foremost genius. But now, the situation appeared to have reversed. In the face of Qilan's assault, Qima summoned forth his innate supreme spiritual treasure. The manifestation of the innate supreme spiritual treasure was far beyond what a postnatal superior grade treasure could compare to. To think that in such a brief span, Qima had managed to refine his innate supreme treasure to such an extent, he was indeed the prodigy of the Mo Kirin clan. Moreover, he might even be a hidden master of alchemy, elevating his status beyond compare. However, had Qima not been a tad too arrogant, with the Fire Kirin clan leader present, did he not fear incurring his wrath? Arrogance. If I possess such talent, I would be even more audacious. Besides, when did our Mo Kirin clan need to bow to the Fire Kirin clan? Witnessing Qima's restoration to full strength, and even further, the elders were once again filled with reverence. This is the world of the primordial. As long as one possesses strength and talent, they will be respected. Otherwise, they are merely ants, easily crushed. Strength and talent are indeed impressive. Just based on that, do they expect the Fire Kirin clan to regret? The Fire Kirin clan leader's expression darkened significantly. Their clan had geniuses too. The Kirin clan had even more. Few were as arrogant as he. Did he truly believe that an innate supreme spiritual treasure would force him to bow? How na-vi. Just as they spoke, the golden ring collided with the central Wajixiang Huanqi. Yet the seemingly formidable and destructive attack failed to breach the defensive spiritual light of the 5 elements flag. Qilan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His finest treasure was merely a postnatal superior grade treasure. How could it possibly breach Qima's innate supreme treasure at the same level? If you have the ability, then do not resort to using an innate supreme treasure. In the end, Qilan could only utter a single immature remark in his rage. Just as Qimo was about to speak, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, prompting him to gaze into the void that was as if an ancient existence, timeless and eternal, had opened its eyes and cast a fleeting glance upon them. This was the gaze of the Tao. Lin Changsheng was all too familiar with this feeling. The 4th talent, diligence in the Tao, a talent unlocked at the Golden Immortal Realm. Was precisely this fleeting glance from the Tao that bestowed upon him 5 seeds of the Tao. He had presumed that this talent was a one-time gift, that after ascending to the Golden Immortal Realm, the Tao would no longer take notice of him. Yet unexpectedly, at this moment, the gaze returned. Lin Changsheng's heart surged with excitement. It seemed his rapid cultivation had once again captured the attention of the Tao. He wondered how many seeds of the Tao would be gifted to him this time. Ultimately, the Tao's gaze transformed into shimmering motes. Drifting into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit point 2 types of Tao seeds, the Tao of space and the Tao of destruction, truly remarkable. Lin Changsheng felt no sense of scarcity. This was the Tao, after all. At present, the Tao had retreated, and the heavenly way was in motion. The myriad beings of the vast wilderness could only cultivate the laws that comprehend any form of the Tao was an exceedingly fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, Lin Changsheng had received a direct gift from the the Tao bestowed its gifts upon him. All the members of the Qilin clan present felt the weight of that ancient and noble power. Was this his power? The leaders of the Mo Qilin and the Fire Qilin exchanged astonished glances. Though they had never grasped the power of the Tao, this sensation transcended the force of the heavenly ways laws. There was no explanation other than that it was his power. But how could this be possible? Was Chi Mo not a genius of the Mo Qilin clan, but rather a genius of the entire vast wilderness? Just as these elders and clan leaders were in shock, Lin Changsheng had already accepted the Tao seeds. However, this was not the time for comprehension. He needed to resolve the immediate troubles first. It seemed an eternity had passed, yet it was merely a fleeting moment. With Qilan's strength, he had detected no abnormalities. Instead, he continued to boast, asserting that without a spiritual treasure, he was undoubtedly no match for him. Chi Mo regarded Qilan as if he were a fool, having never witnessed anyone so eager for death. An elder from Qilan's lineage, Qi Tong, opened his mouth but chose silence upon meeting the clan leader's gaze. To extinguish Chi Mo's wrath, Qilan must perish. Though deeply reluctant, in the face of such an extraordinary genius, Qilan had become insignificant. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Metal River of Gongjin. Chi Mo invoked the divine power of the Tao of Metal he had previously comprehended. The Tao of Metal coalesced into a river of essence, a golden torrent that surged forth unceasingly. It was a river composed of the essence of Gongjin, sharp and unyielding. Once enveloped by the Gongjin River, all laws would shatter, and the corporeal form would cease to exist, the Tao of Metal. Chi Mo, how many surprises will you bestow upon me? The leader of the Mo Qilin clan was utterly unsettled. If the earlier gaze had already commanded his attention, then the emergence of the Tao of Metal was sufficient to warrant his utmost respect. In the eyes of the Qilin clan, Chi Mo's status had far surpassed that of their leader. The Fire Qilin clan leader could no longer remain composed. This was not merely a genius. This was an unparalleled prodigy. To ally with such an extraordinary talent would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to their clan. With this thought, he hurriedly conveyed a message to Chi Hua beside him, urging him that once the battle concluded, he must restore relations with Chi Mo by any means necessary. Having Chi Mo as his partner would yield unfathomable advantages in his future. Chi Hua nodded in agreement. Strength commands respect. Their previous engagement had been called off due to Chi Mo's injuries and subsequent decline in power. Now, a renewed alliance was certainly due to his restored strength and talent. Just then, a wretched scream pierced the IT was Qilan. Enveloped by the Gongjin River, his superior innate spiritual treasure was utterly incapable of resisting the all-pervasive essence of Gongjin. His magical power was rapidly depleting. Before long, he could no longer sustain it, and his innate spiritual treasure shattered with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, Qilan himself was being incessantly sliced by the Gongjin essence. "Elder, save me! I do not wish to die." Qilan roared in agony. Yet no one responded. From the moment Chi Mo revealed his talent, he had become a discarded pawn. Soon enough, the Gongjin River mercilessly obliterated Qilan's primordial spirit, scattering it into the void. Having completed this, Chi Mo turned his gaze toward the visibly distressed elder Qi Tong of the Qilin clan. "Qi Tong, are you not going to come forth and kneel to beg for my pardon?" A mere Tai, golden immortal, at the pinnacle of his youth, dared to demand that an elder of the early stages of the Deluo golden immortal come forward to plead for mercy. Anyone present would deem this Tai golden immortal utterly insane. Was this not a blatant act of self-destruction? The Deluo golden immortal represented the apex of power during this cataclysmic era of ferocious beasts. How could a mere Tai golden immortal dare to insult him? Yet, in the Mo Qilin clan, Chi Mo did just that, his tone unwavering and authoritative. Previously, Qi Tong had exerted his dominance over Chi Mo. employing the pressure of a Deluo golden immortal to force him into submission. Now, having displayed his talent anew, Chi-Mo was determined to reclaim his dignity. Chi-Mo, Chi-Lan has already been slain by you. It is wise to know when to stop or not go too far. Addressed directly by Chi-Mo, Chi-Tong struggled to suppress the urge to strike him down, replying coldly, "Go too far." At that time, my origin was damaged and my cultivation plummeted. As an elder, you not only showed me no concern, but you also coveted my spiritual treasure, demanding that I relinquish it. What is even more outrageous is that you dared to threaten me with the pressure of a Deluo golden immortal. Therefore, I must ask, am I being excessive in my actions? Chi-Mo proclaimed loudly, as the genius of the Qilin clan. Particularly after unveiling his talent, he had the grounds to challenge Chi-Tong. You shall not. Chi-Tong was now like a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. However, at that instant, he perceived several divine senses locking onto him. Should he make any move, these individuals would undoubtedly strike him down in an instant. Among them was the divine sense of clan leader Chi-Hua. Clan leader, what do you think? Chi-Mo inquired of the leader. Chi-Mo, why not first explain how you restored your origin? Was it as we suspected, that it came from his gaze? Chi-Hua did not answer the question, but instead posed two queries he was eager to have addressed. This was to compel Chi-Mo to showcase his worth. If his credentials were sufficient, the clan leader would undoubtedly compel Chi-Tong to bow his head. If not, this matter would be downplayed. Inwardly, Chi-Mo smirked at the cunning old fox before him. Very well, let me reveal some of my cards. It will also facilitate my subsequent actions that I previously comprehended the laws of alchemy and, by happenstance, acquired a formula capable of restoring my origin. Thus, I sought a substantial amount of spiritual roots and materials. As for what you referred to as do you not already possess the answer in your heart? He cast a fleeting glance upon me and gifted me a seed of the Tao of alchemy. Chima could certainly not speak the truth directly. Revealing his mastery over the Tao of alchemy was sufficient. After all, on the surface, he had already grasped two distinct Taos, warranting Chi-Hua's utmost attention. Upon receiving Chi-Ma's response, Chi-Hua couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Indeed." His gaze then shifted to one of fervent enthusiasm. The Tao of alchemy. With this Tao, the strength of his Qilin clan would be significantly enhanced. Even the primordial Qilin would take notice. The emergence of such a prodigy from the Qilin clan is truly commendable. Very well, very well. Chi-Hua stated expressionlessly, "You should know what to do next without my instruction." Chi-Tong. Patriarch. Chi-Tong's face flushed red. How could a Deluo Jinxian kneel publicly and admit fault? Chi-Hua, if you do not value this Chima, I would not hesitate to bring him to my clan. That a genius with boundless potential and mastery of the Tao should not be subjected to such indignities. If it were me, I would have executed him on the spot to eliminate future troubles. Scoffed Chi-Ho, the patriarch of the Fire Qilin clan. Although Chi-Ho relished the spectacle, it underscored Chi-Ma's current worth and status. Chi-Hua cast a cold glance at Chi-Tong, his eyes narrowing, a murderous intent brewing. Indeed, should Chi-Tong yield today, he might seek revenge in the future. The choice between an extraordinarily talented genius and an elder whose potential was already exhausted at the initial stage of Deluo Jinxian had become clear to Chi-Hua. A chill ran through Chi-Tong. The patriarch intended to kill him. For the sake of Chi-Ma, he was prepared to sacrifice him. I refused to accept this. No matter how fiercely Chi-Tong's heart raged, it was futile. This was the primordial world, where strength was the ultimate currency of power. Consider this from another angle. Had Chi-Ma not regained his strength and attracted his attention, what would today's outcome have been? He would have been slaughtered by these descendants, and the rare innate spiritual treasure he had painstakingly acquired would have been seized. The Fire Qilin clan would have publicly annulled the engagement. Even death would have been nailed to the pillar of shame. Thus, weakness is indeed the original sin. Chi-Ma, I apologize. I was wronged. I should not have bullied you nor coveted your spiritual treasure. Please forgive me. Chi-Tong, being a decisive individual, knew that to preserve his life, he must lower his stance. He knelt before Chi-Ma, pleading for his forgiveness. Chi-Ma remained silent, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Meanwhile, Chi-Hua's murderous intent had not yet dissipated. I, Chi-Tong, Vow to the heavenly Tao that wherever Chima may be, I shall yield. Should I harbor any ill will towards him, I shall be obliterated beneath the wrath of the heavens. That moment. Chitong cared not for dignity. He simply wished to survive. With a solemn oath to the heavenly Tao, the skies trembled, and the vow took effect. From this day forth, should Chitong dare to transgress, the heavenly Tao would exact retribution upon him. Chima, since Chitong has acknowledged his error, let this matter be settled, Chihua declared, and at that moment, his murderous intent finally subsided. Chima nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Yet, this old fellow would still seek an opportunity to eliminate him. His own power remained too feeble. Let him live a while longer. Chima, today is a fine day. Why not? Here and now, we become Tao partners. What do you think, seeing that matters have been satisfactorily resolved? Chihua approached Chima with a smile, that an innate spiritual treasure, a master alchemist, and mastery of two Taos. Becoming his Tao partner would not be a compromise. However, Chima merely cast a cold glance in her direction, uttering a single word, leave. When I was weakened, you were eager to annul the engagement. Now that it seems I have regained my strength and potential, you wish to curry favor. What a delusion. Chima, do not be ungrateful. Joining as Tao partners would only benefit you. Chihua's expression shifted, struggling to contain her eye. Do you believe you are worthy? Chima retorted with a cold chuckle. Chima, think carefully if you become Tao partners with Chihua. The resources of the Fire Qilin clan will be at your disposal. Perhaps you should reconsider or consult your clan's patriarch. At this moment, Chiho, the patriarch of the Fire Qilin clan, interjected. The most outstanding descendant of the Fire Qilin clan had sought to ally with Chima, only to be outright rejected. The patriarch's involvement was a show of pressure. Although they were at fault for attempting to annul the engagement, Chihua's current stance indicated his desire for Chima to proceed with caution. He even feared that Chima, in his arrogance, might misinterpret the situation. Thus he shifted the burden onto the Qilin clan's patriarch. Little did he know, this elder Qilin was also quite shrewd, directly announcing, "Today, I declare that Chima's status is equivalent to that of the patriarch. His decisions represent my stance. Furthermore, I will report Chima's talents to the Primordial Qilin." This essentially passed the ball back to Chima. There was no further deliberation needed, since you came to annul the engagement. You should have anticipated the current situation. T.O. continue speaking would be quite impolite. I am concerned I might lose my temper. Chima sighed deeply. He yearned to resolve these troublesome matters swiftly. He had not come to the Qilin clan to entangle himself in such trivialities. Resources, he sought resources. Thus, even in the presence of the patriarch of the Fire Qilin clan, he offered no semblance of courtesy. Chima, do not be ungrateful that you truly believe that a mere hint of talent grants you the right to act as you please. Chihua glared at Chima in fury. Apologies, but I genuinely believe I can, Chima replied, turning to Chiho with a smile. Bang! Chiho, expressionless, struck Chihua down with a single blow, reducing her to nothingness as if she had never existed. Chima, you have done well. The annulment of the engagement was solely Chihua's idea. We have now settled this matter. Should you have the time, feel free to visit my Fire Qilin clan, Chiho said with a smile. The comparison between a Tai Jingxian and an infinitely talented alchemist was trivial. He had many descendants. Any one of them could reach such heights. However, there was only one alchemist among the Qilin clan. As a patriarch, one must analyze the broader picture. You are too kind, patriarch. Should you require alchemy, feel free to send the materials my way, and I shall assist. I trust you implicitly, Chiho replied, a dignified to Luo Jingxian. A clan leader can be swayed by a junior's thoughts? This was merely Chiho seeking a graceful exit. Chima chose not to expose him. He was quite satisfied with the patriarch's tactics and felt no need to pursue him further. The offer to assist with alchemy was certainly self-serving. First, it would allow him to hone his skills, and second, he could discreetly retain a significant amount of spiritual roots and materials, achieving a dual purpose. That sounds splendid. Chihua, your clan has produced an extraordinary genius. Be sure to treat him well. Chima, with that said, I shall return to my clan now, Chiho remarked with a satisfied smile. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure. The exchange of a Tai Jinqian's descendant for the assistance of a master alchemist was undoubtedly worth it. After the Fire Qilin clan departed, Qihua turned to Qima with a satisfied gaze. Qima, I was too indecisive before, which caused you distress. Indeed, we initially made such a foolish decision by heeding Qitong's words. Qima, should Qiming wish to challenge you, that is his own decision. I am willing to offer some spiritual roots and materials as compensation. Qimo, do not hesitate to command me in the future. I merely wish for your assistance in concocting a batch of elixirs, for my unworthy descendants have truly caused me great distress. At this moment, all the elders have begun to turn against me. Even the elders from the Qi Ming lineage greet me with smiles. Qi Tong's expression darkens. He resents himself for having targeted Qi Mo in the past. Now, not only has he lost 1,000,000 years of cultivation due to bestowing enlightenment upon the worthless Qi Lan, but he has also squandered the opportunity to ally himself with a master alchemist. Regret weighs heavily on him. Yet having just been humiliated by Qi Mo, he feels too ashamed to linger and thus departs. Those wishing to refine elixirs must prepare their own materials, and why current success rate in alchemy hovers around 30%. Qi Mo has evidently underestimated the status of an alchemist. Who would have thought that these elders would approach him in such a fawning manner? Upon reflection, it is not surprising that we are currently in an era of great tribulation, where fierce beasts roam and the path of cultivation resembles a journey through darkness, relying solely on exploration. Even divine techniques and methods are exceedingly rare, let alone alchemical concoctions. Merely absorbing innate spiritual energy for cultivation is far too slow. The assistance of elixirs would undoubtedly expedite the process significantly. However, this situation also allows Qi Mo to exploit the pretense of alchemy to gather various spiritual materials, as for the success rate. It certainly cannot be as low as he claims. After all, he toils diligently in alchemy and deserves to reap some rewards. Truly, Qi Mo is a genius of our clan, that I shall prepare the necessary materials forthwith. Qi Mo, I wish to refine elixirs that can enhance cultivation during the Golden Immortal stage. What materials do you require? At this moment, the elders exhibit none of the imposing demeanor befitting great Luo Golden Immortals. They are as courteous as junior disciples in the presence of their elders. Very well. Qi Mo has just emerged from seclusion and has endured 2 battles. Let him rest for a while. When the time comes, he will announce what elixirs he intends to concoct and the materials needed, declare the clan leader, Qihua. With the clan leader having spoken, the elders, albeit reluctantly, dispersed at Qi Mo. Why have we not heard of your mastery of the alchemical principles before? Qihua inquired casually. I encountered a fabled alchemical furnace during my travels and, by chance, gained some insights. Initially, I lacked suitable recipes, leading to numerous failures, so I felt it inappropriate to mention it to the clan leader. Now that I possess the seed of the Great Path, I believe my alchemical skills will rise rapidly after some contemplation. Qi Mo replied, neither obsequious nor arrogant that I see in that case. Focus on your cultivation for now. As for the materials needed for your alchemy, please provide me with a list of the corresponding elixirs that I am certain that many will seek your services in the future. I will also inform the Shurqilan about this. Additionally, there is the matter of the Demon Clan. How dare they lay hands on the genius of our clan? This is tantamount to courting death. Our Qilin clan will not let them off easily. Qihua said coldly. Although the Qilin clan has yet to become the principal force on this land, their strength and foundation are not to be underestimated. It is imperative to respond to the audacity of the Demon Clan that dared to assault their genius. Agreed, I shall inform the clan leader of the required spiritual materials and elixirs. Those wishing to refine elixirs must prepare their materials in advance. I need to enter seclusion once more, Qi Mo stated without hesitation. He promptly relayed the spiritual materials required for refining elixirs at the Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal levels. As for those below the Golden Immortal tier, they provide little advancement in his alchemical practice. Even the elixirs of the Golden Immortal level are merely for practice. The truly valuable elixirs are those at the Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal levels. He has never attempted to refine elixirs at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. And given his current understanding of the alchemical principles, his failure rate is exceedingly high. He made sure to inform the clan leader of this to avoid disputes with the Great Luo Golden Immortal experts later. Having completed all this, Mo once again entered seclusion. Despite his elevated status, he did not forget to set up several formations to prevent prying eyes. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Mo Qilin clan, Hua, arrived at the secluded location of the Shi Qilin. The seclusion site of the Shi Qilin is situated at the very heart of all Qilin clans, where an extraordinarily grand palace stands. Only the leaders of the various Qilin clans have the opportunity to be summoned and enter at this moment. Hua of the Mo Qilin clan respectfully announced his presence outside the palace. Hua, what brings you here? Came the voice of the Shi Qilin from within the palace. I have come to report that Mo, the genius of our Mo Qilin clan, has garnered the attention of the divine and received a gift from the Great Path. He has now become a master alchemist. Hua replied with utmost respect, gained the attention of the divine. Even the Shi Qilin could not remain composed. The palace doors swung open, and he stepped outside. Indeed, Mo was also present at that time. The oppressive aura emanating from the Shi Qilin was terrifying. Even Hua, a great Luo golden immortal, found it difficult to endure and had to take a step back. Both the Shi Qilin and the ancestral dragon are striving to break through that barrier, yet they remain stuck at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, upon hearing that a descendant could draw the divine's attention. The Shi Qilin was immediately perturbed. Please elaborate on this Mo, the Shi Qilin said, his expression revealing no hint of abnormality. Hua promptly recounted Mo's story in its entirety. Thus, I sought an audience with you, Shi Qilin, to inform you of this genius's rise and to inquire if you could divine whether this Mo is still the same Mo recently, outside the Unzao mountain, a master alchemist refined to killing elixir, causing the heavenly Tao to tremble. I am concerned that Mo may be this individual transformed. Mo is indeed a genius of our clan, but his rapid ascent raises suspicions, given his potential. It is hard to believe that even the combined might of the Qilin clans could rival his talent, Hua expressed, harboring a degree of doubt. I have also heard of that enigmatic master alchemist. The ability to provoke the heavenly Tao and receive blessings, while remaining inscrutable to many powerful beings, indeed indicates a mysterious and formidable presence. Your concerns are quite valid, the Shi Qilin acknowledged. Very well. I shall perform a divination. With that, the Shi Qilin focused his thoughts, and a square seal appeared before him, adorned with the image of a colossal Qilin. Hua's eyes gleamed with fervor. The Qilin seal. This treasure of their clan embodies the fortune of the entire Qilin lineage. It possesses immense offensive capabilities and countless applications, always wielded by the Shi Qilin. The Qilin seal exuded profound Taoist resonance as the Shi Qilin began to divine all matters concerning Mo. After a considerable time, the Shi Qilin finally ceased his efforts. The threads of causality appeared entirely normal, devoid of any distortions or anomalies. It seems all is well with Mo, the Shi Qilin remarked indifferently. This statement affirmed that Mo posed no issues. After all, within their understanding, even if there were disguises or grafting of causality, such supernatural techniques would inevitably conflict with one's inherent causality, resulting in alterations. Therefore, such techniques cannot withstand meticulous scrutiny. That is good to hear, Hua nodded, harboring no further doubts. Your approach has been somewhat hesitant. There is no need to spare Tong, the Shi Qilin stated flatly. Understood, Hua replied respectfully. Perhaps Mo can assist me in taking that final step. Once he emerges from seclusion, I shall ensure he focuses solely on alchemy, as long as his alchemical prowess ascends. It will be a tremendous boon for our Qilin clan. Should he excel, I shall receive him here and bestow upon him the title of Qilin Zi, the first Qilin solemnly proclaimed. Qilin Zi. Hua was taken aback. This news would undoubtedly astonish not only the Qilin clan, but even the entirety of the primordial world. Once the title of Qilin Zi is established, it would signify the successor to the first Qilin. He would possess the authority to manage all affairs, great and small, of the Qilin clan. Indeed, even the first Qilin places great value on Mo's talent. This is monumental news for the Mo Qilin lineage. Indeed, the first Qilin. There is another matter. The demon race has previously laid hands on Mo, resulting in damage to his essence, nearly leading to his demise. Chi Hua said with indignation. The demon race. You say, recently, there have been quite a few disturbances from the west. Very well. Let us seize this opportunity to demonstrate that the Qilin clan is not to be trifled with. Upon finishing his words, the first Qilin vanished from sight. Chi Hua nodded and subsequently departed from the location. Thereafter, the Qilin clan dispatched numerous formidable experts to the west. Luoho had long anticipated this situation. However, after a few encounters with the powerful, he retreated into hiding. The Qilin clan was merely venting their anger and had no need to engage in serious conflict. His plans were still incomplete, and thus he naturally would not tangle with a Qilin clan member. The primordial world does not record years in the blink of an eye. Several 100,000 years passed. During this period, the calamity of fierce beasts had reached its zenith. The slaughter between the fierce beasts and the beings of the primordial world had escalated to a fervent level. However, the fierce beasts were evidently retreating in defeat. With the existence of the Sha Dan, and under the leadership of Hong Jun and other great powers, the beings of the primordial world completely suppressed the fierce beasts. It was merely a matter of time before the calamity would come to an ending. This moment, Lin Changsheng, transformed into Qi-Mo, awakened from his seclusion. Indeed, the Tao of space, rightfully among the top 3 paths, possesses immense power. After a decade of seclusion, he had comprehended the current limits of 2 Tao. Only by breaking through his realm could he continue to deepen his understanding. Of course, under his exceptional comprehension, he had grasped divine abilities from both Tao. The Tao of space had granted him the ability to shatter space. In combat, he could unexpectedly dismantle the very space his adversary occupied. If one lacks sufficient magical power or protective treasures, they would easily succumb to spatial rupture, their bodies torn asunder. It could be said to be a remarkably potent divine ability. Next was the Tao of destruction, ranked within the top 10 of the 3,000 paths. Its might beyond imagination. Lin Changsheng also comprehended a divine ability known as the Holy Light of Annihilation. Wherever the Holy Light passes, all beings are eradicated. It is exceedingly domineering. Both Tao have once again enriched Lin Changsheng's offensive capabilities. The more divine abilities one possesses, the better. It is also time to emerge from seclusion and commence alchemical refinement. That I hope to concoct a 6-transformation golden pill this time. Should that come to fruition, I could then initiate the related matters of advancing to the great Luo Golden Immortal in the territory of the Mo Qilin clan. Mo Qilin has now become a bustling hub for the entire Qilin clan. Countless patriarchs and elders from various branches of the Qilin clan continuously come to pay their respects. The intentions of all are well known. They seek to procure alchemical concoctions. Chi Hua welcomes each visitor without exception. For Chi-Mo had instructed before his seclusion that he would accept all requests for pills of golden immortal grade and above. Once Master Chi emerges from seclusion, I must personally pay a visit. Chi Hua, you cannot keep such an extraordinary talent hidden within your clan. Chi Hua, look at my 2 Qilin clan as Chi 2. He is quite the striking figure, with commendable talent as well. Perhaps you could facilitate a match. These are all requests for alchemical concoctions I wish to ask of Master Chi, and I assure you, he can refine with confidence. Even if not a single pill succeeds, I would bear no grievances. Reflecting on the words of those patriarchs, Chi Hua wore a proud expression. When had these old fellows ever treated him with such regard? It is only due to Chi-Mo that they now approach him with utmost courtesy, fearful of offending him. Indeed, the choice to select Chi-Mo was the right decision. Initially, he felt a pang of regret at having dealt with Chi Tong, but now, it was not regret, but rather a sense of joy that would make one laugh awake even in their cultivation. He wondered when Chi-Mo would emerge from seclusion. He had nearly enough materials to refine hundreds of thousands of pills. Yet, Chi Hua still found himself troubled. The population of the Qilin clan was simply too vast. Each day, an overwhelming number of Qilin came to pay their respects. Eventually, he had no choice but to turn some away. Should this continue, he might as well abandon his own cultivation. Just as Chi Hua was grappling with his predicament, the sudden movement of his consciousness caused him to vanish from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of Chi-Mo's abode. Chi-Mo, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Chi Hua exclaimed with delight. Though a decade of seclusion was but a fleeting moment to him, this time he genuinely felt as if those 10,000 years had been arduous. Indeed, Qi Mo nodded. How was your comprehension of the Tao? Qi Hua inquired with a smile. The profundities of the Tao are intricate and profound. I have merely scratched the surface, Qi Mo replied, reluctant to elaborate further. Who would be foolish enough to reveal their trump cards to others? Comprehending the Tao is a long-term endeavor that cannot be rushed. By the way, I visited the first Qilin. There are two pieces of news I must convey to you. Although Qi Hua held the title of clan leader, he was currently exceedingly courteous towards Qi Mo in certain respects. Qi Mo's standing within the Qilin clan had already surpassed his own. Several clan leaders from different Qilin branches had even warned him that should Master Qi be wronged, they would whisk him away. The pressure was immense. But what are the news regarding the demon race? Qi Mo pondered briefly and began to form an understanding. Given his current status, the Qilin clan would undoubtedly take action against the demon race. Correct that we dispatched numerous experts to the demon race's territory. After slaying several of their kind, they retreated into hiding. Those who dare lay hands on our Qilin clan members must face the consequences. Qi Hua said with a cold smirk. That Qi Mo subtly shook his head. It was not that the demon race was afraid. Rather, Luo Ho did not regard you as a threat at all. This was a figure capable of annihilating even the ancestral veins of the West. How could he fear the Qilin clan? Their retreat was merely to avoid prematurely revealing his schemes. From beginning to end, you have merely been his pawns. However, Qi Mo chose not to voice these thoughts. And what of the second piece of news? Qi Mo continued to inquire. He bore no significant grudges against the demon race and did not wish to delve deeper. The second piece of news is indeed monumental. That I met with the first Qilin, and he shall summon you at a certain time to the ancestral palace, declaring you as the Qilin Z of our Qilin clan. Qi Hua declared with excitement. Regardless of the outcome, this is an unparalleled honor. The ancestral palace is yet to be graced by anyone beyond the Tai Golden Immortal, and Qi Mo will undoubtedly be the first. As for the title of Qilin Z, it symbolizes status and power that T.O. gain the first Qilin's attention and to cultivate within the ancestral palace. His future achievements are bound to be unfathomable. This is an extraordinary opportunity. On the surface, Qi Mo managed to smile, but inwardly he could only bitterly laugh. A monumental piece of news. For me, it is rather unfortunate. Why must it parallel the situation with the dragon race? I merely wish to discreetly acquire some resources. Yet, I am incessantly referred to as an heir, a child of the Qilin. Your relentless actions have placed an immense burden upon me. It appears I must once again prepare to flee. If this reaches the ears of the elders of the Dragon Clan, they will undoubtedly rush from the Dragon Palace overnight. Discreet. Where is your discretion? You infiltrate a dragon's tomb and continuously attain enlightenment, grasping the essence of the laws. The same applies to Mount Buzhou. You restore your origins, master alchemy, and are observed by him, comprehending the great way. In what manner have you exhibited humility? Had you accomplished even a single modest deed? The Dragon and Qilin clans would not regard you as an unparalleled genius. Qima can only wryly self-deprecate. I too wish to be low-key, but my abilities do not permit it. Clan leader, have the materials needed for alchemy been delivered? Qima swiftly diverted the conversation. The opportunity to cultivate alongside the primordial Qilin is indeed a tremendous fortune. Qi Hua remains somewhat taken aback. How can he appear so composed, even somewhat indifferent? Opportunities demand the manifestation of strength. Qima shook his head, dismissing the notion that Qi Hua's admiration for Qima grew. This child possesses remarkable composure in the face of fortune. This is the mindset befitting a true prodigy. That in comparison, I fall short of Qima. All of these are my possession. The quantity is considerable, and it continues to increase. Qi Hua produced the materials and spiritual plants, which had accumulated into a small hill. Excellent. I immediately commenced the alchemical process. The elixirs I concoct will be dispensed at any moment. In the future, those in need of elixirs may simply place their materials at the entrance of my abode. With that, Qima gathered the materials and retreated into his dwelling. Upon returning, Qima did not immediately begin his alchemy. Instead, he commenced sorting the spiritual materials and roots. This time, the quantity of spiritual materials was vast, primarily comprising those required for concocting elixirs of the golden immortal realm, along with a number for the Tai golden immortal level. Lin Changsheng had, of course, also included his own personal items among them. Some commonly used spiritual materials for 6-turn golden pills were tucked in as well. Truly, the Qilin clan, occupying Mount Buzhou, has proven far more efficient in gathering spiritual materials than I could manage alone. Lin Changsheng contentedly planted all the surplus spiritual materials and roots into the Baichao diagram. What once resembled a small hill of materials had been reduced by more than half. Even capitalists would weep at his actions. The previously stated success rate of less than 30% for elixir creation was, of course, a fabrication aimed at securing more spiritual materials. Moreover, a fee for the labor of concocting elixirs is only reasonable. In these primordial times, few possess the skills for alchemy. Thus, a slightly higher fee is entirely justifiable. Lin Changsheng felt no guilt whatsoever. He accepted tens of thousands of varieties of spiritual materials in one go, placing them directly into the Baichao diagram. Just as he completed this task, a resounding rumble emanated from the Baichao diagram. Is it set to evolve? Lin Changsheng had already cultivated numerous high-quality spiritual materials within the Baichao diagram over many years. While he had not meticulously counted, there should be tens of thousands of plants. This time, Lin Changsheng took away more than half of the spiritual materials sent by the various Qilin clans, all of which were planted into the Baichao diagram. Immediately, this heavenly treasure began to undergo an enhancement. Lin Changsheng swiftly focused his consciousness on the Baichao diagram, that he observed the diagram exuding a misty aura, its internal space rapidly transforming. The world, which had previously spanned only several 100,000 kilometers, expanded to a full 1,000,000 kilometers. The medicinal gardens appeared orderly, and the innate spiritual energy within the inner world began to intensify. The maturation time for various spiritual materials and plants was also significantly accelerated. This unexpected delight was beyond his expectations. The Baichao diagram inherently possesses growth potential as a heavenly treasure. As long as there are sufficient spiritual materials, it can continually develop. Particularly, the planting of high-grade innate roots greatly benefits the growth of the diagram. If only he could find something like the 9 heavens earth, even a small piece would elevate the Baichao diagram substantially. At that time, the maturation time for the spiritual materials and plants within the diagram would decrease dramatically. Lin Changsheng expressed his longing. The 9 heavens earth is rich in innate Wu soil essence, particularly conducive to the growth of spiritual plants. Lin Changsheng was aware that the 9 heavens earth lay beneath the innate gourd vine. Unfortunately, despite the vast expanse of Mount Buzhou, he had yet to locate that innate restriction. Everything now hinges on fortune. Casting aside these distractions, Lin Changsheng commenced the alchemical process. One by one, the spiritual materials flew into the furnace, transforming into elixirs. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. With Lin Changsheng's current understanding of the way of elixirs, coupled with his extensive experience in alchemy, the success rate for golden immortal elixirs is virtually flawless. While that for Tai golden immortal elixirs exceeds 80%, of course, this is also attributable to the possession of a quality alchemical furnace. Thus, Lin Changsheng embarked on an intense period of elixir production. Continuously, successfully concocted elixirs were dispensed. The Qilin clan's powerful beings were overjoyed. Although the success rate was not high, these spiritual materials held little value in their hands. Rather than let them gather dust, it was far better to transform them into elixirs. Moreover, the quality of these elixirs was exceptional. Some less gifted juniors, after consuming the elixirs, even began to ascend in rank. This frenzy further ignited the enthusiasm of the Qilin clan. The territory of the Mo Qilin was nearly trampled underfoot. Eventually, Qihua had no choice but to restrict entry to only those of the great Luo golden immortal level. Even so, the area remained bustling with activity. Thronged with visitors, some elders of the Qilin clan even casually found a dwelling outside the Mo Qilin territory to cultivate, eager for an opportunity to request Master Chima's elixirs. Periodically, the mountain of spiritual materials at the entrance of Chima's dwelling would vanish. It was not until thousands of years later that Qima conveyed through his consciousness to Qihua that he would no longer concoct golden immortal elixirs, focusing instead on those for Tai golden immortals. He even considered attempting elixirs for the Great Luo golden immortal level. This news sent the elders of the Great Luo golden immortal level into a frenzy. For those at their level, advancing a minor realm is a Herculean task. The disparity in combat power between each minor realm is vast. If Master Qima could produce elixirs for the Great Luo golden immortal level, it would undoubtedly be a monumental blessing for their Qilin clan. Increasingly, elders and clan leaders of the Great Luo golden immortal level flocked to the Mo Qilin territory. During this time, Master Qima's name resounded throughout the Qilin clan. With a mere word from Master Qima, he could rally half of the clan's powerful beings to his side, such as the might of an alchemist. Another 30,000 years passed before Master Qima's consciousness released a new message. He would no longer concoct elixirs for the Tai golden immortal level, but would devote himself entirely to the production of elixirs for the Great Luo golden immortal level. Upon hearing this news, rather than dissent, the Qilin clan unanimously supported his decision. As long as Master Qima could produce elixirs for the Great Luo golden immortal level, even if all of Qilin Meng's spiritual materials were to fail, I would gladly accept it. Indeed, as long as Master Qima's alchemical prowess continues to rise, what do our spiritual materials matter? At this moment, Qima remained blissfully unaware of the magnitude of his burgeoning reputation. Within his dwelling, the floor was strewn with various elixirs that a glance would reveal at least several tens of thousands. Most of these were 4-turn elixirs suitable for the golden immortal level. There were also several thousand 5-turn elixirs. After years of alchemical practice, my understanding of the way of elixirs has only deepened by one level. It seems the time has come to begin concocting 6-turn golden elixirs. The 5-turn elixir had become second nature to him, rendering further refinement unnecessary. Henceforth, his focus would shift to the 6-turn golden elixir, for only then could he hope to transcend to the realm of the Great Luo golden immortal. However, Qima did not rush to commence the refinement. Instead, he gathered the elixirs strewn about and entered a period of seclusion for meditation. He needed to assimilate the alchemical experiences he had accrued over this time. After several millennia, Qima finally opened his eyes, ready to begin the process anew. The 6-turn golden elixir was a concoction fit for the Great Luo golden immortal level, yet his current understanding of the Tao of elixirs still fell short. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. With continuous refinement, his comprehension of the Tao would deepen. Moreover, with an abundance of spiritual materials at his disposal, he felt confident in his ability to successfully produce the 6-turn golden elixir. One by one, the spiritual materials were cast into the purple furnace for refinement. However, as anticipated, the initial attempts resulted in failure. After hundreds of unsuccessful trials, Qima's expression and state of mind remained unperturbed. All of this was within his expectations. If the 6-turn golden elixir were so easily refined, the realm of the Great Luo would surely be overcrowded. Fortunately, he was refining the elixir within the Qilin clan, which provided a constant supply of materials for his endeavors. Countless failures ensued, and Qima once again entered the profound state of alchemical creation. The rhythm of the Tao of elixirs began to emerge, leading him to a moment of enlightenment, in what felt like the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of years had passed on this day. The once tranquil skies above the territory of the Ink Qilin were suddenly engulfed in dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Such a terrifying phenomenon naturally stirred the Qilin clan. Could this be a tribulation of thunder? The direction pointed to the territory of the Ink Qilin. No, it was the cave abode of Master Qilin. Had he succeeded in refining a golden elixir fit for the Great Luo golden immortal? The sound of thunder reverberated through the domain of the Ink Qilin that moment. All Qilin gazes were filled with astonishment. Was this the thunder of the elixir? The primordial continent lacked a comprehensive system of cultivation methods. Thus their understanding of alchemy was limited. Yet the scene before them was undoubtedly a thunder tribulation. The only explanation was that Qima had successfully refined the 6-turn golden elixir. Soon, their expressions were replaced with excitement. He had finally succeeded, an elixir that would aid in the breakthrough to the Great Luo golden immortal. Effective even for those at that level. With this, the Qilin clan was truly on the verge of rising as the thunder tribulation roared. Qima, in a state of enlightenment, opened his eyes. Within his cave abode lingered the enchanting aroma of medicinal herbs. A perfectly round golden elixir emitted a soft golden glow from the purple furnace. 6 distinct patterns of elixir essence were clearly visible upon its surface. Had he finally succeeded? Over these tens of thousands of years, Qima had remained in this enigmatic state of alchemical creation. The number of failures was beyond counting, with heaps of discarded elixirs serving as ample evidence. Even the spiritual materials and roots continuously supplied by the Qilin clan were nearly exhausted. This underscored the substantial cost required for the refinement of the six-turn golden elixir. However, this was to be expected. Each realm represented a greater challenge, particularly for elixirs that assist in cultivation, and if they were so easily refined, the primordial world would be filled with saints, the higher the realm. The more difficult it became to refine the corresponding elixirs. Currently, he was only dealing with the six-turn golden elixir. Should he attempt the seven-turn or eight-turn, it would likely take hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of years, even for someone of Qima's exceptional understanding and mastery of the Tao of elixirs. Despite the arduous journey of refining the six-turn golden elixir, the rewards were evident. The most significant gain was his comprehension of the Tao of elixirs, which had directly ascended to level 23, placing him well ahead of others in this domain. Alchemy itself was a form of verification and understanding of the Tao of elixirs. Yet, given his current grasp, the likelihood of successfully refining another six-turn golden elixir remained quite low. Only through persistent refinement and deepening his understanding could his success rate improve. If Qima were to rely solely on himself, the consumption of spiritual materials would be staggering, potentially taking decades or even centuries just to gather them. In hindsight, blending into the Qilin clan had indeed proven to be a most astute decision, but as Qima pondered, the Thunder Tribulation had fully gathered its strength. To complete the elixir, he must navigate through this Thunder Tribulation, ensuring its transformation. Should the quality be lacking or the elixir's effects insufficient, it would surely be reduced to ashes under the storm. Qima held unwavering confidence in his elixir. With a flick of his fingers, guided by his magical power, the elixir soared from the cave, suspended in the void. Master Qilin had indeed refined a six-turn golden elixir. The rich fragrance of the elixir seemed to dissolve the bottleneck that had plagued him for 1,000,000 years in the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With Master Qilin among them, the Qilin clan was destined to rise. Truly, Master Qilin was an unparalleled genius of the Qilin clan. Yet could this golden elixir withstand the onslaught of the elixir thunder? Should it fail, the repercussions could injure Master Qilin as well. What kind of foolish Qilin would question his abilities? Surely, Master Qilin could not fail. As the golden elixir hovered in the void, the Thunder Tribulation finally descended. With a crack, the thunder struck the elixir fiercely. The golden elixir buzzed incessantly, and the six golden patterns glimmered even more brightly. The first strike of thunder caused no damage to the elixir whatsoever. The tribulation, seemingly enraged, unleashed several more bolts of lightning, yet the golden elixir remained unscathed. Ultimately, the elixir thunder gradually dissipated. It was a success. Truly, Master Qilin had achieved the six-turn golden elixir, one that would prove effective for all of us. The hearts of the Qilin clan's powerful beings, once heavy with worry, finally lightened. Excitement surged within them. They could scarcely contain their desire to seize the golden elixir. However, they ultimately restrained themselves, with Master Qilin present. Such elixirs would inevitably come into their possession in time that to act rashly would lead to dire consequences. The six-turn golden elixir spun gracefully before returning to Qima's cave. The long-closed entrance swung open, and Qima, after a lengthy absence, emerged. Master Qilin has emerged from seclusion. Master Qilin, I am an elder of the Yinyang Qilin clan. May I inquire when you might grace our clan with your presence? Master Qilin, please visit our Five Elements Qilin clan. We have many fair maidens who admire you greatly. Master Qilin, could you perhaps refine another golden elixir for me? The Wind Qilin would offer a generous reward. Upon witnessing Qima emerge, even the usually stern elders of the Qilin clan were swept away in a frenzy, akin to a large-scale fan gathering. The sheer magnitude of the scene left him momentarily taken aback. Looking around, he saw the territory of the Ink Qilin completely surrounded by eager onlookers. Indeed, a single Qilin had ignited fervor throughout the entire domain. Yet he had no time to entertain visits from these clans. The elixir he had refined was for the chieftain of the Fire Qilin clan. Qima sought out the Fire Qilin chieftain and directly presented the elixir to him. Excellent, excellent, Qima, I knew my judgment was sound. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me, exclaimed Chieftain Chiho of the Fire Qilin clan, his excitement palpable. The elixir in his hand radiated a rich aroma. And even a mere inhalation stirred the long-dormant bottleneck of his cultivation. Observing this, the surrounding Qilin clan elders turned red with envy, barely restraining themselves from seizing it. Chieftain Chiho promptly tucked the elixir away and retreated from scene. Fearing that lingering any longer might lead to theft, from now on, I shall solely refine 6-turn golden elixirs. However, the success rate of pill refinement is less than 10%, so it is imperative to prepare the necessary materials for pill creation. Chi Himo declared aloud. Master Chi, I have gathered all the materials, amounting to over a dozen portions. You may proceed with the refinement. Even if all fails, I shall not hold you accountable. Master Chi, please wait for me. I shall return to my clan to procure more spiritual materials. The ingredients required for refining the 6 transformation golden pill are exceedingly rare. Even the elders or clan leaders possess very few. However, given the large population of the Qilin clan, it was not long before Chi Mo received tens of thousands of pill refinement materials, and this number continued to surge at this rate. Chi Mo would have no time for anything else but to refine pills day in and day out. Just then, a formidable and undeniable aura surged forth. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Qilin territory. Instantly, all clan leaders and elders fell silent. This was the pressure of the Prime Qilin. It was astonishing that a mere 6 transformation golden pill could stir even the Prime Qilin. However, upon further reflection, it was quite reasonable. The 6 transformation golden pill had already shown efficacy for the Deluo golden immortals. The Prime Qilin had long aspired to break through to the perfection of Deluo and achieve the state of Han Yuan, yet had never succeeded. Now, witnessing Chi Mo capable of refining the 6 transformation golden pill, it was only natural for him to feel a surge of desire. While the effect of the 6 transformation pill on him was minimal, it still represented a potential solution. Thus, the awakening of the Prime Qilin was entirely understandable. Only the leader of the Mo Qilin clan, Chi Hua, displayed an excited expression. The Prime Qilin indicated that the time had come. Haha, my Mo Qilin clan is about to soar. Yet at this moment, Chi Mo wore a rather grim expression. Should he consider fleeing before fully mastering the nuances of the 6 transformation golden pill? Alas, what a pity that in 300,000 years, the ancestral palace will be opened that I shall meet Chi Mo and proclaim him as the Qilin son of the Qilin clan. Enter the ancestral palace and cultivate alongside me. Seeking the great Tao, the voice of the Prime Qilin resonated throughout the Qilin clan. Qilin's son, this title is second only to that of the Prime Qilin within the clan. It was unexpected that even the Prime Qilin held such high regard for Master Qi. However, this was understandable. With such extraordinary talent, if he could not become the Qilin's son, then what other talent could possibly merit such a title? Unfortunately, it seemed that the opportunity to have Master Qi refine pills was slipping away. Once the pressure of the Prime Qilin dissipated, the elders of the Qilin clan began to extend their congratulations. Only Chi Mo returned to his cave, dwelling in silence. He had merely 300,000 years to refine the 6 transformation golden pill. He must strive to enhance the success rate within this time frame and ensure he had ample spiritual materials for himself. Chi Hua, do you sense that Master Qi appears somewhat discontent? Indeed, becoming the Qilin son would grant immense privileges. Even we clan leaders would have to defer to him. This is an extraordinary opportunity. An astute clan leader of the Qilin noticed Master Qi's lackluster expression. You may not know this, but Chi Mo has previously mentioned that opportunities must be earned through strength. The Prime Qilin's announcement of him as the Qilin son undoubtedly places pressure on him. Chi Hua maintained a calm demeanor, smiling. I see. Truly, Master Qi is remarkable, although we are Deluo golden immortals. Our state of mind pales in comparison to his in the time that followed, while the other elders and clan leaders of the Qilin clan sought to have Master Qi refine pills. The Prime Qilin had already made it clear that only 300,000 years remained. Hence, they must control the quantity. If Master Qi could not reach the ancestral grounds on time, it was they who would face the Prime Qilin's wrath. In a vast expanse of time, 27,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qi suddenly emerged from his pill refining state. He realized that the materials were now depleted. Upon reflection, it made sense. With 3,000 years remaining, the clan leaders of the Qilin clan hoped he would take the time to rest. Very well, it was time to prepare to depart from the Qilin clan. After dispatching the refined pills, Qi began to contemplate the insights gained during this period. Although his understanding of the Tao of pills had improved, it was not by much. Nonetheless, the uninterrupted refining over the past 27,000 years had raised his success rate to 60%. A remarkable achievement indeed. Furthermore, Qi now possessed materials sufficient to refine over 106 transformation golden pills within his 100 herbs diagram, along with 8 already completed 6 transformation golden pills. This expedition to the Qilin clan was undoubtedly fruitful. Not only had his strength advanced to the pinnacle of Tai, golden immortal, but he had also acquired a piece of innate supreme spiritual treasure. He had grasped the Tao of gold, and the gifts of the great Tao had bestowed upon him 2 additional Tao insights. Coupled with a vast array of pill refining materials, accomplishing all this would have taken Qi an inconceivable amount of time and energy on his own. He felt a twinge of reluctance to depart from this place. Qi sighed. He had resolved to leave the Qilin clan. It was not merely the Prime Qilin's intention to confer upon him the title of Qilin's son. More importantly, he could now prepare for his ascension to the Luo, golden immortal. What remained was merely the accumulation of merit, be it hunting fierce beasts or facilitating the conclusion of the calamity of fierce beasts. He could amass a vast amount of merit at that point. He could manifest the 3 flowers and achieve the 12th rank of perfection for the method of disappearance. It was naturally to lay the blame on the fierce beasts. With the Qilin clan's intervention, the conclusion of the calamity of fierce beasts would be expedited. With this thought, Qi exited his seclusion at this moment. The Qilin clan had once again returned to its previous tranquility. After all, Master Qi was preparing to journey to the ancestral palace, and the clan leaders dared not disturb him. Qi, why have you emerged from seclusion? Should you take this opportunity to fully comprehend your recent gains? Qi sensed Qi immediately and appeared before him in an instant. I need to go out for a while. Qi replied straightforwardly. Go out? Qi, there is little time left before we head to the ancestral palace. If there is anything you need, I can send someone to assist you. After all, Qi was the most crucial Qilin in the entire clan. It would be unthinkable to let him venture out alone. I must go out to prepare a pill for the Prime Qilin. I require some inner organs of fierce beasts. Qi had already devised his excuse. Inner organs of fierce beasts? That can be arranged. Just tell me which inner organs you need, and I will send a Luo, golden immortal from our clan to search for them right away. Upon hearing this, Qi sighed in relief. Such matters merely required a brief explanation that I also need to search for some other exceedingly rare spiritual materials. Qi anticipated Qi to be so difficult to deal with. This was because Qi was unaware of his esteemed status within the Qilin clan. Now, merely a single word from him could incite countless Qilin to frenzy that it was not just due to his identity as a master alchemist, but also because of his impending status as the Qilin son. Qi, the calamity of fierce beasts has already reached its peak and will conclude at any moment. That it is extremely perilous to venture out now. Although I know your cultivation is formidable, it is wise to exercise caution. Should you require anything, simply command. Qi spoke earnestly. Leader, the pill I am refining this time is rather special and requires fresh inner organs of fierce beasts. Furthermore, I have never refined it before and need to conduct numerous trials. Therefore, it is imperative that I leave the clan. With a sigh from the depths of his heart, Qi lamented, Alas, I am but a counterfeit Qilin, and my plight is most lamentable. I have nearly ascended to the status of a Qilin child. This is exceedingly inconvenient. in future occurrences of this nature, I must remain low-key. Otherwise, extricating myself will prove quite arduous. Furrowing his brow, Chihua found himself troubled by Chima's stubbornness. How about this? I shall assign 5 esteemed elders of the great Luo golden immortal rank from our clan to accompany you. Zhongshan, Qilin child, what manner of ferocious beasts are you in search of? At this juncture, Chima had already departed from the territory of the Mo Qilin clan. Yet he could not find joy in his heart. For 5 early-stage great Luo golden immortal elders followed closely behind him, thwarting his escape plans. Must he truly return to the ancestral land and become the Qilin child? He feared that once he arrived, departing would become even more difficult. Along the way, they had encountered several ferocious beasts of the great Luo golden immortal level. But alas, their numbers were too few. At most, there were only 2. Chima swiftly dismissed them with excuses, for he sought a nest of ferocious beasts, at least 6 or more, to keep the 5 elders occupied. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts, the stronger their territorial instincts. Locating a gathering of more than 6 great Luo golden immortal ferocious beasts would be no easy task. I have yet to refine this pill. It requires continuous experimentation, Chima casually offered as an excuse. The 5 elders exchanged glances, pondering the Qilin child's insistence on personally undertaking this task. If you require a specific ferocious beast, simply instruct us. There's no need for you to take matters into your own hands. Your determination is indeed admirable. The 6 continued their journey, frequently altering their course. They found numerous spiritual roots and herbs, and decided to take a moment's respite. I suddenly have some reflections that require cultivation for verification. Chima proclaimed point one day. He abruptly halted. The 5 elders remained silent. Such occurrences were not unusual. It is common for cultivators to experience insights. And though outcomes are not guaranteed, meditation is always beneficial. The 5 positioned themselves in 5 directions, providing protection for Chima while ensuring he had ample privacy, for the process of understanding and cultivation must not be disturbed or observed. Once the 5 stepped away, Chima turned his gaze towards the void before him, but he was not merely experiencing a fleeting insight. Rather, he had discovered a primordial restriction in this area, one of considerable magnitude. Indeed, the largest primordial restriction he had encountered in Zhongshan. However, this was not the time for exploration. Instead, Chima sought refuge from the 5 by using this place as a hiding spot. During this period, he would first unravel the intricate primordial restriction array before shaking them off and retreating into it. Thus, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Let us depart, Chima announced, rising to beckon the 5 elders to leave. He had now mastered the primordial restriction array, enabling him to enter freely next time. Yes, several hundred more years elapsed. Chima had yet to find an opportune moment to extricate himself. Although the 5 dared not voice their concerns, they too felt a tinge of perplexity. They had encountered no fewer than 100 types of ferocious beasts, yet the Qilin child had not even cast a glance at them before moving on. What precisely was he concocting that rendered so many ferocious beasts unworthy of his attention? While the 5 were puzzled, Chima felt a sense of urgency. This situation had escalated alarmingly. Did he truly have to return and become the Qilin child of the Qilin clan? At that moment, a notification from the Eye of Insight arrived. Alert. 50,000 kilometers to your southwest, a group of primordial beings and ferocious beasts are engaged in fierce combat, with at least dozens of ferocious beasts present. The host must exercise extreme caution, as they are all of the great Luo golden immortal level. Opportunity had presented itself. Chima's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Let us proceed this way, he urged, hastily flying toward the southwest. The 5, sensing the urgency, quickly followed, wondering if the Qilin child had finally found the ferocious beast he sought. Moments later, the expressions of the 5 shifted dramatically. Qilin child, there lies a battle of great Luo golden immortal level ahead. They warned, simultaneously gathering their magical powers in preparation for the protection of the Qilin child. The ferocious beasts I need are just ahead. I must take a closer look, Chima replied, disregarding their caution as he pressed on. The 5 had no choice but to follow. As they drew nearer, the aura of ferocity intensified, and the thunderous sounds of battle resonated loudly. The number of beasts was substantial. The five exchanged glances, bracing themselves for combat. Upon their arrival, they beheld a gathering of 13 ferocious beasts, their malevolent energy so potent that it contaminated the surrounding primordial spiritual energy. I could see that moment. They were relentlessly assaulting the 7 individuals present, with pairs of ferocious beasts targeting each person, leaving their adversaries somewhat wounded. Damn that Luo Hu! How dare he scheme against us? If we can escape this time, I shall certainly venture westward to exact vengeance on that audacious Luo Hu, roared one powerful figure clad in black and white robes. Yin Yang Daoist, this time I have miscalculated, remarked another, a person exuding an air of ethereal grace in a white robe. Hong Jun, this is not your fault. We can only blame Luo Hud. It is lamentable that our slaughter pills have been completely depleted. Otherwise, we could have fought back. Another companion chimed in. Did I ask that truly Hong Jun? Chima listened intently to their conversation. It appeared that Hong Jun had allied with several companions to hunt ferocious beasts. During this period, they had continuously slain ferocious beasts, accruing considerable merit. Originally, they intended to return to recuperate after exhausting their slaughter pills, yet unexpectedly encountered an injured solitary ferocious beast. Such a being, a walking embodiment of merit, could not be overlooked. Without hesitation, they pursued it, only to fall into Luo Hu's trap. This frenzied Luo Hu had drawn the ire of over 10 ferocious beasts all at once. While Luo Hu had escaped, they found themselves besieged by the beasts. Although each of them possessed protective spiritual treasures, the odds were still daunting. One person against 2 ferocious beasts was an overwhelming burden. Chima absorbed every detail. If I refrain from allowing these individuals to intervene or take action against Hong Jun, might he face demise? This thought briefly flickered through his mind before being swiftly dismissed. Hong Jun bore immense karmic weight. Without him, who knows if the saints would ever emerge in the primordial realm? Even if he did not intervene, the heavenly Tao would not permit Hong Jun's fall. He would undoubtedly find a way to extricate himself. As for allowing my 5 companions to act, they would likely incur heavenly Tao's wrath before they could even harm Hong Jun. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, my escape plan lies before me. Just as Chima was deep in contemplation, Hong Jun suddenly spotted the 5, his face lighting up with joy. Esteemed friends, I implore you to assist us in slaying these ferocious beasts. We shall certainly reward you afterward. The Hong Jun's words immediately drew the attention of the other powerful beings. Indeed, esteemed friends, I am the Yin Yang Daoist. Should you lend your aid, I am willing to offer a postnatal spiritual treasure as recompense. Another urged, friends, slaying ferocious beasts is our duty. Please, we beseech you to act. The sudden appearance of these 5 individuals was undoubtedly their lifeline, and they promptly began to promise various benefits. As for the remaining Taiji Golden Immortal, he was completely disregarded by them. After all, a mere junior accompanying an elder from his clan for training was hardly worthy of their attention. However, in the face of Hong Jun and the others' overtures, the 5 remained silent, instead encircling Chima in the center. The scene was not one of a family elder guiding a junior, but rather that of a protective detail. Due to the engagement of Hong Jun and his companions, the fierce beasts nearby had evidently taken notice, and several of them were now roaring, preparing to charge. That a swift decision was needed, to join the battle or to retreat immediately. What rewards can you offer? Not later, but now, Chima interjected. Hong Jun, it seems you will bear the blame for my demise this time. How dare a junior speak here when the 5 great Luo Golden Immortals have yet to respond? The Taiji Golden Immortal thought, feeling slighted. Silence. The voice belonged to the Qilin clan's Qilin son, whose status was second only to the prime Qilin. Who do you think you are? Upon witnessing the Yin Yang Daoists daring to rebuke their Qilin son, the 5 great Luo Golden Immortals were instantly incensed. Akilanson, a mere Taiji Golden Immortal? Hong Jun and the others found it hard to believe the Qilin clan had fallen to such depths. Yet this was not the time for inquiries. Hong Jun quickly forced a smile. My apologies. The Taoist friend speaks candidly and was unaware of the status of this esteemed Qilin son. Please forgive any offense caused. Might I ask what reward you seek? Hong Jun was genuinely concerned that these individuals might leave without a trace. Primordial spiritual roots, spiritual materials, And even top-tier primordial spiritual treasures will suffice, Chimo replied, not bothering to dwell on their earlier remarks. To demand a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure was rather audacious, as if one believed such treasures were abundant. We do possess some primordial spiritual roots and materials, but as for top-tier primordial spiritual treasures, my friend must be jesting. Hongjun managed to muster a strained smile that it seems that your lives are not valued highly. We shall take our leave, Chima scoffed, feigning to depart. Hold on, Daoist friend. Hongjun produced a damaged chaos spiritual treasure, its grade having fallen to top-tier primordial. If you find it acceptable, take it. Otherwise, we will seek our own means of escape. With that, Hongjun revealed a dimly glowing spiritual treasure resembling a handkerchief. At first glance, it appeared dreamlike, as if it contained myriad worlds. At a second glance, it resembled a castle in the air, ethereal and insubstantial, akin to a dream. Chima could not help but feel a surge of excitement upon a mere glance. This was undoubtedly the chaos spiritual treasure of the dreaming demon, ever since Hongjun produced this handkerchief. The power of his dream Dao had begun to stir. It was certainly infused with the essence of a dream Dao. However, it was now damaged, likely the consequence of Panga's axe, and its grade had fallen to top-tier primordial. Although it was still of that grade, its spiritual essence had diminished significantly. Even among top-tier primordial treasures, its value is quite low. Are you jesting? You expect us to act based solely on a top-tier primordial treasure that has lost its spiritual essence? Has the value of great Luo golden immortals plummeted to such an extent? I require more primordial spiritual roots and materials. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will not act against you, Chima stated calmly. A skilled negotiator must learn to be assertive. Upon hearing this, the Yingyang Daoist and others glared at Chima in fury. How audacious for a Taiji golden immortal! Did they really think the Qilin clan dominated the wilderness now? Fine, they conceded. Please, Daoist friend, act swiftly. Hongjun immediately intervened, presenting more spiritual roots and materials, gathering what remained and tossing them to Chima. Although there were only 7 of them, each was a great Luo golden immortal. And the collected spiritual roots and materials were of high quality and in ample quantity, sufficient for Chima to refine several batches of 6-turn golden pills. Such an unexpected windfall was indeed quite fortunate. Let us proceed, Chima declared after accepting the offerings, remaining true to his word. However, the Qilin Sun had to contend with a total of 13 fierce beasts. One of the elder great Luo golden immortals expressed concern. Even if each of us takes one, there will still be one left over. We really expect the Qilin Sun, a Taiji golden immortal, to face a great Luo golden immortal beast alone. Is that even feasible? Do not worry about me, Chima replied confidently. I may not be able to slay a great Luo golden immortal beast, but I can certainly hold it off for a while. Have you forgotten that I possess a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure? The earthy yellow beast is precisely the material I need for alchemy. Remember to bring it back. The 5 exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. The danger of a Taiji golden immortal facing a great Luo golden immortal beast was not to be underestimated. Should the Qilin Sun fall here, their own demise would be inconsequential. Yet, seeing the Qilin Sun's unwavering confidence, they felt reluctant to contradict him. Very well. Let us strike decisively. Even if we expend some energy, we must swiftly eliminate these beasts. With that resolve, the 5 engaged in battle against the charging beasts, employing ruthless tactics focused on a quick resolution. Even so, a great Luo golden immortal level beast roared and lunged at Chima. A mere beast dares to think it can harm me. I am the Qilin Sun of the Qilin clan, and today I shall show you my might, Chima proclaimed flamboyantly. Hongjun and the others scoffed inwardly, thinking how a Taiji golden immortal was truly overestimating himself. The divide between Taiji golden immortal and great Luo golden immortal was monumental. Not only would slaying this beast be impossible, but even breaching its defenses was a tall order for a Taiji golden immortal. Steel Gold River. Chima unleashed a spell of Dao-level might. The river of steel gold surged forth, sharp and unstoppable, obliterating all in its path. The Dao of Gold? I did not expect a Taiji golden immortal to grasp the Dao. No wonder he had risen to the status of Qilin Sun. As the steel-gold river enveloped the great Luo golden immortal beast, a furious roar echoed from within. Before long, a colossal figure burst through the steel-gold river, charging at Qima. Although Qima's Tao-level spell had inflicted some damage, it, as Hong Jun and the others anticipated, was insufficient to heavily injure a great Luo golden immortal-level beast. "Watch out, Qilin's son!" The 5 great Luo golden immortal experts shouted in alarm. Primordial 5 direction flags. "Come forth." Qimo seemed to be in a state of panic. With a flicker of thought, a golden flag soared forth. It expanded in the wind, scattering myriad golden lotuses to shield Qimo at its center. The innate supreme spiritual treasure was indeed formidable. Yet Qimo's cultivation level was far too low, preventing him from fully refining it. The countless golden lotuses were relentlessly obliterated beneath the terrifying force of the ferocious beast. The innate 5 directions flag trembled and resonated as Qimo flushed with effort, channeling all his mana into it. However, the beast, of the great Luo golden immortal level, was overwhelmingly powerful, crashing through the 5 directions flag and colliding with Qimo. Although the beast's strength had been significantly diminished, it still sent Qimo hurtling backward, blood spraying through the air. "Damn it, I was too careless. You all must quickly deal with the beast and come to my aid." Having said that, Qimo vanished from his spot. Under the guise of aiding Hong Jun and others, he had his 5 great Luo golden immortal companions take action while he faced a great Luo-level beast alone. Pretending to be overwhelmed, seizing the opportunity to escape, that of course, he truly was at a disadvantage. But it was not as though he could be effortlessly overpowered by a single great Luo golden immortal beast. The 5 elders of the Qilin clan watched in despair as their Qilin child was gravely injured by the beast. Uncertain of his fate, their hearts aflame with urgency, they struck with ruthless determination, intent on reaching their Qilin child as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Qimo fled at breakneck speed, quickly distancing himself from the sight of Hong Jun and the others. At last, he had temporarily eluded them. Yet, he knew that time was not on his side, that if those 5 were to fight with their lives on the line, the beast would not be able to hold them off for long. Thus, Qimo needed to shake off this great Luo golden immortal beast without delay. He produced a 5-turn golden elixir and swallowed it whole. The elixir transformed into pure mana, replenishing what he had just expended. The pallor of his previously injured face began to recover somewhat. However, regardless of how Qimo altered his direction, the great Luo golden immortal beast relentlessly pursued him. Clearly frustrated at being unable to subdue a Tai golden immortal, it continued its relentless chase. Qimo's demeanor remained aloof as he flew towards the innate restrictions he had discovered earlier. "I end this game of chase." The beast's speed was unyielding, quickly catching up to Qimo. "How bothersome! Shatter space!" Qimo roared. The divine ability of the space Tao, shatter space, manifested, causing the very fabric of the space occupied by the beast to warp. It cracked like a mirror on the verge of shattering. With a roar, the beast let out a pained howl, its immense form sprouting countless tiny wounds. Stirred by the scent of blood, it erupted with ferocity, enduring its pain to charge at Qimo. What a wretched creature! Why are these beasts so single-minded? Dragon and Tiger's Fortune. Qimo summoned the Dragon and Tiger's Fortune, which whirled into action. The manifestation of the dragon and tiger continuously evolved, transforming into a sound that pierced through the air towards the beast. The formidable innate mid-grade spiritual treasure collided with the beast's body, blasting through a section of flesh and causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. Indeed, the great Luo golden immortal beast was no ordinary foe. The innate mid-grade spiritual treasure merely perforated part of its flesh without breaching it entirely. Gung Metal River. Qimo called forth the Gung Metal River once more, enveloping the beast within its vast flow, relentlessly slicing at its flesh. Ignoring the beast, Qimo employed the 5-element escape technique and made haste towards the innate restriction formation. Although he had some confidence in killing this great Luo-level beast, it would require all his means to achieve it. However, at present, Qimo did not possess the luxury of time. Should those 5 catch up, he would never escape from the non-Zhoushan in this lifetime. Thus, he only needed to delay the beast, Finally, under the 5-element escape technique, he arrived once more at the front of the previous innate restriction formation, just as Chi Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The great Luo-level beast pursued him anew at this point. It was gravely injured, and upon seeing this seemingly feeble ant before it, charged at him in a frenzy. Farewell, Chi Mo offered a slight smile before his form shifted, transforming into an otherworldly young man clad in a blue robe, vanishing into the void. The great Luo-level beast seemed to crash into thin air, discomfort evident in its large, bewildered eyes. Where had that ant gone? Had it been crushed into oblivion? Leaving aside the beast's confusion, the 5 elders of the Qilin clan were now seething with rage. Damn it! The aura of the Qilin child had vanished. The threads of causality that had connected them also dissipated. One elder roared in fury. It's over. The remaining 4 elders wore expressions of utter desolation. The Qilin child was the future of their clan, and yet the 5 great Luo golden immortals had failed to protect him. Quickly slay these beasts. Another elder snapped back to reality, unleashing a furious roar, burning his very essence in a desperate bid to shatter the beast before them with his divine abilities, ignoring the remaining 4. He hastily pursued the direction in which the Qilin child had fled. The other 4, disregarding their diminished cultivation and the damage to their essence, erupted with their core powers, striking at the beast before them. The terrifying might of their combined forces compelled even Hong Jun and his companions to take several steps back. The beast was about to bear the brunt of the Qilin clan's wrath. Hong Jun exchanged glances with the others. With the involvement of the Qilin clan, it seemed the conclusion of the beastly calamity was drawing near. Yet what Hong Jun was unaware of was that the Qilin clan attributed part of the blame for the Qilin child's demise to him. For had he not spoken, their location would not have been revealed. But that is a matter for later, to be why the time the 5 elders arrived, there was nothing left of the Qilin child. Only an expanse of nothingness and an enraged beast remained. Upon seeing the 5 approaching, the beast let out a furious roar and charged at them. Damn beast, die! The 5, now consumed by rage, acted in unison, swiftly slaying the beast. Its aura dissipated in that instant. Could it be that the Qilin child had become this beast's meal? One elder's face turned ashen as he spoke. Something isn't right. We pursued all the way here and found traces of battle. Yet there are no signs of struggle here at all, even if the Qilin child had been devoured by this beast. What of the spiritual treasure? Another elder, regaining his composure, raised a question. Are you suggesting that another formidable being intervened? Just moments ago, they had been blinded by rage, but now, upon reflection, many suspicions arose that I believe the probability is quite high. The severely injured Qilin child, with an innate supreme spiritual treasure in hand. Who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, let us not forget that before the Qilin child rose, he had suffered the machinations of the demon clan. The 5 exchanged glances, acknowledging the plausibility of this theory. Regardless, let us split up for now and search for any suspicious traces. We will regroup here afterward. The demise of the Qilin child is of grave consequence. If not handled properly, we shall face punishment upon our return to the clan. The 5 individuals nodded in agreement and began to venture forth from their central location to search for clues. They returned after what felt like an eternity, their expressions grave and ashen. Exchanging glances, they all shook their heads. Aside from the remnants of the previous battle, there was not a single trace to be found. It was as if Kalinzi had vanished into thin air. One among them recalled the words of Hong Jun, who had warned that Lu had devised a scheme in their vicinity. This matter, I suspect, is likely tied to Lu. We must return to report to the clan leader and Shikolin, one elder remarked, his eyes flickering with trepidation. The other 4 fell into silence, realizing they were about to shift the blame onto Lu. Yet, without doing so, they would find it impossible to explain their failure upon returning to the clan. Thus, they had no choice but to proceed. The 5 nodded in unison and departed from that place, unaware that the very Kalinzi they sought was right before their eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng had reverted to his original form, utterly awestruck by the innate restrictive array before him. Such a rich aura of life. Lin Changsheng had encountered numerous innate restrictive arrays before, ranging in scale from the vast Punlai Island, brimming with primordial spiritual energy, to modest patches of spiritual herbs and roots. Yet the array before him exuded an extraordinarily potent life force. The primordial roots and materials thrived abundantly, lush and vibrant, their age seemingly ancient. Could there be some treasure hidden here? Lin Changsheng mused. He then embarked upon his plundering endeavor. 10-million-year-old purple jade grapes. He transplanted them into his Baijiao Tuesday, a 10-million-year-old ginseng king. Transplant all of it? Oh, is that a dragon holding grass aged in the hundreds of millions of years? Transplant. It must be transplanted. As he traversed the area, he relentlessly scavenged. The once expansive innate restrictive array began to appear barren, devoid of the lushness that had characterized it. Aside from the dense primordial spiritual energy affirming its nature, this place had become so desolate that even a dog would hesitate to approach. Simultaneously, deep within the innate restrictive array, two luminous orbs were closely intertwined. That moment, these orbs emitted intense waves of divine thought. Brother, who is this person? How could he enter our concealed innate restrictive array? One of the orbs emitted a melodious feminine voice. Sister Nuwa, this method is unknown even to me. Judging by his aura, he appears to have attained the pinnacle of Tai, golden immortal. His strength surpasses ours by considerable margin. Truly, the primordial world is home to countless formidable beings, sighed the other orb. The identities of these two orbs became readily apparent. Nuwa and Fushi. As primordial deities, they had yet to reach the moment of their emergence. Remaining in their primordial state, once the Longhan initial calamity had passed and the world was purified, they would manifest in form. However, this individual is exceedingly rude, such rampant plundering, by the time we siblings emerge. What treasures will remain? Nuwa remarked, her gaze fixed with irritation upon Lin Changsheng, who was fervently transplanting the spiritual roots from afar. Indeed, sister, you speak true that we must put an end to his actions. All the treasures within this innate restrictive array belong to us siblings. Witnessing a sudden intruder ravaging their domain, they could no longer stand idly by. Were it not for the inopportune timing of their transformation, they would have confronted him directly. Fellow Taoist, please cease your actions. I am Fushi. This place is the sacred ground of my sister Nuwa and myself. Fushi hastily interjected. Lin Changsheng, who had been indiscriminately plundering, abruptly halted that it was Fushi and Nuwa. He realized, who could have imagined that this was the very innate restrictive array nurturing Fushi and Nuwa? No wonder the life force was so potent. Nuwa cultivated the laws of creation, destined to become the future saint of Nuwa. Nevertheless, despite the conversation, Lin Changsheng's hands did not cease their movements. These primordial deities, favored by the heavens, were shielded by the innate array and accompanied by spiritual treasures for someone like him who had to rely on himself to cultivate due to a lack of foundational resources. It was unbearable not to seize these opportunities. Fellow Taoist, do you know us siblings? Fushi asked in surprise. They had yet to take form, let alone leave this place. How could this sudden intruder possibly recognize them? Of course, Lin Changsheng replied, offering no further explanation, yet quickening his pace. Since you are familiar with my sister and me, may I implore you to refrain from your actions? Nuwa could no longer contain herself. In the brief span of their exchange, yet another expanse of spiritual roots and materials vanished without a trace. Very well. I shall do so shortly. Lin Changsheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. You? Nuwa fumed, her orb pulsating with agitation. Sister, do not act impulsively. The time for our transformation has not yet come. Forcing it now would only harm our essence. This individual, while brazen, has at least not damaged the roots of those spiritual materials. They may yet regrow. Fushi quickly reassured her. But has he truly spared the roots? The higher-grade spiritual roots and materials were directly transplanted, while those of lesser value were disregarded entirely. Time passed, and the once lush, innate, restrictive array suddenly appeared desolate. Should this innate, restrictive array vanish, it would be no better than an ordinary valley of Buzhou Mountain. After plundering the spiritual roots and materials, Lin Changsheng finally approached the two luminous orbs. Fellow Taoist, you have completed the scavenging of spiritual roots and materials. Why do you not take your leave? Fushi inquired warily, If this individual harbored any ill intent, he would fiercely protect Nuwa, even at the cost of his own essence. Although, judging by his aura, he was uncertain if he could contend with him. There is no need for you two to be alarmed that I am not a villain and harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Not a villain, you invade another's home, seizing all valuable spiritual roots, and yet you claim not to be a villain. Fellow Taoist, your definition of villainy seems rather skewed, Nuwa retorted, turning away in annoyance to meditate. Just as Fushi was about to speak, he noticed the individual was fixated on his younger sister. Fellow Taoist, please do not overstep that my sister is but an orb of light. You. Fushi's words faltered midway. His gaze suddenly filled with astonishment. The mysterious aura emanated from him, with boundless Tao rhythms swirling around him. Has he begun to comprehend, merely from a glance at my sister? What extraordinary talent is this? It is truly beyond belief. Furthermore, fellow Taoist, could you possibly show us a modicum of respect? To begin comprehending before our very eyes, are you truly unafraid of us interrupting you? Or do you think we would not dare? Fushi silently lamented. They had no intention of interrupting his enlightenment. Disrupting one's path to understanding was akin to crippling one's foundation. He did not wish for this individual to go mad, as it would ultimately be they who suffered. Indeed, Lin Changsheng had commenced another round of enlightenment. Upon witnessing Nuwa cultivate the laws of creation, he too began to grasp the essence of creation. Enlightenment. What of it? I do not believe he can truly comprehend anything of substance. Nuwa seethed inwardly. A century later, you have attained understanding of the laws of creation, with a comprehension level of 1.0. Think that merely by observing Nuwa's cultivation, Lin Changsheng would grasp the laws of creation. At this moment, he fell into a profound state of meditation. The rhythms belonging to the laws of creation gradually dissipated. Within the formerly barren innate restrictive array, the spiritual roots and materials began to grow wildly. This is the law of creation. Fushi quickly communicated telepathically with his sister. Sister, you are the foremost authority on the laws of creation as you cultivate them. Nuwa was equally taken aback. The previous discontent had entirely vanished. It is not the law of creation. It is the path of creation. Within the innate forbidden formation, Nuwa has been utterly astonished. Merely by observing her own cultivation method, she has attained enlightenment regarding the path of creation. Such a talent must be extraordinarily prodigious. Although she herself has reached a profound level within the laws of creation, it pales in comparison to this newfound path. Even if this path of creation has just been comprehended, it exemplifies the immense power of the Great Way. How is that possible? Just a glance, and one achieves enlightenment on the path of creation. Is there truly such a terrifying power in the primordial chaos? Fushi felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. The siblings, being innate deities, enjoyed the favor of heaven and earth, yet their talents do not hold a candle to this sudden emergence of brilliance. It is terrifying indeed. Brother, I too shall enter seclusion. The resonance of the path of creation has yielded some insights for me as well, Nuwa said hastily. Very well, Fushi nodded. Thus, within the innate forbidden formation, waves of Tao resonance reverberated, and the mysterious aura of creation enriched the life force within the array. Although Fushi was not cultivating the laws of creation, he too began his seclusion under this influence. The atmosphere within the innate forbidden formation was serene, while the Qilin clan was on the brink of upheaval. This turmoil was naturally due to the demise of Qima. There was no need for the five elders to relay the news. Qihua had already sensed the disappearance of Qima's causal thread. Enraged, he rampaged within his territory, filled with boundless regret. How could he have allowed Qima to venture out? Not only Qihua, but the entire Qilin clan erupted with fury upon hearing of Master Qima's fall. Numerous powerful beings from the Qilin clan blocked the territory of the Qilin tribe, demanding to know why Qihua had allowed Master Qima to take such risks. Some hot-tempered individuals had even begun to resort to violence, and the scene had descended into utter chaos. It should be noted that Qima was not merely a prodigy of the Qilin tribe, but a true son of the Qilin clan. His status and identity only second to the primordial Qilin. Moreover, Qima's talent was widely recognized among them. alongside his esteemed identity as a master alchemist who had crafted pills for the Qilin clan for countless years. His influence was immense, especially among those powerful beings who were stuck at the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, who viewed Qima as their beacon of hope. Now that hope was extinguished, and he had perished, how could they not be enraged? By the time the 5 elders returned to the territory, the remaining powerful beings could no longer contain their fury and were on the verge of attacking them. This incident directly drew the attention of the Primordial Qilin, who unleashed his unparalleled might, manifesting his true form in the territory of the Mo Qilin tribe. Primordial Qilin, our clan's prodigy Qima has fallen. Qihua lamented, his heart bleeding. What on earth had transpired? The Primordial Qilin's fury darkened the skies, causing the entire Qilin clan to tremble. Even the leaders of various races at the great Luo Golden Immortal level could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. Primordial Qilin, this incident was orchestrated by the demon clan's Luo, who, the 5 elders said, their faces pale and their spirits shaken, yet they forced themselves to speak. Although the Primordial Qilin maintained a calm demeanor, everyone could sense that his rage was on the verge of igniting the entire Buzhou mountain. The 5 recounted everything that had transpired since they had descended the mountain with Qima. Including their final conjectures, there was no choice. The pressure from the Primordial Qilin was too terrifying. They dared not lie. Very well, Luo, who, very well, Hongjun, you too, in your rivalry, have caused the fall of our clan son of Qilin. Excellent. And Shun and I, do you truly believe your ferocious beast clan can act with impunity? The Primordial Qilin uttered 3 words of approval, and it was evident to all that his fury had reached its zenith. This matter, while shrouded in many uncertainties, was undeniably linked to the disappearance of the causal thread. It indicated a fall. Even if it were not Luo whose doing, he must shoulder the blame. Otherwise, how could their clan son of Qilin have perished in vain? Convey my decree as the Primordial Qilin. All powerful beings above the Tai Golden Immortal level of the Qilin clan shall commence a purge of the ferocious beasts. The great Luo Golden Immortal level powers shall split into 2 groups. One shall head west to eradicate the demon clan. This time, they must pay a heavy price. The other shall seek out Hongjun. This incident is his doing, and he too must bear the consequences. As for the 5 of you, you shall serve as scapegoats and lead these Tai Golden Immortals in the hunt for ferocious beasts. Until the calamity is resolved, you 5 are forbidden from returning to your territory. With that, the Primordial Qilin's true form dissipated on the spot. Such was the oppressive might of the Qilin clan. Although it was not their era, they still possessed such formidable roots. Subsequently, the entire Qilin clan sprang into action. A faction of powerful beings united and flew westward with no attempt to conceal their aura, radiating a formidable intent to kill. What has happened to the Qilin clan? Such a fierce bloodlust. They had already clashed with the demon clan in the west. Could it be that they were again set to eradicate the demon clan? Beings of the primordial chaos murmured among themselves. Upon arriving in the west, this group of powerful beings showed no regard for prior causal connections. Any demon they encountered was ruthlessly slain, even storming into the ancestral hall of the demon ancestor Luo. At that moment, Luo, who was not in the west, but upon hearing of this incident, he was filled with unbridled rage. Damn the Qilin clan! What madness possesses you? Do you truly think I, Luo, who fear you, with killing intent palpable? The god-slaying spear in his hand hummed ominously. He longed to ascend Buzhou Mountain and confront the primordial Qilin one-on-one. However, Luo, who restrained himself, he did not wish for his trump cards to be revealed prematurely. Such an action would only benefit Hongjun ultimately. Luo, who commanded the demon clan to seek refuge in new locations that on the other side. Hongjun was equally beleaguered. At this moment, he was surrounded by hundreds of powerful beings from the Qilin clan. The Taoists of Yin and Yang and others wore grave expressions. Had the Qilin clan truly lost their minds? Such an uproar. The fall of your son of Qilin has nothing to do with us. What is the meaning of this, esteemed friends? Hongjun maintained a facade of calm. Should a conflict arise, he was confident he could escape. Thus, he was not afraid of these Qilin beings. Although the fall of our son of Qilin is not your doing, it is still connected to you. Convey my decree as the primordial Qilin. You are forbidden from stepping in a Bujo mountain, and you must present 10 innate supreme spiritual treasures as compensation. Otherwise, you shall face the eternal pursuit of my Qilin clan. The leader of the Fire Qilin clan, Chiho, spoke with a stoic expression. Point 10. Innate supreme spiritual treasures is a small price to pay. Do not attempt to entangle us in nonsense. We have already compensated for his assistance, and the causal connection has been severed. Your son of Qilin's fall is due to his own lack of strength. What does it have to do with us? The Taoist of Yin and Yang retorted angrily that it seems you have no intention of cooperating. Very well, our pent-up fury also needs an outlet. Chiho chuckled coldly. The value of the son of Qilin cannot be offset by such things. Very well, that I shall provide these treasures. Hong Jun interjected, blocking the Taoist of Yin and Yang. He shared the same sentiment as Luo, who, a mere Qilin clan, was not to be feared. Now was not the time to reveal his trump cards. Although 10 innate supreme spiritual treasures were significant, he could afford them. After Chiho and the Qilin clan departed, the Taoist of Yin and Yang furiously spoke. Hong Jun, my friends and I are not afraid of them. Indeed, Hong Jun, the Qilin clan is far too domineering. They must be given a lesson. Hong Jun shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. With the addition of the Qilin clan, the calamity of the fierce beast was destined to come to an early conclusion, and we must still focus our efforts on the impending tribulation. What Hong Jun said was indeed true. The fierce beast had already begun to retreat steadily. Now, with the Qilin clan's involvement, the battle had turned decisively in our favor. Lin Changsheng remained oblivious to the significant changes occurring in the Honghuang continent due to the disappearance of his Jimo identity. At this moment, he had just awakened from a state of enlightenment. He had comprehended the path of creation to the 16th level, gaining insights into the boundless vitality of divine abilities. His astonishment. His millennia of understanding had elevated the path of creation to such a level. Upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, Lin Changsheng's comprehension of the path of creation stemmed from understanding Nuwa's principles of creation. During his epiphany, Nuwa was also in seclusion, grasping the essence of the path of creation that Lin Changsheng emanated. Their mutual enlightenment was akin to a philosophical discourse, although Nuwa was merely cultivating principles. Her insights proved to be immensely beneficial. Thus, it was no surprise that he had cultivated the path of creation to this extent. Of course, the benefits for Nuwa were even greater, as her understanding of the path of creation accelerated her own principles of creation. Moreover, Nuwa had gained the potential to elevate her principles to the level of the great Tao. However, just as Lin Changsheng was about to awaken from a state of enlightenment, the system's notification resounded once more. The boundless vitality of divine abilities bore a remarkable similarity to the 36 celestial poles technique of orchestrating creation. As the two divine abilities validated each other, you began to comprehend the principles of life. Astonishingly, these two divine abilities were so perceptive as to facilitate another epiphany for him. Yet this was to be expected, as the orchestration of creation was the foremost divine ability among the 36 celestial pole techniques. It orchestrated the mysteries of the universe, creating something from nothing and transforming death into life. The boundless vitality of divine abilities, on the other hand, could seize the essence of creation, converting pure creative energy into rich life force. While these two divine abilities were not strictly the principles of life, they were tinged with a hint of life force, making the comprehension of life principles quite understandable. That it was merely regrettable that it was the principles of life, not the great Tao of life. Just as Lin Changsheng was on the verge of awakening, he delved once again into enlightenment. Meanwhile, Nuwa had already regained her consciousness. Sister, have you completed your cultivation? Fushi, not being in a state of enlightenment, could awaken from his cultivation at any moment. Indeed, she replied, the gains from this experience have been immense. Not only has my understanding of the principles of creation deepened, but I have also infused my principles with the essence of the great Tao. With continuous cultivation, I shall surely reach the great Tao. Nuwa said joyfully. This epiphany had saved her 1,000,000 years of cultivation time. Furthermore, with just a bit more seclusion, she would be able to elevate her cultivation level. At present, both she and Fushi were merely in the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, but a step further would lead them to the late stage. That is splendid news, Fushi echoed with delight. I owe this opportunity to my esteemed friend. Oh, Niuhua exclaimed in astonishment. This esteemed friend has begun to comprehend the Tao once more? Originally, they had anticipated awakening at nearly the same time, yet it was surprising that this esteemed friend, having just grasped the path of creation, was now delving into the principles. The rich life energy emanating from him evidently indicated the principles of life. I find myself at a loss for words to describe this esteemed friend. His foundation appears to have entirely surpassed the innate sanctity. For us, the pursuit of enlightenment is fraught with challenges, yet this esteemed friend seems to achieve it with effortless ease. That a sudden wave of intense frustration washed over Fushi. Brother, even among innate sanctities, there exists a disparity. Niuhua sighed in agreement. In the time that followed, the two resumed their seclusion. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. On a certain day, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. He had comprehended the principles of life to a notable degree, reaching a point where further understanding was unattainable, though he had not grasped a new divine ability. The boundless vitality had now been integrated with the principles of life, rendering it all the more practical. Why do my esteemed friends regard me with such expressions? Lin Changsheng was taken aback to find Fushi and Niuhua gazing intently at him. Esteemed friend, may I inquire how long this state of spontaneous enlightenment has persisted? Fushi asked, filled with envy and resentment. That it began when I was still a true immortal, I suppose. Alas, it has become somewhat burdensome. This state of spontaneous enlightenment can be quite torturous, extending over tens of thousands of years at times. Lin Changsheng sighed and shook his head. Esteemed friend, please allow me to bear this burden on your behalf. I am unafraid of such disturbances. Fushi was nearly driven to the point of transformation and frustration. Pray, is this even human? To attain spontaneous enlightenment at the true immortal level, you may have defied the heavens. But must you flaunt it before us? Your talents, esteemed friend, far exceed those of my sister and me. Might I ask for your name? Niuhua inquired. Any previous grievances regarding Lin Changsheng's gathering of spiritual roots and materials had completely dissipated, not to mention the tremendous benefits she had reaped from Lin Changsheng's enlightenment. Even the spiritual roots within the innate restrictive formation had been nurtured by the essence of the path of creation and the principles of life, allowing them to regenerate significantly. Although they were not as abundant as before, they now constituted a veritable paradise of fortune. You may call me Changsheng, esteemed friend. Lin Changsheng smiled. Changsheng, I am honored to meet you. The influence of your path of creation's essence has yielded considerable rewards for me as well. Perhaps we might continue our philosophical discourse. Who knows what further insights we might glean? Niuhua gazed at Lin Changsheng with anticipation. Engaging in philosophical discourse is a common practice among cultivators that be why validating conjectures and sharing insights that can attain deeper understandings together. How could I dare refuse the invitation of esteemed friend Niuhua? Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile that it was a fortuitous occasion to systematically revisit the divine abilities, principles, and great Tao he had recently comprehended. Although termed a philosophical discourse, it primarily involved Lin Changsheng imparting wisdom. After all, he possessed far greater mastery over the great Tao and principles than either Niuhua or Fushi. Initially, both Fushi and Niuhua managed to contend with Lin Changsheng's discourse, but they soon found themselves outmatched, ultimately becoming mere listeners. Lin Changsheng's eloquence flowed like a torrent, with auspicious phenomena manifesting around him. Various essences of the great Tao encircled him as Niuhua and Fushi listened. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. How many great Taos has Changsheng comprehended? Surely, there must be at least 10, not to mention the diverse principles and divine abilities that it is truly formidable that in the world of Honghuang have beings become so extraordinary. Lin Changsheng remained unaware of their thoughts that in the blink of an eye. The discourse had continued for 100,000 years. During this time, Lin Changsheng systematically reviewed all his great Tao principles and gleaned numerous new insights. While his cultivation did not visibly elevate, he had reached the pinnacle of being ready to ascend to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, merely awaiting a return to seclusion for a breakthrough. Niuhua, on the other hand, had progressed to a small realm, achieving the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Although Fushi had not ascended, he had similarly reaped substantial rewards and would soon catch up. Esteemed friends, our philosophical discourse has nearly concluded. I must take my leave. Lin Changsheng smiled gently. It was only then that Nuwa and Fushi awakened to the reality. Their eyes filled with reluctance as they expressed their gratitude for the teachings received during this time. They pondered whether they would ever meet again in the future, sincerely thanking their companion that if fate allows, we shall meet again, Lin Changsheng replied before departing from the location. Once he exited the primordial restrictive formation, Lin Changsheng distinctly sensed that the ominous energy of the calamity had reached its zenith. Additionally, the heavenly Tao occasionally bestowed blessings upon the world. It seemed that the calamity's conclusion was imminent. He had initially contemplated seeking another primordial restrictive formation to retreat and refine the damaged chaos spiritual treasure. However, upon reflection, he realized that gathering some spiritual roots and materials during this period would suffice for his return to the East Sea. The calamity could end at any moment, and he needed to enter seclusion to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Naturally, the location for his breakthrough would be the Punglai Immortal Island, which had become his stronghold. Furthermore, the commotion caused by the 12th grade 3 flowers was not insignificant. He did not wish to expose himself due to any anomalies. With a plan in mind, Lin Changsheng intentionally began to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the direction of the East Sea. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed and a notification indicated that a primordial restrictive formation existed 35,000 kilometers to the west. Yet it seemed that a ferocious beast at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal was currently feeding. A primordial restrictive formation. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with interest. He had thought that leaving the Unzao Mountain would make encountering such formations difficult. Yet here he was, stumbling upon one that, however, the presence of a ferocious beast at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal was unexpected. Lin Changsheng began to contemplate his options at present. His cultivation was merely at the perfect stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He did not have complete confidence in confronting a ferocious beast of the great Luo Golden Immortal's initial stage. Nevertheless, since the beast was currently preoccupied with its meal, he could observe it first and seek an opportunity. With this thought, Lin Changsheng resolved to proceed. He possessed spiritual treasures, and if the situation became dire, he could always retreat. Upon arriving, Lin Changsheng discovered the lingering, intense scent of blood. The remnants of shattered walls and ruins surrounded him, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place in the distance. A ferocious beast was gnawing at something. Its body bore numerous deep wounds, with blood continuously flowing. Despite its injuries, the ferocious beast exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. It seemed that the cultivators who had sought to hunt this beast had been met with a counterattack. Lin Changsheng quickly deduced the situation. As long as he could slay the beast and then use the calamity-dispelling pills to absorb its malevolent energy, he would earn merit. Many beings in the primordial world could hardly resist such temptation. However, it was not only the cultivators who hunted the ferocious beasts. The beasts also preyed upon them to obtain merit. One had to be prepared for the possibility of being countered. Yet this presented an opportunity for Lin Changsheng. Initially, he had less than a 30% chance of defeating a ferocious beast at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, facing an injured beast, his odds had risen to at least 60%. Moreover, with plenty of calamity-dispelling pills at his disposal, he could absorb the beast's malevolent energy in advance, thus increasing his probability to 70%, sufficient for his needs. With this resolution, Lin Changsheng no longer hesitated. He flicked his fingers, sending forth dozens of calamity-dispelling pills to absorb the beast's malevolent energy from the void. The beast, sensing danger, roared and attempted to shatter the pills. Gravity field. Lin Changsheng decisively unleashed. The gravitational force transformed into a field, amplifying the weight in the space where the beast stood thousands of times. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the beast collapsed into a chasm thousands of meters deep. Yet, the beast merely struggled momentarily before breaking free of the gravity field. The dragon tiger Lin Changsheng's cultivation advanced. The power of this mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure surged. The dragon and tiger roared, striking with overwhelming force toward the ferocious beast. White rainbow piercing the sun. Lin Changsheng did not cease his onslaught. The Xianyuan sword hummed with resonance as it transformed into a torrential stream of pure water, a massive celestial sword. Thousands of zhonglong surged forth toward the beast. With a resounding thud, the dragon tiger Rui struck the beast, sending its colossal body hurtling back thousands of kilometers. Flesh and blood erupted from its scales, revealing stark white bones beneath. To Lin Changsheng's surprise, the beast's physical defenses were exceptionally strong. The mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure did not penetrate its defenses in pain. The beast roared angrily, swatting the dragon tiger Rui away. The treasure emitted a mournful cry as it flew back, dimming in brilliance and sustaining some damage. Lin Changsheng swiftly retracted it into his body, channeling his spiritual energy to nurture it. It was anticipated that the dragon tiger Rui would not slay the beast, and Lin Changsheng had already prepared for this outcome. Simultaneously, the Xianyuan sword's attack reached its target. The terrifying sword intent, imbued with unparalleled might, struck the beast, severing a substantial portion of its flesh with a howl of agony. The beast retaliated, crashing into the Xianyuan sword and sending it flying. Lin Changsheng's complexion paled. Both spiritual treasures were connected to his consciousness, and their damage inflicted harm upon him as well. However, he did not falter. Yin-yang grinding disc, shattered space, metal river of gong, annihilation holy light. Channeling all his internal spiritual energy, Lin Changsheng unleashed every means at his disposal. Under the resonance of the yin-yang Tao, the black and white energies transformed into the yin-yang grinding disc, relentlessly erasing the ferocious beast. With the resonance of the space Tao, the space surrounding the beast shattered like a mirror, attempting to crush it. Under the resonance of the metal Tao, the Gung metal river surged forth, boundless and endless, continuously slicing through the beast's flesh. With the resonance of the annihilation Tao, the annihilation holy light descended like a pillar of celestial radiance, obliterating everything in its path. Any area enveloped by the annihilation holy light became barren, devoid of life. The simultaneous manifestation of four supreme Tao arts unleashed a terrifying power. Lin Changsheng felt as though his entire reservoir of spiritual energy was being drained. This was the first time he had unleashed his full combat prowess without reservation. Yet, the results were evident. The anguished cries of the ferocious beast echoed continuously, until ultimately, its voice dwindled into nothingness. The heavenly Tao trembled, and a surge of merit flew forth. This time, Lin Changsheng did not hastily claim the merit and flee. In the current primordial continent, the descent of merit had become a commonplace occurrence. Having slain the beast, Lin Changsheng gained a clearer understanding of his own combat capabilities. If he exerted himself, he should be able to defeat a ferocious beast at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, facing a cultivator of equal standing, especially one wielding spiritual treasures, would not bode well for him. He would likely have to retreat. After a brief respite, Lin Changsheng began to unravel the hidden primordial formation. Time passed, and eventually, he vanished from his location, entering the primordial formation. Meanwhile, several million kilometers away, a group of cultivators were collaborating to slay a ferocious beast of great Luo Golden Immortal caliber. Shortly after collecting their merit, they noticed another surge of merit descending in the distance. Exchanging glances, they silently made their way toward the source of the merit. They had discerned that this too was a reward for slaying a beast of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Approaching the scene, they hoped to reap some benefits. However, upon their arrival, they found no one in sight. Yet they were left awestruck by the remnants of the battle before them. This the aura of the Tao. And it seems there is more than one. They were astonished to realize that such formidable beings existed in the primordial world. Casting sidelong glances at one another, they were overwhelmed with shock. How could they have dared to covet the attention of such powerful entities? Madness. They truly seem oblivious to the peril they faced that a few individuals hastily altered their course, fleeing the scene with remarkable swiftness. Lin Changsheng, however, paid no heed to the commotion around him. At this moment, he was reaping certain rewards within the confines of the innate restriction grand formation. Within this formation, adhering to the principle that children of the impoverished mature early, Lin Changsheng diligently transplanted every spiritual root and material he could gather into the 100 herbs diagram. During this period, the spiritual materials within the diagram had significantly increased. Yet, since the last upgrade, it had not seen further enhancement. Should he manage to transplant some innate supreme spiritual roots, it might indeed elevate the quality of the 100 herbs diagram. Lin Changsheng continued to transplant these roots. He ventured deeper into the grand formation. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Before him stood an innate spiritual root with a slender trunk, its canopy resembling an expansive umbrella, adorned with leaves that bore sharp edges. Each leaf emitted a mysterious spiritual radiance. Even the fragrant aroma wafting from it seemed to clarify his consciousness. The spiritual energy in this vicinity was extraordinarily dense, as if it had absorbed all the spiritual essence within the grand formation. Surrounding this spiritual root were numerous rare spiritual materials, some of which were even classified as seventh-turn golden elixirs. Could this be the fabled enlightenment tea tree? Lin Changsheng pondered, uncertainty creeping into his thoughts. It was said that the enlightenment tea tree contained the profundities of the heavenly and earthly Tao, with each leaf capable of aiding one in their path to enlightenment. Due to this unique attribute, the tree found it exceedingly difficult to manifest complete spiritual intelligence, if responding to Lin Changsheng's presence. The branches of the enlightenment tea tree began to rustle. His astonishment, it truly was the enlightenment tea tree. This discovery was a momentous windfall. Despite possessing exceptional comprehension, Lin Changsheng recognized that the tree could expedite his path to enlightenment. Moreover, transplanting it into the 100 herbs diagram would further enhance its quality. What a tremendous gain! Before Lin Changsheng could take action, the branches of the enlightenment tea tree rustled once more that a small clod of soil emerged from its roots and was presented to Lin Changsheng. Though it was but a mere fragment, he could sense an extraordinarily rich earthy essence emanating from this Jin soil. Lin Changsheng queried, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The rustling continued, as if the tree were affirming his supposition. Indeed, it was Jin soil. Though less renowned than the 9 heavens breadth of soil, it was a soil of remarkable quality. Everyone knew of the ginseng fruit tree, which was nurtured using precisely Jin soil by the great immortal Jinyuan. No wonder the enlightenment tea tree thrived here. It was because of the Jin soil. This single fragment of Jin soil, combined with the enlightenment tea tree, would undoubtedly elevate the 100 herbs diagram once more. Is this a gift for me? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. The rustling resumed. Something felt amiss, however. The enlightenment tea tree, being an innate supreme spiritual root, was not easily capable of developing spiritual intelligence. Yet why did Lin Changsheng sense a flicker of awareness emanating from it? Could it be the result of his own Tao of creation? Contemplating this, Lin Changsheng resolved to test his hypothesis. The resonance of the Tao of creation enveloped him, flowing toward the enlightenment tea tree. While he observed it closely, that he noticed the tree's leaves becoming increasingly defined, and a wave of elation washed over him. It was indeed due to the Tao of creation. Lin Changsheng realized that, just as Nuwa had utilized the laws of creation to mold humanity, his own Tao of creation had granted a semblance of spirit to the enlightenment tea tree. However, mere sentience was not equivalent to the birth of true spiritual intelligence or a primordial spirit. That remained a formidable challenge. Unless Lin Changsheng continually nourished the tree with the Tao of creation, its evolution would remain stunted. Little one, you shall accompany me for now. Perhaps one day, I can assist you in achieving true spiritual intelligence. Lin Changsheng said with a smile. Despite the tree's ancient existence, its nascent awareness was still akin to that of an infant, rendering the term little one quite fitting. The branches of the enlightenment tea tree danced as if longing to depart this place. Very well, you shall first reside within my Taoist treasure. During this time, please tend to the spiritual roots and materials within the 100 herbs diagram that I will release you once we reach my Penglai, immortal island. With that, Lin Changsheng seamlessly integrated the enlightenment tea tree and Jin soil into the 100 herbs diagram that as they entered. Exactly as Lin Changsheng had anticipated, the 100 Herbs diagram commenced another phase of upgrading. Its internal space expanded boundlessly, and the innate spiritual energy intensified by several hundredfold. Particularly with the presence of Jin soil and the Enlightenment tea tree, the maturation time for these spiritual roots and materials accelerated significantly. Satisfactorily retracting his gaze, Lin Changsheng cast a final glance to confirm that no further valuable spiritual materials remained within the innate restriction grand formation before departing. He then continued his journey toward the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, the calamity of ferocious beasts was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Hongjun, Luo Ho, and other formidable beings had confronted the Beast Emperor Shun and I. Luo Ho, I shall not hold our past grievances against you. Today we must slay Shun and I to bring this calamity to an end. Afterward, the stage shall belong to us. Should you attempt any treachery, I will not hesitate to engage you in battle, even at the cost of my own essence. Hongjun declared gravely, wielding the Taiji diagram. Slaying Shun and I would yield immense merit, and Hongjun was determined not to allow others to seize this opportunity. Thus, he made his stance clear to Luo Ho. Our battle is not for now, Luo Ho replied coldly, gripping the god-slaying spear tightly. Acknowledging Hongjun's words, kill, with Luo Ho's response, Hongjun led the charge against Shun and I. The innate treasure of the Taiji diagram transformed into a colossal canopy under the augmentation of his mana. A golden bridge of laws unfurled from the Taiji diagram. Under its terrifying might, even non-saints would be reduced to ashes. Luo Ho was equally undeterred, as the god-slaying spear in his hand radiated a darkness as deep as ink. Hurtling toward Shun and I, roar, cursed Hongjun and Luo Ho, do not underestimate me. Shun and I, naturally unwilling to fall so easily, sought to defy the heavenly decree and seize this moment to attain enlightenment. The ferocious beast should not have been vanquished so swiftly. It was all the fault of that accursed Qilin clan. Shun and I, filled with indignation, surged forward, his massive form embodying a fierce battle spirit as he wreaked havoc in all directions. The sounds of battle echoed through the land. A cacophony of chaos. To become the Beast Emperor. One's strength was indisputable. Initially, he managed to suppress Hongjun and the others, forcing them to retreat. However, leveraging their numerical advantage and the innate treasures at their disposal, they gradually began to seize the upper hand. This fierce conflict persisted for decades that on one fateful day, the entire eastern continent seemed to tremble as if the very earth itself were shaking. Lin Changsheng, who had already arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea, could not help but glance toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Had the victor been determined? At that moment, the eastern continent captured the attention of the entire Honghuang realm. A tremendous explosion resonated, and a colossal pillar of blood surged skyward. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens themselves had been painted crimson. Following this, the beings of Honghuang felt a profound lightness in their primordial spirits. The previously dense calamity aura began to dissipate, whilst the innate spiritual energy gradually thickened. The heavens and earth appeared clear once more, and the Tao operated as usual. Had the Beast Emperor Shun and I perished? Had the calamity of ferocious beasts come to an end? At this moment, all beings of the primordial chaos are graced with enlightenment. The calamity has come to an end, heralding the dawn of a new era. The current heavens and earth are exceptionally conducive to cultivation. Just as the myriad beings of the primordial chaos were engaged in discussion, the blood pillar dissipated. Following this, the Tao of heaven quaked, bestowing immeasurable merit upon them. The golden merit illuminated the horizon. The formidable beings who had vanquished the divine rebel found themselves exceedingly fortunate. Indeed, such a vast accumulation of merit, if refined, could undoubtedly lead one to the heights of the great Luo. Although merit is splendid, it is worth noting that many mighty beings have perished while slaying divine rebels and Buzhou Mountain. The auras of Hongjun and the other great powers appeared somewhat tenuous. Decades of relentless warfare had nearly depleted their magical energies. Even among their comrades in the fray, dozens had fallen. The battle was nothing short of brutal. However, upon witnessing the merits soaring from the heavens, Smiles graced the faces of all the great powers. Everything they endured was worth it. With such an abundance of merit, we can also attempt to break through to the realm of the great Luo, golden immortal. The Yin-Yang Taoist remarked with a smile. Indeed, came the cheerful response from Hongjun at a casual glance at Luo, who revealed that for them, breaking through to the quasi-saint realm was not merely a possibility, but an inevitability. Unbeknownst to them, their fortunes had subtly shifted. Luo, who cast a glance at the merit, remaining silent, yet a fervent zeal flickered within the depths of his gaze. Was his time finally at hand? His plans could at last commence. This time, he was determined to succeed in attaining the Tao. He had no desire to tread the old path of the divine rebel. Just as these great powers awaited the descent of merit with excitement, they suddenly noticed that a significant portion, at least 2/3 of the merit, had been siphoned away, heading in another direction. What was happening? The Yin-Yang Taoist inquired, his complexion paling. Could it be that esteemed senior? Someone suddenly suggested it was inconceivable for anyone to dare seize the merit of the Tao. Even if one dared, they would find it unattainable. Thus, the only conclusion was that the Tao of Heaven had orchestrated this. Having slain the Beast Emperor, they were all present here, with no others involved at this moment. A considerable portion of the merit had inexplicably been allocated elsewhere, leading them to speculate about that esteemed senior. After all, it was he who had published the methods for refining the slaughter-dispelling pill. The smooth conclusion of the calamity of fierce beasts was largely due to his contributions. It was only reasonable for the Tao of Heaven to reward him with merit. Yet, why such an abundance of it? They were all envious. The connections of this esteemed senior were indeed formidable. How could they not glean even the slightest information about him? Hongjun sighed. He had employed the creation jade tablet multiple times to ascertain the details of this individual, only to encounter a blank slate. Should he be able to make the acquaintance of this esteemed senior, perhaps he could assist in dealing with Luo, whose eyes flickered, lost in thought. They were blissfully unaware that the esteemed senior they wished to meet was merely a Tai golden immortal. This merit belongs to me, Lin Changsheng proclaimed as he beheld the incoming merit, a smile brightening his face. The Tao of Heaven is indeed not deceptive. That it was undeniably the right choice to disclose the formula and methods for crafting the slaughter-dispelling pill. He need not lift a finger. Yet he found himself acquiring even more merit than Hongjun and the others. This was quite understandable. The calamity of fierce beasts would eventually conclude, yet the tainted innate spiritual energy would require countless epochs for the Tao of Heaven to purify. However, thanks to Lin Changsheng's slaughter-dispelling pill, the taint had not significantly contaminated the innate spiritual energy. Thus, in the eyes of the Tao of Heaven, the true objective was the purification of the malevolent aura, warranting the abundant merit awarded to Lin Changsheng. Lin Changsheng received the merit. He surveyed it briefly. Such a considerable amount would undoubtedly suffice for him to manifest the 12-petal 3 flowers. To avoid revealing his identity, he promptly employed the 5 elements escape technique to distance himself from the area. Indeed, after a considerable time, countless mighty beings arrived at the location, only to find that all traces of him had long vanished. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Changsheng finally returned to the Eastern S.E. At this point, he had lost the desire to seek spiritual roots or materials. His immediate priority was to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Only then could he firmly establish himself in this primordial chaos. Guided by the connection with the innate great array of Penglai immortal island, Lin Changsheng continually adjusted his course, eventually halting after several years. He subsequently vanished into the void, reappearing atop Penglai immortal island. First, he carefully sensed the previously arranged formations, finding them intact. Only then did Lin Changsheng entirely relax. Next, he intended to reorganize Penglai immortal island before commencing his alchemical endeavors. Once the elixirs were refined, he could then begin his ascension to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Although excitement surged within him, Lin Changsheng quickly regained his composure. He first designated a substantial area near a spiritual spring on Penglai immortal island, then transplanted the majority of the spiritual roots and materials from the 100-herb diagram. The spiritual energy of Penglai immortal island was far denser than that of the 100-herb diagram. allowing for expedited growth. Naturally, the 100 Hz diagram would not suffer any degradation in quality as a result. Next, Lin Changsheng retrieved the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Little one, this is my home now. Please tend to these spiritual roots and materials for me. Once I ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm, I shall assist you with the path of creation, he said with a smile. The Enlightenment Tea Tree rustled in delight, clearly pleased. The innate spiritual energy here was even more abundant than in its previous location, and it naturally took an immediate liking to this place. Moreover, with Lin Changsheng's promise of assistance through the path of creation, it became utterly thrilled, exuding affectionate emotions. Lin Changsheng chuckled softly, then produced the fractured chaos spirit treasure from his possession. As he held it in his palm, the Tao rhythm of the dream realm instinctively emanated forth, resonating harmoniously with this innate high-grade spirit treasure. Indeed, it was a treasure of the dream realm. Lin Changsheng merely utilized a modicum of magical energy to refine it and then ceased. This treasure was known as the Dream Realm Embroidered Handkerchief. Although its grade had diminished, it still possessed 36 prohibitions, ranking among the finest of innate high-grade spirit treasures. With the aid of this Dream Realm Embroidered Handkerchief, he could construct a dream world by infusing the laws of creation into this dream world. It would be indistinguishable from reality. Lin Changsheng mused with anticipation about the possibilities of comprehending and cultivating within such a dreamlike realm. However, he had never constructed a dream world before, thus he needed to explore this on his own. Additionally, he currently had no intention of refining this innate high-grade spirit treasure. He could wait until he ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm to do so, stowing away the spirit treasure. Lin Changsheng retrieved the purple furnace. It was time to commence the refinement of the 6 transformation elixirs. Although he still possessed several 6 transformation golden pills, he aimed to manifest the 12-petal 3 flowers, making thorough preparations essential. Drawing on his previous experience in alchemy with the Qilin clan, Lin Changsheng achieved a high success rate in pill production. Over the course of several millennia, he successfully refined over a dozen 6 transformation golden pills. Combined with his prior stock, he now possessed more than 26 transformation golden pills, sufficient for his needs. Taking a deep breath, Lin Changsheng began to adjust his state of being. Once he reached an optimal condition, he opened his eyes. It was time to manifest the 3 flowers and ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. The great Luo golden immortal, transcending the temporal and spatial currents of fate, remains ageless and immortal, eternally undying. This moment, Lin Changsheng has commenced his ascent to the great Luo golden immortal on the Isle of Penglai. Seated in meditation, he manifests the 5 elemental energies: black, white, gold, red, and blue, flowing harmoniously within him. As the 5 energies reach their zenith, a celebratory cloud appears above his head, adorned with the ethereal images of the 3 flowers, with the 5 energies within his chest and the 3 flowers above his head. The complete blooming of the 3 flowers signifies his achievement of the great Luo golden immortal. The 3 flowers, as previously mentioned, represent heaven, earth, and humanity, corresponding to essence, energy, and spirit. To fully blossom the 3 flowers, one must possess an abundance of essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Changsheng is evidently well prepared, swallowing 9 6-turn golden elixirs in one swift motion. The elixirs transform into a torrent of formidable magical power, surging into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit, converting into pure energy that rushes toward the human flower. With the foundation of Lin Changsheng, a top-tier chaotic demon god, the human flower begins to bloom effortlessly. 1 grade, 2 grades, 3 grades. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have elapsed. Lin Changsheng's human flower ascends effortlessly to the 9th grade. The 9th grade human flower sways gracefully above the celebratory cloud, scattering boundless Tao light. In the primordial chaos, 9 is the utmost limit. Yet it remains unfulfilled. Achieve completeness. Mere magical power is insufficient. This juncture, Lin Changsheng is already prepared. That 1/3 of the merits he had previously acquired swiftly flies forth, instantaneously absorbed and refined by the human flower. The human flower, which had halted its blooming, once again radiates with brilliance, erupting in resplendent Tao light, before continuing its blooming. 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. The 12th grade human flower resembles the most exquisite treasure in the world, emanating waves of Tao rhythm and immeasurable Tao light illuminating the entire Isle of Penglai. Even Lin Changsheng, with his top-tier chaotic demon god foundation, feels his thoughts become clearer, and his cultivation speed surges to at least several thousand times its previous rate. This is merely the blooming of the human flower. It is unimaginable how much he would ascend with the complete blooming of the remaining 2 flowers. Continuing on, armed with the experience of the human flower's blooming, Lin Changsheng consumes another 9 6-turn golden elixirs. The pure medicinal power once again stimulates the blooming of the earth flower. 1 grade, 2 grades, 3 grades. After another 10,000 years, the earth flower smoothly blooms to the 9th grade. Merit, come forth. Another 1/3 of the merits flies over, absorbed by the earth flower. The previously stagnant earth flower begins to bloom anew. 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. The earth flower reaches completion, scattering boundless Tao light that resonates with the human flower. Lin Changsheng similarly feels that his comprehension of the Tao has multiplied by several thousand times. This moment. Should he seek to grasp the Tao once more, he would undoubtedly attain a profound state. However, this is not the time for enlightenment. It is the moment to fully bloom the final heavenly flower. Once the heavenly flower blooms completely, Lin Changsheng shall achieve the great Luo golden immortal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Changsheng swallows the remaining 9 6-turn golden elixirs. The medicinal power from the elixirs propels the heavenly flower to the 9th grade. Following this, the last 1/3 of the merits is also absorbed by the heavenly flower. 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. The heavenly flower is complete. Instantly, the 3 flowers bloom simultaneously, reflecting upon one another, forming a colossal golden lotus that spins incessantly. Concurrently, a gigantic serpent phantom appears above the golden lotus. This is Lin Changsheng's law form, that directly pierces the heavens, reaching into the chaos, entwining the entire primordial realm like a colossal beast of chaos. The emerald serpent eyes survey the entirety of the primordial chaos. At this moment, it seems that all the powerful beings of the primordial realm sense something amiss, raising their gazes toward the void in the eastern sea. The ancestor dragon gazes solemnly at the void. What a terrifying, he muses, that this the work of one who has just achieved the great Luo golden immortal. What kind of powerful being possesses such formidable foundations in the southern undying volcano? He also looks toward the void, contemplating the perfect 3 flowers, the enveloping the primordial realm. What a grand undertaking! In the unmoving mountain, the origins of this individual undoubtedly surpass our imagination. If only I could engage in discourse with this mighty being. Perhaps I could advance further. The expresses with longing that in the western region, within the demon ancestor's hall, the demon ancestor Luo Ho exclaims, "Impossible! How can there exist a perfect 3 flowers?" His expression is one of disbelief. To have enveloping the primordial realm, what kind of terrifying foundation must one possess to achieve this? At Yujing Mountain, the alchemist, whom we once regarded as a senior, is merely a newly ascended great Luo golden immortal. Hongjun gazes at the void with a complex expression. Although he cannot decipher any information, he can think of no one other than that senior. Achieve the complete blooming of the 3 flowers requires not only extraordinary foundations, but also an abundance of merits. Only that senior meets such criteria, mastering the Tao, refining supreme elixirs, and accumulating vast merits during the tribulation of the ferocious beasts. Who else could it be but that senior? Yet, though this senior has just ascended to the great Luo golden immortal, to uncover his secrets, one must reach an even higher realm. However, to attain the complete blooming of the 3 flowers and transcend the currents of fate, one must also navigate through the perilous tribulation of 10 deaths without life. Hongjuan's gaze remains calm as he speaks in a measured tone. Just as his words fade, the heavenly Tao trembles. The heavenly Tao divine wheel manifests, and the eye of divine punishment coalesces, this terrifying eye. Entirely composed of laws, obscures the heavens and the earth, as if gazing upon all beings of the primordial realm. IT this moment. All living beings tremble, as if facing the end of days. The eye of divine punishment resembles a pitch-black yet resplendent abyss, gathering the apocalyptic divine thunder within. Indeed, the complete blooming of the three flowers cannot be tolerated by the heavenly Tao, for the blooming of the three flowers signifies the potential emergence of a being that transcends the heavenly Tao in the future, an idea unacceptable to the heavenly Tao. Thus, the eye of divine punishment appears, vowing to obliterate this perfect three flowers. Lin Changsheng, too, did not anticipate that the blooming of the perfect three flowers would provoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao. At present, his entire primordial spirit is locked by the eye of divine punishment, and the apocalyptic thunder is brewing violently. Merely the aura that radiates is enough for Lin Changsheng to know he cannot withstand it. He has underestimated the situation. Even if he unleashed all his Tao powers and innate spiritual treasures at this moment, he could not withstand a single strike of the apocalyptic thunder. Unable to resist, all his efforts would be in vain, dissipating like smoke, that he truly facing an inevitable demise. A tremendous crisis envelopes Lin Changsheng. This is the greatest life and death crisis he has faced since his transmigration. All beings of the primordial realm gaze in awe at the eye of divine punishment, doubting that this mysterious, powerful figure could withstand the apocalyptic divine thunder. Clearly, the heavenly Tao has deemed such an existence intolerable. Lin Changsheng gazes calmly at the eye of divine punishment. He is prepared to face the oncoming apocalyptic thunder. Even if he cannot withstand it, he will not sit idly by, just as the apocalyptic divine thunder reaches its zenith. The pitch-black thunder poised to unleash its fury. It seems as though an ancient and noble deity awakens, piercing through countless spaces to gaze upon Lin Changsheng. Tao. Lin Changsheng exclaims in surprise that he did not expect that. At this moment, the talent of Tao rewards diligence would once again manifest. IT stands to reason. After all, such diligent cultivation and the blooming of the 12th grade three flowers indeed merit the Tao's renewed attention. The Tao suddenly awakens, and its gaze instantaneously releases the lock on the apocalyptic thunder. The myriad laws and mysteries within the eye of divine punishment rapidly dissolve. The heavenly Tao divine wheel seems to be startled. Retreating in haste in this moment, the will of the heavenly Tao dissipates entirely. Though the Tao retreats, its power far surpasses that of the current heavenly Tao. Merely a glance is enough to make even the heavenly Tao tremble. What is happening? The eye of divine punishment appears to have been shattered by an inexplicable force. Even the heavenly Tao has been struck with awe and has retreated in fear. What is the true origin and background of this enigmatic powerhouse? In this moment, the myriad beings of the primordial era bore witness to a scene that could only be described as astonishing. IT transcended their comprehension entirely. They struggled to fathom the kind of power that could instill such trepidation in the heavenly Tao. Could it be the great Tao? Yet, how could that be possible when the great Tao had supposedly withdrawn? Why would it revive due to the ascension of a mysterious strongman to the status of a great Luo golden immortal? Hongjun and Luo, who were engaged in a frenzied attempt to deduce the situation, but to no avail. Only the primordial Qilin gazed into the void, filled with perplexity. Was it once again the attention of the great Tao? It was strikingly similar to the previous occurrence with Qima. Could it be that Qima was on the verge of becoming a great Luo golden immortal? The primordial Qilin found this supposition somewhat laughable. Yet upon further contemplation, there did seem to be a sliver of possibility. After all, Qima had already garnered the attention of the great Tao while still a Tai golden immortal, an event that was indeed extraordinary and difficult to explain. Moreover, Qima had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm just before his fall. That if one were to calculate the passage of time, several 100,000 years had elapsed. That IT would not be unusual for an ascension to occur at this juncture. The great Tao's withdrawal made it exceedingly rare for it to focus on a sentient being. Surely, another being could not have drawn the attention of the great Tao. If that were the case, what significance would the great Tao's withdrawal hold? Yet, how could it be? The causal thread belonging to Qima had completely vanished, signifying his demise, a fact that was immutable. Was it possible that Qima possessed a treasure or divine ability to conceal his aura? The very thought startled even the primordial Qilin at that moment. The clan leader of the Mo Qilin, Qihua, arrived at the ancestral palace. He shared the same conjecture as the primordial Qilin. After all, he had witnessed Qimo receiving the gaze of the great Tao and acquiring the seed of the great Tao. Primordial Qilin. Just as Qihua began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the primordial Qilin. It is forbidden to speak or even think of such things. Qima has perished. The unyielding voice of the primordial Qilin echoed through the air. Qihua opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Qima, or perhaps the mysterious powerhouse. One could only hope that when our Qilin clan faces peril, assistance might come that Asai escaped the primordial Qilin's heart. At Penglai Immortal Island, Lin Changsheng was unaware that his identity had almost been unraveled by the primordial Qilin. At this moment, he was still in a state of shock. Fortunately, he had attracted the gaze of the great Tao. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. That he was immensely grateful for the top-tier talent of the great Tao rewarding diligence. With the emergence of the great Tao, the crisis was averted. Simultaneously, a thread of attention brought Lin Changsheng some seeds of the great Tao. Subsequently, the gaze of the great Tao vanished once more, and the primordial world returned to normalcy. However, Lin Changsheng had no time to explore which seeds of the great Tao he had acquired. For his primordial spirit was being drawn into the void by an inexplicable force he did not resist, for he understood that this was the final step of his ascension. The great Luo, golden immortal. Transcending the river of fate, achieving immortality. What does it mean to transcend the river of fate? Past life, present life, future. As Lin Changsheng pondered, his primordial spirit found itself in the outer void as a vast river flowed endlessly before him. Ethereal mists swirled, and the mysterious energy of fate rose continuously. Was this the river of fate? Lin Changsheng gazed at the river, murmuring to himself. His gaze turned to the river, where countless beings floated and sank within the current of fate. He witnessed the conclusion of a calamity involving ferocious beasts. He saw a weak being in the heavenly immortal realm diligently cultivating in seclusion. He observed several beings fiercely fighting over spiritual treasures. These beings struggled to transcend the river of fate, yet their power was insufficient, leaving them at the mercy of destiny. Suddenly, the river of fate surged, and Lin Changsheng looked on with urgency to eye in the spray. He glimpsed moments from his past life, where he had spent his days in a rental apartment engrossed in novels, that he saw himself as a sky-blue fire python, fighting for survival after his transmigration. This was his previous existence. The images of his former life shattered, transforming into specks of light that merged into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. This signified the complete obliteration of Lin Changsheng's past life from the river of fate. No divine ability or secret technique could ever uncover his former self within the currents of fate. Next came glimpses of his present life that he witnessed the moment he achieved the great Luo golden immortal status. Filled with excitement and immense joy, which too faded into the river of fate. Finally, he beheld scenes he had never experienced, imbued with a sense of familiarity yet strangeness. This was his future, past life. Present life, future, all dissipated. From this moment forth, he would exist in eternal life. In this instant, Lin Changsheng finally attained the great Luo golden immortal, immortal and unbound, liberated from all constraints. This is the magnificent power of the great Luo golden immortal. As he felt the terrifying power surging within his primordial spirit, Lin Changsheng nodded in delight. Casting a glance at the river of fate, he knew his primordial spirit was soon to return to his physical form. Indeed, the force from his body was drawing his primordial spirit back. With one last look at the river of fate, Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit returned to his body, before he could savor the joy of his ascension to the great Luo golden immortal. A system prompt chimed in. You have seen the river of fate. Your heart has resonated, and you have begun to comprehend. Could you at least let me catch my breath? Lin Changsheng lamented, once more entering seclusion to contemplate the river of fate. Just as he had expressed to Fushi, he too was quite troubled. Sudden enlightenment was a painful ordeal. Time in the primordial world was not measured. As time passed, the tale of the mysterious powerhouse reaching the 12th grade perfection and inciting the wrath of the heavenly Tao. only to be dispersed by an unknown force, began to fade from memory. Now, the heavens and earth were clear, presenting an opportune moment for cultivation. Countless beings, inspired by fortune, broke through their limits. If the era of the ferocious beast calamity had seen the great Luo golden immortal as the pinnacle of power, now they seemed to be everywhere. However, those with discerning eyes would notice the increasing activity of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans across the primordial continent, alongside a rise in minor frictions among the three clans. Hongjun and Luo, who, among other great powers, had entered seclusion, striving to further their cultivation in preparation for the impending calamity. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng had remained in seclusion since achieving the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. At Penglai Immortal Island, Lin Changsheng continued to contemplate the power of fate. This time, he sought to comprehend the Great Tao of Fate, a process that consumed considerable time. The essence of the Great Tao of Fate transformed into a spectral river of fate that flowed quietly. You have comprehended the Great Tao of Fate to level 42. You have derived the divine ability of the fate trajectory from the Great Tao of Fate. Millions of years later, with the system's notification, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it was as if millions of beings struggled within the river of fate, only to dissolve into nothingness and return to normalcy. He had not anticipated such a lengthy period of enlightenment. Yet the results were remarkable. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. After ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, both his comprehension and cultivation accelerated exponentially compared to before. His grasp of the laws of the Great Tao allowed him to delve deeply into their essence. With a level 42 understanding of the Great Tao of Fate, Lin Changsheng could wield nearly half of its formidable power, a truly terrifying feat, especially with the divine ability of fate trajectory. He could summon the river of fate, forcibly drawing an enemy's primordial spirit into its depths, revealing past, present, and future to use against them. It is a remarkably powerful divine ability. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng's consciousness enveloped the entirety of Penglai Immortal Island. The innate spiritual energy was more abundant than ever before. Many of the spiritual roots and materials he had transplanted had already matured. The Enlightenment Tea Tree was diligently assisting him in managing these spiritual roots. Not bad. Lin Changsheng nodded that, if possible, he truly wished to help the Enlightenment Tea Tree attain spiritual intelligence. This way, he could alleviate much of his burden in caring for these spiritual roots at that moment. The voice of the system resonated once more. He almost forgot about the talent. When he ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he unexpectedly began to comprehend the nuances of fate by observing the River of Destiny. Thus, the unlocking of his talent awaited the moment of Lin Changsheng's awakening. Sixth talent, Spirit Pointing Technique, unlocked. Spirit Pointing Technique. It allows one to enlighten beings possessing spirit. Regardless of their origins, they can attain spiritual intelligence given sufficient time, ultimately taking form. Friendly reminder: if the spirit pointing technique is used in conjunction with the path of creation, it can accelerate the birth of spiritual intelligence. Truly, it is said that when one dozes off, a pillow is sent by the system. Upon seeing this talent, Lin Changsheng nodded. Not underestimate this talent. Although it does not apply directly to himself, its significance is nonetheless substantial. There are indeed many beings possessing spirit in the primordial chaos. What is spirit? It is akin to the Enlightenment Tea Tree, which, despite lacking intelligence, possesses a lively essence and a hint of spiritual charm. If it could be enlightened, it would become his most capable assistant. Moreover, Lin Changsheng had already devised a plan in his mind. The talent of the Primordial Golden Immortal is to establish a sect and gather fortune. Although he had not seen a specific explanation, it is undoubtedly related to the creation of a sect. This talent aligns perfectly with his own aspirations. As his strength increased, he often found himself needing to seclude and comprehend the Great Tao. It was no longer feasible for him to attend to everything personally. Taking on disciples and passing down his teachings would significantly alleviate his burdens. Furthermore, those disciples with excellent origins in the primordial chaos were mostly taken by the three pure ones. Hence, the spirit pointing technique would effectively address his disciple dilemma. For instance, the Enlightenment tea tree thought if he could aid it in attaining spiritual intelligence and taking form, with its innate superior origins, its future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Serving as an excellent aid to him, it is exceedingly difficult for plant spirits to attain spiritual intelligence and take form. It is not that their origins are inadequate, but rather that the laws of the heavenly Tao impose limitations. However, with the spirit-pointing technique, Lin Changsheng need not worry for the constraints of the heavenly Tao. How could they possibly surpass the talents granted by the system? Little one, your opportunity has arrived. I shall cultivate the path of creation again in 100,000 years and assist you in attaining spiritual intelligence. Lin Changsheng communicated to the Enlightenment tea tree. The reason for the 100,000 years wait was that he needed to first recomprehend the cultivation method of the spiritual creation technique. This cultivation method could only support him until he reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Now that his cultivation level had risen, it was time to recomprehend and elevate its grade. Upon hearing this, the Enlightenment tea tree emitted a rustling sound, conveying a joyful and affectionate sentiment. Lin Changsheng smiled gently. Before entering seclusion, he first checked the gifts from the Great Tao. Having achieved the 12th grade perfection of the three flowers, he had indeed attracted the attention of the Great Tao, helping him resolve a crisis. Simultaneously, he received several gifts from the Tao. Previously, he had not had the time to examine them, but now he could take a look at the various Tao seeds he had received. The Tao of fire, the Tao of water, the Tao of wind. This time, he received 3 seeds of the Tao, which was quite good that it was just right for him to comprehend them during this period of seclusion, along with a dozen other Tao. Moreover, those divine abilities of the Tao, once recomprehended, would significantly enhance their power. The innate supreme spiritual treasure, the 5 directions flag, and the innate superior spiritual treasure, the Dreamweaver's embroidery handkerchief, also required his refinement. Therefore, for an extended period, he would be immersed in seclusion that he began by comprehending the spiritual creation technique. Before long, Lin Changsheng entered into a profound state of understanding. The spiritual creation technique operated autonomously, transforming into a colossal vortex of spiritual energy, voraciously absorbing the surrounding innate spiritual energy. The center of the vortex was naturally Lin Changsheng. As his comprehension deepened, the vortex of spiritual energy expanded wildly, soon covering nearly half of Penglai Immortal Island, fervently drawing in the innate spiritual energy. Even the rich innate spiritual energy of Penglai Immortal Island experienced a brief vacuum. It is unclear how much time passed, but the vortex did not enlarge. However, it had begun to absorb the chaotic energy from the innate great formation that had yet to be fully transformed. Any Great Luo Golden Immortal present would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. While the innate great formation of Penglai Immortal Island continuously transformed chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy, the chaotic energy had become exceedingly thin. Yet it was not something a Great Luo Golden Immortal could tamper with, especially not by directly absorbing into their body point. One must recognize that even a mere wisp of chaotic energy possesses terrifying weight, capable of effortlessly slicing through the flesh of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only a sage could remain unscathed by chaotic energy, and even then, it was merely a matter of being unafraid to absorb it. One must be a chaotic demon god. Lin Changsheng, however, a Great Luo Golden Immortal, had begun to attempt absorption. One must admit, he possessed remarkable audacity. It remains uncertain whether he could succeed. In the timeless expanse of the primordial chaos, a blink of an eye saw 100,000 years pass. Lin Changsheng continued his comprehension of new techniques. This moment, the vortex of spiritual energy had surprisingly shrunk by several thousand times. Yet its absorption rate had increased by tens of thousands of times. Simultaneously, the chaotic energy outside the innate great formation was also being absorbed by this vortex of spiritual energy. The chaotic energy, which could easily obliterate the flesh of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, was transformed into pure spiritual energy after passing through the vortex, which Lin Changsheng then absorbed. Suddenly, the vortex of spiritual energy vanished without a trace, and Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. He had finally succeeded. My primordial creation technique not only increased the absorption rate by tens of thousands of times, but it could also absorb chaotic energy for cultivation. The idea of absorbing chaotic energy had struck Lin Changsheng suddenly. The innate spiritual energy of Penglai Immortal Island was derived from the transformation of chaotic energy by the innate great formation. Why could he not do the same? To comprehend that light is merely a wisp of chaotic energy, sufficient to transform into an exceedingly rich primordial spiritual essence, ignites an irresistible urge to experiment. Ultimately, he boldly attempts to absorb this chaotic energy. However, this endeavor is not undertaken blindly, for Lin Changsheng is acutely aware of the terrors inherent in chaotic energy. Should he recklessly assimilate it into his being, it could lead to the explosion of his physical form and grievous harm to his primordial spirit. Thus, during the process of absorption, he only takes in a scant amount of chaotic energy, simultaneously altering the structure of the spiritual energy vortex by incorporating the principles of array formation. Indeed, he integrates the absorption methodology of the spiritual energy vortex with the operational techniques of the primordial grand array. His understanding of array principles stems from a meticulous observation of the primordial grand array's functioning, complemented by his prior explorations in which he continuously deciphered primal prohibitions. His mastery of array principles and comprehension of the primordial grand array have far surpassed that of any being in the Honghuang continent, which emboldened Lin Changsheng to undertake this trial. Initially, it culminated in failure. Yet despite this setback, the presence of the primordial grand array mitigated any adverse effect from the chaotic energy on Lin Changsheng, indirectly affirming the viability of his concept. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng persistently experimented and refined the primordial grand array to align with his cultivation. Ultimately, he succeeded, although the size of the spiritual energy absorption vortex diminished. The rate of absorption accelerated, enabling him to also absorb chaotic energy, which was then transformed into pure primordial spiritual essence through the vortex. The speed of absorption and the quality of the spiritual essence surged to unprecedented levels, enhanced by several tens of thousands of times. However, as Lin Changsheng remains merely a Deluo golden immortal, the quantity of chaotic energy he could absorb and transform at once remained limited. Otherwise, the primordial grand array within the spiritual energy vortex would face an overwhelming surge, resulting in an explosive backlash. He would have to await the gradual elevation of his cultivation to assimilate greater amounts of chaotic energy. Nevertheless, even without the chaotic energy, the improved technique sufficed for Lin Changsheng to continue his training. Furthermore, the caliber of this cultivation technique was directly perceived by Lin Changsheng as being on par with the level of the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. He decided to name it the Hunyuan Zhaohuaju. The ability to comprehend such a technique filled Lin Changsheng with immense joy. As time passed, a full 100,000 years had elapsed, and it was time to employ some spiritual techniques on the Wu Dao tea tree. In conjunction with the principles of creation, he hoped to expedite the emergence of its spiritual intelligence. With this thought, Lin Changsheng approached the Wu Dao tea tree. "Little one, are you prepared?" Lin Changsheng said with a gentle smile. The rustling of branches ensued. "Then let us begin." Without further ado, Lin Changsheng invoked the technique of spiritual awakening. Instantly, an inexplicable force descended upon the Wu Dao tea tree, which fell silent from its previous rustling. Simultaneously, a wave of awakening spiritual intelligence emanated from the tree. This process unfolded slowly, and Lin Changsheng estimated it would require several tens of millions of years. Fortunately, the integration with the principles of creation could considerably shorten this time frame. "Little one, from here on, it will depend on your own evolution." With that, Lin Changsheng closed his eyes, immersing himself in the understanding of the principles of creation. The resonances of this path emanated from within him, enveloping the entirety of Penglai Immortal Island. This was both a process for Lin Changsheng to deepen his comprehension of the principles of creation and an opportunity to enhance the likelihood of spiritual intelligence emergence among the flora of Penglai Island. Particularly for the Wu Dao tea tree, the patterns on its leaves became increasingly distinct and a profound aura of enlightenment radiated from within. The Wu Dao tea tree, being an exceptional primordial spiritual root, possessed an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. The little one fervently absorbed the resonances of the principles of creation to awaken its spiritual intelligence. Thus, the entire Penglai Island once again descended into tranquility, as Lin Changsheng delved deeper into the principles of creation. The spiritual roots and plants on the island flourished ever more abundantly. In the blink of an eye, several tens of thousands of years passed. Suddenly, the rich essence of the principles of creation transformed into resonances, all of which Lin Changsheng absorbed into his being. He then opened his eyes. Not bad. His understanding of the principles of creation had reached a level comparable to that of the principles of fate. With his cultivation as a Deluo golden immortal, grasping the laws of the path became significantly easier. Yet, bound by his realm, he still encountered bottlenecks. After completing his study of the principles of creation, Lin Changsheng glanced at the Wudao tea tree. The little one was still engaged in absorbing and digesting the resonances of creation. This moment, the entire Wudao tea tree emanated an incredibly mysterious aura. A slight probe of his spiritual sense indicated that everything was normal, and the emergence of spiritual intelligence was progressing smoothly for when it would achieve completeness that depended on the tree's own evolution. Oh, he had almost forgotten about them. Lin Changsheng's spiritual sense enveloped the entirety of Penglai Island, revealing a look of astonishment. Over the course of several tens of thousands of years of cultivating the principles of creation, even the spiritual roots and plants possessing spirituality had begun to attempt the birth of their spiritual intelligence. Deciding to lend a hand, Lin Changsheng vanished from his spot and reappeared beside a half-man-high spiritual grass. This particular spiritual grass had only produced a single leaf, shaped like a sword, for which an ethereal sword chi emanated. The seven-star sword grass, a primordial exceptional spiritual grass, aids in the cultivation of sword path principles. Discovered by Lin Changsheng within a primordial prohibition array, observing that this grass was absorbing the principles of creation, he decided to assist it. Once again, he invoked the technique of spiritual awakening, directing it towards the seven-star sword grass. Instantly, the previously muddled spirituality of the grass accelerated its metamorphosis towards spiritual intelligence. How long this would take depended on the grass's capacity for comprehension. After completing this, Lin Changsheng approached a primordial spiritual flower. This was a primordial exceptional spiritual flower, a principal ingredient for concocting the seven transformation golden elixir, and surprisingly, it too was in the process of generating spirituality. Lin Changsheng similarly extended his aid, although only these two plants, aside from the Wudao tea tree, had begun to exhibit spirituality. Lin Changsheng was immensely satisfied that in the ensuing time, he revisited all the other great path principles and supernatural abilities for renewed comprehension. When cultivation became fluid and seamless, it transformed from a mundane task into an invigorating endeavor. After emerging from seclusion, Lin Changsheng once again entered a state of retreat. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, several millions of years had passed. On Penglai Immortal Island, Lin Changsheng continued his cultivation, surrounded by dozens of great path resonances. The manifestations of the laws surged continuously. Suddenly, all these resonances flew into Lin Changsheng's being, and he opened his eyes. After 100,000 years of seclusion, he finally reabsorbed and comprehended all these great paths anew. The profundities he has grasped in the myriad paths of enlightenment are approximately at a level of around 42. With his exceptional foundation and unparalleled insight, reaching such a level is entirely reasonable. Were it any other great Luo golden immortal, even those of the primordial realm, they would find it impossible to attain such an understanding. Moreover, Lin Changsheng has also derived entirely new divine abilities from several of the great paths. He had long mastered the path of instruments, but had not previously comprehended any divine abilities until now. When he successfully grasped the art of refining artifacts, known as the heavenly refining treasure technique, this allows him to excel in the craft of artifact refining, adding intricate postnatal restrictions to artifacts. He is also capable of creating top-tier postnatal treasures that, of course, he remains unable to forge primordial treasures due to the indestructible primordial light inherent within them. Only by locating the Qian Kuan Ding can Lin Changsheng reverse the nature of the postnatal treasures he has refined, transforming them into primordial treasures. Therefore, he presently has no intention of using the heavenly refining treasure technique for crafting treasures, as he holds little regard for postnatal artifacts. Furthermore, he has also gained divine abilities from the three paths of fire, water, and wind, each of which he has comprehended. With the support of the great paths, any one of these divine abilities is sufficient to contend with a great Luo golden immortal of the same realm. His understanding of the laws has significantly deepened, especially given the current celestial cycle, where the heavens and earth are clear, making the laws quite accessible for comprehension. Lin Changsheng glanced at himself, and all his information was instantly revealed. Name: Lin Changsheng. Foundation: Pinnacle Chaotic Demon God. Cultivation: Early Stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Unlocked talents: Eye of Insight, Supreme Understanding, Flawless Body, Diligence in the Great Path, Pointing Spirit Technique. Great Paths: Path of Alchemy, 45. Path of Yin and Yang, 42. Path of Cause and Effect, 41. Path of the Sword, 43. Path of Instruments, 40. Path of Dreams, 43. Path of Metal, 40. Path of Space, 42. Path of Destruction, 43. Path of Creation, 43. Path of Fate, 42. Path of Water, 43. Path of Fire, 42. Path of Wind, 41. Laws: Law of Arrays, 68. Law of Gravity, 70. Law of Life, 71. Divine Abilities: 5 Elements Escape Technique. Yin-Yang Grinding Disc, Cause and Effect Grafting, White Rainbow Piercing the Sun, 36. Celestial Stars Technique, Gravity Domain, Gung Metal River, Shattered Space, World Annihilating Sacred Light, Infinite Vitality, Fate Trajectory, Heavenly Refining Treasure Technique, Fire Sea Steaming, Wind Rolling Clouds. Water Waves Rippling, Treasures, Preeminent Postnatal Treasure 5 Elements Azure Umbrella, Preeminent Postnatal Xian Yuan Sword. Mid-grade Primordial Treasure Dragon Tiger Rui, Superior Primordial Treasure Purple Furnace, Superior Primordial Dream Embroidered Handkerchief, Supreme Primordial Central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow Banner. Techniques: Chaotic Great Luo Golden Immortal Level Chaotic Creation Scripture, Chaotic Golden Immortal Level Heavenly Dragon 9 Transformations that I never expected that I've already mastered 14 Great Paths. For other beings, even grasping a single great path is akin to scaling the heavens. Even Hong Jun has only mastered 1 or 2 paths. If other beings were to learn of this, they would be utterly envious. Moreover, these 14 great paths are but temporary. Given Lin Changsheng's ability to attain sudden enlightenment and the diligence he exhibits towards the great paths, the number of paths he masters will undoubtedly continue to grow. Normally, upon completely comprehending a single great path, one can ascend to the level of chaotic great Luo Golden Immortal. However, Lin Changsheng is clearly not content with just one path. The more great paths he masters, the stronger his combat prowess becomes. Furthermore, he possesses the capacity to master such a multitude of paths. As for the laws, he currently only comprehends 3 once he achieves the level of chaotic golden immortal. He will be able to fully understand these 3 laws, subsequently allowing him to comprehend the corresponding great paths. In terms of divine abilities, he possesses over a dozen. Having grasped the great paths, he can evolve even more divine abilities at will. However, he finds no necessity for that, as the divine abilities he currently possesses are more than adequate. Next comes the treasures that he finds himself somewhat lacking in this regard. It seems that after refining the treasures, he will need to venture out and explore. He is particularly envious of the renowned primordial treasures and supreme treasures of the wilderness. Lastly, regarding techniques, the chaotic creation scripture, supported by his primordial essence and spiritual power, is sufficient to sustain his cultivation to the level of chaotic great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the body refinement technique, the Heavenly Dragon 9 Transformations, he has only comprehended up to the 7th transformation, which corresponds to the level of chaotic golden immortal. Once his physical strength reaches the level of chaotic golden immortal, he will also need to comprehend the remaining 2 transformations. Dao Dao, Zun. Suddenly, a cheerful female voice rang out, imbued with a hint of youthfulness. Lin Changsheng quickly turned to see that it was emanating from the enlightenment tea tree. Little one, you've awakened your spiritual intelligence? Lin Changsheng joyfully approached the enlightenment tea tree, which now exuded a newfound aura of sentience. Indeed, thank you for your enlightenment. Dao Zund, I fully awakened my spiritual intelligence hundreds of thousands of years ago. Observing you in your cultivation, I dared not disturb you and instead took the opportunity to comprehend a set of cultivation techniques for myself. Now, I am capable of cultivating, the enlightenment tea tree said happily. Well done, little one. From now on, I shall call you Wu Dao, Lin Changsheng chuckled. Truly, as expected of the enlightenment tea tree, it has managed to comprehend a set of cultivation techniques on its own. Thank you. Dao Zun. Two little companions are also close to fully awakening their spiritual intelligence. During this time, Wu Dao has been assisting them. The enlightenment tea tree responded cheerfully. Lin Changsheng, of course, knew whom Wu Dao was referring to. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he confirmed that the 7-star sword grass and water soul flower were indeed on the verge of awakening their spiritual intelligence. It was not in vain that he had enlightened them. Little Wu Dao, you must cultivate diligently. When I establish a sect in the future, you should be the eldest senior sister, Lin Changsheng encouraged. Rest assured, Dao Zun, Wu Dao will certainly cultivate diligently and strive to transform as soon as possible. Wu Dao replied earnestly. Very well. Lin Changsheng nodded that he too must strive to reach the level of chaotic golden immortal swiftly, so that when he establishes a sect, he will have the talent to support it. After chatting with little Wu Dao for a while, Lin Changsheng once again entered seclusion. This time, he aimed to thoroughly refine the central Wuji apricot yellow banner. Previously, due to his limited realm, he had not fully refined this supreme primordial treasure. This time, he would achieve complete refinement in one go. Years passed, and after tens of thousands of years, Lin Changsheng finally succeeded in fully refining this supreme primordial treasure. Go! Lin Changsheng infused his spiritual power into it. Instantly, this supreme primordial treasure radiated brilliant light. Golden lotuses blossomed, repelling all evils, invulnerable to myriad laws. The protective golden light enveloped Lin Changsheng securely within. Not bad. With this supreme primordial treasure, even against a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, I can withstand the challenge. Lin Changsheng contentedly stored away the central Wuji apricot yellow banner. Next, he turned his attention to the final supreme primordial treasure, the dream-embroidered handkerchief, which he valued the most. With the assistance of the dream-embroidered handkerchief, he could entirely construct a dream world. Coupled with the support of the path of creation, he could create a truly realistic dream realm. If he were to fully master the path of dreams, encompassing the entire wilderness and constructing a dream world would be within reach. At that time, cultivation, comprehension of divine abilities, and combat could all occur within the dream realm. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to refine this supreme primordial treasure, he suddenly furrowed his brow, only to relax it moments later. How intriguing! Before its degradation, the dreamscape embroidered cloth was a chaotic spiritual treasure, renowned as the signature artifact of the dreamscape demon god. Following the shattering of 3,000 demon gods by the mighty Pangu, the dreamscape demon god fell, and this chaotic treasure sustained damage to its essence and diminished in rank, ultimately falling into the possession of Hongjun. Eventually, it was procured by Lin Changsheng from Hongjun. After acquiring this innate superior spiritual treasure, he had yet to find the time to refine it until now. As he prepared to commence the refinement, a slight frown inadvertently creased his brow, accompanied by a trace of a cold smile. How intriguing! With focused breath and concentrated spirit, Lin Changsheng began the meticulous process of refining this innate superior spiritual treasure. As the refinement progressed, a vibrant, multicolored aura spontaneously emanated from the treasure, enveloping the entirety of Penglai Island. Engrossed in his task, Lin Changsheng remained oblivious, his mind deepening in concentration. Knock, 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 that a forceful and urgent knocking reverberated through the air. Lin Changsheng, are you inside? Your delivery has arrived. If you don't answer the phone or open the door soon, I will have to partake in your dinner. The voice rang out, bright and impatient. Inside the room, a disheveled young man suddenly sat up, his eyes bleary with sleep. Habitually, he reached for his phone, tapping it a few times only to discover it was dead. Delivery? He pondered, his brain struggling to awaken. Still clouded by sleep. Oh, right, I did order takeout. I must have dozed off while engrossed in my novel. Lin Changsheng recalled, hastily slipping on his slippers and opening the door. Brother, if you had delayed even a second longer, I would have had to break in. The delivery man handed over the food, scrutinizing Lin Changsheng closely. Sorry, I fell asleep while reading. Thank you. Lin Changsheng swiftly accepted the delivery, expressing his apologies that Oh, you're a fan of novels too? I'm currently in a bit of a reading drought. Do you have any recommendations? I'm following a book called Hong Wong, starting with a 10 consecutive draw. It's quite enjoyable that I was just about to share it on the reading forum. Lin Changsheng took the opportunity to promote the book. Oh, that author who flopped. It's indeed well written. If he stops updating again, he should go work in a factory, tightening screws, the delivery man remarked before eagerly departing with his deliveries. Lin Changsheng closed the door, exhaling a sigh. He had become so captivated by the novel that he dreamt of traversing into that world himself. Shaking his head with a smile, he settled onto his bed to indulge in his meal. Everything in the dream felt vividly real. Yet, it was still a dream, and one must eventually awaken. The taste remained familiar as Lin Changsheng relished his takeout, occasionally sipping on a fizzy drink from 3 days prior. After finishing his meal, Lin Changsheng unusually did not linger in his rented room. Instead, he grabbed a power bank and his phone and stepped outside. The IT was already past 1 in the afternoon. Spring was in full bloom, with life bursting forth everywhere. The streets were bustling with people, each hurriedly pursuing their daily lives. Hailing a cab, he soon arrived at Jaisai Garden. Upon seeing the name, Lin Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. His parents had perished in a car accident during his college years, and from that moment on, he had spiraled into despondency, losing all motivation and ambition. He rented a low-cost apartment and secluded himself within, drowning in the world of novels while numbing his own feelings. Yet now, an unexpected shift had occurred within him. Perhaps related to the dream he had just experienced, that a phrase resurfaced in his mind. I died last night. Upon departing, my heart was still as water. I was reborn this morning. Upon returning, my heart holds the warmth of the sun that in the span of a single night, he had transformed entirely. Indeed, he had become a different person. Arriving at the place where his parents' ashes were kept, Lin Changsheng gazed at their photos and instinctively reached out to touch them, a smile gracing his lips. Mom, Dad, I have moved on, though I share this with you in such a manner. It signifies a resolution of my inner turmoil. Thank you, he uttered, his heart feeling complete. Life is but a dream, and dreams mirror life. Though beautiful dreams are delightful, they remain dreams. Lin Changsheng laughed heartily, looking into the void. Is the play not yet finished? Are you not yet done? As his words echoed, an inexplicable power began to radiate outward. A terrifying occurrence unfolded. The once vibrant city abruptly fell into a state of suspension, then shattered like a mirror, ultimately vanishing entirely. What emerged was Lin Changsheng, clad in a cerulean Taoist robe. Before him, the dreamscape embroidered cloth emanated a soft glow. Upon the cloth, a gray remnant of consciousness. A spirit stared at Lin Changsheng in shock. How did you discover me? The remnant of the dreamscape demon god questioned, incredulous. Because you are far too feeble, Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. From the moment I began refining this innate superior spiritual treasure, I sensed your presence. Indeed, he had recognized the remnant of the dreamscape demon god hidden within from the very start, but chose not to expose it immediately, instead experiencing the dreamscape crafted by the demon god. It was undeniably realistic, a perfect manifestation of one's innermost thoughts through dreams. Had it not been for Lin Changsheng's cultivation of the dreamscape Tao, even another great Luo golden immortal might have struggled to extricate themselves from such a dream. As he stated, life is akin to a dream, and dreams are like life. How then does one distinguish between the two? This is the profound strength of the dreamscape. It was precisely because of this potential that Lin Changsheng held it in such high regard. What an arrogant little ant. When I, the dreamscape demon god, roamed the chaos, you were no more than a tadpole. Ha ha. The remnant scoffed. I shall claim your body. Have a once great dreamscape demon god labeled weak by a great Luo golden immortal incited a fury that propelled the remnant to attack directly. An ant? Lin Changsheng mused. You are but a mere remnant, yet you presume to be a chaotic demon god. Very well, refining you may advance my understanding of the dreamscape Tao, with neither sorrow nor joy. Lin Changsheng unleashed the essence of the dreamscape Tao, enveloping the remnant in a realm of dreams. Simultaneously, the Tao of destiny unfurled, forcibly drawing the remnant into the river of fate, though the dreamscape demon god had transcended destiny. In that moment, he glimpsed his own fate, to be refined by Lin Changsheng and utterly dissipate from this world. No, I'm the dreamscape demon god. How dare you use my own Tao to refine me? The remnant howled in madness. Yet, all was in vain. He was merely a remnant, with almost no power over the dreamscape Tao. What could he possibly use to resist Lin Changsheng? In no time, the remnant was refined, becoming a pure essence. Lin Changsheng, undistracted, commenced the refinement of this essence, and his understanding of the dreamscape Tao deepened further. On Yujing Mountain, Hongjun, who was in seclusion and cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Has the remnant of the dreamscape demon god vanished? It seems the plan has faltered. After speaking, Hongjun exhibited no emotional fluctuations and continued his seclusion. Time passed without measure, and this remnant essence of the dream realm demon was completely refined by him. An enhancement of 3 was achieved, which is quite commendable. Point 1 should not underestimate this increment of 3. Given Lin Changsheng's current cultivation level, such an increase would typically require at least 1,000,000 years of secluded training. To refine this small remnant of the dream realm demon and gain so much as already save him a century of arduous cultivation, it is highly likely that the old fox, Hongjun, had long since discerned the presence of the dream realm demon's remnant within. Lin Changsheng now has ample reason to suspect that Hongjun was already aware of the hidden remnants of the dream realm demon. Otherwise, why would he so generously bestow upon him this innate high-grade spiritual treasure? It is quite probable that this was a contingency prepared by Hongjun. Allowing the dream realm demon to control him effectively means controlling a significant portion of the Qilin tribe, which could later be utilized against Luo Ho. Point 1 must concede that Lin Changsheng has accurately surmised the situation. Initially, Hongjun was compelled to act because he witnessed the 5 great Luo golden immortals showing profound respect to Lin Changsheng's transformed Qilin Mo. And from their words, he learned that Qilin Mo was indeed the son of Qilin. This prompted him to willingly grant this innate high-grade spiritual treasure. Alas, his plan ultimately met with failure. However, for Hongjun, it is of little consequence. He possesses numerous contingencies, and the loss of one is inconsequential. Lin Changsheng took note of this causal relationship and then began to refine the spiritual treasure, having lost the remnant of the dream realm demon. The refinement proceeded with great ease that in just 10,000 years, Lin Changsheng completely refined this innate high-grade spiritual treasure. This moment, the dream realm silk handkerchief's radiance was subdued, quietly suspended in the void. Allow me to construct a dream world. Using the dream realm silk handkerchief as a medium, the dream path erupted, and instantly, the innate high-grade spiritual treasure radiated with brilliant light, under the infusion of mana. It expanded continuously, soon enveloping the entire Penglai Immortal Island. Subsequently, a dream world was completed under Lin Changsheng's divine consciousness. However, this dream world was merely a hollow shell, requiring Lin Changsheng's patience for construction. He decided to first create a dream version of Penglai Immortal Island. Lin Changsheng meticulously shaped the contours, distribution, and spiritual roots and plants of Penglai Immortal Island within the dream world as he envisioned. After what felt like an eternity, a dream version of Penglai Immortal Island had astonishingly taken form. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. Thanks to the remnant of the dream realm demon and this innate high-grade spiritual treasure, Lin Changsheng gazed upon the dream world with satisfaction. With the essence of the dream realm demon's remnant, he was able to elevate his path. The assistance of this innate high-grade spiritual treasure made the world building significantly easier. He could not resist stepping into the dream world himself. The innate spiritual energy, spiritual roots, and plants all felt remarkably real. Lin Changsheng even attempted to cultivate. Everything felt entirely normal, and he sensed no indication that he was within a dream realm. Were any other great Luo golden immortals to step in, they would undoubtedly fail to realize that this was merely a dream world. Once my dream path reaches perfection, constructing a dream version of Honghuang will also be within reach. Lin Changsheng mused, a dream version of Honghuang, where battles would not result in death, yet experience could still be gained. Where failed alchemy would bear no cost, but could enhance refinement proficiency. Where all beings of Honghuang could engage in discourse within the dream world at any time. What a grand occasion that would be! When that day arrives, Lin Changsheng would undoubtedly reap immense benefits from the dream world. However, it is still too early to speak of all this for now. Lin Changsheng could indeed wait until he has gathered some disciples before constructing a dream world to aid their cultivation. With this thought, Lin Changsheng temporarily retracted the dream world. At present, my path and divine abilities have been thoroughly comprehended. It is time to prepare for another journey through Honghuang. However, before departing, there remains one task to complete. Lin Changsheng was ready to leave Penglai Immortal Island. Firstly, his cultivation had successfully ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, granting him the means to travel once more. Secondly, he had comprehended all aspects of his path and divine abilities. It would be challenging to grasp new paths while remaining on Penglai Immortal Island. Thirdly, he naturally sought to gather more resources, primarily focusing on innate spiritual treasures. Lastly, he intended to search for promising beings to recruit as disciples. Thus, this journey away from Penglai Immortal Island would not be brief. Yet, before leaving, there was one more thing he needed to attend to. Little Wu Dao, I am preparing to temporarily leave Penglai Immortal Island and embark on a journey across the Honghuang mainland. The time of my return is uncertain. If you can take form early, please take good care of Penglai Immortal Island for me, Lin Changsheng instructed. Daozuan, I too wish to travel through Honghuang alongside you. Ever since I gained spirit, I have been trapped within the innate Great Formation and have yet to witness the Honghuang mainland. Wu Dao Tea Tree expressed, a hint of reluctance in her voice upon hearing Lin Changsheng's departure. Little Wu Dao, if you wish to venture out, you must first elevate your strength. Moreover, during this trip, I will be seeking promising disciples. As the senior sister, you cannot be outshone by your junior brothers and sisters, Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. He understood without tea tree sentiments. However, she had not yet taken form and was thus unsuitable for travel. Daozuan, rest assured that I will diligently cultivate, that I will ensure that all these spiritual roots and materials are well taken care of, Wu Dao Tea Tree assured him with understanding. Yes, with you here I feel at ease. The spiritual consciousness of the 7-star sword grass and water soul flower was also on the verge of awakening. Yet they lacked her level of understanding and would progress slowly without cultivation techniques. I will first comprehend 2 sets of cultivation techniques, Lin Changsheng thought, concerned for these 2 little fellows. Wu Dao Tea Tree possessed good comprehension and could grasp things on her own, but they could not. Thus, Lin Changsheng decided to first comprehend 2 cultivation techniques to impart to them before his departure. Fortunately, with his supreme understanding, it was not difficult for him, combining the sword intent of the 7-star swordgrass. Lin Changsheng established the supreme heavenly sword art based on the path of the sword at it would suffice for the 7-star swordgrass to cultivate to the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. For the water soul flower, which leaned towards the water attribute, Lin Changsheng also devised a Great Luo level technique through the path of water. Little ones, he addressed, you must hasten to awaken your spiritual intelligence. I shall impart the techniques to you. With that, Lin Changsheng transformed the 2 techniques into imprints and infused them into the 7-star sword grass and water soul flower. Once they awakened their spiritual intelligence, they would be able to autonomously operate the techniques for cultivation. The 7-star sword grass and water soul flower swayed gently, conveying feelings of affection and gratitude. Lin Changsheng smiled gently and then stepped out of Penglai Immortal Island. To his surprise, Penglai Immortal Island had transported him to the Northern Sea. After surveying the surrounding scenery, he quickly deduced that he had indeed arrived at the Northern Sea. However, there were few treasures worth scavenging there. He still needed to head to the mainland. Lin Changsheng glanced at the direction and utilized the 5 elements escape technique to vanish from his location. The vast and boundless Northern Sea presented great challenges in locating resources. Moreover, Due to the Dragon Clan's expansion in the Eastern Sea, numerous beings had retreated to the Northern Sea. This had significantly slowed Lin Changsheng's pace. Suddenly, he came to a halt, for he had heard the system's prompt. 60,000 kilometers to your northwest, there exists a large innate forbidden formation. There also a large innate forbidden formation here. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement that it seemed that fortune had arrived. Even in the most barren of places, opportunities could still manifest. He promptly adjusted his course and soared towards the indicated location. Before long, he arrived at the designated spot. He surveyed the surroundings. All he could see was the surging sea, devoid of any other presence. Ordinary beings, even those as powerful as Hong Jun, would be unable to perceive the innate restrictive grand formation. Only Lin Changsheng, equipped with the system, could discern it. Through the eye of insight, a massive innate restrictive grand formation materialized before him. Like at first glance, the formation appeared endless in its expanse. Its scale rivaled that of Penglai Island, if not surpassing it. And the complexity of the innate formation was exponentially greater. Lin Changsheng harbored a faint conjecture regarding this innate restrictive grand formation, yet he needed to unravel its mysteries before he could ascertain its true nature. Despite the intricate nature of the formation, Lin Changsheng had already attained a mastery level of 68 in the art of formations, granting him a profound understanding. With the aid of his exceptional perception, he spent a millennium deciphering the innate restrictive grand formation and successfully integrated himself within it. Upon entering the formation, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming gravitational force. After a brief period of adaptation, he regained his composure. The entire interior of the innate grand formation was shrouded in a gray haze, filled with boundless chaotic energy that was several tens of thousands of times denser than that found on Penglai Island. Streams of chaotic energy cascaded down like inverted waterfalls, and even with Lin Changsheng's formidable cultivation and physique, he dared not touch a single wisp. Even while operating the primordial transformation technique, he had to exercise extreme caution in absorbing the chaotic energy. However, the limited conversion of chaotic energy resulted in an exceptionally dense concentration of innate spiritual energy in the covered areas. As Lin Changsheng strolled through the innate restrictive grand formation, he encountered a plethora of innate spiritual roots and materials, all of which he collected. Yet, due to the overwhelming presence of chaotic energy, there were limited areas in which he could maneuver. Soon, he had traversed a significant portion of the formation that moment. His keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a pool of water, where three hues of light intertwined, with golden, silver, and purple mists swirling together. Could this be the legendary three-light divine water? Lin Changsheng hurried forward. Although it resided within the same sun-moon pool, each color remained distinct and unblended, resembling the perfect celestial bodies of sun, moon, and stars. Indeed, it was the three-light divine water. Even though Lin Changsheng had previously gathered many treasures, his eyes sparkled with newfound excitement at this discovery. The fame of the three-light divine water was immense that it was a concoction of the innate divine waters of the sun, moon, and stars, each being a rare and precious resource, yet also a lethal poison. When utilized separately, each divine water could pose a significant threat, even to a Deluo golden immortal. The golden sunlight divine water could erode flesh and bones. Just a single drop could shatter a golden body. Even Lin Changsheng, having refined his physique to that of a Tai golden immortal, would not dare to approach it lightly. The silver moonlight divine water could corrode the primordial spirit. Contact with it could lead to endless torment for the spirit, or even obliteration of the soul, showcasing its tyrannical nature. The purple starlight divine water could devour the true spirit's consciousness. It was no wonder that Lin Changsheng had not detected the three-light divine water during his prior mental scanning. Although each type of divine water was a formidable poison on its own, when combined, they formed the ultimate healing elixir, capable of neutralizing all toxins across the 3 realms and 6 paths, as well as treating wounds and ailments, even restoring the soul from oblivion. Its efficacy was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, Lin Changsheng remarked, with the 3-light divine water, as long as my primordial spirit and body are not annihilated in an instant, I stand a chance of recovery. He expressed his delight. However, the toxicity of the three light divine water was indeed formidable. Should he be able to comprehend its divine powers, it would become a formidable weapon in his arsenal for combat. As he contemplated the three light divine water, under the enhancement of his top-tier comprehension, Lin Changsheng began to enter a state of enlightenment once more. Even the Tao enlightenment tea tree present in this realm would find itself overshadowed. After 7,000 years, he observed the sunlight divine water and gleaned the ability of the divine power, sunlight annihilation, from its property of eroding flesh and bone. Another 7,000 years passed, and he studied the moonlight divine water, deriving the ability moonlight corrosion from its property of eroding the primordial spirit. He then turned his attention to the starlight divine water, from which he grasped the ability starlight devouring spirit. Three types of divine waters, three divine powers. Each ability bore immense might and formidable offensive capabilities. Normally, having comprehended three divine powers, Lin Changsheng should have awakened to a new level of understanding. However, he found himself delving deeper into a more profound enlightenment. This time, he sought to merge the three divine powers, striving to attain a more potent ability that encapsulated all three: sunlight annihilation, moonlight corrosion, starlight devouring spirit. These three powers manifested instinctively from Lin Changsheng. The energy from the three distinct attributes clashed as they sought to merge, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Even Lin Changsheng himself sustained some injuries to his physical form, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. With a Tai golden immortal level physique, such injuries would heal on their own without concern. Only someone as audacious as Lin Changsheng would dare to attempt the fusion of divine powers during a moment of enlightenment. Had it been any other Deluo golden immortal, they would have either perished or been grievously wounded. Moreover, this path of enlightenment required substantial support. Fortunately, with the backing of a supreme, chaotic, demonic god, Lin Changsheng need not worry about failure. 10,000 years later, the sounds of explosions still occasionally reverberated within the innate restrictive grand formation. After 30,000 years, the explosive sounds became scarcely audible. And even when they did occur, they were significantly subdued. 50,000 years later, the noise ceased entirely. Lin Changsheng persistently endeavored to merge the three divine powers, ultimately succeeding in comprehending the divine ability of sun-moon star descent. At last, he had triumphed. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Spending 50,000 years to grasp a single divine power marked the lengthiest duration of his endeavors, yet the outcome left him exceedingly satisfied. Sun-moon star descent. Lin Changsheng gazed into the distant chaotic energy and immediately invoked the newly acquired divine power. Instantly, a golden lotus radiating with the three hues of gold, silver, and purple materialized in the void. At first glance, it was both beautiful and resplendent. Merely observing it felt as if one's consciousness would be drawn into its depths. Even adversaries confronted by this divine power would find themselves compelled to exclaim, "What a beautiful divine ability! Utterly exquisite, yet lethally potent." The tricolored golden lotus soared into the chaotic energy. Surprisingly, the previously oppressive chaotic energy began to dissipate in patches as it was ground away by the golden lotus. Subsequently, the golden lotus erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. Contrary to the anticipated violent explosion, the chaotic energy nearby evaporated instantaneously, akin to melting ice and snow. While it encompassed only a minuscule area, it was sufficient to demonstrate its overwhelming strength. Indeed, among the divine powers he had comprehended, sun-moon star descent undoubtedly ranked in the top three. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. The chaotic energy that had been eradicated was swiftly replenished. While testing the chaotic energy, the immediate effects remained elusive, but Lin Changsheng was already aware of its approximate might. Having completed his comprehension of the divine power, Lin Changsheng certainly would not overlook the treasure that was the three-light divine water. He directly stored it within the 100 herbs diagram. After confirming his findings once more, he continued to seek a new direction. Eventually, he discovered a stone tablet in an open space, upon which the words Yingzhou were inscribed. It was indeed the fabled Yingzhou Island, renowned alongside Penglai Island. Lin Changsheng had previously speculated, and upon seeing the stone tablet at this moment, he was struck with sudden realization. The emergence of Yingzhou Island occurred much later than that of Penglai Island. It is entirely normal that the innate Great Formation has not fully transformed the chaotic energy. However, the whereabouts of the last Inch Island remain unknown. Inch Island has never manifested in the primordial chaos. It is highly likely that its chaotic energy is too dense, causing the innate Great Formation to lose its ability to transform the innate spiritual energy. This has resulted in Inch Island remaining hidden in the void. If anyone in the primordial chaos could uncover Inch Island, it would be Lin Changsheng. Nevertheless, it ultimately depends on fate. The primordial seas are boundless, and the time required for a complete search would be excessive. Once my array principles are elevated to the grand Tao of formations, I will be able to connect Penglai and Yingzhou together. Lin Changsheng glanced at the stone tablet and murmured, "Although Penglai Island is splendid, it is rather small. Moreover, he still intends to establish his own sect. This matter will have to wait for another day. Fortunately, like Penglai Island, Lin Changsheng can leave his mark atop this innate Great Formation. By then, he need not fear being unable to find ITAS for whether Penglai Island will be sensed by Dong Wang Gong upon its future emergence." Lin Changsheng chuckled softly. If he recognizes the situation, he might consider letting him off the hook. Following this, Lin Changsheng continued his search on Yingzhou Island. Suddenly, he paused once more. Before him lay an extraordinarily dense chaotic energy. Even if there were treasures, Lin Changsheng could not possibly obtain them. Yet, the sight before him compelled him to halt. There stood a tree, its form resembling a coiling dragon, strong and upright, its crown spread wide like an umbrella. Shading the heavens and blocking the sun, 5 branches shimmered with the glows of black, white, gold, red, and blue. The needles sparkled with myriad rays of light, albeit somewhat dimmed. This the chaotic 5 elements pine. One of the 10 innate spiritual roots, Lin Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. The primordial world is replete with innate entities, and to rank among the top 10 is a testament to its extraordinary nature. The innate gourd vine, Huangzhong Li, Fusong, and Kuzhu are all among the top 10 spiritual roots. However, despite its name, the chaotic 5 elements pine is nowhere to be found in the primordial chaos. Who would have thought it would be on Yingzhou Island? It is said that the chaotic 5 elements pine undergoes 5 transformations before maturity. Once mature, it bears fruits containing the essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Consuming one of each fruit would lead to the completion of the 5 energies, eliminating countless years of arduous cultivation. That if this chaotic 5 elements pine were known to the beings of the primordial chaos, they would undoubtedly go wild with desire. Wait a moment. Lin Changsheng suddenly furrowed his brow. If the chaotic 5 elements pine exists on Yingzhou Island, why is there no news of it in the primordial chaos? Yingzhou Island is not like Inch Island, which never emerges. Logically, with Yingzhou Island's emergence, the chaotic 5 elements pine should also present itself before the beings of the primordial chaos. Lin Changsheng pondered. His gaze lowered. No wonder. Just as Lin Changsheng was bewildered about the absence of the chaotic 5 elements pine in the primordial chaos, he finally discerned the reason. A massive axe mark nearly cleaved through the entire trunk. Ethereal Tao light swirled around the axe mark. It was this very mark that continuously eroded the vitality of the chaotic 5 elements pine. Even a mere glance allowed Lin Changsheng to sense the terrifying destructive force contained within. Even after transcending time and enduring countless epochs, this axe mark would not vanish. Such a formidable strike could only belong to the great Pengyu, and oh wonder the chaotic 5 elements pine did not appear alongside Yingzhou Island. It had evidently been utterly extinguished by this axe mark. Lin Changsheng finally grasped the reason. This chaotic 5 elements pine clearly did not survive the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. Since this axe mark was struck by the great Pengyu, it contained profound and esoteric principles. I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend it. Lin Changsheng glanced at the axe mark and began to gain insights. As he observed the axe mark left by the heavenly opening god axe, he entered a state of profound enlightenment. This moment of enlightenment lasted a staggering 300,000 years at this juncture. The 14 Tao rhythms he had mastered flew out autonomously, swirling around him incessantly, but a greenish glow of a Tao rhythm flickered in and out of sight. This is a sign that I have comprehended the Tao once more. Lin Changsheng was oblivious to the fact that as the rhythms of his creation law flew out, the chaotic five elements pine subtly trembled. However, Lin Changsheng was too engrossed in his comprehension of the Tao's critical juncture to notice the chaotic five elements pine. Through observing the axe mark, he unexpectedly comprehended the Tao of strength of the Great Pangu. This was the Tao through which the Great Pangu attained enlightenment. Once grasped, it would undoubtedly be Lin Changsheng's most potent offensive Tao. At last, the system's voice echoed in Lin Changsheng's ear. You have comprehended the Tao of strength to level 10 from the axe mark. Truly, the Tao of strength is remarkable that it took me a considerable amount of time to reach level 10. Lin Changsheng then opened his eyes. The Tao of strength follows the path of ultimate power. Its destructive force is unparalleled. Comprehend such a Tao is worth any amount of time spent. Continue to comprehend. With this axe mark present, it allowed Lin Changsheng to better grasp the Tao. After briefly awakening, he resumed his understanding of the Tao of strength. This time, it took over 1,000,000 years before Lin Changsheng finally roused himself. He had managed to comprehend the Tao of strength to level 40. This was the limit of Lin Changsheng's current capabilities. Although he had grasped the Tao of strength, he did not rush to depart. He still aimed to seize the opportunity to develop new divine abilities. You have comprehended the Tao of strength and continued to observe the axe mark, plunging into enlightenment once more. The process of realization remained as smooth as silk. There were no barriers or restrictions. This mode of cultivation was exceedingly comfortable. Unconsciously, nearly another 100,000 years passed. You have comprehended the divine ability of opening heaven from the axe mark. Excellent. The profound meaning of opening heaven represents the most formidable strike by the Great Pangu during the creation of the heavens and the earth. Although my Tao of strength does not match that of the Great Pangu, and I lack the heavenly opening god axe, ordinary Deluo golden immortals would undoubtedly be incapable of withstanding this strike. Lin Changsheng awakened from a state of enlightenment. This time, his gains on Ingzhou Island were substantial. He had comprehended 5 divine abilities and acquired an exceedingly powerful Tao of strength, not to mention some innate spiritual roots like the 3 luminaries' divine water. Having concluded his cultivation, Lin Changsheng could not help but cast a glance at the chaotic 5 elements pine, resembling a coiling dragon, letting out a sigh. Each innate supreme spiritual root faces immense difficulty in its growth. To fall and dissipate amidst the cosmos is truly a pity that I wonder if my creation Tao can erode this axe mark. Lin Changsheng's heart stirred suddenly. The rhythm of the creation Tao flew forth. However, before it could envelop the chaotic 5 elements pine, it was shattered by the faint azure light of the axe mark. It is unfeasible. Lin Changsheng shook his head. Just as he was preparing to depart, the chaotic 5 elements pine emitted a rustling sound. There is still a semblance of spirit present. Truly, it deserves its status as one of the top 10 innate supreme spiritual roots. Even after sustaining such heavy damage from the axe mark, it still retains a trace of spirituality. Chaotic 5 elements pine. It is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply that this axe mark represents the pinnacle strike of the Great Pangu. Even if I fully comprehend the creation Tao, my realm is insufficient to aid you. Lin Changsheng let out a sigh. The chaotic 5 elements pine rustled softly, swaying incessantly. Soon after, a branch strained to move. A shaped artifact shot towards him with great speed. Lin Changsheng hastily extended his palm to catch it. However, as soon as it rested in his hand, an incredibly sharp aura began to slice through his palm. Even with his refined body at the late stage of the Tai golden immortal, he felt a twinge of pain. What kind of treasure is this, that I can feel such an unyielding sharpness merely by holding it? Lin Changsheng focused his gaze and discerned that it was an exceedingly ancient jade-colored ruler. Intricate carvings of heaven, earth, sun, and moon adorned its body, exuding an enigmatic spirit. What is this? Lin Changsheng asked, somewhat incredulous. He hurriedly enveloped the ruler with his primordial spirit's powered. His astonishment. It was indeed this treasure of merit. The Hongming Liantian ruler, the foremost treasure of merit, on par with the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth. It was the fusion of the primordial yellow aura of the great Tao and the merits of the Pangu great deity's creation that, in terms of offensive power, it ranks just behind the Panga banner. One must understand that the Panga banner is a primordial treasure formed from the axe blade after the shattering of the chaos treasure, the heaven-cleaving divine axe. The fact that the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler ranks just below it speaks volumes about its formidable attack capabilities. Moreover, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler possesses the unique ability to kill without entangling oneself in karma. However, this aspect seemed less significant to Lin Changsheng, as he himself was a flawless body, untainted by karma. He never expected that this foremost treasure of merit would be found atop Yingzhou Island, concealed within the chaotic aura. "Were you intending to gift it to me?" Lin Changsheng inquired, puzzled. Although the chaotic five elements pine had already developed spirit, he felt he could not assist it. Seemingly in response to Lin Changsheng, the chaotic five elements pine rustled once more. Subsequently, its branches slowly moved, presenting another orb of light. Lin Changsheng discovered the primordial top-tier spiritual root. The chaotic five elements pine, amidst the chaotic aura of Yingzhou Island. From the axe marks on its trunk, he comprehended the great Tao of strength and the divine ability of creation, but he thought that the matter had concluded there. To his surprise, the chaotic five elements pine retained the last vestige of spirit despite suffering such a grievous injury. It bestowed upon Lin Changsheng a treasure of merit, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Just as Lin Changsheng was trying to fathom why it would gift him such a treasure, he noticed the orb of light extended by the branches of the chaotic five elements pine and immediately understood everything. This orb of light had evidently extracted the vast majority of the pine's vitality and essence. Lin Changsheng even heard a faint cracking sound. It turned out that the axe marks had once again deepened, nearly severing the trunk of the chaotic five elements pine completely. The branches that once glimmered with spirit had all dimmed to dullness. "Are you asking me to take away this fragment of your essence for it to regrow?" Indeed, the chaotic five elements pine was offering him its final trace of essence. Without this essence, the chaotic five elements pine would not survive until the end of the Longhan initial catastrophe. Based on Lin Changsheng's assessment, at most in several million years, this primordial top-tier spiritual root, the chaotic five elements pine, would completely vanish from the Honghuang world. However, even without losing this trace of essence, the pine's demise was merely a matter of time. "Could it be that you sensed my Tao of creation?" In an instant, Lin Changsheng thought of the Tao of creation. Otherwise, the chaotic five elements pine would never casually divide its essence. Rustle, rustle. The chaotic five elements pine continued to tremble, responding to Lin Changsheng. So it was. Lin Changsheng nodded. Without the Tao of creation, even acquiring this trace of essence would not enable the chaotic five elements pine to regrow. After all, being a primordial top-tier spiritual root, it required more than just primordial spiritual energy. Resolving the cause and effect, Lin Changsheng became at ease. Death also signifies rebirth. Rest assured, I shall take this essence back to Penglai Island and utilize the Tao of creation to aid its growth. I will ensure it develops intelligence as well. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The chaotic five elements pine seemed to express gratitude to Lin Changsheng, shaking vigorously. Lin Changsheng cast one last glance before departing from this place. He finally traversed all the accessible areas of Yingzhou Island, confirming that no treasures were overlooked, and began to refine the treasure of merit, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. This was the foremost treasure of merit. It had long captivated his heart. With this primordial treasure, his combat prowess would undeniably ascend to a new level. Offense would be bolstered by the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, while defense would be fortified by the central Wuji apricot yellow flag. It could be deemed a harmonious balance of offense and defense. However, Lin Changsheng was not satisfied with just this spiritual treasure. Hongjun possessed a treasure-dividing rock, and there were more spiritual treasures to be found. He needed to seize the opportunity while Hongjun had yet to attain sainthood and gather more spiritual treasures. Gathering his focus, Lin Changsheng began to concentrate on the refinement process. This primordial treasure already contained 49 primordial prohibitions within. Compared to primordial top-tier spiritual treasures, It not only had more primordial prohibitions, but also possessed exceptionally intricate internal restrictions. Yet this posed no challenge for Lin Changsheng. With his exceptional comprehension, unparalleled chaotic demonic lineage, and mastery of formation laws, refinement was merely a matter of time that in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed in a flash. Finally, the refinement was complete. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes at this moment. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler shone with a subdued brilliance, ancient and pure. With a mere thought, Lin Changsheng infused it with the laws of his primordial spirit. Instantly, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler swelled like a sail in the wind, obscuring the sky and veiling the earth, as if it truly sought to measure the heavens. The phenomena of heaven, earth, sun, and moon continuously evolved. Go. With a flicker of his mind, Lin Changsheng commanded the Hongmeng Liantian ruler to strike down upon a nearby clearing. A tremendous roar echoed forth. The entire Yingzhou island seemed to tremble. The powerful gusts even disturbed the chaotic aura. Even the primordial soil of Yingzhou island was struck deep, creating a bottomless pit. Excellent. Lin Changsheng was pleased as he stored the Hongmeng Liantian ruler away. It was time to depart from this place. Before leaving, Lin Changsheng did not forget to set up a small formation here, akin to that of Penglai Island. As long as any living being stepped into this area, he would receive a sensation. Simultaneously, he inscribed a mark upon this primordial great formation, ensuring he would not lose track of Yingzhou Island. After completing all this, Lin Changsheng departed from Yingzhou Island. Upon exiting, Lin Changsheng's eye of insight scanned the surroundings that a prompt indicated. To your northeast, a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal fierce beast is attacking a North Sea Xian turtle. A fierce beast, Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a manifestation of merit embodied. With the fall of the beast Emperor Shun and the calamity of ferocious beasts had come to an end. Countless ferocious beasts perished, with scarcely one surviving. Even those that did would not dare linger upon the continent. To his surprise, they had fled to the remote North Sea to hide. His luck seemed rather fortuitous. Although he possessed only mid-stage, Deluo golden immortal cultivation, Lin Changsheng felt no fear. It was an opportune moment to test his divine treasures and abilities against this ferocious beast. And then there was the North Sea Xian, which also had its own intriguing background. Rescuing it might yield some unexpected fortune, of course. Lin Changsheng was aware that even if he chose not to intervene, the North Sea Xian would still face no danger, as everything was preordained by the heavenly Tao. Even if the North Sea Xian were to attain quasi-saint strength in the future, it would never be able to leave the North Sea to transform. The reason was undoubtedly tied to the calamity of Wu and Yao, when the ancestral shaman Gonggong shattered the Buzhou mountain, causing the heavenly pillar to collapse. The three pure ones were compelled to sever its limbs to uphold the heavens, which resulted in a rather tragic fate. While lost in thought, Lin Changsheng arrived at the location indicated by the Eye of Insight. Before him loomed a colossal, ferocious beast, emanating a fierce and ominous aura. One of the beasts was mountain-like in size, yet curiously, it had no body, possessing only a massive head and gaping maw. A terrifying, devouring force radiated from its wide mouth, capable of swallowing even the sea itself. Beneath the ocean, a North Sea Xian remained motionless, retreating into its shell. Its carapace glimmered with a faint halo, resisting the overwhelming, devouring power. It was none other than Taotai, one of the four great ferocious beasts. Lin Changsheng immediately recognized this beast's identity. With Taoyu's mastery over devouring power, he might glean insights into the laws of consumption from it. Unfortunately, this was not an opportune moment for enlightenment, as Taotai had already detected his presence. Moreover, it was evident that Taotai was enraged. Roar! Taotai unleashed its fierce might, directing its gaping maw towards Lin Changsheng. A surge of devouring power erupted instantaneously. The terrifying force of attraction resembled a black hole, consuming everything in its vicinity. Lin Changsheng could distinctly feel the surrounding innate spiritual energy being drawn into a vacuum. Since it had such an affinity for consumption, he would see if it could swallow his divine abilities. Encountering a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal ferocious beast right after emerging from seclusion offered Lin Changsheng the perfect opportunity to test his current combat prowess: sunlight destruction, moonlight erosion, starlight devouring. Lin Changsheng unleashed the divine abilities he had comprehended from the three lights, divine water. The three abilities emitted golden, silver, and violet radiance, crashing towards Tao Tai. Rather than being simply a collision, it was as though they were consumed into Tao Ye's body. The hint of mockery flickered in Tao Ye's bell-like eyes, clearly relishing the fact that it had devoured Lin Changsheng's divine abilities. However, its pride was premature. The might of these three abilities was not something ordinary powers could rival, even though their potency diminished significantly within Tao Ye's devouring force. They remained formidable. Sunlight destruction, moonlight erosion, starlight devouring. All three erupted simultaneously. Tao Tai emitted a wretched and anguished roar as countless flesh and blood erupted from within it, cascading into the ocean. Tao Tai thrashed and bellowed, but this agony seemed to gnaw at its very bones, rendering it unable to escape. Indeed, it was no wonder that such a profound ability took Lin Changsheng many years to comprehend. That it was fortunate that Tao Ye's life force was resilient and its realm slightly superior to his. Had it been any other ferocious beast, it would likely have perished by now. Wounded and terrified, Tao Ye's gaze reflected its fear. It dared not linger here, even though the cultivator before it was of a lower realm. It sought to avoid sharing the same fate as the Beast Emperor. Good creature, it even knows to flee that if you escape now, it would be a grievous loss of merit. Lin Changsheng chuckled softly. Although he currently had no immediate need for merit, such a universally beneficial commodity was never unwelcome. Sun and Moon Starfall Technique. Lin Changsheng directly invoked the combined power of his three abilities. Golden, silver, and violet lights intertwined, forming an exquisite golden lotus in the void. Upon closer inspection, it was ethereal and mesmerizing, captivating the soul. In that moment, even the North Sea Xiangui, renowned for its defensive prowess, completely withdrew its head. Even it sensed the terror of this divine ability. Tao Tai, in its flight, also felt an imminent life-threatening crisis it had been locked onto. Escape was impossible. In light of this, the fierce Tao Tai unleashed its ferocity. Its mouth widened like an abyss, and an overwhelming devouring force surged forth. The golden lotus, born of the sun and moon starfall technique, was relentlessly eroded by the devouring power, yet it still surged forward, imbued with destructive waves, into Tao Ye's maw, truly audacious. While the devouring force could erode divine abilities, how could the technique he had spent hundreds of thousands of years cultivating be countered by mere consumption? Lin Changsheng shook his head that if Tao Tai had grasped the laws of devouring, there might have been a glimmer of hope. As it stood, it was merely too bold. What unfolded next was deeply etched into the consciousness of the North Sea Xiangui. The once imperious Tao Tai was wholly dissolved, as if it had melted away like ice and snow, leaving not even a trace of blood or bone. It was as though it had never existed in this world. The early stage Deluo golden immortal cultivator before them was simply terrifying, impressive. Having witnessed the might of the sun and moon starfall technique, Lin Changsheng was thoroughly satisfied. After vanquishing the ferocious beast Tao Tai, the heavenly Tao trembled that the substantial mass of merit soared towards him, which Lin Changsheng effortlessly absorbed. This time, he did not hasten to depart. With his current level of cultivation, he no longer needed to exercise excessive caution. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your timely rescue. The North Sea Xiangui's voice rumbled like distant thunder. His astonishment. This North Sea Xiangui had manifested intelligence. Upon reflection, this was not entirely unexpected. Without intelligence, how could it have ultimately cultivated to the quasi-saint realm? You are too kind, fellow Taoist. I acted for the sake of merit. Lin Changsheng replied candidly. Without the lure of merit, he would have been disinclined to intervene against the ferocious beast. Nevertheless, the North Sea Xiangui expressed its gratitude that I observe that you have attained the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal. Why have you yet to transform? Lin Changsheng feigned ignorance and inquired. Alas, you are unaware of the circumstances. Speaking of my inability to transform, the North Sea Xiangge clearly expressed its frustration. In the depths of fate, it seems I should possess a transformation thunder tribulation. Yet I have never sensed it. Perhaps my cultivation is simply too weak. The North Sea Xiangge sighed. A transformation thunder tribulation. That is indeed a possibility. Certain innate beings possess exceptionally formidable destinies and must endure thunder tribulations to transform. However, no matter how much the Xianggui's cultivation improves, it would remain unable to perceive the transformation thunder tribulation. Fellow Taoist, forgive my candor, but your transformation thunder tribulation may indeed be beyond your grasp. Lin Changsheng remarked nonchalantly. This Xiangge was entwined in a grand tapestry of causality. Any other cultivator revealing such news would likely incur repercussions from the heavenly Tao, possibly facing obliteration. Yet Lin Changsheng, possessing a pristine body untouched by causality, had no need for concern regarding the implications of revealing the Xianggui's eventual fate. Why do you say this, fellow Taoist? The Northern Sea Tortoise, filled with uncertainty, inquired. Lin Changsheng pondered briefly before directly transmitting his thoughts to the tortoise. During the calamity of the witch demons, the ancestral witch Gong will shatter the pillar of heaven, causing the heavens to collapse. In an effort to support the sky, the three pure ones will sever your limbs to prop it up. Lin Changsheng's words echoed. The Northern Sea Tortoise fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent for an extended period. Lin Changsheng did not rush him. Anyone receiving such news abruptly would find it difficult to believe. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Northern Sea Tortoise, with reddened eyes, turned towards Lin Changsheng and asked, "Is what you say true? If you believe, then it is true that if you do not believe, then it is false. The line between truth and falsehood is but a fleeting thought." Lin Changsheng replied calmly. "You are indeed a remarkable individual," the tortoise remarked. "If what you say is true, then it signifies a monumental karmic consequence, one that the heavenly path would not permit, inevitably resulting in punishment. Yet you remain unscathed. Either you are lying, or your methods are so transcendent that you can deceive even the heavenly path. Though your words may be false, I cannot help but feel a certain degree of belief in my heart." The Northern Sea Tortoise said with a bitter smile, "Do you not fear, or perhaps feel unwilling?" This time, it was Lin Changsheng who grew curious. According to reason, any being upon hearing of their own future demise would be driven to despair. Yet the Northern Sea Tortoise had existed for an exceedingly long time. Transformation was his sole aspiration. Now that this singular goal had been shattered, he appeared even more composed, as if harboring a sense of liberation. What could fear or unwillingness achieve? Beneath the rules of the heavenly path, this is my fate. The tortoise spoke with profound eyes. Having lived for so many years, his heart was already as calm as still water. Lin Changsheng remained silent. Indeed, what could unwillingness accomplish? Under the heavenly path's rules, resistance was futile. However, should such a fate befall me, I would undoubtedly resist, for in the end, strength is the foundation of all. Should he attain the status of a Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal, the heavenly path would scarcely dare to act against him. My friend, may I inquire what you seek to gain from me by sharing this news? The Northern Sea Tortoise interrupted Lin Changsheng's reverie. Lin Changsheng, unafraid of karmic repercussions, revealed to the tortoise his ultimate fate. Surprisingly, the Northern Sea Tortoise responded with remarkable composure. "Why do you wish to tell me this?" Upon hearing the tortoise's question, Lin Changsheng regained his focus. His motives were certainly not rooted in a misguided sense of benevolence. The tortoise's destiny was beyond his influence. Even if he disclosed the tortoise's eventual outcome without fear of karmic consequences, he could not alter the tortoise's fate. Even if Lin Changsheng were to concoct a 7-turn golden pill for the tortoise, it would not aid in his transformation. His true intention was to obtain a fragment of the tortoise's essence. As a being of innate divinity, the Northern Sea Tortoise had witnessed the birth of countless primordial gatherings. Its lineage was undoubtedly remarkable that if he could acquire a strand of its essence and utilize the Tao of creation alongside the art of awakening, he would gain yet another promising disciple. That was his plan. My friend, to speak candidly, I have mastered the Tao of creation and thus seek to obtain a strand of your essence to cultivate as my disciple in the future. Lin Changsheng stated directly. Upon hearing this, the northern sea tortoise gazed at Lin Changsheng for an extended period before bursting into a thunderous laugh. Were your previous words merely a ruse to extract a strand of my essence? The once tranquil waters surged into tumultuous waves in response to the tortoise's laughter. It was no wonder the tortoise thought this way. It was akin to a stranger arriving at your home, declaring you would die in 10 years, and then asking if they could inherit your estate beforehand. Do you think I would resort to deception? Lin Changsheng regarded the northern sea tortoise with an expression of calm. The tortoise's laughter ceased abruptly, catching him off guard and causing him to choke on a few mouthfuls of seawater. Indeed, given Lin Changsheng's recent display of strength in slaying a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal beast, he had no need to deceive the tortoise. How can you prove it? The northern sea tortoise inquired. Lin Changsheng wasted no words and directly unleashed the Tao of creation. The resonances of the Tao enveloped him, and a surge of life-giving creative energy washed over the scene. The northern sea tortoise, upon sensing it, was struck with astonishment that it was indeed the Tao of creation, and the depth of comprehension was evidently profound. Truly, this cultivator before him was unfathomable. The earlier defeat of the beast could not have been his full strength. After a moment's contemplation, the northern sea tortoise resolved to relinquish a strand of its essence. For Lin Changsheng had no reason to fabricate a lie. The essence was akin to the quintessence of life. Excessive loss would lead to a decline in cultivation that, in more severe cases, it could jeopardize one's foundational Tao, hindering growth for a lifetime. Since the northern sea tortoise chose to trust Lin Changsheng, the essence it offered was given without reservation, continuously drawing from its own essence. A vibrant sphere of life force soon materialized. Yet, the northern sea tortoise did not cease there. With death inevitable in the future, it was better to fortify this sphere of essence. Additionally, the tortoise harbored a small concern if Lin Changsheng's prediction were accurate, and it was to be deprived of its limbs to uphold the heavens. Then its cultivation must keep pace. Otherwise, how could its limbs possess the strength necessary to support the sky? Therefore, if its essence were to suffer significant depletion, the heavenly path would surely intervene to that point. The tortoise would believe Lin Changsheng's words without a shadow of a doubt. This small calculation did not escape Lin Changsheng's notice, yet he chose not to intervene. The stronger this essence became, the quicker it would awaken sentience later on. Time passed, and suddenly, the heavenly path trembled. An inexplicable opportunity locked onto the northern sea tortoise at this moment. Even if the tortoise wished to continue sacrificing its essence, it found itself unable. Simultaneously, it fully believed Lin Changsheng's words that I hope my friend will keep his promise. The northern sea tortoise's voice resonated with a sense of weariness and resignation. Although it had harbored some belief in Lin Changsheng's words before, their confirmation left it feeling profoundly desolate. Rest assured, my friend, Lin Changsheng assured as he accepted the sphere of essence. The heavenly path had intervened in time, sparing the northern sea tortoise from harm. Years of arduous cultivation could easily restore what was lost. The northern sea tortoise nodded, its massive form sinking into the depths of the sea, soon disappearing from sight, just as Lin Changsheng prepared to depart. An unexpected aura locked onto him. Another cultivator has arrived? The initially departing Lin Changsheng paused. It seemed the recent descent of merit had drawn the attention of nearby cultivators. After all, the effects of merit were well known. With the fierce beasts now largely absent, even a mere sphere of merit could stir others' covetousness. Before long, a robust cultivator clad in a water-blue robe appeared before him at a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal. The browed cultivator first cast a glance at Lin Changsheng, then asked coldly and with undeniable authority, "Did you collect the merit just now?" "Indeed," Lin Changsheng replied with an expressionless demeanor. "Hand it over." "I can let you go," the browed cultivator asserted confidently. After all, in his eyes, a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal facing a mere early-stage Deluo golden immortal was a foregone conclusion. And what if I refuse? Lin Changsheng remained unfazed that I am the embodiment of innate Rin water, a former water demon god, known as the Rin water ancestor. Given your level of cultivation, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Ren Shui Lao Tzu has already harbored murderous intentions. This is the world of the Hong Huang. Weakness is the original sin, devoid of right or wrong. There are no so-called villains. If it were Lin Changsheng, would he not also be seizing the opportunities of others? All beings in the Hong Huang are merely in contention, nothing more. Ren Shui Lao Tzu. In a past life, he was the water demon god. Ha! A cold chuckle rose within Lin Changsheng's heart. Even if he refrained from intervening, during the initial calamity of Long Han, the heavenly Tao would eventually reckon with them. Unexpectedly, before the heavenly Tao even began its reckoning, he was hastening towards his own demise. Just as well, I have some understanding of the way of water. Since you are a remnant of the water demon god, please enlighten me. With that, Lin Changsheng took the initiative to launch an assault. Ha! To dare to toy with water before me. Ren Shui Lao Tzu, you truly seek your own demise. Ren Shui Lao Tzu erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. However, his mirth was swiftly extinguished upon witnessing the manifestation of Lin Changsheng's water Tao principles as a remnant of a demon god. He instantly recognized it as the rhythm of the water Tao. Moreover, the brilliance of his rhythm was strikingly clear and radiant. The depth of comprehension was undoubtedly profound. But how could this be? The great Tao has receded. Even he, the remnant of the water demon god, could not sense it. He had no choice but to cultivate the laws of the heavenly Tao instead. Yet, before Ren Shui Lao Tzu could ponder further, Lin Changsheng's divine attack had already arrived. The water rippled. Under the enhancement of the water Tao, it resembled a waterfall cascading from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar that surged towards Ren Shui Lao Tzu in relentless waves. Ren Shui Divine Pearl, come forth. Ren Shui Lao Tzu bellowed. The cerulean pearl emerged, spinning and radiating brilliant light. Astonishingly, the inverted waterfall was directly parted by this Ren Shui Divine Pearl, and no matter the force, it could not harm Ren Shui Lao Tzu. However, the flickering brilliance of the pearl indicated that it was straining to withstand the onslaught. Lin Changsheng was not so arrogant as to believe that a single divine ability could vanquish a mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian. Yet, was this merely his first divine ability, and it was already so taxing? I hope Ren Shui Lao Tzu possesses some hidden means. Otherwise, it would be rather uninteresting. The North Sea, once a remote and tranquil expanse, now reverberated with the sounds of battle. This was, of course, the clash between Lin Changsheng and Ren Shui Lao Tzu, a confrontation between a fledgling Deluo Jin Xian and a mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian. Logically, without the use of spiritual treasures, the mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian should dominate the early-stage counterpart. Yet the battle here was entirely reversed, with Lin Changsheng, the early-stage Deluo Jin Xian, overwhelming Ren Shui Lao Tzu with an oppressive force. Damn it! How could he be so strong? I am a mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian. Ren Shui Lao Tzu was now on the brink of despair. From the onset of the conflict, he had been on the receiving end. This early-stage Deluo Jin Xian wielded far too many divine abilities, and they had yet to repeat. Has the proliferation of divine abilities reached such a degree? Why do I possess only two? Just as Lin Changsheng unleashed another divine ability, the words fire sea rises echoed forth. Like the flames of the sun, a vast sea of fire enveloped Ren Shui Lao Tzu. Cursed be it. Another divine ability I have not encountered before, and it possesses a Tao. Ren Shui Lao Tzu was nearing madness. He had no choice but to continue pouring mana into the Ren Shui Divine Pearl to defend himself. Even so, after withstanding so many attacks, the pearl was nearing its limit, humming and trembling incessantly. Should this continue, the spiritual treasure would undoubtedly sustain damage. The searing heat forced Ren Shui Lao Tzu to ponder escape. Indeed, forget about merit. He only wished to flee far away. This figure before him was not merely an early-stage Deluo Jin Xian. He was the progeny of the Tao itself, with so many Tao at his command. Who could withstand such might? Without the cultivation of a late-stage Deluo Jin Xian, he was merely inviting trouble. Didn't you desire my merit? Why have you remained on the defensive until now? This is becoming rather dull, Lin Changsheng remarked as he approached Ren Shui Lao Zu. This statement nearly caused Ren Shui Lao Zu to spit out a mouthful of ancient blood. Was this even human language? What was his presence here meant to signify? Could it be that he had undergone body refinement? Just as this thought crossed Ren Shui Lao Zu's mind, Lin Changsheng's fist struck forth. Open the heavens! The power of the Tao erupted simultaneously. What began as an ordinary punch transformed into a force of immense magnitude, sweeping away all that stood in its path. Even the heavens themselves would be torn asunder. The terrifying profundity of the open heaven principle sent tremors through Ren Shui Lao Zu's heart. In his horrified gaze, the Ren Shui, divine pearl, already on the brink, reached its limit that a series of cracking sounds ensued. The protective spiritual light dissipated, and the pearl dimmed, being sent flying back. With the pull of energy, Ren Shui Lao Zu sustained significant injury as well. Power of the Tao! Ren Shui Lao Zu exclaimed in utter shock. This was the power of the Tao, the very path that Pangu had attained. How could he also possess it? Could he be the reincarnation of Pangu? Flee! He must flee at once. Here was a mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian, now turning tail and escaping with remarkable swiftness, without a trace of hesitation. The realm of body refinement was still too weak. Otherwise, that punch would have inflicted far greater harm. Lin Changsheng shook his head. Clearly, he needed to elevate his body refinement level post-haste. Let it end. Observing the fleeing Ren Shui Lao Zu, Lin Changsheng had no intention of letting him escape. With a mere thought, the innate treasure, Longhu Rui, emerged. The manifestation of the dragon and tiger continuously evolved, exuding an extraordinary aura, shaking the heavens and the earth. A T-board down upon Ren Shui Lao Zu with terrifying might, should the old ancestor lack other means. This strike would suffice to seal his fate. The 5 element flags of innate origin emerged, with the Western Cloud Realm pure color flag unfurling in the face of life and death. Ren Shui Lao Zu could no longer afford to conceal himself. A small, unadorned flag soared forth. Under the infusion of mana, it expanded continuously, creating wondrous phenomena that illuminated the heavens and rendered all laws ineffective. The pure light enveloped Ren Shui Lao Zu, shielding him within. With a resounding thud, the Western Cloud Realm pure color flag merely trembled slightly, effortlessly deflecting the lethal strike. The 5 element flags of innate origin. Lin Changsheng gasped in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had long desired to gather all 5 flags, but had been a loss for their whereabouts. His surprise. This Ren Shui Lao Zu possessed one not moreover, judging by how he had just wielded the Western Cloud Realm pure color flag. It seemed he had yet to fully refine it. What a splendid Ren Shui Lao Zu! I initially thought he had come to seize merit, yet he was delivering an innate supreme spiritual treasure instead. Truly a delightful surprise. Since you recognize this innate supreme spiritual treasure, you must understand that under my relentless defense, you cannot breach my barriers, Ren Shui Lao Zu stated with a darkened expression. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to using this innate supreme spiritual treasure, as it had not been refined. Furthermore, should the news of such a treasure leak, it would attract countless troubles. Now you address me as a fellow Taoist? Hand over the Western Cloud Realm pure color flag, and I may consider sparing you. Lin Changsheng replied coolly. Are you truly resolved to exhaust this to the bitter end with me? The countenance of Ren Shui Lao Zu changed dramatically. How could he possibly part with a preeminent innate spiritual treasure? You are mistaken, he asserted. It is not a matter of enduring. Rather, it is about slaying you. This treasure will still belong to me. Lin Changsheng declared with unwavering confidence that I concede that you possess numerous divine abilities and techniques. However, as long as I focus solely on defending with the Western Cloud Realm pure color banner, you shall not breach my defenses. These words were spoken by Ren Shui Lao Zu, who, in his fury, broke into a mocking laugh, lamenting that the slap to his face had come too swiftly. Is that so? This presents a perfect opportunity to test the might of the Hongmeng Liantan ruler. Lin Changsheng's voice fell. An ancient ruler materialized in the void. Subsequently, with the infusion of magical power, it underwent a frenzied transformation. Boundless worlds manifested, and the mysterious yellow aura of the Tao circulated, radiating golden spiritual light. The heavens trembled, and extraordinary phenomena erupted. Is this truly a preeminent, innate treasure? Rinxue Lao Zu exclaimed in shock and dread. Only an innate supreme treasure could evoke such celestial manifestations. It is over. If it is indeed a preeminent, innate treasure, he could not possibly withstand it. Just as Rinxue Lao Zu's soul was frayed with astonishment, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler struck forth. The mysterious yellow aura of the Tao violently sliced through the pure light of the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner. The sharp intent caused this preeminent, innate spiritual treasure to tremble violently. Block it! Rinxue Lao Zu's eyes were filled with rage as he frantically infused his magical power into the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner. Break! Lin Changsheng observed all of this with an impassive expression. Even if he were at the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal Realm, even with a preeminent, innate treasure, it was impossible to withstand the power of the innate merit treasure. It is known that Tai Yi had once relied on the innate treasure Chaos Bell to battle 4 or 5 ancestral witches, earning the title of the strongest quasi-saint beneath the sage. This illustrates the formidable might of innate supreme treasures. Even if there is only a single grade of difference from a preeminent innate treasure, the disparity is vast. Under the fearful gaze of Rinxue Lao Zu, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler shattered the defenses of the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner. This preeminent, innate treasure emitted a mournful cry, its spiritual light extinguished, and it was sent hurtling away. In the horrified and despairing eyes of Rinxue Lao Zu, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler completely engulfed him. Be why the shores of the northern S. At last, I am nearing the end of my journey across the northern sea. Lin Changsheng turned back to glance at the northern sea. That day, after slaying Rinxue Lao Zu, he had naturally collected the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner and the already damaged Rinxue Divine Pearl. Following that, he had been flying across the vast northern sea. During this time, he had encountered only a minor innate restriction. Aside from acquiring some spiritual materials, there was little else to be gained. Thus, it is understandable why the northern sea is considered remote and barren. However, seizing this opportunity, Lin Changsheng managed to refine the two treasures. The Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner is an innate treasure of the 5 directions. A preeminent, innate spiritual treasure. The refining process consumed some time. However, during the battle with Rinxue Lao Zu, the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner had sustained some damage and was currently being nurtured with his magical power within his body. For the time being, it could not be used as for the Rinxue Divine Pearl. It is merely a low-grade innate treasure and had suffered considerable damage. Lin Changsheng performed a slight refinement before embarking once more. After several hundred years, he finally arrived at the shores of the northern sea. However, he unexpectedly found himself on the western continent. That moment, Lin Changsheng seemed to sense something and gazed towards the eastern sea. A colossal 5-clawed golden dragon's phantom soared into the sky, letting out a resounding roar. The terrifying might was palpable even on the western continent. Has the ancestral dragon achieved the realm of the Hongmeng Golden Immortal? Lin Changsheng murmured to himself. Today, my ancestral dragon achieves the Hongmeng Golden Immortal, establishing the dragon clan and commanding the scaled and armored beings. Indeed, the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era has begun to unfold. Lin Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. Oh wonder the dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans are unable to attain the realm of the Hongmeng Luo Golden Immortal. It turns out they are relying on fate to establish their path. In the primordial realm, there are currently 3 methods to achieve the Hongmeng Luo Golden Immortal. One is the ancestral dragon's method of relying on fate to establish the path. However, fate is elusive and intangible. To condense the fate of a clan and break through the shackles of the Hongmeng Golden Immortal is nearly impossible. Behind this, there are not only the machinations of Hong Jun and Luo Ho, making it impossible for the Dragon Clan's fate to reach its peak, but also the calculations of the Heavenly Tao. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans have countless karmic debts and are already entangled in calamities. How could their fate establish a path to success? The second method is the Tao-based path. Speaking of this method, one must first discuss why the ancestral dragon achieves the Hongmeng Golden Immortal rather than a quasi-saint. Upon reaching the apex of the Luo Golden Immortal, if one establishes the path through the laws, one becomes a Hongmeng Golden Immortal as the understanding of the laws deepens and eventually reaches perfection. One can attain the completion of the Hongmeng Golden Immortal that if one uses Hongjuan's method of slaying the three corpses to break through boundaries, then one achieves the quasi-saint realm. With each corpse severed, the realm increases by one level. Ultimately, the merging of the three corpses signifies completion. After the calamity of the Dragon Han era, most have resorted to the method of slaying the three corpses for their path. This is not the point for now. After the completion of the Hongmeng Golden Immortal, to break through to the Hongmeng de Luo Golden Immortal, one needs to comprehend the Great Tao. Furthermore, it is necessary to master it to a certain extent before breaking through to the Hongmeng de Luo Golden Immortal. This method is the most challenging. After all, the Great Tao is reclusive, and comprehending it is exceedingly arduous. The challenges involved extend beyond mere foundation. They also encompass perception, fate, and more. The third method is the aforementioned method of slaying the three corpses. After slaying the three corpses, their merging signifies the completion of the quasi-saint further break through the boundaries. One requires the Hongmeng Purple Qi as the foundation of the Tao. However, the Hongmeng Purple Qi is predetermined by the heavens, leading to only figures like the three purities achieving sainthood. Each of the three methods possesses its own merits and demerits. Yet the Great Tao is natural. Different paths lead to the same destination. Ultimately, the goal is to achieve the Hongmeng de Luo Golden Immortal. Just as Lin Changsheng's thoughts settled in the direction of Mount Buzhou, a colossal golden qilin manifested, overshadowing the sun and shining brilliantly. Today I, the qilin, achieved the Hongmeng Golden Immortal, establishing the Qilin clan and commanding the scaled and walking beasts. It seemed to respond to the two clans from the direction of the southern immortal volcano. A massive Yuan Feng phantom let out a long cry. Today I, the Yuan Feng, achieved the Hongmeng Golden Immortal, establishing the Feng clan and commanding the avian creatures. With the establishment of the three clans, the heavenly Tao trembled, bestowing merits. All beings in the primordial realm were filled with awe. The leaders of the three clans received the merits and once again entered seclusion to refine their powers. In the Western Demon Ancestor Hall, Luo Ho, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes that the calamity finally about to commence. As long as I can obtain the four swords of Zhejian and reclaim the Zhejian formation map, I am confident that I can sweep away all obstacles to my path at this moment. Luo Ho's aura was no less formidable than that of the ancestral dragon, the Qilin, or the Yuan Feng. On Yujing Mountain, before Hongjun, there sat a figure strikingly similar to him. This was the good corpse that Hongjun had just severed. With the establishment of the three clans, the calamity has begun. It is also a game of chess between Luo Ho and myself. We shall see who can leverage the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era to attain that supreme Hongmeng. Upon concluding his words, Hongjun resumed his secluded meditation, dedicating himself entirely to elevating his realm, striving to sever the other two corpses at the earliest opportunity. The initial calamity of Long Han had commenced, and the clarity of the heavens and earth was no more. The ominous aura of calamity began to shroud the vast wilderness once again. Lin Changsheng cast a glance around before embarking on his journey to the Western continent. Everything was of no concern to him. His sole purpose was to amass resources to enhance his own cultivation. The moment he set foot on the Western continent, Lin Changsheng felt a slight discomfort, a manifestation of the power of demonic laws. The conflict between Luohu and Hongjun concluded with Luohu's defeat, one of the reasons being that the laws of heaven did not encompass the demonic laws. Thus, other than Lu, no other beings practiced the demonic path. For the heavenly laws to be complete, Luohu's demise was imperative. However, this was also an opportunity for Lin Changsheng to gain insight into the demonic laws, which might yield unexpected benefits for him. Of course, for Lin Changsheng, this was undoubtedly an exception to that moment. He began to concentrate on comprehending the demonic energy of the Western continent, soon entering a state of sudden enlightenment. Millennia passed. originally in seclusion. Lin Changsheng's entire being suddenly erupted with pitch-black demonic energy, manifesting as a terrifying inferno, akin to a demonic sovereign from beyond the heavens. He grasped the demonic laws at level 51 and comprehended the divine ability of the demonic flame spear. Remarkable, the demonic laws indeed possess their own peculiar advantages. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, and after millennia of enlightenment, he successfully comprehended the demonic laws, making his movements across the Western continent significantly more convenient. Thus, Lin Changsheng commenced his quest to scour various resources on the Western continent. Although it paled in comparison to the unmatched treasures of the Eastern continent's Buzhou Mountain Point one day, Lin Changsheng abruptly halted. Before him lay a colossal innate prohibitive formation, a rare sight on the Western continent, that a smile finally graced Lin Changsheng's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to decipher this innate prohibitive formation. Millennia later, Lin Changsheng's figure vanished from the original location, only to reappear within the depths of the innate prohibitive formation. Truly, it was a grand formation, abundant with treasures. Lin Changsheng commenced his thorough search, transplanting all spiritual roots and materials into the 100-herb diagram. This scene did not escape the notice of two pairs of eyes deep within the innate prohibitive formation, in the depths of the Western continent's innate prohibitive formation. A towering Bodhi tree surged upward from the earth, beneath which lay a pure source of innate gung metal that was none other than Jane and Juanting. This moment, during the initial calamity of Longhan, they had yet to reach the opportune moment for emergence, thus had not taken physical form. Brother, we have not yet reached the time to take form, and the innate formation is concealed within the void for protection. Why has a being intruded here, and even more astonishingly, stripped our spiritual roots and materials bare? Juanti exclaimed through gritted teeth. These resources were meant for them after their transformation. Have them ruthlessly plundered left them destitute upon their emergence? I know not. However, this individual emanates an overwhelmingly dense demonic aura. Could he be a subordinate of Lao? Jane could not fathom how this person managed to infiltrate the formation. Brother, I can no longer restrain myself. If this continues, what form shall we take? Juni was on the verge of a breakdown. The devastation left in the wake of this individual was most fittingly described as barren. Junior brother, refrain. Judging by the fluctuations in his aura, he is exceedingly formidable. Moreover, Luohu's influence in the West is currently incredibly stable and powerful. Should we provoke him? Even if he cannot harm us, he may still take other actions. Jane hastily intervened to stop Juni. But brother, shall we merely watch as he plunders our spiritual roots and materials? Juanti lamented. Silence. The individual approaches. Junior brother, restrain your aura and mind. Regardless of what occurs, we must not reveal ourselves, Jane urgently whispered, subsequently sealing his six senses. Though Juanti felt reluctant, the proximity allowed him to sense the overwhelming demonic flames emanating from the intruder, compelling him to comply with Jane's counsel. Soon, Lin Changsheng arrived at the innermost depths of the innate prohibitive formation. An innate supreme spiritual root Bodhi tree, alongside the source of innate gung metal. Such treasures. This item is indeed fated to be mine. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart, however, harboring a cold smirk. He had not anticipated that Jane and Juanti were competent actors, believing that sealing their six senses would render them undetectable. From the moment Lin Changsheng entered the innate prohibitive formation, he had sensed being watched, and thus had remained vigilant. Though he did not overhear their conversation, he could deduce that the two were likely attempting to bury their heads in the sand. Their most classic line, "This item is fated to be with us in the West," echoed in his mind. Yet Lin Changsheng bore no animosity towards them. Even feeling a twinge of sympathy, the calamity of Longhan was in truth a conflict between the Tao and the demon. The eventual outcome saw Hongjun uniting the ancestors of the universe. The ancestors of Yin and Yang, and the great immortal Yangmei, shattering the sword array of extermination. The cost was tremendous, with both the ancestors of the universe and Yin and Yang perishing in self-detonation, and Yangmei sustaining grave injuries. Liu met his end in a self-detonation that completed the heavenly Tao's demonic laws that in his madness. Lahu ignited the entire spiritual veins of the Western lands, rendering them barren and devoid of spiritual energy. The two unfortunate souls became scapegoats, burdened with the mission of revitalizing the West upon their transformation, unaware that all this was in service of Hongjuan's repayment of karmic debts, though their actions were somewhat despicable and shameless. They indeed spared no effort in the revitalization of the West. However, this had no bearing on Lin Changsheng, whose purpose was solely to seek resources. Now that he had discovered treasures, he intended to reap the benefits. Even if they were protected by the heavenly Tao, Jin, and Juni, since you have sealed your six senses and feigned ignorance of sentience, I shall indulge your performance. Regrettably, I have been commanded by Hongjun to infiltrate the Western Demon Clan and detonate the spiritual veins of the earth. I am uncertain if I will even escape the West alive. I shall temporarily leave these two items here, and, should I still be alive after the mission is complete, return to claim them. Lin Changsheng mused aloud. Hongjun? Who might that be? To infiltrate the Western Demon Clan, to detonate the spiritual veins of the earth. This Hongjun is quite mad. Does he not fear incurring immense karmic retribution? If the spiritual veins are destroyed, the West shall truly meet its demise. Jin and Junti could not help but seethe with rage upon hearing this. Yet they dared not act out. They had overheard such a significant secret. Should they be discovered to have attained sentience, surely there would be consequences. Fortunately, this individual seemed disinclined to take action against them, which they deemed a stroke of immense luck. However, the notion of leaving empty-handed gnawed at Lin Changsheng's conscience. Perhaps I shall take a branch and some innate gung metal, he concluded to himself, while he was certain he could not take the Bodhi tree or the innate gung metal source. Even if Jin and Junti were not his match, under the laws of heaven, such an endeavor would be futile. Once they find themselves in peril, they will inevitably respond. Thus, as before, he merely wishes to extract some of the primordial essence. With this, he can return and utilize the great path of creation and the art of awakening to allow them to regrow and regain their sentience. The thought of the newly born Jin and Juni trailing behind him, calling him Daozuan, is exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Jin and Junti immediately felt a tightening in a certain part of their being. The audacity to extract a branch and primordial essence is indeed harmful to them. It could take them millions or even billions of years to recover. Junti was so enraged that she nearly exploded. However, recalling her senior brother's words and the imposing presence of the individual before them, she ultimately chose to endure. Alas, she wondered which branch of the Bodhi tree possessed enough essence for her to refine. If it were insufficient, she might have to cut down several more. Which one shall I cut? Lin Changsheng declared, his fingers poised like a sword, dark demonic energy swirling ominously around them. Jane was on the verge of losing control. Brother, please aim carefully. Just tell me which branch you desire. I beg you. This up and down is quite frightening. At last, Lin Changsheng selected a branch, hoping the essence contained within would suffice. As he did so, Jane let out a sigh of relief. Gritting her teeth, she condensed 1/10 of her primordial essence onto the branch. 1/10 is no trivial matter. It is substantial. More than that would indeed harm her essence, affecting her very path. Just this fraction required her to expend billions of years in secluded cultivation to regain. Jane felt a pang of bitterness. Yet compared to the prospect of losing more, this outcome was somewhat acceptable. With a decisive snap, Lin Changsheng severed the branch. After gauging the primordial essence within, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This will suffice for planting and nurturing. Jane exhibited some understanding. Now, only the innate Gungjin primordial essence remained. With her senior brother's example in mind, and wary of further cuts, Junti, though reluctant, also contributed 1/10 of her essence. Not bad, Lin Changsheng remarked, casting a glance over the entire innate prohibitive formation before departing the area. Within the innate prohibitive formation, Jane and Juni dared to release their spiritual consciousness only after confirming his departure. Senior brother, I have lost 1/10 of my primordial essence. At this rate, our transformation will be delayed even further, Junti lamented, on the verge of tears. Alas, I share your plight. This grudge must be avenged once we transform. However, It is surprising that this individual was sent by Hong Jun to infiltrate the demon clan. Jane pondered thoughtfully. Compared to the loss of primordial essence, the ramifications of the situation seemed far graver. Hong Jun is quite insidious, indeed, attempting to obliterate the Earth's spiritual vein of the West. Without the spiritual vein, the West will be rendered utterly barren, with primordial spiritual energy exceedingly sparse. Senior brother, should we inform Luohu of this? Zhuanti seethed with frustration. This Hong Jun is far too treacherous. Inform. Do you wish for death? If that madman Luohu discovers our existence, do you think we will ever have a chance to transform? Jane hastily interjected. Although they had not yet emerged into the world, they had witnessed enough of Luohu's recent activities in the West. The entire region lay under the control of the demon clan, mercilessly slaughtering any beings that resisted. What shall we do? Zhuanti exclaimed anxiously. What can we do? We can only hope Luohu discovers this infiltrating demon clan before it is too late. Jane sighed heavily. Exiting the innate prohibitive formation, Lin Changsheng wore a faint smile. Blaming Hong Jun was indeed a spontaneous thought. However, if one were to delve deeper, it was not entirely unfounded that in the battle between Tao and Demon, Luohu's detonation of the Earth's spiritual vein was undoubtedly his fault. Yet he had also embodied the laws of the demons to complete the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Hong Jun would bear the burden of this karmic retribution, yet he was solely focused on merging with the Tao, leaving no time to repay this karmic debt. Thus, he recruited these two scapegoats to assist him in repayment. Otherwise, how could he have taken Jane and Zhuanyi as disciples? Lin Changsheng himself remained untouched by karma. So even in shifting blame onto Hong Jun, he would not become entangled in any karmic repercussions. That he was genuinely curious to see the reactions of Jane and Zhuanyi during the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Thus, Lin Changsheng continued to scour the resources of the Western continent. One day, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily rich primordial spiritual energy. Could there be a great earth spiritual vein here? He halted abruptly, distinctly feeling the spiritual energy intensify 100-fold. He quickly employed his divine abilities to delve underground, discovering a spiritual vein indeed. It lay coiled like a colossal dragon deep within the earth. Although merely a branch of the earth's spiritual vein, its magnitude was impressive, just what he needed to break through his realm. Lin Changsheng immediately recognized this as merely a branch. Even so, the richness of the primordial spiritual energy was beyond imagination. If he employed the mixed element creation technique to absorb it, it would surely aid in his breakthrough. With this thought, Lin Changsheng set up a formation on the spot and began to circulate the mixed element creation technique for seclusion and cultivation. In that moment, he transformed into a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy, violently drawing the primordial spiritual energy from the branch into his being, unperturbed by the risk of being overwhelmed. Time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, a powerful aura erupted from within Lin Changsheng, shattering the vortex of spiritual energy. He had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a significant advancement. Satisfied, he assessed his cultivation level. He was evidently several times stronger than in the early stage. Should he encounter the previous Ren Water ancestor now, dispatching him would pose little challenge. The only regret remained his insufficient physical cultivation. It seemed he would need to make another journey to the unbreakable mountain. However, there was no urgency. After thoroughly scouring the western continent, he would venture to the southern continent before ultimately returning to the eastern continent. It was a pity about these earth's spiritual veins. Lin Changsheng gazed at the abundant spiritual vein before him and sighed. This was all nurtured by the heavens and earth, its value immeasurable. It was truly a pity that it had been destroyed by Luo Ho. Perhaps I could employ my dream path to establish a dream realm here, a ruse to deceive Luo Ho. In doing so, I could safeguard these earthly spiritual veins. Once my dream version of the primordial world is completed, it would indeed become another realm suitable for cultivation. However, to mislead Luo Ho, my current cultivation level is insufficient. Though my comprehension of the Great Way is adequate, I would need to utilize the dream embroidery handkerchief. Regrettably, the grade of this handkerchief is merely of the innate upper grade. If only it could reach the innate supreme grade. It would surely be capable of achieving a level of authenticity that could confuse even the keenest observer. But a solution came to Lin Changsheng as inspiration struck him. He produced a lump of merit, garnered from the fierce beasts he had slain along his journey. Should he refine it into the handkerchief, it might elevate its grade. Lin Changsheng swiftly analyzed the feasibility of this endeavor in his mind. Although the dream embroidery handkerchief is an innate upper-grade spiritual treasure, it had once been a chaotic spiritual treasure. Thus, its material could indeed be upgraded to the innate supreme grade. Furthermore, within this spiritual treasure, there are 36 restrictions, making it one of the finest among innate upper grades. It only lacked one restriction to ascend to the innate supreme treasure. Moreover, there were some restrictions that were merely broken. Therefore, enhancing the grade of this treasure was not entirely impossible. Lin Changsheng had comprehended the celestial refinement technique from the way of artifacts. With the support of this profound ability, combined with the merit, he had a significant chance of elevating this innate upper-grade treasure to a supreme grade. Thus, he decided to proceed with the attempt. Since the construction of the dream realm was essential, preserving these earthly spiritual veins was undoubtedly the best course of action. Should it fail, Lin Changsheng would have no choice but to abandon the endeavor. However, he did not rush to act. Instead, he immersed his primordial spirit into the dream embroidery handkerchief, beginning to familiarize himself with the shattered restrictions. In this manner, Lin Changsheng entered a wondrous state. With the aid of his exceptional insight, he quickly grasped the principles behind these broken restrictions. The next step was to employ his celestial refinement technique. In conjunction with the merit, to repair these fractured restrictions, point 1 must not underestimate this undertaking. Each restriction required utmost caution. Should the energy of any restriction become unstable, it could easily lead to an explosion, resulting in a potential decline in the treasure-esque grade. Though repairing a single restriction would elevate the number to 37, rendering the dream embroidery handkerchief an innate supreme treasure, such a limited number of restrictions would still be among the lowest ranks of innate supreme treasures. Thus, Lin Changsheng planned to restore at least 5 restrictions at this moment. Lin Changsheng sat in a dignified posture, the innate upper-grade spiritual treasure, the dream embroidery handkerchief, shimmering with a myriad of colors before him. The once substantial lump of merit had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the handkerchief radiated with brilliant light, and various phenomena began to unfold. Soon, it returned to tranquility, and Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. After expending several millennia's worth of time, he had finally repaired 7 restrictions, a feat that exceeded his expectations, primarily due to the efficacy of the celestial refinement technique. As his proficiency increased, he managed to restore additional restrictions. Now, the number of restrictions within the dream embroidery handkerchief had reached 43, still 5 short of the pinnacle of 48. Had he not run out of merit, Lin Changsheng would have eagerly pursued the restoration to the top grade of innate supreme treasure. Moreover, with sufficient merit, even achieving innate divine treasure status was within reach. After a brief period of recovery, he would attempt to construct the dream realm. After countless millennia dedicated to restoring the restrictions, even with Lin Changsheng's formidable primordial spirit, he felt considerable fatigue. Thus, he entered a meditative state for several hundred years until his mental energy was fully replenished. It was time to commence. With a thought, Lin Changsheng summoned the dream embroidery handkerchief, which soared into the air, expanding rapidly under the infusion of his magical power. Soon, it enveloped the entire branch of the spiritual vein. Lin Changsheng's dream path erupted forth, intertwining with the essence of the Great Way. In that moment, a connection was forged between the dream realm and Lin Changsheng, which would construct itself in accordance with his thoughts, without a moment's hesitation. Lin Changsheng directly replicated a branch of the earthly spiritual vein. Even Luo Ho, several realms above him, would find it impossible to perceive any anomalies unless he were to personally arrive. Previously, Luo Ho had detonated the western earthly vein through his primordial spirit and magical power. As long as his primordial spirit covered the area, any irregularities would be challenging to detect. Moreover, at that time, Luo Ho was on the brink of death and lacked the mental focus to sense intricacies. Just as he completed this task, the heavenly Tao trembled. A vast lump of merit descended from the heavens. landing before Lin Changsheng, surpassing the rewards from slaying a formidable beast of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Was there a merit reward? Lin Changsheng was startled, but quickly realized the situation, hastily collecting the merit before departing the area. In the Western Demon Ancestor Hall, Luo Ho, who was in deep meditation, opened his eyes. Puzzled, why would merit descend upon the West? Could it be that a fierce beast was slain in my territory? After pondering, Luo Ho could only arrive at this conclusion. Moreover, this sudden appearance of merit hardly constituted a major event. With his thought, he summoned his subordinate, the heavenly demon Wuxiang. Lord Demon Ancestor, how may I serve you? The heavenly demon Wuxiang respectfully inquired. The Dragon Han initial catastrophe has commenced. The actions of Wu Feng and Wu Tian among the Dragon and Phoenix clans are proceeding smoothly. Now ensure that the arrangements for the extermination sword array are in order. You are to check on its status. Remember, the extermination sword array is crucial to my path to enlightenment. Any oversight is unacceptable. Luo Ho stated gravely. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Demon Ancestor. With that, the heavenly demon Wuxiang departed the hall, flying towards Mount Shumi. This mountain was the ancestral vein of the Western Earth, and also the location where Pangu sealed the 4 extermination swords. Aside from Luo Ho, none of the other demons dared approach Mount Shumi down on the eastern continent, at Yujing Mountain. Heavenly merit descends. What trickery is Luo Ho up to? Though Hong Jun suspected it might be merit acquired from slaying fierce beasts. They were currently at a critical juncture, an era where both sought enlightenment, that a slight misstep could determine the victor. Thus, Hong Jun decisively utilized fragments of the Creation Jade Tablet to ascertain the reason behind the descent of merit. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he found only a void. Could it possibly be that mysterious alchemist again? Ever since witnessing his ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal and the resulting phenomena, Hong Jun no longer referred to him as a senior. With his current prowess, no one in the primordial realm deserved the title of senior. In Hong Jun's view, this individual surely possessed a treasure that concealed his aura. Why would he appear in the West at this time? Could it be that he hails from the Western continent? Hong Jun's brow furrowed deeply, and no matter how he pondered, he found no leads and could only silently commit this matter to memory. Lin Changsheng had not anticipated that receiving a merit reward would draw Hong Jun's attention. He had not expected that constructing a dream realm upon the earthly spiritual vein would yield such merit. At this moment, Lin Changsheng had long distanced himself from the spiritual veins and branches that avoid detection. He altered his course numerous times before finally coming to a halt in this instant of stillness. An epiphany struck him, illuminating the reason behind the sudden bestowal of merits from the heavens. It was undeniable that Luo, who must perish. However, the spiritual veins of the Western lands need not be utterly destroyed. The obliteration of these veins would also represent a significant loss and blow to the heavenly order. Thus, Lin Changsheng had preemptively arranged a dream realm, thereby preventing the destruction of this particular branch. The innate talent of immeasurable merit would be granted simply for undertaking actions beneficial to the functioning of the primordial world. This was the reason for the trembling of the heavenly order, which had rained down merits. Consequently, he could continuously construct dream realms upon various branches, thereby accruing more merit rewards. In such a scenario, it was conceivable that he might restore the dream tapestry to the status of a primordial treasure. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as he could restore the dream tapestry to the level of a primordial treasure, he would have the confidence to establish a dream realm upon the ancestral veins of the earth without being detected by Luo. The ancestral veins of the earth were a veritable source of immense merit. With this thought, Lin Changsheng found himself brimming with impatience. He then tirelessly sought out the branches of the earth's spiritual veins. Upon arriving at each branch, he would construct a dream realm. Each time the heavenly order trembled, merits would descend, that on the first occasion of merit descending, Luo Hu and Hong Jun might remain indifferent. However, a succession of such occurrences would surely alarm both Luo Hu and Hong Jun in the Demon Ancestor Hall. Luo Hu seethed with fury. What the hell is happening? He roared. Why has there been a continuous stream of merits descending upon the Western continent during this time? The Western continent was his domain, and the fact that it had slipped from his grasp, rendering him unable to predict even the slightest detail, infuriated him further. The entire demon ancestor hall shook under the weight of Luo Hu's wrath. All demon kin, go forth and uncover the cause of these descending merits. After a fit of rage, Luo Hu reluctantly dispatched his subordinates to investigate. In contrast to Luo Hu, Hong Jun was far less composed. Luo Hu, what new tricks are you playing at? With the merits descending, Hong Jun found himself unable to focus on his cultivation. If the heavenly order were assisting Luo Hu, then his own path to enlightenment would be utterly hopeless. What on earth is happening? Who can enlighten me? The situation, slipping from control and shrouded in uncertainty, drove him to the brink of madness. This cannot continue. It is far too passive, with a decisive glint in his eyes. Hong Jun resolved to venture to the west to probe Luo Hu. However, he could not undertake this alone. With this thought, he sought out the ancestor of heaven and earth and the ancestor of yin and yang, transmitting a mental message inviting them to a discussion at Jade Capital Mountain. Upon arriving at Jade Capital Mountain, the ancestor of heaven and earth expressed confusion. Hong Jun, have you not been in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough? Why the sudden urgency to summon us? My dear friends, Hong Jun replied candidly, I must confess, the Western continent has been experiencing a continuous descent of merits. My heart is in turmoil, and I can no longer remain in seclusion. With a weary smile, Hong Jun added, Indeed, it is concerning. I too have pondered this for quite some time, yet have gleaned no useful information. The ancestor of yin and yang chimed in. Now that the calamity of ferocious beasts has concluded, with scarcely a remnant left, it is exceedingly rare to encounter one even after 1,000,000 years. Therefore, I suspect that these merits cannot simply be attributed to slaying ferocious beasts. Hong Jun stated gravely. The ancestor of heaven and earth nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hong Jun's perspective. Are you suggesting that the mysterious alchemist is behind this? The ancestor of yin and yang took up the thread of conversation. Indeed, Hong Jun affirmed. This enigmatic alchemist appears to have materialized out of thin air, eluding any useful calculations. Yet with every appearance, there's a connection to merits. Hong Jun gazed into the void, deep in thought. In retrospect, there are numerous points of suspicion. During the first instance of heavenly merit descending, we hastened to the site to investigate. Although we did not uncover useful information, it was indeed linked to the ferocious beasts. Subsequently, with the repeated occurrences of heavenly merit, the heavenly order revealed the formula and methods for concocting the slaughter pill. Thus, is it possible that before the formula was disclosed, this mysterious alchemist had yet to produce the slaughter pill? If he has not made the slaughter pill and has merely slain ferocious beasts, how then has he acquired these merits? The implications are chilling. The more Hong Jun contemplated, the more he found this individual terrifying. Your words hold true. Hong Jun, were it not for this mysterious alchemist's ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal, causing a tremor in the heavenly order, we would remain oblivious to the fact that he has yet to reach the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, he has managed to manifest the 12-petal 3 flowers. This lineage likely surpasses even you, Hong Jun, the ancestor of heaven and earth remarked. Not only that, this individual has evidently gained the acknowledgement of the Tao, which is exceedingly alarming. Even we find it immensely challenging to comprehend the Tao, the ancestor of yin and yang added. The 3 fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with their unease. The deeper they delved, the more apprehensive they became of this mysterious alchemist. What worries me now is why this individual is present in the Western continent. What actions could have led to the continuous descent of merits? If he is allied with Luo Hu, we must consider how formidable an opponent we are up against, Hong Jun said gravely. This was indeed his greatest concern. It was the unknown that instilled fear. What do you mean, my friend? The ancestor of heaven and earth recognized that Hong Jun's summons could not be so simple. The ancestor of yin and yang also turned to Hong Jun, awaiting his next words. Therefore, I propose that both of you accompany me on a journey to test the waters with Luo Hu and discern what has transpired. Only then can we devise a comprehensive strategy. Hong Jun declared. Very well, I shall accompany you. Hong Jun, The ancestor of heaven and earth replied decisively, I am keen to uncover what schemes Luo, who is orchestrating, if he's been so brazen. It's high time we show him some resistance. The ancestor of Yin and Yang quickly affirmed his stance. Excellent, Hong Jun nodded with a smile. The three set forth towards the western continent. With their cultivation as primordial golden immortals, they swiftly arrived at the western lands. Their presence enveloping the entirety of the region without restraint. Lin Changsheng, ensconced within a small innate restrictive formation, looked up at the sky upon sensing the arrival of Hong Jun and the others. The conflict between the Tao and the demons could not have escalated so swiftly. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were merely experiencing minor frictions. The calamity's malevolent aura had yet to reach its peak. Thus, the outbreak of the calamity was still distant. However, Hong Jun's appearance at this juncture was indeed peculiar. Could it be related to the continuous descent of merits? Lin Changsheng deduced the answer with a mere moment's reflection. The demon clan had been unusually active in the western continent of late, seemingly in search of the reason behind the heavenly merits. Even Luo, who could not remain idle, let alone Hong Jun, who was far removed in the eastern continent, seemed the commotion he had stirred was rather significant. Having comprehended this, Lin Changsheng chose not to concern himself with their impending actions for now. He had amassed considerable merit and could continue restoring the dream tapestry. This time, he was determined to repair the restrictions within it to a total of 49. Once he achieved the level of a primordial treasure, he would be able to confidently and boldly arrange the dream realm upon Mount Sumiyu, in the demon ancestor hall. Luo, who fumed. Hong Jun, are you seeking to instigate conflict? Rohu suddenly opened his eyes. His black hair billowing with an ethereal energy, a murderous intent surged forth, reaching the heavens. The god-slaying spear beside him seemed to sense Rohu's fury, resonating with a continuous hum, eager to join him in battle and savor the blood of their foes. Rohu grasped the god-slaying spear with determination and vanished from the demon ancestor temple, reappearing before Hong Jun. Rohu, do not be so arrogant that we have yet to settle the score for your previous schemes against us. The ancestors of Yin and Yang, along with the ancestor of Qian, shouted in unison upon witnessing Rohu's emergence. Settle the score? Do you truly believe you are capable of that? Is it that I can no longer wield the god-slaying spear? Or have you grown too presumptuous? Rohu's laughter echoed, a deafening sound that resonated with an air of defiance. The forces of darkness reveled in their brazen audacity. The expressions of the ancestors of Yin and Yang and Qian darkened considerably. Truth be told, facing a madman like Rohu left them feeling decidedly uneasy. This lunatic not only practiced the laws of the demonic path, but also possessed numerous spiritual treasures. Offensively, he wielded the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, while defensively he was protected by the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Defeating him would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Rohu, one must engage in combat to truly gauge their opponent's strength. Since we have come here, we shall not cower before you to tea this moment. Hong Jun was determined to maintain his momentum. Then let us battle. There is no need for further idle chatter. Rohu's long hair billowed as demonic energy surged around him. The god-slaying spear aimed menacingly at Hong Jun. Eventually, we shall clash. However, engaging in combat now would be futile, Hong Jun replied calmly. His intention to refrain from confrontation was not due to a lack of confidence, but rather an acknowledgement of the current equilibrium in power. You come to my western continent to exert your pressure. Could it be that your mind has succumbed to madness? Rohu retorted with a cold laugh. Allow me to inquire, why has there been a continuous bestowal of merit upon the western continent during this time? Hong Jun, straightforward in his approach, posed the question directly, accompanied by the ancestors of Qian and Yin Yang. He had come to interrogate Rohu regarding the matter of merit. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng had found a secure location and commenced his seclusion. Before him, the dream-weaving silk floated in the void, a radiant mass of merit shimmering with golden light beside it. Such a versatile substance proved to be exceptionally useful. Should he acquire sufficient merit, Lin Changsheng might be able to restore the dream-weaving silk to the level of a primordial spiritual treasure. Yet, this remained merely a possibility. Even with ample merit, his current strength rendered such restoration implausible. His realm was too low, compounded by his limited comprehension of the path of artifacts. Repairing this fragmented primordial treasure would be exceedingly difficult. It could only be said that in the future, once his power had grown, there might be a glimmer of hope. To this moment, he had focused his mind and began diligently repairing the prohibitions within the dream-weaving silk. This time, even with the assistance of the heavenly refinement technique, he had to exercise utmost caution. The prohibitions became increasingly intricate as he progressed, elevating the difficulty of the repairs several degrees compared to the earlier stages. Therefore, not a single mistake could be afforded. Outside the demon ancestor temple, Hongjun inquired directly, "Rohu, what is the reason behind the recent continuous bestowal of merit upon the Western continent?" So that was the issue at hand. Rohu contemplated within. Initially, he had suspected that Hongjun had orchestrated this disturbance, but now it seemed that Hongjun was equally unaware. This revelation allowed him to feel somewhat reassured, as long as it was not Hongjun's doing. He retained control of the situation. "Why would I divulge that information to you?" Rohu sneered. "Even if I were aware, I would not disclose it." Such a response was anticipated by Hongjun, who would not have spoken the truth in Rohu's position either. "The truth is, I have deduced a vague piece of information. That is why I brought my two companions to seek out that alchemical master. The release of pressure was merely to inform you of this matter, in hopes that you would not interfere." Hongjun stated calmly, "An alchemical master. How could I forget him? If it is indeed him, there is a possibility." Yet Rohu pondered, what could his presence in the Western continent signify? It appeared he was not aligned with Hongjun's faction. "Do you think the Western continent is your Jade Capital Mountain? If you wish to search, you must first engage in battle." Rohu would not permit Hongjun to proceed unchallenged. Hongjun regarded Rohu with narrowed eyes, while the ancestors of Qiankuan and Yin Yang exchanged glances, producing their favored spiritual treasures, poised to strike at the madman upon Hongjun's command. Rohu, however, maintained an air of indifference, not regarding them as a threat. This peculiar atmosphere lingered for a while until Hongjun finally spoke, "Let us depart." The ancestors of Qiankuan and Yin Yang opened their mouths to speak, but ultimately followed Hongjun's lead and turned to leave. Rohu cast a glance after them before returning to the demon ancestor temple. It now appeared that the alchemical master was indeed the likely source of the recent disturbances, the culmination of the 12th grade and the bestowal of merit. What schemes or plans could he harbor? After pondering for a moment, Rohu found himself at a loss and decided to dismiss the thought. What did it matter about such a culmination, as long as I can attain the Tao of the primordial great Luo during this calamity? I shall be impervious to destruction. In that case, even the heavenly Tao will be powerless against me. Rohu's character was flamboyant and straightforward. As long as he was certain that this was not a ploy of Hongjun's, he would not invest further concern. Meanwhile, Hongjun, silent as ever, led the ancestors of Qiankuan and Yin Yang back to Jade Capital Mountain. "Hongjun, does this not mean our journey was in vain?" Upon their return, the ancestor of Qiankuan eagerly inquired. The ancestor of Yin Yang cast a questioning glance at Hongjun as well. My objectives have been achieved. Hongjun finally revealed a smile of relief. Objectives achieved? The ancestors exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. It seemed they had made a fruitless trip. How could their objectives have been met? "Hongjun, you are not clinging to your pride while suffering in silence, are you?" Fortunately, Hongjun discerned their doubts and promptly clarified. "When I expressed my desire to seek out that alchemical master in the Western continent, Rohu refused. If this alchemical master were indeed connected to him, he would never have declined, for he knows that this master is beyond prediction, not to mention locating him. Having battled with Rohu for many years, I understand him all too well." While confirming that Rohu had no ties to this enigmatic alchemical master, Hongjun still harbored some concern, fearing that this individual might disrupt his plans since, as you say, there is no need for further worry. This person has only recently ascended to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. And with his cultivation level, it is impossible for him to thwart our plans. That he likely possesses a treasure that conceals his aura. The ancestor of Qiankuan expressed his relief. "Indeed, as long as we can pursue the path of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, he will inevitably be brought to light." the ancestor of Yin Yang, added with a smile. It seemed I had been narrow-minded after all. Upon hearing the words of the two individuals, Hong Jun could not help but smile. Indeed, it was merely a matter of possessing a treasure that could shield one's own aura. With his cultivation level, it was utterly impossible for him to interfere with their plans. However, Yin Yang, you have made a mistake. It is I who pursues the great Tao. Not we, Ati last. Hong Jun cast this matter aside and resumed his seclusion. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng, the party involved, continued to mend the restrictions of the dream-weaving silk. As he had anticipated, the further he progressed, the more arduous the repairs became. Merely restoring a single restriction would require tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. Fortunately, despite the considerable time expended, he ultimately succeeded in restoring the restrictions that, in the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. He had finally repaired the restrictions of the dream-weaving silk to a total of 48. At this moment, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, and he had not expected that merely restoring 5 restrictions would consume such an extensive amount of time. Only one final restriction remained before it could be considered a congenital supreme treasure. However, Lin Changsheng did not feel anxious. The focused effort on repairing the restrictions over these millions of years had left his primordial spirit exceedingly weary. Thus, he knew he needed to replenish his spirit before tackling the last restriction. According to his estimations, the energy and time required for this final restriction would far exceed that of the previous repairs. Although it was merely a single restriction, it determined the different levels of a spiritual treasure, especially the vast disparity between congenital supreme treasures and congenital supreme treasures of the highest caliber. To be frank, given Lin Changsheng's current comprehension of the array laws, success was far from guaranteed. Presently, his understanding of the array laws had reached a remarkable degree of 90. He could first grasp the great Tao from the array laws, and then refine the heavenly refinement treasure technique anew. When Lin Changsheng departed from the Penglai fairy island, his comprehension level of the array laws was only 68. However, during his journey westward, the continuous dismantling of congenital restricted formations had deepened his understanding of the array laws. Particularly, the repairs to the shattered restrictions of the dream-weaving silk had further elevated his comprehension. Coupled with his innate talent and wisdom, such progress was entirely reasonable. Both the array laws and the Tao of alchemy required distinct practices and insights, and a dual approach would expedite understanding. With the dream-weaving silk only one restriction away from ascending to the status of a congenital supreme treasure, Lin Changsheng, however, did not possess complete confidence in his ability to succeed. After all, the power of a congenital supreme treasure and that of a congenital supreme treasure of the highest caliber were worlds apart. Hence, it was only natural for him to seek to fully comprehend the array laws before pursuing the Tao of arrays. And so, he immersed himself in understanding. Soon, Lin Changsheng entered a remarkably wondrous state. The heavens were relatively clear, and the Tao of heaven was reviving, making it easier to comprehend the laws. Array law runes surrounded Lin Changsheng, and his understanding deepened continuously. Time in the primordial chaos was unfathomable, and tens of millions of years slipped by. Lin Changsheng remained in a profound state of enlightenment. At this point, his comprehension of the array laws had reached an astounding 99. Only one final step stood between him and the Tao of arrays. One day, the runes of the array laws suddenly radiated with brilliant light, undergoing a qualitative transformation into the resonance of the great Tao. At that moment, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes that he had successfully ascended to the Tao of arrays. Lin Changsheng exhaled in relief. The elevation of laws to the great Tao was indeed a formidable challenge. For other beings, the opportunity to comprehend the great Tao was nearly non-existent. Only Lin Changsheng, favored by the great Tao and aided by his own innate understanding, could afford such audacity. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng continued to delve into the Tao of arrays. Time and cultivation slipped away unnoticed, especially for someone like Lin Changsheng, whose progress was smooth and effortless in the blink of an eye. Tens of millions of years passed once more. He had finally elevated his understanding of the Tao of arrays to 45. The heavenly refinement treasure technique had also been cultivated. It was time to begin the restoration of the final restriction. The advancements in the Tao of arrays significantly bolstered Lin Changsheng's confidence in addressing the last restriction. His mental energy began to analyze the shattered 49th restriction. Indeed, it was exceedingly intricate and thoroughly broken, equivalent to Lin Changsheng needing to recreate an entirely new restriction. Fortunately, he still had a surplus of merit, for without it, he would not dare to guarantee success. In the following time, Lin Changsheng immersed himself in the restoration and creation of the 49th restriction. Meanwhile, the primordial continent was gradually enveloped by the ominous energy of calamity. The heavens and earth began to grow murky. After the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans consolidated their powers, they frantically expanded their territories, leading to constant friction and bloodshed among the three clans. Each day, countless beings perished in the primordial realm. However, relative to the vast population of the three clans, these losses were merely a drop in the ocean. This was still under the constraints imposed by the clan leaders. Otherwise, a great war would have already erupted. Lin Changsheng remained completely unaware of all that transpired in the outside world. He was presently at a critical juncture. The 49th restriction had reached its final step. Should he succeed, this spiritual treasure would ascend to the level of a congenital supreme treasure. The resonance of the Tao of arrays shone brilliantly. The dream-weaving silk emitted a golden light, and various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. Finally, when the manifestations of the dream-weaving silk reached their zenith, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes once more that he had succeeded. Despite the fatigue evident on his face, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The dream-weaving silk had finally been restored to the level of a congenital supreme treasure. At this moment, the dream-weaving silk was enveloped in a misty, enchanting hue. Once paired with Lin Changsheng's dream Tao, it could effortlessly draw enemies into the realm of dreams, as long as the dream realm remained unbroken. The enemies would be eternally suppressed within it, an unfathomable display of dominance. After toying with it for a while, Lin Changsheng stored the dream-weaving silk and began to meditate to recover. Next, he would venture to Mount Shumi to construct the realm of dreams. When that time came, the influx of merit would undoubtedly be substantial. That it was highly likely this would attract the attention of the spirit of Luo, who, at that moment, he would have to flee without hesitation. After meditating for several hundred years, Lin Changsheng set off. Mount Shumi, while not as towering and vast as the Pillar of Heaven, was still a renowned mountain in the Western continent. Remarkably beautiful, grand, and abundant in spiritual energy. The warning. 47,000 kilometers to your southeast lies a sealing formation, but a celestial demon is currently arranging something there. It would be wise for you to exercise caution and avoid detection. A sealing formation. Lin Changsheng furrowed his brow for a moment before his eyes brightened. Could it be the sword chart of the Exalted Immortal and the Exalted Immortal Sword Formation? Indeed, these two treasures had long been sealed beneath Mount Shumi. Luo, whose motivation for inciting conflict among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans was to leverage the calamity's energy and the spiritual energy from beneath Mount Shumi to break the Panga seal and acquire the 4 Exalted Immortal Swords and the Exalted Immortal Formation chart. If he could obtain this supreme killing formation of the heavenly Tao, his power would undoubtedly surge. As for the celestial demon's activities, without a moment's hesitation, it was evident that the figure before him was dispatched by Luo Ho. Nevertheless, Lin Changsheng resolved to investigate further. With the innate treasure, the dream-weaving handkerchief, in his possession, he believed he would remain undetected. Even if he were discovered, he felt confident in his ability to contend with the celestial demon of the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Changsheng harbored no desire to engage in conflict with this celestial demon, for this was a location of paramount importance to Luo Ho. Point 1 could never be certain that Luo Ho had not established additional arrangements in this realm. With this thought in mind, Lin Changsheng swiftly employed the Earth Escape technique, making his way toward the location indicated by the Eye of Insight. Before long, he came to a halt. Within his perception, he sensed the presence of the celestial demon just ahead. That moment, he concealed his aura, and the dream-weaving handkerchief emitted a mystical, ethereal glow, while the Dream Path's rhythm resonated outward. Lin Changsheng was in the process of constructing an illusory dream realm. This world was designed solely for him to observe the extermination sword array from a close distance, purposefully avoiding detection by the celestial demon, who seemed oblivious to any anomalies. After a considerable time, Lin Changsheng finally retracted the dream-weaving handkerchief. The dream realm was now fully established, seamlessly integrated with the surroundings, as long as he refrained from emitting his aura. The celestial demon would remain unaware of his presence. Lin Changsheng continued to advance. When discussing the 4 extermination swords and the extermination array diagram, one cannot help but mention the great deity Pangu. During Pangu's creation of the heavens, he faced relentless obstruction from the 3,000 chaos demons. In a fit of rage, Pangu wielded the earth-shattering axe, vanquishing the 3,000 chaos demons. The earth-shattering axe is said to be another innate treasure born alongside Pangu. Absorbing the essence and blood of the 3,000 chaos demons, thus transforming into the foremost weapon of the heavenly Tao, the 4 extermination swords. The corpses of the 3,000 chaos demons morphed into the extermination array diagram. Individually, both the 4 extermination swords and the extermination array diagram are classified as supreme innate spiritual treasures, but when combined, they become an innate treasure capable of establishing the foremost killing array of the heavenly Tao. The extermination sword array. The 4 extermination swords consist of the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. Each sword possesses boundless transformative potential, exhibiting profound and intricate changes. Once the sword array is formed, only the 4 saints can hope to breach it. However, the 4 extermination swords and the extermination array diagram do not possess the ability to augment fortune. When Hongjun bestowed the 4 extermination swords and the extermination array diagram to Tong Tian, Tong Tian attempted to utilize them to suppress the fortunes of the Jiejiao, yet the overwhelming aura of slaughter ultimately proved unsustainable in the long term. This doomed the Jiejiao to its eventual demise. These revelations flickered through Lin Changsheng's mind. Regardless of how future generations may extol their virtues, the power of the 4 extermination swords and the extermination array diagram is certainly no exaggeration. Before long, Lin Changsheng came to a stop. A resplendent array now obstructed his path. Beneath the array, a celestial demon was continuously manipulating a series of minor formations, entirely unaware of Lin Changsheng lurking in the dream realm. It was indeed a spirit-gathering array and a blood-drawing array. With Lin Changsheng's comprehension of the art of formations, he instantly discerned the purpose of these 2 arrays. The spirit-gathering array was designed to absorb the innate spiritual energy from the Earth's ancestral veins, while the blood-drawing array siphoned the blood and malevolence from the heavens and earth. The dual purpose of these grand arrays was to erode the sealing formation of the 4 extermination swords. However, at present, the malevolent energy was insufficient to breach the seal. Luo Ho's task had been accomplished, and with his soul imprint left behind, there should be no oversight. The celestial demon Wu Xiang glanced at the array. Murmuring to himself before departing the area, he had other tasks assigned by Luo Ho to attend to, and it was time for him to leave. Once the celestial demon Wu Xiang had departed, Lin Changsheng finally felt at ease. However, he did not dismantle the dream realm. Instead, he lingered within, intrigued by the sealing array before him, that if he could unravel this sealing formation, he might glean some insights. Furthermore, if he could enter the sealing formation, he might observe the 4 extermination swords up close out of course. This was a seal set by the great deity Pangu, and fully unraveling it seemed improbable. At best, he might achieve a level of access akin to that of the innate grand array, allowing for free entry and exit. Yet, the prospect of comprehension and unraveling was undeniably enticing. His exceptional perception enabled him to swiftly delve into the intricacies of the sealing formation. As he scrutinized the sealing formation, he began to enter a state of enlightenment. 10,000 years later, he emerged from his contemplation of the sealing formation, having grasped the 4 symbols' infinite sealing array. Although he had discerned this particular sealing formation, Lin Changsheng remained in a state of deep meditation. This formation was profoundly intricate, containing layers beyond mere arrays, several tens of thousands of years later. He comprehended the celestial veil array. Truly, this was a seal personally established by the great deity Pangu. Even with his profound understanding of the art of formations, he found it impossible to fully unravel. Having achieved insight into two divine techniques, Lin Changsheng finally awakened. This formation was exceedingly profound and ever-changing. Absent a high level of comprehension in the art of formations, complete unraveling would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the malevolent aura within the four extermination swords was continuously eroding the power of this grand array. Otherwise, it would indeed be nearly impossible for Luo Ho to breach the seal. Nonetheless, the ability to grasp two formations brought immense joy to Lin Changsheng. The first, the four symbols infinite sealing array, can be built upon the foundation of the four symbols, ensnaring enemies within. It seals the six senses and obstructs the five perceptions that if one cannot identify the core of the formation, they may remain sealed within for eternity. It is indeed a formidable array. As for the Celestial Veil Array, it possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities. Its sole purpose is to obscure the heavenly Tao and conceal heavenly secrets. One must not underestimate the utility of this array. It is remarkably practical. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, many of Lin Changsheng's methods will be rendered ineffective. However, with this array, he need not fear the heavenly Tao. A simple example would be that upon the disappearance of the innate grand array of Penglai Island, it would be exposed to the heavenly Tao. Yet with the presence of this grand array, it would remain shielded from heavenly secrets. Next, he would devote himself entirely to unraveling the sealing array to see if entry was possible. Although termed unraveling, it was akin to the innate grand array, merging his aura with that of the array itself. Thus, Lin Changsheng began to immerse himself once more in the comprehension of the sealing formation, and his understanding of the art of formations advanced rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, tens of thousands of years passed. Lin Changsheng, now radiant and resplendent, harmonized his aura with the sealing formation. Before long, he vanished from his previous location. Simultaneously, Luo Ho, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Strange, it seemed the sealing formation had experienced a ripple of disturbance. Given the significance of the sealing formation to the extermination sword array, he could not afford any oversight. Luo Ho quickly employed his divine sense to scan the entire array, only to find it functioning normally, exhibiting no fluctuations or damage. With that, he finally relaxed and returned to his meditation. At this moment, Lin Changsheng had successfully entered the sealing array. However, his expression shifted dramatically. The innate Wuji yellow flag sprang forth at once, hovering above his head and showering him with golden lotus petals, providing a protective barrier to the naked eye. Countless sword energies were wildly slicing through the golden lotus, while the malevolent aura corroded this protective golden light. Fortunately, the defense of this innate supreme spiritual treasure was indeed formidable, securely shielding Lin Changsheng within. Truly, the four extermination swords were remarkable. Lin Changsheng exhaled in relief. The moment he entered the great sealing formation, he sensed the imminent danger. Thus, he immediately activated the innate supreme spiritual treasure. This was merely the sword intent carried by the four swords of Zhu Xian, without any human intervention, and yet it exuded such terrifying power. It is truly unimaginable what kind of horrifying might would be unleashed when the four swords of Zhu Xian were fully activated. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Changsheng glanced downward at the sealing formation. The four spiritual swords were sealed in grooves, each positioned at a cardinal point. In the center lay a formation diagram. Merely casting a glance at it, Lin Changsheng felt the ominous aura emanating from it. Evidently, he could not take away the four swords of Zhu Xian, and the formation diagram was not that Lin Changsheng did not desire to do so. Rather, with his current strength, merely grasping the four swords would result in being shredded apart by the sword energy above. Only a Hunyuan golden immortal could retrieve them. Although he could not take them, he could comprehend the sword intent of the four swords. Moreover, once he understood this sword diagram, he would be able to forge it himself in the future. Each sword of the Zhu Xian had a completely distinct sword intent. The Zhu Xian sword contained the supreme sword intent of extermination. Even celestial beings would face annihilation. The Lu Xian sword harbored the supreme sword intent of slaughter. Even celestial beings would be slaughtered. The Xian sword encompassed the supreme sword intent of trapping. Even celestial beings would be ensnared. The Zhu Xian sword contained the supreme sword intent of extinction. Even celestial beings would face utter obliteration. The amalgamation of these different sword intents, coupled with the formation diagram, constituted the complete Zhu Xian sword formation at this moment, under the protection of the innate Wujiji Xinghuang banner. Lin Changsheng was immersed in comprehending the sword intent of Zhu Xian. Possessing an innate mastery of the way of the sword, his understanding flowed smoothly. After 10,000 years, he had observed the sword intent emitted by the Zhu Xian sword and grasped a sword technique known as extermination of celestials. The fierce sword intent of Zhu Xian erupted from Lin Changsheng unconsciously. Even a Deluo golden immortal would suffer defeat beneath this sword technique, and this was merely one of the forms of this sword technique. Continuing his comprehension, another 10,000 years passed. He observed the sword intent of the Lu Xian sword and understood the sword technique known as slaughter of celestials. He observed the sword intent of the Xian sword and comprehended the sword technique known as trapping of celestials. He observed the sword intent of the Zhu Xian sword and grasped the sword technique known as extinction of celestials. According to reason, the understanding should have concluded here. However, Lin Changsheng showed no signs of awakening. Instead, he fell into an even deeper level of comprehension. The first form was extermination of celestials. The second form was slaughter of celestials. The third form was trapping of celestials. The fourth form was extinction of celestials. The four sword techniques began to operate unconsciously within Lin Changsheng, that he was on the verge of merging the four forms of sword techniques into one. Originally, even a single sword technique, bolstered by the way of the sword, was already terrifying. Once the four sword techniques unified, their power would become unimaginably formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the most potent attack of all sword techniques. The sword intents of the four swords within the ceiling formation became even more fierce and chaotic under Lin Changsheng's unconscious sword intent. The Zhu Xian formation diagram buzzed and trembled. The boundless sword energy world underwent a frenzied evolution. The ceiling formation immediately radiated with brilliant colors, continuously suppressing this sword intent. Lin Changsheng, of course, remained oblivious to it all. As the ages passed like a fleeting moment, one day, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Lin Changsheng. The rhythm of the way of the sword manifested wildly around him. The four swords of Zhu Xian also buzzed and trembled in response to this sword intent. After a considerable time, the sword intent surrounding Lin Changsheng finally dissipated. He had continuously fused the four sword techniques and ultimately comprehended the ultimate sword technique known as No Celestial that he had finally succeeded. Under the sword technique of No Celestial, all beings are equal. No Celestial can endure. Lin Changsheng was exceedingly satisfied with this bout of comprehension. This fifth sword technique was undoubtedly the strongest single-target attack he possessed thus far. If he could wield an innate supreme spiritual sword, its power would undoubtedly rise once more. Even a fully realized Deluo golden immortal would not stand a chance against him. However, there were far too few formidable spiritual swords in the Hongguang continent. Apart from the four swords of Zhu Xian, the Qingping sword was a treasure of celestial proof. The Yuan Tu and Abi swords were under the control of the ruthless Wang of the Ming River. Thus, Lin Changsheng resolved to forge a suitable spiritual sword himself. There was no need to rush, that if he could not find suitable materials, the grade of the forged sword would not be high. He had already grasped the five sword techniques. Next, he would comprehend the Zhu Xian formation diagram. The smooth comprehension continued. After hundreds of thousands of years, he observed the Zhu Xian sword diagram, continuously deconstructing and refining it, and suddenly realized the five elements sword diagram. Excellent. Having comprehended the five-element sword diagram, he could forge it as long as he had suitable materials. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. Initially, he intended to comprehend a simplified version of the Zhu Xian sword diagram. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he decided to use the essence of the five elements as a substitute. Once he forged the five-element sword diagram, he could envelop his enemies within it. The attributes of the five elements swords varied, yet they circulated endlessly, providing a continuous source of power. Their ability to ensnare and harm would be formidable indeed. This time, he had gained significantly within the ceiling formation. 5-sword techniques and 1-sword diagram had greatly enhanced Lin Changsheng's offensive capabilities. It was time to depart. Casting a final glance at the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, Lin Changsheng exited the ceiling formation. The dream world he had previously established still existed. After a moment's thought, he chose to dismantle it. Next, he would seek the ancestral vein of the earth. It did not take long to find it. The ancestral vein was buried not far from the ceiling formation. Just seeing a corner of it, Lin Changsheng could not help but marvel at its vastness. It wound like a dragon's bone hidden deep beneath the earth. The air was thick with primordial spiritual energy. Lin Changsheng even beheld spiritual liquid formed from the condensed spiritual energy. It was indeed a sacred place for cultivation. Lin Changsheng's eyes brightened. For other Luo, golden immortals, continuous comprehension of the power of the laws was needed for advancement. However, his understanding of the laws was already sufficient for him to ascend. Especially with his refined Hunyuan Creation Sutra, the absorption of spiritual energy was particularly aggressive. He resolved to break through right there. With this thought, Lin Changsheng began to seclude himself beside the spiritual liquid. The Hunyuan Creation Sutra transformed above his head into a terrifying vortex, madly extracting the primordial spiritual energy from the ancestral vein. Soon, a pillar of concentrated, almost tangible spiritual energy surged directly into Lin Changsheng's body. Thus, Lin Changsheng fell into a state of closed-door cultivation, in the timeless expanse of Honghuang, as he sat cross-legged atop the ancestral vein. Millions of years passed. The only constant was that the vortex of spiritual energy continued to assist him in frantically absorbing the ancestral vein's energy. Suddenly, the vortex of spiritual energy vanished from the heavens and the earth. And Lin Changsheng opened his eyes that he had finally achieved the pinnacle of Luo, golden immortal. The countless years of cultivation had elevated his cultivation from the mid-stage of Luo, golden immortal to its consummate state. He was but a step away from ascending to Hunyuan golden immortal. However, this final step could no longer be achieved merely through closed-door absorption of spiritual energy. Even so, feeling the abundant magical power within him, Lin Changsheng was very satisfied. With his current array of techniques and spiritual treasures, he could contend with even the early stages of Hunyuan golden immortal. It was also time to begin arranging the dream world upon the ancestral vein. With his cultivation having significantly increased, Lin Changsheng now brimmed with confidence. The ancestral veins of the Western lands had been elevated to the level of an innate supreme treasure, the dream embroidery handkerchief, which, under Lin Changsheng's mastery, overshadowed the sky and obscured the sun. The nuances of the dream Tao accompanied him, enveloping the surroundings in a misty haze, with continual manifestations of extraordinary phenomena. Soon, the area shrouded by the dream embroidery handkerchief transformed into a realm of dreams. The ancestral veins were indeed vast, and even with Lin Changsheng's formidable powers, he could not encompass them entirely. However, he did not intend to cover the entire ancestral vein. Enveloping a significant portion was more than sufficient. Furthermore, once the dream world was successfully constructed, the heavenly Tao would tremble, resulting in a plethora of merit rewards. This would inevitably attract the attention of Luo Ho, making any subsequent attempt to construct a dream world all the more challenging. Thus, rather than attempting piecemeal efforts, it was prudent to create a large-scale dream world in one go. With the assistance of the innate supreme treasure, the task became considerably less arduous. Before long, a segment of the dream world based on the ancestral veins was completed. When the dream Tao and the surrounding space fully merged, the heavenly Tao quaked. Observing this, Lin Changsheng quickly utilized his powers to depart from the location. A vast amount of merit appeared in the void, shining like a golden sun in that moment. All beings in the primordial wilderness felt a stirring in their hearts and gazed towards the emptiness. Kati, the Western demon ancestor hall, Luo Ho, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes once more, nearly driven to madness. Why was there yet another bounty of merit descending from the heavens? What on earth had this individual done in my Western lands? This is unacceptable. Such passivity could jeopardize my plans. Luo Ho was genuinely anxious. After all, the recent descent of merit had subsided, yet this time it was even more intense than before. Such a massive influx of merit could not possibly be without reason. Undoubtedly, something significant had transpired in the Western continent that he was unaware of. In that instant, Luo Ho could no longer afford to be concerned about his own energy depletion, that he directly materialized a manifestation of his magical essence, which possessed half his strength and could exhibit the power of an early-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. After some contemplation, for safety's sake, Luo Ho entrusted the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus to this magical essence. He had to locate this person and uncover what had transpired. The magical essence accepted the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus with a nod before departing the Demon Ancestor Hall in the southern immortal volcano. Yuan Feng stood atop the summit, gazing towards the west. She distinctly sensed a deficiency in fortune. The path to enlightenment seemed exceedingly difficult. Compounding her concerns, as the leader of the Phoenix clan, she faced pressure from the clan's various leaders to bear the next generation. Regrettably, she found none of these so-called talents in her clan to her liking. For the time being, she could only pass the time with seclusion in the Eastern Sea. The Dragon Clan's clashes with the other two clans were evenly matched. If they could acquire this merit, it might help them advance further. It would be prudent to send some individuals to the Western continent to investigate the happenings. Such a bounty of merit was nearly equivalent to the rewards granted on the day of their clan's founding. How could they not be tempted? At Mount Buzhou, the situation remained inscrutable. With the fortune now divided among three, success in enlightenment seemed impossible. The forces of calamity propelled the three clans forward relentlessly. Retreating was no longer an option. If you could consider our previous relationship, I only wish to preserve some of my Qilin clan's bloodline. The original Qilin murmured calmly to himself. Indeed, he had sensed that the path to enlightenment required the destruction of the other two clans. Yet, currently, the three clans were united, their strengths comparable. The ultimate outcome could only be mutual destruction. However, it was already too late to withdraw. Most of their clans had been eroded by the malevolent forces of calamity. Even if they relocated from Mount Buzhou, the forces would still pursue them relentlessly. Thus, the original Qilin only wished to safeguard some bloodlines, and this mysterious, inscrutable individual represented his sole glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, the inability to forecast also implied an inability to seek him out. Everything was left to fate. Yujing Mountain, the sheer volume of merit was astonishing. What had this individual done to provoke such a tremor in the heavenly Tao? If he could decipher the method behind this, he would gain the upper hand in his struggle against Luo Ho. Hong Jun felt a stirring within him. Yet ultimately, he chose to abandon the thought. This individual was far too cunning. Each time merit was collected, he changed directions innumerable times. Coupled with the inability to predict his movements, finding him proved to be quite challenging. However, the one most anxious about the situation was likely Luo Ho. With a gentle smile, Hong Jun returned to his seclusion. Such a bounty of merit, surpassing all he had previously accumulated. Lin Changsheng was elated as he collected the merit. This abundance was sufficient to restore the dream embroidery handkerchief to the level of a chaos spiritual treasure. Yet, elevating it to that level required more than just merit. His own strength and comprehension of the Tao of confrontation must also be enhanced to have a chance to attempt it. For him, it was still too early. Naturally, after receiving the merit, Lin Changsheng shifted directions repeatedly. Suddenly, however, he came to a halt. He had not anticipated being discovered. Yes, he sensed the divine consciousness had locked onto him. No matter how he attempted to flee, escape seemed impossible. He decided to remain still. As expected, a figure emerged from the void, clad in black robes with dark hair, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. A presence characteristic of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. To his surprise, Luo Ho himself had come, and it was indeed an honor. Yet no, it was merely a manifestation of his magical essence. Lin Changsheng quickly realized that the Luo Ho before him was not his true self, which brought him a measure of relief. If it had been Luo Ho's true form, his only option would have been to flee. It was well known that Luo Ho's cultivation was at least mid-stage Hunyuan, and his innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, was unfathomably terrifying. "Are you the mysterious alchemist?" Luo Ho's magical essence inquired, surveying Lin Changsheng with curiosity. "Was it you who ascended to the 12th grade, 3 flowers the last time?" It had not been long since Luo Ho's own ascension to the Luo Golden Immortal, and yet Lin Changsheng had already reached the pinnacle. However, upon recalling Lin's identity as an alchemist, he felt reassured. "Alchemist?" Lin Changsheng raised an eyebrow. It seemed the alchemical formula he had previously provided for the slaughter pill had indeed made an impression on them. Given this, he saw no need to deny it. "Indeed. Are you one of Hong Jun's people?" Luo Ho pressed further, displaying no concern that the Luo Golden Immortal before him could escape. "Certainly not." Lin Changsheng shook his head. "Would you be willing to join my demon clan?" "As long as you're not one of Hong Jun's, I would be far more at ease," Luo Ho proposed directly, eager to recruit Lin Changsheng. "Thank you for your kind offer, demon ancestor, but I am accustomed to freedom and do not enjoy being constrained." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Changsheng declined. "Joining your demon clan, only to be scrutinized by the heavenly Tao. Do not be foolish, Lu. Outside, everything is filled with Hongjun. It would be prudent for you to contemplate how to survive." As Lu, the demon ancestor, watched Lin Changsheng reject his invitation, his expression inevitably turned frosty. He had always been a figure of absolute authority. Seldom did anyone dare to refuse him. This mysterious Luo Jin Xian truly exuded an air of invincibility. Lin Changsheng remained utterly unperturbed. He was merely a manifestation of magical power, and there was no chance he would yield. "Are you not afraid I might kill you?" Luohu asked coldly. "That depends on whether you possess the capability to do so," Lin Changsheng replied. Channeling his magical energy, fully prepared for battle, he did not believe that Luo had come merely for idle conversation, that a confrontation was inevitable. "Haha!" Luohu laughed heartily, his voice echoing ominously. "You are confident, even arrogant, a fitting demeanor for our demon clan. Let me inquire, why does the heavenly Tao continually bestow merits?" His laughter resonated powerfully, but his inquiry revealed a keen interest. If he could uncover the means to obtain such divine merits, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in this conflict. "You cannot learn this method." Lin Changsheng shook his head. "The chasm between us is a matter of systems, tenfold supreme talents. It seems you do not intend to speak honestly." "Very well," Luhu retorted. "Let me see where your conviction lies that a dense, dark demonic energy coalesced in his palm before transforming into a pure demonic spear, flames of magic flickering ominously around in the blink of an eye. The spear vanished, only to reappear directly above Lin Changsheng. That a sense of impending doom tightened Lin Changsheng's entire being. Truly, Luohu was formidable. Even as merely a magical embodiment, he wielded terrifying combat prowess. Yet this also served as an opportunity to test the fruits of his recent endeavors. With a thought, the Xian Yuan sword manifested in Lin Changsheng's hand, propelled to its utmost potential by his magical energy. Countless droplets of the boundless primordial heavy water began to swirl, each droplet equivalent to the ancient divine mountains beyond the realm. A glance revealed dozens of such droplets. He swung the sword toward Luhu's flaming spear, resulting in a fierce clash between the primordial heavy water and the demonic flames. However, it was evident that Luhu's magical embodiment far surpassed Lin Changsheng in strength. "Gravity!" Lin Changsheng bellowed, invoking gravitational magic upon the Xian Yuan sword, amplifying its already immense weight to terrifying levels. "You have indeed mastered the law of gravity," Luohu remarked nonchalantly. He then summoned dozens of demonic spears behind him. "Let us see how you withstand this." Devilish energy unleashed, Luohu commanded, and the demonic spears, imbued with lethal intent, hurtled towards Lin Changsheng. Without hesitation, Lin Changsheng activated the primordial Wuji apricot yellow banner, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. An overwhelming surge of magical energy flooded into the banner, which billowed in the wind, its flags soaring into the sky. Countless golden lotuses emerged, impervious to all forms of attack, showering Lin Changsheng in a cascade of radiant golden light. Bang! 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 The demonic spears struck the apricot yellow banner with ferocious intensity, causing it to tremble violently. Lin Changsheng felt his magical energy being rapidly depleted. "You shall taste my divine ability," he declared. The Gung Gold River. In the realm of the Golden Path, the Gung Gold River surged forth, sharp and unstoppable, enveloping Lu. The Golden Path, Luohu acknowledged, his voice echoing from within the Gung Gold River. At this moment, he refrained from using any spiritual treasures, instead condensing his magical energy into a protective light that he believed it beneath him, as an early-stage Hunyuan Jin Xian, to utilize treasures against the Deluo Jin Xian. However, while maintaining pride was important, it could lead to dire consequences if taken too far. The technique of the sun and moon star's descent, derived from the three-light divine water, manifested three colored lotuses, gold, silver, and purple, radiating a mesmerizing and deadly beauty as they spiraled towards Lu. Even Lu, with his formidable strength, found himself momentarily entranced by their allure. Yet he quickly regained his composure. What a powerful divine ability, he could not help but exclaim, yet still refrained from employing any treasures. Instead, he pushed his protective light to its limits, unwilling to appear weak against the Deluo Jin Xian. The technique of the sun and moon star's descent, a fusion of three divine abilities, each possessing unique traits: sunlight that annihilates, moonlight that erodes bones, and starlight that devours souls, held immense power. As it collided with Luhu's protective light, it rapidly consumed it. The three-colored golden lotus unleashed a blinding brilliance, culminating in a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves through the surrounding primordial energy, creating a vacuum. Lin Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The technique's potency was indeed remarkable. Should an adversary of equal standing encounter such a blow, they would be severely crippled, if not slain. Yehu, being an early-stage Hunyuan Jin Xian, would likely survive. As anticipated, a shadow burst forth from the explosion. It was Lu. However, he was no longer the calm figure he once was. His black robe lay tattered, his hair disheveled, and his aura fluctuated visibly, indicating he had underestimated the previous strike and sustained injuries. Quite an impressive divine ability. You possess an array of techniques, and oh wonder you attract the attention of the Tao, Luohu remarked. Yet, such a peerless genius is destined to perish in my hands. Having expended a significant portion of his magical energy to withstand Lin Changsheng's attack, he realized that continuing would be exceedingly discourteous. Before Luohu could mount a counterattack, Lin Changsheng's divine ability surged forth once more. Lu had never felt so cornered. As the illustrious demon ancestor, master of the laws of magic, he was accustomed to overwhelming his foes with ferocity. Yet this time, he found himself unable to retaliate against a Deluo Jin Xian, particularly one with such diverse and formidable abilities. The multitude of techniques Lin Changsheng unleashed left Lu questioning his own path. Was this truly the era destined for his enlightenment? As he was lost in thought, Lin Changsheng unleashed his divine maneuver once more, sending his opponent flying. Yet it merely resulted in a slight injury. Your potential truly exceeds my expectations. That if you agree to join my demonic clan, all the resources of our clan will be at your disposal, granting you the privilege of standing above all others. Luo, who had already witnessed the terrifying prowess of Lin Changsheng, that if such an individual could be persuaded to ally with him, the chances of contending against Hongjun would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. The only reason he found himself at a disadvantage now was due to the gap in their realms. Alas, Lin Changsheng sighed. Why do you fail to comprehend? In the struggle between Tao and demon, where do you see your chances of victory? Luo, who raised an eyebrow, sensing that Lin Changsheng might know something, that I cannot possibly join the demonic clan, that I will not intervene in your battle with Hongjun. Should that day come when you fall, and you wish to preserve a fragment of your bloodline, simply condense a trace of your essence and summon me. Luo, whose backing was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the heavenly Tao's intention to make Hongjun its representative, victory might not have been guaranteed for him. If he could obtain Hongjun's essence and refine it, he could cultivate a remarkable disciple. As for the impending battle, Lin Changsheng would certainly participate. Setting aside the four swords of Zhejian, he would find a way to acquire the Qian Kuan Ding. Utter nonsense. Luo, who scoffed, fall. How could I? Luo, who possibly lose? Clearly agitated by Lin Changsheng's words, He was on the verge of a furious outburst when Lin Changsheng took the initiative to attack. With a flourish, he invoked the first form of his sword technique, Zuzhen. The Xian Yuan sword trembled violently, emitting a continuous hum. Under the profound resonance of the sword's Tao, the intent of Zuzhen erupted with a thunderous force. A single stroke sent a chilling wave across 19 continents. The sword aura slicing through countless miles, the terrifying intent of Zuzhen permeated the entire space. Even the innate spiritual energy was ruthlessly severed beneath its overwhelming might. Zuzhen's sword intent. Luo, who exclaimed in astonishment. This sword intent was all too familiar to him. It was none other than the Zuzhen sword intent sealed beneath Mount Shumi. Who exactly was this person? How could he wield the Zuzhen sword intent? There was no time for further contemplation. Even he dared not underestimate this formidable sword intent. The laws of the demons surged forth, and his power erupted, forming a myriad of pitch-black spears that hurtled toward this divine maneuver. Countless dark spears were shattered by the Zuzhen sword intent, only to have countless new ones coalesce. The sky was engulfed in a torrential downpour of black demonic rain, such a fierce divine maneuver. Though it may not rival the true Zuzhen sword, it was undoubtedly among the most powerful sword techniques. Before Luo, who could catch his breath, Lin Changsheng pressed the attack again, invoking the second form of his sword technique, Lushian. The Lushian sword intent erupted once more, the essence of slaughter sending tremors through Luo, who? Lushian sword intent. Who are you? Luo, who could no longer maintain his composure. Was this truly just an ordinary great Luo, golden immortal? The sheer power he displayed was utterly terrifying. Luo, who prided himself on being invincible among those of his realm. Yet before Lin Changsheng, that sense of invulnerability was shattered. If he were in the same realm as this individual, he would be utterly outmatched. This revelation sent a frantic scream through the usually proud Luo, who? Impossible. Yet in response to his disbelief, the Lushian sword intent surged forth. Luo, who hastily conjured a protective barrier of spiritual light. Bang, bang, bang. It was like rain beating against banana leaves, a relentless cascade of lethal intent. Luo, whose protective light quivered violently as his power was swiftly consumed at this rate. His corporeal form would soon be drained of all its energy. How frustrating this was for Luo, who, renowned as the demon ancestor for his formidable offensive capabilities, he now found himself in a position of passive defense. If this were to become public knowledge, even his old rival Hong Jun would struggle to accept it. Fortunately, his corporeal manifestation, bolstered by the protective light, managed to withstand the onslaught of the Lushian sword intent. However, Luo, who observed that Lin Changsheng showed no signs of halting. Could he possibly wield the Xian sword intent as well? This thought barely formed before a thunderous voice rang out. Third form of the sword technique, Xianjian. An endless torrent of Xian sword intent engulfed Luo, who from all directions. Enough at that moment. Luo, who unleashed his full fury, he disregarded the face of the mixed Yuan golden immortal, directly summoning the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus. The pitch-black lotus radiated a light of annihilation, spinning with a mesmerizing grace, resembling a divine artifact in the depths of night. Seated upon the lotus platform, Luo, who appeared regal and steadfast as a rock, despite the Xian sword intent crashing against it. The world destruction blacklight remained unbroken. The outcome is decided. You cannot shatter the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus. Luo, who regained his previous composure. His power had dwindled to less than half, but with the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus by his side, he was assured of his invincibility. This great Luo, golden immortal, would soon exhaust his energy and fall into his grasp. Even if he refused to yield, Luo, who was determined to take him back to the demon ancestor hall. His secrets and techniques were far too numerous to ignore. Is that so? Lin Changsheng replied. As I said before, if your true self were to descend, I would only have the option to flee. But now, you are merely a corporeal manifestation. Once your power is expended, what can you do to me? With a hearty laugh, Lin Changsheng's martial spirit sword, fourth form of the sword technique, Jueshian, the Xian Yuan sword quaked violently. Cracks beginning to appear. This low-grade spiritual treasure could no longer withstand such overwhelming sword intent. Under the Juetian sword intent, even true immortals would face annihilation and despair. This sword intent surged like a relentless tide, each wave crashing against the defenses of the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus. In that moment, Luo, who, seated on the Lotus platform, felt as if he were a flimsy boat amidst a roaring ocean, on the verge of capsizing. However, the 12th grade Lotus was a seed transformed from the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Qinglian, a premier innate spiritual treasure, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Though the light flickered under the assault of the Juetian sword intent, it remained as steady as a mountain. Luo, who assessed his remaining power, realizing that he had consumed another third of his energy. With 2/3 left, it should suffice. Your methods ought to be reaching their limit. No, I still possess enough power to subdue you. Luo, who considered that today was undoubtedly the most patient he had ever been in his life. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, they would have been crushed long ago. He hoped this great Luo golden immortal would not be ungrateful. Limit? Lin Changsheng laughed heartily. I truly do not know where my limit lies. Let us see if you can withstand my final strike. For Lin Changsheng, it is certainly not the time why most. It could be considered a warm-up. He has mastered over a dozen great avenues and is close to 30 divine abilities, if he were to employ each one in turn. Would Luo Ho still dare to utter such grandiose claims? Of course, Lin Changsheng is currently only a perfected Luo golden immortal. If he were to utilize all these avenues and divine abilities, his magical power would be insufficient. However, he possesses one final means, the primordial measuring ruler. Should he employ this innate treasure of merit to evolve the divine ability of opening the heavens, it would undoubtedly shatter the protective black light of the annihilation Black Lotus. Yet he has not yet reached that final step. Presently, Lin Changsheng still possesses one last sword-based divine ability, Wuxian. Under this divine ability, even if he cannot breach the protective black light of the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus, Luo Ho's magical power would be utterly depleted. It is a pity for this inferior, innate spiritual treasure. It is likely too fragile to endure such sword intent. The forging of a high-grade spiritual sword that belongs to him has become an imminent necessity. However, Lin Changsheng's standards are not low. He demands at least an innate supreme spiritual treasure. Consequently, the materials required will necessitate considerable effort to procure. He can only search gradually. Feel free to employ any means you have, Lin Changsheng said, causing Luo Ho's heart to skip a beat. Could it be? These 4 sword-based divine abilities are already exceedingly terrifying. There's something even more dreadful. The ultimate sword-based divine ability, Wuxian. In that moment, Luo Ho seemed to feel a pressure emanating from the very heavens and earth. The existence of immortals is not permitted in this realm. An immeasurable sword intent descended from the heavens. The surrounding spiritual plants and mineral veins could not withstand such terrifying sword intent. Instantly turning to dust, one sword pierces the heavens. Who among them is an immortal? Beneath Wuxian, all becomes void. Under the Wuxian sword intent, all beings are equal, and deities do not persist. The Xian Yuan sword emitted a frenzied hum. Trembling violently, its spiritual light had erupted to its utmost limit. It could no longer endure the sword intent and shattered into 2 pieces. The terrifying sword intent, like a scorching light, devoured the annihilation Black Lotus. Even while situated upon the lotus platform of the annihilation Black Lotus, Luo Ho felt the chilling intent of strangulation emanating from his primordial spirit. Block it for me. He poured all his magical power into the 12-petal Black Lotus, as if his life depended on it. Yet, the 12-petal Black Lotus trembled violently. The annihilation black light quaked and fractured continuously. Ultimately, under Luo Ho's fearful gaze, the protective black light vanished. The annihilation Black Lotus emitted a resonant hum and soared into the distance. While his magical corporeal form was devoured by the terrifying sword intent, and why sword-based divine ability can triumph over any early-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, as long as they do not possess numerous supreme spiritual treasures. Lin Changsheng had thus verified the power of the divine abilities he comprehended within the ceiling formation. He now had a clear understanding of his battle prowess. Should he unleash all his means, He could slay an early-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With his understanding of the Great Avenues, it is no surprise he could prevail, as apart from possessing an advantage in magical power, their comprehension of the laws and avenues pales in comparison to his. Feeling a pang of regret as he stowed away the Xian Yuan sword, now severed into two pieces, it would likely be unusable for some time. He could only store it within his body to nourish it with magical power. Fortunately, the Xian Yuan sword contains indestructible primordial spiritual light. Given sufficient time, it will surely restore to its former state. Withdraw. Having completed all this, Lin Changsheng employed the five-element escape technique and began to soar towards the southern continent. With Luo Ho's magical corporeal form extinguished, the true body of Luo Ho would soon sense it. Remaining here would be somewhat disrespectful to Luo Ho. Now, under Lin Changsheng's cultivation, each use of the five-element escape technique covered millions of kilometers. In no time, he had vanished from the location. This moment, the sequestered Luo Ho was once again awakened. The 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus flew before him, its spiritual light somewhat dimmed. Clearly, it had been significantly overdrawn. His magical corporeal form had actually been extinguished. Luo Ho recalled the annihilation Black Lotus into his body and began to nourish it with magical power. His brow furrowed tightly as he began to deduce. He visualized everything that had transpired with his magical corporeal form, including the battle. In his mind, at the very least, he had mastered 8 great avenues and dozens of divine abilities. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the perfected Luo Golden Immortal stage. Luo Ho was astounded. Is there truly such a terrifying being in this primordial world? Such a foundation is surely stronger than those chaotic demon gods, with the resurgence of the heavenly Tao. How could they permit the existence of such beings? It is too frightening. This individual is undoubtedly the greatest anomaly beneath the heavenly Dao. In the battle of Tao and demon, will I fall? At this moment, Luo Ho's mind was haunted by Lin Changsheng's words. Could it be that he knows something? Or perhaps he is aware of what Hong Jun might employ against me? Lost in thought, Luo Ho found himself in a state of turmoil. The inner demons had manifested upon the primordial spirit of this master of the demonic path. If this continues, the master of the demonic path may well become lost. However, who is Luo Ho? A hero of an era. How could he be consumed by mere inner demons? I am the progenitor of the demonic path, possessing an invincible heart of enlightenment. Even if I were to fall, the entire West would accompany me in death. Luo Ho once again regained his audacious demeanor. In that instant, his inner demons were completely devoured. His cultivation and state of mind advanced further. He released his primordial spirit and surveyed the battlefield from earlier. Indeed, the individual had vanished. As long as you do not interfere in my conflict with Hong Jun, all is well. Luo Ho chose not to pursue Lin Changsheng's whereabouts any further. Even if he wished to, he would surely be unable to catch up. However, his primordial spirit began to meticulously cover the western continent, preventing Lin Changsheng from laying any unknown traps within his domain. Regrettably, he discovered nothing in his journey across the western continent. Lin Changsheng had already reaped ample rewards as he continued on his way. He soon arrived at the juncture between the southern and western continents. Warning: 37,000 kilometers to your southwest lies the habitat of the Qingxiu nine-tailed fox clan. Lin Changsheng, en route, came to a halt. The Qingxiu fox clan, that name is relatively famous in later generations, particularly due to Su Daji of the Su clan from Qingxiu, who played a significant role in the investiture of the gods. He did not expect their tribe to be located here. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Changsheng decided to take a look. Soon, he spotted numerous foxes frolicking joyfully across the grassy fields to his surprise. These little foxes already possessed the cultivation of celestial beings. Wait for me. A sweet, childlike voice echoed from behind the little foxes that it was a pure white fox. Yet compared to the other foxes, the speed of this little white fox was astonishingly slow. There was no way he could catch up with them. Susu, big silly, Susu can't run fast, Susu can't cultivate. The little foxes not only ignored her, but laughed even louder and ran even faster. The little white fox, referred to as Susu, came to a sudden halt. tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, she looked up towards the void. This little white fox was actually able to sense me. It seems we are fated. Lin Changsheng smiled gently and descended. Within the territory of the Qingxiu fox clan, he was astonished that a little white fox could detect his presence. Under his spiritual perception, this little white fox had yet to reach the celestial realm. Such a foundation is somewhat disrespectful in today's primordial age. However, being able to sense him signifies fate. Thus, Lin Changsheng descended. Little one, how did you discover me? Lin Changsheng asked with a smile. I heard that when you want to cry, if you look up at a 45-degree angle, the tears won't fall. The timid little white fox, Su, spoke hesitantly. Well, it seems that I merely happen to be standing at her 45-degree angle. What a colossal blunder this is. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to respond, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted forth, swiftly approaching him from afar. It was a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a white Taoist robe. Indeed, it is true that once the Qingxiu fox clan takes on human form, the males are exceptionally handsome, while the females are strikingly alluring. Moreover, this enchanting lady appeared to have cultivated the principles of allure. At a mere glance, one could not help but be ensnared, yearning to willingly become her subordinate, even as one's magical prowess seemed to falter. However, Lin Changsheng was no ordinary individual. He merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. I wonder who this esteemed individual might be. I am Su Luo, the clan leader of the Qingxiu tribe. The stunning woman, Su Luo, cradled the little white fox, Su, in her arms, vigilantly observing Lin Changsheng. As a fellow consummate de Luo Jinxian, she sensed an insurmountable pressure emanating from Lin Changsheng, a force she had only encountered in the presence of a Han Yuan Jinxian. This revelation left her utterly astonished. How can this be? Is the disparity among de Luo Jinxian so vast? You may address me as Dao Yu Changzong. Do not be alarmed, esteemed friend. I merely passed through this area by chance and happened upon this little one, which prompted me to come down and extend my greetings. Lin Changsheng remarked with a warm smile, "It is an honor to meet you. Dao Yu Changzong, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for Su to encounter you." Su Luo smiled back, though her vigilance remained unyielding. How could a seemingly untrained little Su possibly cross paths with a de Luo Jinxian, if this individual bore no peculiar inclinations? Su Luo would find it hard to believe. Indeed, since we are fated to meet, I have a golden Dan to bestow upon little Su. What a delightful coincidence! The little one appeared on the verge of tears, yet stubbornly gazed upwards, unwilling to let her tears fall. Lin Changsheng, however, mistakenly thought she had noticed him, prompting him to reveal himself. This, too, could be considered a unique twist of fate. He produced a 4-turn golden Dan and presented it to little Su. Although he knew the little one had yet to reach the celestial immortal realm, this was the most basic elixir he possessed. Su Luo's pupils constricted in surprise. He was indeed a powerful alchemist, offering a 4-turn golden Dan right off the bat. Such generosity. Then allow me to extend my gratitude on behalf of Su Luo accepted the 4-turn golden Dan with an impassive demeanor. However, to her astonishment, little Su swallowed it whole. Su spit out. This was a 4-turn golden D in. Su Luo had not anticipated that the little one would consume it so recklessly that by the time she realized it, it was already too late. The little one furrowed her brows tightly. Appearing to be in considerable distress, the blood-red droplets began to seep from her originally snow-white fur, quickly dyeing it crimson. It was no wonder. The 4-turn golden Dan was meant for the golden Dan realm. The elixir crafted by Lin Changsheng was the highest quality among 4-turn pills, containing a terrifying amount of energy for someone as inexperienced as this little one. Merely consuming it without exploding would be fortunate. However, Lin Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. His insight revealed that the abundant energy of the elixir had not been absorbed by her primordial spirit, but was instead completely consumed by her skin and flesh. Intrigued, he focused his gaze. Little Su's flesh was voraciously absorbing the magical energy within the golden Dan, yet her blood, flesh, and bones did not seem to strengthen significantly. What a peculiar constitution, even with Lin Changsheng's extensive experience. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. I could see that moment. Su Luo, who had been poised to intervene, halted her actions. Little Su Su had already fallen asleep, her blood-colored fur reverting to pure white. Alas, seeing little Su Su in such a state, Su Luo could not help but sigh, gently stroking her fur. This sight stirred a yearning in Lin Changsheng's heart. Who wouldn't want to pet such an elusive creature? Are you lamenting due to Su Su? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. It appears I have wasted your kind intentions. Su Luo shook her head, offering an apologetic smile, before continuing, despite Su Su's innate exceptional qualities, she simply cannot absorb the innate spiritual energy. Initially, I thought her constitution was unique, and I have provided her with numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yet, the outcome has been as just witnessed. She merely sleeps it off without any improvement in her cultivation. Lin Changsheng now comprehended that it was not that she could not absorb the innate spiritual energy, but rather that she lacked a suitable cultivation method. The innate spiritual energy she absorbed would require at least several 100,000 years to support her breakthrough. Esteemed friend, I have also observed little Su Su's condition just now. Her constitution is indeed somewhat extraordinary. If she wishes to cultivate, I must candidly say that success within the Qingqiu clan is utterly unattainable at this moment. Lin Changsheng was contemplating the idea of taking her as a disciple. Su Su's unique constitution was highly compatible with a technique he had encountered in his previous life, the divine elephant suppression. The principle of this technique involved refining the 800 million microparticles within the human body, continuously breaking through to condense the Tao embryo. Su's situation was perfectly suited for this cultivation method. Her primordial spirit had inexplicably shattered into countless fragments, absorbed by each of her cells. Akin to a primordial spirit undergoing fission, the absorbed innate spiritual energy nourished her cells. With so many cells, relying solely on innate spiritual energy or heavenly materials would be insufficient to ensure her growth. A significant investment of resources was imperative. Moreover, she was treading a remarkably pure path of body refinement. Should she become his disciple, she could inherit his lineage of body refinement. Furthermore, with a few modifications to the divine elephant suppression, it would be exceptionally suitable for Su Su's cultivation. Speaking of disciples, he wondered how Xiao Wu Dao and the others were faring. Had the seven-star swordgrass and Shui puff flower successfully attained sentience and commenced their cultivation? On Penglai Immortal Island, the primordial great formation continued to transform the chaotic energy ceaselessly. Unexpectedly, amidst what should have been a tranquil and quiet island, the sound of youthful laughter echoed that I never expected that I would also have a day of attaining sentience. Thanks to the Taoist Lord, this voice emanated from the Shui puff flower. Congratulations, little Shui. Now you can cultivate. Once you do, we can take on our forms and wander the vast wilderness. Xiao Wu Dao exclaimed excitedly. Having ceased her cultivation, indeed, Sister Wu Dao, before the Taoist Lord departed, he left behind a cultivation method for me. This method is perfect for my cultivation. I can't wait to take on my form. Shui puff flower expressed longingly. Best to focus on cultivation for now. Let us aim to surprise the Taoist Lord upon his return. By the way, why is little Seven Stars so quiet? Wu Dao Cha Shu turned to the seven-star swordgrass and asked. I was just listening to you all, seven-star swordgrass replied softly, swaying gently to it. Seemed that little Seven Stars was quite the bashful one. Little Seven Stars, from now on, you can stick with me. Shui puff flower chirped cheerfully. Okay, 7-star swordgrass clearly possessed a shy disposition. All right now, let us not tease little Seven Stars. The Taoist Lord has mentioned that he intends to establish a sect in the future. I shall be the senior sister. Although Xiaodao is wise and composed, at this moment he cannot help but indulge in a touch of pride, for he has only recently awakened his intellect, akin to the innocent musings of a child. Wow, he exclaimed, then I shall be the second senior sister, and you, Qixing, will be the third junior brother. Hurry and address me as senior sister, Shui Pahua joyfully declared. Elder sister, second senior sister, came a muffled response from Qixing Jianchao. We should focus on our cultivation. As the disciples of the Taoist master multiply, If we lag behind in our cultivation, it would be a disgrace to the Taoist master, being the senior sister. Wu Dao Chashu's words carried weight, prompting Qixing Jianchao and Shui Pahua to fall silent and devote themselves to their practice. In the Qingqiu Fox clan leader Su Luo observed that Lin Changsheng bore no ill intent and seemed to possess a unique perspective on Xiao Susu's cultivation issues. Thus, he invited him to the sanctuary of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Does your clan have members skilled in formations? Lin Changsheng inquired with curiosity. Since his arrival, he had sensed a subtle fluctuation of formation energy. Faint yet undeniable. Does Dao, friend, Changsheng also possess knowledge of formations? Su Luo asked casually. I know a thing or two, he replied nonchalantly. However, this grand formation appears somewhat flawed. It could perhaps withstand a casual strike from a Hunyuan golden immortal. Indeed, Dao friend Changsheng's depth is truly unfathomable. This may merely scratch the surface of his capabilities, Su Luo thought cautiously. You have an astute eye. This grand formation was indeed arranged by my kin. But regrettably, it was compromised during the calamity of fierce beasts. Currently, there are no clan members proficient in formations, and it has been left to languish. Dao, friend Changsheng, may I inquire about your earlier comments? Does Xiao Susu possess some remarkable qualities? Su Luo skillfully redirected the conversation. Indeed, Lin Changsheng affirmed. Xiao Susu's primordial spirit has undergone a transformation, endowing every cell within her body with the ability to absorb magical energy. Therefore, the rare herbs and treasures you provided earlier are insufficient for her needs that, if I am not mistaken, Xiao Susu's physique should surpass that of other foxes at the same level. Correct? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. Primordial spirit transformation. Such a phenomenon can occur. Su Luo felt a flicker of despondency. Without a primordial spirit, how can one cultivate? The Qingqiu clan's members were already scarce. And with the ongoing conflicts among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, their situation was dire. Most pressing was the fact that a formidable cultivator nearby had set their sights on her clan, were it not for the lack of suitable dwelling. Su Luo would have considered relocating the entire clan.